Xiaoyi unlocked a crime-themed cheat code, one that lets him instantly master all sorts of criminal skills. The catch? He must keep committing crimes to stay alive. Xiaoyi, I'm just a college student, not a psychopath. But then he discovers a loophole: he can act out the crimes instead of committing them for real. Thus begins his bizarre double life. By day, a struggling actor. By night, a chainsaw-wielding killer. On screen, of course, he becomes the man behind every chilling villain. A charming murderer with a gentle smile. A ruthless con artist who deceives the world. A heartless fugitive whose cold eyes make audiences shiver. A professional devil in disguise, known to the world as actor Xiaoyi. At first, he takes villain roles just to survive, but somehow, his method acting turns him into a sensation. Scripts pour in. Awards follow, and every new role has one thing in common: a higher body count. Insiders whisper, the more people a character kills, the faster Xiaoyi accepts the role. Passers-by say, he's too real. Someone should check if he's actually acting. Fans cry, please stop killing people, bro, we're scared you'll get arrested. But as scandals in the entertainment industry mysteriously unravel, and the real villains start disappearing one by one, Xiaoyi, the man everyone suspects, keeps rising higher. By then, the public has given up asking questions. Forget it, they sigh. He just likes showing off his knife skills. Let him cook. Chapter 1, Call the Police. The neighbors are going on a killing spree. The set of The Burning Heart was dead silent. The air was thick enough to choke on. The director sat on his folding chair, rubbing his temples, wondering if he'd survive another day of filming. The fifth male lead had just broken his contract, the fifth one this week. No one dared to breathe too loudly, afraid the director's temper might explode next. But in this tense silence, casting director Xiao Song burst onto the scene, panting and flushed with excitement. Director! I found a replacement. The director raised his head with a skeptical frown. Already? You were gone 5 minutes. Xiao Song puffed out his chest. Don't worry, director. The person I found is perfect for the role. With a triumphant grin, he dragged a young man in black from behind him. Look at him, doesn't he look exactly like the murderer? The murderer, a calm-looking young man, removed his sunglasses and offered a polite smile. Hello, director. My name is Xiaoyi. The director froze. He had seen many handsome faces in this business, but this wasn't handsome, this was terrifying. The young man's gaze was deep and detached, like winter ice. His every breath carried a faint chill. His tall, shadowy presence made the hairs on the back of your neck rise. In that instant, the image of the killer from his script materialized before his eyes. The director swallowed hard. Where on earth did Xiao Song find this guy? A police lineup. As the director continued to stare, speechless, Xiao Song leaned close and whispered, he said he doesn't want payment. Just wants to kill someone in the first scene. The director's pupils shrank. A free labor sounded great, but the kill part? Not so much. His gaze toward Xiaoyi turned wary, as if the man might pull a knife out at any moment. Xiaoyi just kept smiling. But inside, he was screaming. He hadn't meant for any of this to happen. Yesterday, he was just an ordinary college student. This morning, he woke up with a criminal system in his head, one that rewarded him for murder. If he didn't keep killing, his lifespan would drain away until he died. The only problem, he was a perfectly law-abiding citizen. The worst thing he'd ever done was skip class or sneak out past curfew. How was he supposed to kill anyone? The system didn't care. The timer was ticking, his lifespan was shrinking, and Xiaoyi was sweating bullets. Just when he was about to have a nervous breakdown, a friend dragged him to a low-budget anti-Japanese war drama to play a random extra. He stabbed a prop sword into a Japanese soldier, and ding, kill successful. +1 point. Xiaoyi froze. Then it hit him: the system can't tell the difference between acting and reality. It was a bug, a beautiful, life-saving bug, but there was another problem: extras didn't get much screen time, which meant the system barely gave him any points. If he wanted to live longer, he needed to play real killers, and so, Xiaoyi found himself wandering the film base, hoping to find a murder role, and, just his luck, he ran into Xiao Song. This scene, the director was explaining now, is about how your identity as a serial killer is discovered. You chase the victim with a chainsaw and, well, you know what happens next. Xiaoyi nodded politely. Got it. He took off his coat and slipped into the blood-splattered costume the crew handed him. The makeup artist quickly dabbed fake blood on his cheeks. Low-budget romance drama disguised as a crime thriller, nothing too fancy. His role, a gentle-looking man who hides a depraved love for killing, cliché, but it worked for him. Once he put on the gold-rimmed glasses and picked up the prop chainsaw, even the crew drew back instinctively. His aura changed, his face pale, his eyes sharp and cold, his very presence screamed danger. Even Xiao Song, who had recruited him, took a cautious step back. Director, are we sure he's acting? The lead actress, Meng Lulu, looked like she was about to cry. Director, this isn't real, right? The director wiped his sweat and barked, "What are you all staring at? Get ready! Action in 5." Xiaoyi sighed softly, putting down the chainsaw for a moment. Ever since the system appeared, his entire aura had changed. Even when he wasn't doing anything, he gave off the vibe of a professional killer. It wasn't his fault that people screamed when he smiled. Still, he didn't want to traumatize his co-star before the camera even rolled, but once the director shouted action, he picked up the chainsaw and walked toward Meng Lulu. The buzzing filled the air. Meng Lulu's eyes went wide. Her scream pierced the sky. Xiaoyi grinned, a bright, psychotic smile that looked far too real. Help! Somebody help me! The crew froze. The director behind the monitor gaped. The cameraman whispered, "Director, this is way too real. Shut up and keep filming." The director hissed, "We're not wasting this take." But before he could finish the sentence, another director from the neighboring set rushed over. He took one look at Xiaoyi swinging the chainsaw and blanched. Holy crap! The serial killer next door's gone berserk. Call the police. Chapter 2 doesn't seem like acting at all, officer. He really is one of our actors. We were just filming a scene. In the break room, the director, with a bitter face, explained to the police officers in front of him, his heart filled with distress. What kind of nonsense is this? They were just filming a movie. How did they almost end up in jail? Xiaoyi also looked distressed. Goodness, could this be considered a case of Little Black failing halfway through his entrepreneurial journey? Look, even this chainsaw is fake. Xiaoyi picked up the chainsaw, ready to prove himself, but as the chainsaw started up with a buzzing sound, all the police officers took a big step back, their right hands instinctively going to their waists, watching Xiaoyi warily. Put it down. Don't move. Xiaoyi, seeing the police officers' movements as if they were about to draw their guns, Xiaoyi quickly rubbed his arm back and forth with the chainsaw, saying, "See, I won't get hurt." The chainsaw's teeth were soft, so even if it touched an arm, it wouldn't cause any harm. The police officers breathed a sigh of relief. Officer Zhang, who was in charge, picked it up and examined it. Then he looked at Meng Lulu, who was still crying, and asked, "Why did you scare her like this?" Meng Lulu has a round face and looks like a sweet and well-behaved girl next door, but now she can't stop crying, which makes people wonder. Hey, doesn't this just prove that Xiao Xiao is a good actress? Don't you think so, Lulu? The director frantically winked at Meng Lulu. Officer Zhang patted the director on the shoulder, his voice stern. "Let the young lady speak for herself. What are you doing?" I'm sorry, I was too impatient." The director could only continue apologizing. Fortunately, perhaps because of the presence of the police, Meng Lulu, who felt extremely safe, miraculously calmed down a lot. Then, she looked at the police officers apologetically and said in a muffled voice, "I'm sorry, we were just filming. I was also frightened just now and lost control of my emotions, which led to the misunderstanding. I'm really sorry." Just then, the police officer who had confirmed Xiaoyi's situation came in and nodded to Officer Zhang. "This student, Xiao, is indeed a student at Shanghai University. There's nothing wrong with him." A student from Shanghai University, Officer Zhang looked Xiaoyi up and down with a complicated expression, seemingly comparing the face to the wanted criminal image in his mind. Then he patted Xiaoyi's shoulder earnestly. "Do your best in filming." Xiaoyi, "Okay, thank you, Officer Zhang." Although he always felt that Officer Zhang's words had a hidden meaning, Officer Zhang, however, was thinking that this guy was inexplicably suspicious, especially his eyes. The moment their eyes met, the veteran officers' alarm bells went off incessantly. But they're students at Shanghai University. Their background check was spotless, they had no criminal record. This guy is quite handsome, but why are his eyes? It's said that the eyes are the windows to the soul, and college students, not yet entering society, usually have very clear eyes. But Xiaoyi's eyes carried the indifference and bloodlust unique to murderers, devoid of any warmth. Officer Zhang had only seen that look in his eyes once, more than 10 years ago. He was a deranged killer who murdered 7 people more than 10 years ago, creating a nationally sensational series of dismemberment cases. Officer Zhang was fortunate enough to participate in the investigation of that case and eventually witnessed the guy being shot and killed by the police. That guy had the same look in his eyes before he died, pure evil and murderous intent, arrogant and indifferent to everything, including his own life. Even after Officer Zhang came into contact with other murderers, he never saw that look in their eyes again, but now, it's happening to a student. Officer Zhang felt conflicted. He kept the name Xiaohe in mind, intending to investigate it thoroughly when he got back. Just as he turned to leave, Meng Lulu called out to him again, Officer Zhang, is there anything else I can ask you? Officer Zhang turned around in confusion, and the director, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, felt his heart leap into his throat again. My dear aunt, please stop meddling, we're about to continue filming. Could you please have one of you stay a little longer? I feel safer with you guys around. Meng Lulu clasped her hands together. Please, just for about 20 minutes. Everyone, Xiaohe, that's enough. He felt sorry for himself. Officer Zhang's expression was somewhat subtle, but as a veteran police officer who had seen many storms, he remained very calm. He first glanced at his watch, then called out to a young officer following behind him, Xiaoli, could you please stay here a little longer? Officer Li nodded, okay, master. After making the arrangements, Officer Zhang pulled Xiaoli aside and whispered a few words of advice. Keep an eye on Xiaohe, but don't interfere with other people's filming. Xiaoli was puzzled, but still nodded solemnly, I understand. Meanwhile, the director once again gave Meng Lulu a pep talk, and Xiaohe also tried his best to give Meng Lulu a friendly smile. When Meng Lulu met Xiaohe's gaze, she felt inexplicably threatened. She shrank back and nodded very quickly, okay. So when filming resumed, although Meng Lulu was still very scared, she managed to maintain the original storyline. Help me, the girl ran while looking back, her expression filled with fear and dread. But she was caught off guard and tripped over a blade of grass. Help! The girl helplessly got up and tried to seek help, but behind her, the killer was already slowly strolling towards her with a chainsaw in hand. A shadow fell upon the girl, obscuring her expression of despair and terror. The killer looked down at his prey, his smile both elegant and insane. He flicked the blood from his fingers and raised the chainsaw high in his hand. Good night, poor child. The chainsaw fell on the girl, splattering blood everywhere. The girl struggled and screamed, emitting painful cries, but the killer didn't blink, gazing intently at his masterpiece, his eyes filled with obsession and love. But soon, those emotions vanished instantly after the person died, leaving only indifference and detachment. He only loved her dying cries, but was unwilling to look twice at the dying bird falling into his mire. The killer turned off the chainsaw, no longer giving the body even a second glance, and casually picked up one of the corpses. Legs, humming a song as he slowly walked into the depths of the woods, where the grass once was, only a blood-red stain remained, click-clack. The director was shouting so loudly that his face turned red and his neck was bulging. He even forgot his fear because he valued the place so much. He excitedly slapped his thigh and said, Great! Great! This is exactly the effect I wanted. We got it in one take. That's fantastic. Meanwhile, Officer Li, who had been standing to the side, suddenly rushed out with a grim face and went deep into the woods to check the situation. At this moment, Xiaohe also detached himself from the role. He glanced at the person on the ground, put down the chainsaw in his hand, and gently reminded, Teacher Meng, it's over. Meng Lulu opened her eyes, panting heavily on the ground as if she had just escaped death. At this moment, Officer Li ran over, helped Meng Lulu up, and examined her carefully. He seemed unable to believe that everything he had just seen was just an act. He stared at Xiaohe with suspicion. Xiao, are you a student majoring in acting? That performance just now, it really didn't seem like acting. Xiaohe, embarrassed, replied, I majored in computer science. Computer science major? Officer Li muttered to himself, seemingly even more puzzled. So how did you manage to produce such acting skills? Xiaohe, maybe, it's talent? What kind of cheat code? Don't ask, it's just talent. Chapter 3, Being suspected as a murderer is his destiny. After the scene ended, Officer Li left with mixed feelings, while Xiaohe, relying on his excellent acting skills, successfully won over the director and stayed on the set. Meng Lulu calmed down and solemnly apologized to Xiaohe. I'm sorry, Xiao, your acting skills are really good. It was my lack of skill that almost affected your performance. Xiaohe shrugged indifferently, it's okay. Being suspected as a criminal was his destiny. Meng Lulu blinked, carefully examining the young man in front of her, and then said, "Xiao is not fierce at all, it's just that his temperament and eyes are too sharp, making him not easy to approach. If Xiao is interested in acting, I suggest he try to adjust that in the future." Xiao He gave a wry smile. "Okay, thank you for the reminder, Teacher Meng." Meng Lulu was actually being very tactful. It was more than just sharp, it was downright ruthless. Xiao He also wanted to change his aura and eyes, but with little success. He could only try to wear sunglasses and a mask to barely conceal his current criminal temperament. He was terrified of being reported to the police after just a few steps. He was truly afraid of being arrested. Taking this opportunity, Xiao He chatted with Meng Lulu for a while and learned about the basic situation of the film crew. The director's surname is Wang, and his name is Wang Xingyuan. He specializes in making idol dramas and has more than 20 works under his name, but none of them have made much of a splash. He is the idol drama assembly line director that is most looked down upon by people in the industry. What is an idol drama assembly line? It means that idol dramas are filmed according to a fixed process and pattern, just like a factory assembly line. Most of these idol dramas have formulaic plots, stereotypical characters, and themes that deliberately cater to the tastes and trends of the masses. Basically, whatever is popular is filmed, and there is a severe lack of innovation. The reason for filming Burning Heart is that the market was swept by a wave of crime dramas some time ago, so director Wang also followed the trend and made this idol drama that is disguised as a crime drama but is actually still a romance between the male and female leads. So for example, the fifth male character, played by Xiao He, is already the biggest villain in this idol drama, judging from the plot. The characters with significant screen time were mostly paired up as couples, satisfying the sweet tastes of various CP fans. Xiao He, so it turns out only he was seriously up to something, but actually, the production team simply didn't have the money to add another romance storyline. Otherwise, do you think villains don't fall in love? Wrong. Villains are all driven by dark, love-struck minds. Idol dramas can't be without romance. The fifth male lead didn't have many scenes. Xiao He stayed on set for 2 days and finished filming, although the male and female leads of the show were also quite frightened by his appearance of killing people with a chainsaw. At least no one called the police to arrest Xiao He. Otherwise, Xiao He would really want to call the police. In the end, the serial killer played by Xiao He tries to swing a chainsaw at the female lead, but is shot and killed by the male lead. As the female protagonist screamed and gunshots rang out in the forest, the serial killer slowly knelt down in front of her, his hand holding the chainsaw falling limply to his side. The chainsaw, which had been buzzing, slowly stopped making noise. Just like his life, the female protagonist, her face streaked with tears, looked up at the serial killer before her pupils still reflecting lingering fear. The killer, however, merely gave a mocking smirk, his gaze filled with disdain and deep regret as he looked at her. Ah, what a beautiful work, what a pity, we'll never see each other again. The killer's mouth moved slightly, but he didn't say anything. Blood kept gushing from his chest, soaking his dusty white coat in the blink of an eye. The young man's head drooped slightly, and even the gold-rimmed glasses he was wearing on his face hadn't fallen off. He seemed to be just asleep, kneeling there quietly. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, leaving nothing behind but the heroine's suppressed sobs and the hero's soft, comforting words. After confirming Xiao He's death, after filming Wrapped, everyone in the crew breathed a huge sigh of relief, especially the male lead. Zhao Shuyu had a face full of joy. There was no way around it. Xiao He was just too ruthless. He was handsome and played a villain perfectly. When he, the male lead, confronted the other actor in a scene, the contrast was truly stark. The dignified captain of the criminal investigation team trembled when he faced the criminals, his eyes darted back and forth, and his aura was even weaker than that of the criminals. When Zhao Shuyu watched the video afterwards, he was completely stunned. Fortunately, the scenes were filmed separately and dubbed in post-production, otherwise, his trembling voice would have been a real laughingstock. Therefore, Zhao Shuyu is now the one who most hopes that Xiao He will leave as soon as possible. Xiao He was naturally unaware of what others were thinking. He was very happy to see the extra 10 points in the system, including the points he earned from playing minor roles recently. He now has a total of 20 points, without paying attention to anyone else. Xiao He opened his system panel. His panel was very simple, with only a lottery interface, and it looked quite shabby. Xiao He suspected that even if it were given to a college student, it wouldn't be this shabby. The lottery interface has 3 levels of lottery sections: 100 points, 10,000 points, and 1 million points. Looking at the points required for the lottery button, and then at the 20 points he had painstakingly accumulated, Xiao He sighed deeply, all his previous joy vanishing. Damn, he worked so hard for so long, and his points aren't even half of what he could get for the lottery. Who else is in such a bad situation? Is this a cheat code? No. This is a working class system. System, let's make a deal. Can you give me a 10 pull for beginners? At least other games have beginner gift packs. You can't be too stingy as the system. Otherwise, I won't even have enough starting money to become a criminal. If I get caught, won't that affect your future work? Xiaohe decided to try one more time, however, his words did not receive a response from the system. Xiaohe shrugged. If I could, I'd really like to give this thing a bad review, this garbage dog system. Just as Xiaohe was about to give up, the lottery button in front of him lit up. Xiaohe was overjoyed and quickly opened the window to check. He found that a new newbie lottery had been added before the 100 points for one draw button, which allowed him to draw once for 10 points. However, there was a time limit, and it could only be used within 1 minute. That means he can participate in the lottery twice. Xiaohe's expression changed instantly. He praised the system in his heart and then pressed the button without hesitation. Come forth. Golden Legend. However, when the button was pressed, the system interface did not display the expected fancy effects. Instead, a few lines of text simply appeared. Congratulations on acquiring the boning technique. It has been automatically learned. Congratulations on receiving lifespan plus 30 days, automatically redeemed. Details of the bone crushing technique, one of the highest forms of slaughter. It allows you to quickly remove the bones from a living person, making it convenient for disposing of corpses. Creating bloody art, provoking the police, instilling fear, etc., while also improving your understanding of human anatomy. Chapter 4, He's the one who should have called the police. It has a lifespan value. Xiaohe's eyes widened. Perfect. I've finally salvaged some of my lifespan, but what the heck is this boning technique? Who needs this stuff? But it was too late. Suddenly, a lot of strange knowledge appeared in Xiaohe's mind, including but not limited to the whole body structure of the human body in animals, skeletal morphology, joint connection methods, and the selection and use of knives. Xiaohe can now confidently say that if given a person, whether living or dead, he can quickly reduce them to bones. He is now terrifyingly strong. The trembling flesh and blood on the blade. These blood-stained bones. Cough cough. Xiaohe, stop having such a terrifying idea. Xiaohe closed his eyes and silently repeated in his heart, I'm not a pervert, I'm not a pervert. Just then, someone called out to him from behind. Brother Xiao, wait a minute. This is for you from the director. Xiaohe quickly shook off that strange feeling and turned to look at the person who had come. Xiao Song ran up to Xiaohe and handed him a red envelope. Xiaohe was somewhat surprised. For me? Xiaohe had offered to work for free to persuade Xiao Song to choose him, even saying he didn't want any pay. He was prepared to work for free for 2 days, but he never expected the production crew to be so kind. Yes, it was a special gift from our director, who said he was very grateful for your help in saving the day and greatly reducing our working time, Xiao Song said with a smile. Besides, giving a small red envelope as a bonus is a common practice in the industry, so you can just keep it, Brother Xiao. In this drama, Xiaohe plays a serial killer who is shot and killed by the male lead in a very hasty manner. So he also plays a dead person. In this case, the crew will usually arrange a red envelope as a consolation prize to calm the actor down and ward off bad luck. Xiaohe didn't refuse again and put it away directly after saying goodbye to Xiao Song. Xiaohe walked out of the film set while pondering the points he would accumulate. He hadn't gone far from the film set when he was called back again. This time it's the director from the neighboring film crew, named Ho Rongshuan. He was the one who thought there was a real serial killer and kindly called the police to arrest Xiaohe, only to find out it was a false alarm. Ho Rongshuan apologized awkwardly and left, but unexpectedly he reappeared in front of Xiaohe now. Xiaohe looked at him warily. Is there anything else? This was the first time he had been arrested by the police since he acquired the criminal system. Xiaohe didn't have a good impression of Ho Rongshuan. Ho Rongshuan looked to be in his 30s. He was rather plump, balding early, and had only a tuft of dandelions on his head fluttering in the wind. Before Xiaohe left, he heard Xiao Song and the others mention that this director was quite famous in the industry, specializing in crime films, and was usually a very serious type on set. However, looking at the smiling Ho Rongshuan in front of him, Xiaohe couldn't figure out the other party's intentions for a moment. Ho Rongshuan didn't speak immediately. He first looked Xiaohe up and down before saying, I recently saw your performance on that hillside. I think your acting skills are excellent, and your overall image is also very suitable for a role in my current production. I wonder if you would be interested in learning more about it. Xiaohe, the hillside over there? That looks like a steep slope, doesn't it? You even have antelope attributes. Looking at Ho Rongchuan's chubby physique, Xiaohui felt a deep respect. May I ask what the identity of your character is? If it's a crime drama, there will probably be scenes involving stabbing people. Seeing that Xiaohui was interested, Ho Rongchuan immediately pulled out a newspaper. We are currently filming a movie based on a true case. I don't know if you have heard of the case of the three brothers from Ronto Pig Farm? I want you to play the role of the third brother. Xiaohui felt the name sounded familiar. He took the newspaper from Ho Rongchuan and glanced through it, then gasped in shock. He remembered, this happened in Lu City, Province C. About 20 years ago, three brothers from Ronto slaughterhouse joined forces to persecute other slaughterhouses in Lu City in order to monopolize the business. They even threatened and exploited local meat vendors and intimidated customers. In the end, they even went so far as to plan a horrific massacre that shocked the entire province. Ho Rongchuan wanted him to play the youngest of the three brothers. Although this guy was only in high school, he was already a scoundrel who committed all sorts of evil deeds, including bullying students, molesting female classmates, spreading rumors about teachers, and finally conspiring with his two older brothers to dismember a family of three and feed them to pigs. He can be said to have completely lost his humanity and morality. Most importantly, in real-life cases, this guy is still wanted by the police. Although his two older brothers have already been brought to justice and their graves are overgrown with weeds, he hasn't. Before the police even came knocking, this beast had already run away, leaving this case a knot in many people's hearts. Xiaohui hesitated now. Although he's now quite good at playing villains, cough cough, he also has to consider his future life. This character is just too hateful, and he's still not brought to justice. If this is filmed, the production team will be criticized, and he will also be implicated. Xiaohui knew that there was a TV series that remade a murder case where the killer had not yet been caught. As a result, it was heavily criticized by netizens, who felt that it was disrespectful to the victim and caused secondary harm to the victim's family. Xiaohui felt that he should not get involved in this mess. Seemingly sensing Xiaohui's hesitation, Ho Rongchuan pressed on, "Don't worry, our script has been approved by the family of the victim from back then, and even received their support. Their only request is that the actor playing Lao San be 7 or 8 parts similar to the real person, and that the wanted poster for the murderer be widely publicized during the promotion." The entire family of 3 died tragically back then, leaving only the husband's parents. Now, 20 years later, the two elderly people are both 90 years old and no one knows when they will pass away. Their only obsession now is to catch the last murderer who escaped back then before they die. When the film crew approached them, these two elderly people were surprisingly tolerant, only giving the crew one request: they hoped they could use the film's influence to spread the killer's face throughout China. To ensure the killer is forever nailed to the pillar of shame. Of course, it would be even better if we could catch the murderer in the end. But I don't look like this murderer at all. Xiaohui was a little confused. He picked up the wanted poster from the newspaper and put it next to his own face. He's obviously much uglier than me. Not only was he ugly, but he was also going through puberty at the time, and his face was covered in acne. His face looked like a swollen pig's head, and it was really hard to put that face together with his handsome face. He could at least narcissistically call himself a handsome guy, right? It would be incredibly insulting if it were true. Could the director be trying to whitewash the murderer by subtly pushing his own agenda? Xiaohui's gaze towards Ho Rongchuan changed. He felt he should call the police and have this guy arrested. Chapter 5: A Natural Performance? Heh, I got criticized. It's mainly about your temperament and your figure, Ho Rongchuan quickly explained, patting his chest to assure him. I guarantee that after you've had your makeup done, no one will recognize you. Xiaohui's appearance is definitely not considered a stunningly handsome man in the entertainment industry where good looks abound, let alone a pretty boy. However, his face shape is very well proportioned and three-dimensional, the kind of highly malleable features that directors would like. He can play a handsome man or an ugly man, and he can do both convincingly without making the audience feel out of place. Simply put, it's about being able to completely transform for any role. The only pity is that Xiaohui's temperament is too gloomy and his eyes are too sharp, which is very distinctive. If he is not properly nurtured, he may only be able to play villainous roles in the future, but this is the path many people dream of, isn't it? Ho Rongchuan looked at Xiaohui with a sincere expression. Please consider this. This case is very important to many people. Originally, I was planning to use AI face swapping if all else failed, but when I saw you, I inexplicably felt that you were very suitable. Since the other party had already put it this way, there was no point in Xiaohui being coy. He lowered his eyes to look at the newspaper in his hand, and finally nodded, okay. But I'm not formally trained, so you'd better not have too high hopes for my acting skills. Oh, it's okay. Just be yourself. Ho Rongchuan excitedly grabbed the person and left, his face full of joy. Xiaoyi's face darkened. Huh, what do you mean by acting true to yourself? I'm getting insulted by you. So, without hesitation, Xiaoyi went directly to Ho Rongchuan's film crew. This entire mountain is a filming location, featuring everything from dreamy castles to rustic mountain villas. Even the steep cliffs nearby have been frequented by film crews lining up to shoot falling off cliff scenes. Many of these locations can be found in popular TV dramas. Previously, Xiaoyi's crew for the film Burning Heart was located in a particularly lush forest on the mountainside. Now, Ho Rongchuan was taking Xiaoyi to a small factory next to the forest. Although it's called a factory, it's actually a small bungalow built in advance by Ho Rongchuan's crew using corrugated iron sheets. The interior isn't decorated much, and most of the space is empty, used by the crew to store tools and equipment. In the other corner, various props and decorations were neatly arranged, and even the background wall had an aged finish. There were also some mottled stains on the ground, suggesting that the location was where the scene was filmed. People greeted Ho Rongchuan on the way, and Ho Rongchuan responded with a smile. Xiaoyi didn't recognize anyone, so he could only follow behind Ho Rongchuan in silence. Ho Rongchuan led him directly to the small bungalow next door and had the special effects makeup artist try on his makeup. The special effects makeup artist is a very sophisticated young woman named Feng Songyue. The other person had exquisite makeup, wore a pair of framed glasses, and had a very serious expression. If Xiaoyi hadn't seen her in the dressing room, he would have thought she was some white-collar worker. Hello, teacher Feng, Xiaoyi greeted politely. Sit. Feng Songyue's face remained expressionless and aloof, completely unaffected by Xiaoyi's demeanor. Instead, she unceremoniously pinched Xiaoyi's face and examined him from head to toe. Pondering her next makeup arrangement, she glanced down at her watch and said casually, "It's too late today, so I can only do a simple makeup job for him first. We'll make the mold later and do the formal makeup tomorrow." Ho Rongchuan knew that applying this kind of special effects makeup was a huge waste of time, so he wasn't angry when Feng Songyue said that. He simply nodded and said, "Okay, let's try it first." Meanwhile, news that Ho Rongchuan had brought a young man to the filming location quickly spread within the crew. You mean the director actually found an actor to play the third son? Lu Zheong looked at his assistant with great surprise. Yes, and he's quite good-looking, Assistant Zhou nodded. It's just that he has a very gloomy demeanor and seems difficult to get along with. That's quite interesting. Lu Zheong rested his chin on his hand. Do you know him? Xiao Zhou shook his head. He doesn't look like someone in the industry. He had never seen such a unique temperament before. Lu Zheong plays the second brother. He is only 27 years old this year, 2 years younger than the original second brother. However, he is considered to be one of the better actors among the new generation of actors. In addition, he himself does not mind playing such a villainous role, so Ho Rongchuan finally decided to cast him for the lead role, which has a more significant impact. Ho Rongchuan brought in Bao Wei, a very talented middle-aged actor in the industry. However, Bao Wei has something to do today and has not yet arrived. I wonder how good the third brother's acting is. Lu Zheong sighed, thinking about the company's recent situation. I hope he won't drag the production down. Lu Zheong was under a lot of pressure to take on this role. His agency has been quite impatient in recent years, forcing him to make money in idle dramas and compete with current popular newcomers in the traffic-driven market. This is completely different from Lu Zheong's original intention. There's no way around it. Everyone in this era is chasing after traffic. In the agent's words, can't you focus on traffic, talent, business opportunities, and awards all at once? When Lu Zheong first heard these words, he really wanted to find a rope and hang himself at his agent's doorstep. Is this even human language? Finally, after much difficulty, Lu Zheong managed to convince the company to let him participate in the drama Killing Life. Although director Ho Rongchuan's films in recent years have not yet reached the level of making huge profits, they have received good reviews after release and the box office has been very stable, basically making a profit without loss. This is definitely the best choice for many investors in the industry. In particular, this script was the result of 2 years of painstaking work by Ho Rongchuan and his screenwriter, and it had the potential to win awards. People in the industry were very interested and participated in the audition. Lu Zheong took advantage of his youth to snag the second-place role. However, the role of the third brother was rejected by a large number of people because of the special nature of the real-life figure, the high demands of the victim's family, and the requirement for a young actor to play an ugly role. The remaining roles were all rejected by the director, but suddenly a suitable actor has appeared. Lu Zheong was somewhat worried. After all, he has many scenes with this third brother character, and if the other actor's acting is not good, it might drag him down. But since the director has already found the person, there's no way he can say anything. I just hope the other party can be more reliable. Xiao Zhou, I've brought you the box you were looking for. Just as Lu Zheong and Xiao Zhou were discussing the newcomers, a man with an honest-looking face and a lean build walked into the lounge carrying a box and placed it in a corner. Lu Zheong immediately stopped the conversation. Xiao Zhou stepped forward to check the box, then thanked the man. This is what we wanted. Thank you, Uncle Li. Hey, you're welcome. While wiping his sweat, Uncle Li casually asked, by the way, have you seen that new actor? I heard he's quite handsome, completely different from old Zhu San. Xiao Zhou, have you seen him? Ah, me? Xiao Zhou glanced at Lu Zheong, who nodded slightly. Xiao Zhou then smiled and said to Uncle Li, I just glanced at him as I was passing by, I don't remember much. Oh, I see, Uncle Li nodded, seemingly just asking casually, then smiled and said, okay, I was just curious. I'll be going now. Okay, goodbye Uncle Li. Chapter 6 The Sense of Smell? Like attracts like, after finishing her makeup, it was already afternoon. Director Ho Rongxuan had already gone to the set to film, and the only person waiting in the dressing room was the screenwriter of the film, Xiaze. Xiaze was a tall, thin man, around 30 years old, wearing glasses, with a rather pale complexion, and exuding a scholarly air. When he saw Xiaoyi's full appearance, his dead fish eyes widened, and he visibly radiated joy. Not bad, it's exactly the same. Xiaoyi also bent down and examined himself in the mirror, and had to agree with Xiaze's words. He and that beast really did look 7 or 8 parts alike. Moreover, this was the result of Feng Songyue's simple makeup. One can imagine how well he can recreate the original when he brings the mold tomorrow. When Ho Rongxuan finished directing the film and came to see it, he immediately decided to let Xiaoyi play the role of Zhu Laosan and immediately pulled Xiaoyi to sign the contract. Xiao. He picked up the contract and glanced at it, immediately taking a shock at the salary. Because of the golden finger issue, Xiaoyi is not currently looking for other jobs to earn money. He is using the money he earned from selling software. His family is just an ordinary working-class family, so this amount of money is a huge sum for him. No wonder so many people want to pursue their dreams in the entertainment industry. The salaries here are genuinely higher than in other circles. Xiaoyi, who almost became a programmer, drooled with emotion. Hesitating for even a second is disrespectful to money. Let me make this clear first. Your job is not easy. Ho Rongxuan's smile disappeared and he became serious. You will have to film with the crew for almost a month, and you will have to wear this special effects makeup most of the time. And this is in the summer, so you have to be mentally prepared. Special effects makeup actors work very hard, especially in the summer. Sweating and makeup smudging are commonplace, and the worst thing is that their faces might break out. Ho Rongxuan was very worried that Xiaoyi would not be able to endure the hardship. Xiaoyi signed the contract very readily, and then asked Ho Rongxuan with a serious expression, Director, could you give me an internship certificate later? My school needs it. Fortunately, they are already seniors, so the school basically doesn't care about them and they don't need to go back to school regularly. All they need to do is get their internship certificates sorted out. Ho Rongxuan, okay, I'll open it for you in a bit. They really are college students, with such simple and unpretentious requests. The next day, Xiaoyi officially started work, because his makeup was the most complicated. Xiaoyi arrived earlier than all the other actors, and as soon as he arrived, he asked Feng Songyue to do his makeup. After a while, a staff member came in and gave them water. Uncle Li, thank you so much for coming so early today. Another makeup artist took the initiative to greet that staff member. The staff member, referred to as Uncle Li, nodded and then slowly placed the water in front of Xiaoyi and the others. Thanks. Out of politeness, Xiaoyi also thanked Uncle Li, but just by meeting Uncle Li's eyes, Xiaoyi's upturned lips slowly fell back. Strangeness, Uncle Li lowered his eyes, finished dispensing all the water, and slowly walked out. Xiaoyi watched Uncle Li's departing figure, his brows furrowed. Don't frown. Feng Songyue warned Xiaoyi coldly, and Xiaoyi quickly smiled and said, sorry. That one glance just now, there was absolutely no mistake. This Uncle Li has a huge problem. He sensed a kindred spirit in this Uncle Li. Since acquiring the criminal cheat code, Xiaohi has gained many passive skills, and this passive skill, let's call it similar sense for now. He now has an intuitive sensitivity to criminals, and with this ability, Xiaohi once caught a stalker stealing something on a film crew where they were just extras. Moreover, there are differences in this passivity. For example, with that illegitimate child, Xiaohi could clearly sense that he was just a petty thief with a dirty hand, not a particularly terrifying criminal. And then there was that Uncle Lee from earlier. Xiaohi smelled the scent of blood. This is definitely a murderer with more than one life on his hands. The fishy smell emanating from him was so strong it was nauseating. Almost instinctively, Xiaohi wanted to call the police, but as soon as Xiaohi picked up his phone, he put it down again. What can he say when the police arrive? That the guy is a murderer. What evidence does he have? And how did he find out? Xiaohi couldn't possibly say it was like a tracks like, could he, let alone the police? Even he himself wouldn't have believed it before. Xiaohi sighed with some distress as he pondered the matter. Don't let him end up in jail too. We can only observe for now. After sitting for a while, Bao Wei came over. Since this was a temporary venue without separate dressing rooms, the actors playing several important roles were all in one dressing area, while another dressing area was set aside for other actors. When he noticed someone was already sitting at the makeup table next to him, Bao Wei, who was always the first to arrive, was taken aback. But when he saw the unfamiliar face, he realized, you're the actor who played the third brother, right? Hello, Teacher Bao. My name is Xiaohi. I look forward to your guidance. Xiaohi greeted him politely, feeling a surge of excitement. Oh my god, I saw Teacher Bao Wei in person. Bao Wei is 39 years old this year and is one of the best actors among the middle-aged generation. He has already won the Best Actor award at the Magnolia Awards and was nominated for the Golden Flower Awards. His career is still on the rise. His participation in Killing Life was actually just to repay a favor to the director, whose film was nominated for the Golden Flower Award last time. Because Bao Wei has been quite active in recent years, Xiaohi has watched many of his TV shows and movies. Even his mother is a casual fan of Bao Wei and always chooses Bao Wei as her first choice when watching TV shows or movies. Therefore, Xiaohi is not unfamiliar with Bao Wei. In fact, in the entertainment industry where countless newcomers emerge, Xiaohi only recognizes these few actors. The entertainment industry changes so fast that Xiaohi is now somewhat faceblind. Bao Wei looked Xiaohi up and down, then patted him on the shoulder with great satisfaction. Good lad, keep it up, very good. Previously, when Director Ho mentioned it, Bao Wei didn't think the other party was that great, but now that he's seen it, this kid has been completely immersed in the role the whole time, and his acting skills are truly amazing. So he doesn't have a formal academic background. Bao Wei sighed inwardly. Young people these days are getting more and more terrifying. Their acting is so pure and flawless, it doesn't even look like it's acted at all. They're practically going to wipe us old folks out of the water. He sighed and sat down on the other side to wait for the makeup artist to do his makeup. Xiaohi was a little taken aback when he was patted on the shoulder, but he only realized what was happening after Bao Wei sat down. Bao Wei thought he had already gotten into character. No, Xiaohi's upturned lips turned down, and his eyes showed a hint of weariness. Who understands the true value of a director's statement about acting naturally? Who understands? Anyway, he didn't really want to understand. Chapter 7 is all about deboning, whether it's pig bones or human bones. When Bao Wei started getting her makeup done, Lu Zheong arrived, along with Zhuo Jianhua. The male lead of the show. Zhuo Jianhua is almost 60 years old now, making him the oldest and most senior actor present. He plays the head of the special task force in this drama. This team leader is also based on a real person and has a high reputation in the criminal investigation circle of Province C. The fact that he is played by a powerful actor like Zhuo Jianhua is a fitting portrayal of the police officer. After a brief introduction, everyone quieted down and their respective makeup artists began applying makeup. A little while later, the makeup area next door became completely lively. Xiaohi noticed that Uncle Lee, whom he had been paying extra attention to earlier, was coming back in to hand out water to everyone. Judging from his behavior, he was just an ordinary person with nothing special about him. If Xiaohi didn't have a cheat system, he probably would have thought so too, but Xiaohi fell into deep thought. What's going on with this guy? Does he have some special purpose in being on this film set, or is it just a coincidence? Teacher Lee. Uncle Lee handed a bottle of water to an actress sitting diagonally behind Xiaohi. From this angle, Xiaohi could see their situation perfectly in the mirror. She was a very young and beautiful girl with long, thick, black hair. She wore a white dress and looked gentle and lovely. When she spoke, her eyes and brows first showed a hint of a smile. It's the kind of white moonlight that many young people admire during their school years. Thank you, Uncle Lee. Li Hanyue took the water and smiled politely. You can just call me Xiao Li. We both have the same surname, Li, so we're even from the same clan. Uncle Li chuckled. Li, no way, Teacher Li is an excellent actor, he deserves to be addressed like that. Li Hanyue said helplessly, really, there's no need. Uncle Li, yes. After talking with Li Hanyue for a while, Uncle Li continued to make water on his own, but he didn't talk as much to others as he did to Li Hanyue. But perhaps Xiaoyi's gaze aroused Uncle Li's vigilance, for he suddenly turned his head and found himself meeting Xiaoyi's gaze through the mirror. Xiaoyi, since there's no way to avoid it, we might as well face it head-on. Xiaoyi smiled at Uncle Li in the mirror. However, Xiaoyi forgot one thing: he is no longer the ordinary college student who can express his emotions at any time. He's now the chosen murderer. The young man in the mirror smiled provocatively and wickedly. Uncle Li's expression changed slightly, but he did not step forward. He simply stared at Xiaoyi for a long time before turning and leaving. Xiaoyi shrugged. Sure enough, a smile is the ultimate weapon of sincerity. After finishing his makeup, Xiaoyi calmly walked to the film set, ignoring the gasps of the other people in the makeup area. Is that how you set up those props? Why don't you just put them on your head? Put them over here. Ho Rongxuan was all smiles yesterday, but today on set he's a complete tyrant, rudely directing the situation. Hey! Where's the knife? Bring it over here. At least give me a sharpened one, okay? Are you going to make the actors tear up the props by hand later? Xiaoyi remained calm as he stood in the position of his character, and the prop staff next to him handed him a butcher knife. The moment he got his hands on it, Xiaoyi began automatically analyzing the knife's condition. It has a single-edged blade, a thick body, a curved edge, and a blade length of 20 centimeters. It feels light and heavy in the hand and is suitable for deboning and cutting meat. Xiao, have you read the script when you got back? Do you know what you're going to do later? At this moment, Ho Rongxuan walked over. Yes, I've seen enough. Xiaoyi nodded. This scene depicts the three Zhu brothers discussing the slaughterhouse next door. While Xiaoyi mainly serves as a background character in this part of the story, Ho Rongxuan was very satisfied and pointed out a position to Xiaoyi. When the time comes, you stand behind them. Make big movements when cutting the meat. You don't have to actually cut it off. Just throw it directly at the props hidden underneath. Be quick and don't stop. Don't cut your hand, understand? Xiaoyi, he can be genuine, but to fake it and make it look real is something he really can't do. Actually, I can cut it properly, my knife skills are pretty good. Okay, then that's settled. What did you say, Xiao? Ho Rongxuan looked at Xiaoyi with surprise, then his expression turned serious. Xiao, this is different from how you usually cut meat when you cook. This is a whole pig. Cutting it requires not only attention to the pig's structure and shape, but also identification of the scientific names of each part of the pig and the proper way to cut each type of meat. There are many techniques involved. It wouldn't look good if you were caught on camera. Xiao Lu and Lao Bao have both gone to learn this. If you only know the basics, don't just blindly follow along. Many scenes in Killing Life take place in slaughterhouses. The eldest and second eldest are experienced butchers, and the youngest, although still in school, is also very skilled at killing livestock. Bao Wei and Lu Zheong studied for a period of time specifically for this role, and even went to the countryside to slaughter pigs. As for Xiao He, since he was a last-minute addition, Ho Rongxuan didn't have many requirements for him. He just discussed with the screenwriter and deleted some of his scenes, but to my surprise, Xiao He was so ungrateful. Xiao He saw the anger and doubt in Ho Rongxuan's eyes, but he said nothing. He simply picked up the butcher knife in his hand, nimbly rotated his wrist, the blade flashing with silver light, and then slammed the knife heavily onto the chopping board with a loud bang. The noise was so loud that it startled everyone. Lu Zheong, who was standing to the side, didn't dare to breathe, fearing that Xiao He was trying to kill the director. Even Bao Wei frowned, his gaze falling on the string of pork chops hanging there, before relaxing his brows and saying, "Such swift knife skills." Following Bao Wei's gaze, everyone noticed that the pork chop that had been hanging above Xiaoyi's head was now just a clean bone, and all the meat that had been attached to it had fallen onto the cutting board in front of Xiaoyi, piling up into a small mountain. The pieces of meat were all similar in length and clearly defined, as perfect as a work of art. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, while some quietly narrowed their eyes. Holy crap! Did they film that? Ho Rongxuan shouted excitedly, then looked at the cameraman, his earlier enthusiasm completely gone. That scene was absolutely amazing. But who could have imagined that an ordinary college student could possess such knife skills? Unfortunately, no one recorded this scene beforehand. Ho Rongxuan was extremely disappointed when he received a negative answer. Xiao He could only comfort him, "It's okay, director. As long as you believe in me, I can still perform a bone-removing act for you." Both involve deboning, but what's the difference between deboning pig bones and human bones? Xiao He touched his nose, trying to hide his guilty conscience. Ho Rongxuan, completely oblivious to what was amiss, slapped his thigh and decisively shouted, "Old Li, move the props." Uncle Li dragged a large piece of pork over. Despite his slender build, he was incredibly strong. With a twist of his waist, he lifted half of the pork and placed it on the table. Xiao He kept a close eye on his every move and took the opportunity to probe the director. "Director Ho, is Uncle Li one of your team members? He looks really impressive, he's so strong." Ho Rongxuan was taken aback for a moment, then denied it. "No, he was someone we recruited when we set up the crew. He was very strong and worked very hard, so I let him stay." "I see." Xiao He seemed to be deep in thought. Chapter 8: Filming difficulties. After Uncle Li set up the props, Xiao He began the actual filming. Originally, everyone was worried that Xiao He would not be comfortable in front of the camera and would not be able to keep up with the other two actors. However, Xiao He was very steady from beginning to end and even completely immersed in the role. His portrayal of Zhu Laosan is ruthless and has a cold demeanor. The way he slaughters pig leg bones is as if he is slaughtering human bones. He is a complete reproduction of the murderer himself, which makes people's scalp tingle. On the contrary, due to the influence of Xiao He's aura, Lu Zheong, who played the second brother, had several takes and was scolded by Ho Rongxuan. Now no one dares to treat Xiao He as an ordinary person anymore. There's reasonable suspicion that this is the real killer. The next day, Xiao He moved to a different location to film scenes depicting school bullying. To Xiao He's surprise, the actress who played the victim Wu Xiaohua was none other than Li Hanyue, the same actress who had spoken with Uncle Li the day before. At this moment, Li Hanyue had changed into a tattered school uniform, and her face was extremely pale. She really looked like a pitiful little flower who had been bullied, making people feel sorry for her. In the storyline, the character Wu Xiaohua she plays is indeed pitiful. Not only does she suffer severe bullying at school, but she is also dragged to a corner of the school by the beast Lao San and raped. In the end, she is chopped up and fed to the pigs by Lao San. What bothered Xiao He even more was that Uncle Li seemed to treat her in a rather unusual way. Does she have any secrets? Filled with doubt, Xiao He took the initiative to strike up a conversation with the other party. Li Hanyue is a very talkative and cheerful girl. After getting to know her, Xiao He learned that Li Hanyue was the same age as him, a senior in college majoring in Shanghai opera performance, and had been specially discovered by director Ho to play this important role. Xiao He did not find anything strange in her words. That's strange. Xiao He, Li Hanyue, come and get ready. As Ho Rongxuan spoke, he gestured for the surrounding unrelated personnel to disperse and leave. Looking at the suddenly empty space, Xiao He, who hadn't felt anything before, suddenly remembered the upcoming plot and felt a surge of pressure. Oh no, this time I really have to play a beast, but he can't. Xiao He began to panic and feel anxious. He had a premonition that director Ho would be furious with him today. Sure enough, Xiao He kept making mistakes all morning. "Hey, Xiao He, what kind of act are you putting on? You're dragging her to the woods, not to bury her body. What kind of look is that? Click. Expression. Where's your expression? Who are you trying to kill with that look on your face? Stop. Are you staging a dismemberment scene?" After shouting several times, Ho Rongxuan felt his blood pressure rise, so he quickly told everyone to take a break and, while smoking, called Xiao He over. Knowing he was in the wrong, Xiao He walked over with his head down and said, "I'm sorry, Director Ho." Ho Rongxuan exhaled smoke with a complicated expression. After staring at Xiao He in silence for a long time, he finally sighed and said, "It's nothing. I was too impatient. I saw that your acting skills are usually quite good, so I didn't think about giving you psychological counseling in advance. It's my fault." Although Li Hanyue was the victim, she had received professional training and had a certain psychological foundation. In addition, Xiao He was even more nervous than her, so she was not nervous at all. She smiled and comforted Xiao He, "It's okay. It's already very good that a complete novice like you can do this." Xiao He was surprised to be comforted by a girl from the victim side. He blushed and felt like he wanted to disappear into the ground. Ho Rongxuan didn't think Xiao He was being pretentious. He took another puff of his cigarette and said, "The focus of this scene is on the character of third brother. In your current state, you don't meet the standard." Xiaohi could only continue apologizing. "I'm sorry, director." Ho Rongxuan sighed, his voice low and somber. "Sometimes I really wonder if you've been hiding a few lives from us." "Desire? Sorry, not at all. It's all the desire of the knife wielder, Xiaohi. Forget it, let's stop here for now. I'll find another way." Ho Rongxuan waved his hand helplessly. Xiaohi breathed a sigh of relief. So in the days that followed, Xiaohi continued to film the slaughterhouse scenes with the crew. To Ho Rongxuan's satisfaction, Xiaohi's performance in the other scenes was also very good. He was able to portray the cold-bloodedness and cruelty required to be done in almost one take, so Ho Rongxuan didn't have to worry about him at all. Xiaohi was quite satisfied. The third brother's character did almost nothing decent every day. He was always bullying classmates at school, threatening and intimidating his family's slaughterhouse competitors, and also engaging in voyeurism and robbing the weak. Although these were very fragmented scenes, and might not even be edited into the final release, they were still different forms of criminal behavior that could earn him points. Although only the scenes performed with the director's approval can earn points, and other repeated performances of criminal acts cannot, Xiaohi is now able to earn a small share of points every day, and his life is becoming more and more interesting. Meanwhile, due to Xiaohi's outstanding performance, several actors who frequently acted with him showed him friendliness and closeness. Li Hanyue even lent Xiaohi her notes from her university acting studies, while Lu Zheong, driven crazy by repeated takes, privately asked Xiaohi for advice on how to unleash his murderous aura. Xiaohi, who passively released his killing intent, said, "Would you believe me if I said this was a talent?" Lu Zheong's face was full of disbelief. What do you think?" Xiaohi shrugged, "Then there's nothing I can do. Ask him, and he really can't teach you anything." During the filming period, Xiaohi also secretly observed the man named Li Ziqing. The other party is really suspicious. Normally, he works like an old ox, burying himself in his work, diligent and capable. He always has a smiling, kind-hearted demeanor towards others. However, according to Xiaohi's observation, among all the people Li Ziqing has interacted with, he is the most enthusiastic towards Li Hanyue. He usually chats with Li Hanyue when delivering water, and when he's not working, he watches Li Hanyue film. But if you really think there's something wrong with him, Li Hanyue herself probably doesn't even realize anything is amiss. After all, among the entire crew, only Xiaohi would continuously observe Li Ziqing's position and performance. Everyone else was busy with their own things, so who would care about an ordinary staff member? If it weren't for the reminder from the passive skill, Xiaohi probably wouldn't have gone to keep an eye on Li Ziqing with the answer in mind. But here's the problem: how can I make this answer public without implicating myself? Teacher Li, your package arrived at this door. I just saw it and brought it over for you. As Li Ziqing spoke, he placed Li Hanyue's package on the table. Li Hanyue was a little surprised, then awkwardly thanked him. "Oh dear, I forgot to change the address when I chose it. How did it end up here?" "Thank you, Uncle Li." Li Ziqing looked at Li Hanyue, his lips twitching as if he was about to say something, when Xiaohi immediately spun his wheelchair and slid to Li Hanyue's side. "Teacher Li, could you please help me figure out how to act out this script later, huh?" Okay, the conversation between the two instantly interrupted the topic that Li Ziqing was about to start, but Xiaohi, as if courting death, looked up and glanced sideways at Li Ziqing. "Uncle Li, is there anything else?" Li Ziqing stared coldly at Xiaohi, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists. Then, pretending nothing was wrong, he shook his head with a smile and silently turned to leave. Chapter 9 takes over the script of The Thief Catcher. Xiaohi continued this provocative behavior for more than half a month. Whenever Li Ziqing gets close to Li Hanyue, Xiaohi will find various reasons to interrupt their contact. In order to avoid misunderstandings, Xiaohi's actions are very subtle. He will also occasionally bring Lu Zheong along. To others, it just looks like the three of them have a good relationship, and no one will think much of it. Of course, except for Li Ziqing. The way he looked at Xiaohi now carried an undisguised murderous intent. The scenes at the slaughterhouse were almost finished being filmed, and Li Ziqing didn't do anything extra. That day, Xiaohi finally completed the filming he hadn't finished last time, portraying the kind of mad desire that Ho Rongxuan had demanded. Xiaohi, who had been starving for 3 days, said that as long as you only drink water and don't eat anything, and someone next to you is tempting you with a plate of fragrant fried chicken, you can also show that kind of extreme crazy desire. According to Lu Zheong and Li Hanyue, who witnessed the scene, when the director said cut and indicated that the scene was over, Xiaohi turned into a beam of light, rushed to the fried chicken bucket next to him, and then gulped down the fried chicken in a whirlwind. Lu Zheong even jokingly said that the scene was like Chihiro's parents were alive, the kind of situation that several people couldn't pull back. He knew perfectly well that this guy was laughing at him for looking like a pig, and in a fit of irritation, he kicked Lu Zheong's butt hard. They had become quite familiar with each other over this period of time, so these jokes and playful banter didn't really make anyone angry. At this time of year, Xiaoyi still feels a bit emotional. He is truly fortunate to have encountered two excellent film crews in a row, and after spending this time with the team, Xiaoyi has accumulated 40 points again. This is more than all the points he had earned before. Xiaoyi decisively decided to continue looking for scripts and continue acting, not for any other reason, but purely out of interest and fondness. So, when Xiaoyi was about to finish filming, he began to secretly inquire about the casting situation of other film crews. The first person he asked was Lu Zheong. Lu Zheong was taken aback for a moment, then asked in surprise, "Brother Xiao, are you planning to develop your career in the entertainment industry?" Because Xiaoyi's aura was so intimidating, automatically giving him the imposing presence of someone 2 meters tall, Lu Zheong and Li Hanyue both called him Brother Xiao, even though Lu Zheong was actually several years older than Xiaoyi, and Li Hanyue was a few months older than him. Acting seems quite interesting, Xiaoyi replied vaguely. He can't exactly say he came here to legally knife someone, can he? I do know a little about this. Lu Zheong hesitated for a moment, but still told Xiaoyi. Director and Ran is currently preparing a new drama, a modern romance drama, backed by a big IP. If you, no need, Xiaoyi quickly waved his hand, I can't act in a live-action drama. Lu Zheong also felt that Xiaoyi's temperament was not suitable for romantic idol dramas. He then recalled it in his mind and looked somewhat frustrated. Sorry, Brother Xiao, I don't have any relevant types here at the moment. His company is now focused on getting him to become a traffic magnet, and filming idol dramas is the fastest way to gain traffic. So, almost all the projects Lu Zheong has recently received are for idol dramas, while the rest have been rejected by his agent. Lu Zheong is very angry about this and is already considering changing companies. Xiaoyi understood. Thanks, Brother Zheong. It's alright, I didn't help much anyway. Lu Zheong suggested, you could try asking Director Ho directly. Directors have a lot of connections, so if you have a script, you could try to get in touch with him. Xiaoyi nodded, okay, I'll think about it some more. Just then, Zhuo Jianhua walked into the lounge. Lu Zheong and Xiaoyi stood up at the same time to greet him. Although Zhuo Jianhua is the lead actor and has a significant amount of screen time, his scenes are mostly with the investigation team, and he has very few scenes with the three brothers. Therefore, they are not actually very familiar with this veteran actor, but basic courtesy is certainly essential. Zhuo Jianhua nodded to the two of them, then his gaze fell on Xiaoyi. Come here for a moment. Xiaoyi pointed at himself in surprise. Me, right. Zhuo Jianhua stood with his hands behind his back, said nothing more, and gestured for Xiaoyi to follow him out. Go quickly. Lu Zheong winked at Xiaoyi. It must be something good. Xiaoyi could only keep up with Zhuo Jianhua's pace. Once they reached another empty lounge, Zhuo Jianhua finally spoke. An old friend of mine has a son who wrote a script, and there's a role that would be perfect for you. I don't know if you'd be interested. Xiaoyi really didn't expect that someone would offer him a pillow when he was sleepy, and that this person was Zhuo Jianhua, a senior who had hardly spoken to him and with whom he had only a casual relationship. This was both surprising and delightful. Can I ask what genre it is? And what kind of character is he? Xiaoyi didn't answer immediately and continued to ask. Seeing that Xiaoyi wasn't immediately moved, Zhuo Jianhua felt even more admiration for him. Although he hadn't spoken much with this junior, he had been keeping a close eye on him. The junior's acting skills weren't particularly outstanding, but they were very gifted, especially his knife skills, which always amazed Zhuo Jianhua. So when Zhuo Jianhua saw the script handed to him by his friend's son, he immediately thought of Xiaoyi. It's a martial arts script. The character is a cook who is skilled with a boning knife. He's not the lead, but his role is quite important. I think you'll definitely be interested. Xiaoyi's eyes lit up. As expected of a senior, he captured his heart immediately. Does the character commit murder? Xiaoyi asked after a moment's thought. Since it's set in a martial arts world, it must be filled with bloodshed and chaos. Zhuo Jianhua, what a strange question. Kill. Okay, I'll take it. Xiaoyi readily agreed. If they've asked to this extent, it would be foolish not to answer. So before filming wrapped on killing life, Xiaoyi received a script called The Thief Catcher. Take your things and leave. Boss Zhu said, puffing on his cigarette while staring at his underlings. Those cops are definitely watching us. Xu Laosan violently chopped the meat on the cutting board, his face contorted and twitching, both angry at the police's relentless pursuit and terrified of the impending death. I'm not leaving. They have no evidence at all. What are we afraid of? Pa, idiots. Boss Xu spat. Our monopoly business has grown too big. Sooner or later, someone will be envious. Those bastards should all be chopped up and fed to the pigs. Our Xu family line must never be broken. Zhu Laoer spoke up at this moment. You go up the mountain right now. The mountain godfather will take you there. You'll definitely know it better than those guys. Once you're in the mountain, just stay hidden and don't come back. Then let's go together. Xu Laoda slapped Xu Laosan across the face. Damn it, I told you to get lost. If I weren't a prime suspect, do you think I wouldn't want to run away? All that studying has gone to waste. Xu Laosan was stunned by the slap, but he also came to his senses and decisively packed his things into his school bag. The next day at dawn, his figure completely disappeared on his way to school. When the police arrived at the slaughterhouse to arrest the three Zhu brothers, they only found the eldest and the second eldest. Nobody knows where the third brother went, and this disappearance, that's been more than 20 years. Chapter 10, Filming for the first drama wraps up. Congratulations on wrapping up filming. After filming this last scene, Xiaobi finished filming, as did Li Hanyue. Lu Zheong handed the flowers to Xiaohe and Li Hanyue respectively. Thanks. Looking at everyone, Xiaohe's eyes showed a mixture of reluctance and emotion. The month or so he spent on set was a truly novel and unforgettable experience for him. Xiaohe felt that he probably wouldn't forget it for a long time. Even Bao Wei and Zhuo Jianhua came over to offer their congratulations. Ho Rongxuan patted Xiaohe on the shoulder and said earnestly, I originally wanted to introduce you to a director, but I heard from teacher Zhuo that he has already made a move, so I can't compete with him. We can work together in the future if there is an opportunity. Xiaohe quickly thanked him. The group surrounded Li Hanyue and offered her some encouragement, creating a particularly strong atmosphere of farewell. However, when Xiaohe looked at the 100 points he had painstakingly accumulated, the sorrow of parting vanished instantly, and he almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Finally! He finally grinded out 100 points. This also shows how inhuman Zhu Laosan is, forcibly squeezing Xiaohe out a piece of the pie. Thinking about the scenes he had filmed, Xiaohe sincerely hoped that Zhu Laosan would be caught one day. With this expectation in mind, Xiaohe pressed the lottery button. The lottery interface remains as simple and unadorned as ever. The prizes pop up the instant you click on them. Congratulations on obtaining the hacking techniques, beginner, skill. It has been automatically learned. Details on basic hacking techniques. Basic hacking techniques for logging into databases, which can help you commit crimes online. Xiaohe was dumbfounded. What's so special about this? I'm a computer science major myself, and you're giving me some kind of beginner hacker? Who do you think you are? This thing is practically useless. The next moment, Xiaohe was slapped in the face. Suddenly, a wealth of hacking-related knowledge flooded his mind, far exceeding anything he could learn in school. It was as if a new world had been opened up, allowing him to reach a whole new level in his use of computers and networks. If Xiaohe was just an ordinary programmer who wrote code, aiming for it to run without striving for perfection, then he is now a dark phantom who can freely traverse the network, delve into kernel mechanisms, and push the boundaries of the law. That was a completely gray area. But this wasn't what surprised Xiaohe the most. This is only the beginner level? Xiaohe exclaimed in surprise. If a beginner-level hacker is already considered to be at the upper middle level both domestically and internationally, then what level of hacking skills would a higher level be? Unfortunately, it is currently unknown. After packing his things, Xiaohe planned to go back to school first and wait for the new film crew's notice to start filming. He invited Li Hanyue to join him. Li Hanyue waved her hand and instead invited, a friend of mine is coming to pick me up. Why don't you come back with me, brother Xiao? Xiaohe glanced at the car booking time on his phone and was about to agree when an unfamiliar black car slowly pulled up beside them. Teacher Xiao, Teacher Li, where are you going? I can give you a ride. The car window slowly rolled down, and Li Zicheng, sitting in the driver's seat, spoke to the two men. Xiaohe recognized Li Zicheng and immediately became wary. Uncle Li? Aren't you staying with the crew today? The director asked me to buy some more props, Li Zicheng explained, a hint of unease flashing in his eyes. Get in the car, it's not easy to get a taxi around here. What's this guy's purpose? Xiaoyi narrowed his eyes. He's been too busy lately, and before he's even had a chance to free up his hands, this guy is already preparing to take action. Xiaoyi curled his lips into a smile and waved to Li Hanyue. Then I'll ride in Uncle Li's car. Goodbye. He then opened the car door and got into Li Ziqing's car. Li Hanyue nodded. Okay, bye-bye. Brother Xiao. Li Ziqing peeked out and looked at Li Hanyue. Teacher Li, aren't you coming along? Li Hanyue explained. My friend will be here soon, you guys go ahead. Li Ziqing, the man's expression turned ugly for a moment. He turned to look at Xiao He, who looked completely innocent, but ultimately said nothing more. He stepped on the gas and drove out of the film and television base. Inside the car, the two fell into an eerie silence. Xiao He decided to remain calm and composed, placing his hands naturally on his lap, looking straight ahead, appearing completely obedient. Li Ziqing glanced at the young man next to him in the rearview mirror, seemingly pondering something, then reached for a cigarette. Would you like one? Thank you, I don't smoke. Okay. Li Ziqing lit a cigarette and slowly exhaled the smoke. Xiao He silently rolled down his car window. After what seemed like an eternity, Li Ziqing finally spoke. Xiao, you're a student at Shanghai University, right? What brings you to becoming an actor? Xiao He raised an eyebrow. It was a bit of an accident and a bit of luck, and I also really wanted to expose Zhu Laosan's ugly face to the public, so I accepted the director's invitation. I see. Li Ziqing smirked. You do have a strong sense of justice. Xiao He sensed the sarcasm in the man's words, so he decided to take the initiative. Uncle Li, you've been watching my performances lately. What do you think of my acting? Is it accurate enough? Li Ziqing, I don't know much about acting, but I guess if the real Lao San saw you, he would be very surprised. After all, your face is really very realistic. I see. Xiao He drew out his words, his gaze piercing through the smoke as he fixed on the somewhat lean man before slowly shifting his gaze away. Uncle Li, do you think they'll be able to catch the murderer in their lifetime? He. Li Ziqing chuckled. Of course I hope they can catch the murderer as soon as possible, but more than 20 years have passed, and nobody knows what the murderer's situation is. That's true, but it reminds me of a news story I saw before, Xiao He said, seemingly with a sigh. The fugitive that the police have been after for many years hasn't actually gone far. Over the years, he has been lurking near the victims' families, enjoying the thrill of watching the victims' families suffer while the police have done nothing for years. Uncle Li, do you think that Zhu Laosan might be the same way, secretly hiding near the victims' families all these years, and even knowing that a film crew is about to film the murder he committed back then? Li Ziqing paused for a moment, his cigarette trembled, and ash fell onto his trousers, but he didn't care at all. He just turned his head and stared at Xiao He with a cold expression. Meeting the man's scrutinizing gaze, Xiao He pretended not to notice and smiled slightly at him. What's wrong, Uncle Li? We were just chatting casually. What do you think Zhu Laosan's reaction would be if he knew about this? Would he want to come to the set to see? Maybe he'd even comment on how well I, the actor playing Zhu Laosan, have portrayed the character? The young man's smile was not inherently malicious, but his criminal nature added a touch of mockery and ridicule to it, as if he already knew everything perfectly well. Li Ziqing licked his dry lips and said, I don't know anything about these things. Speaking of which, Uncle Li has a rather heavy accent. Were you from Province C before? Why did you decide to develop your career in Shanghai? Li Ziqing stroked the steering wheel. I just came here casually to broaden my horizons. After all, he looked at Xiao He with a half smile. Zhao's knife skills have really opened my eyes. It's the first time I've ever seen them. They are quite different from the techniques I usually see. How did you learn to wield that sword, Xiao? It's the boning technique. The young man said quietly. Uncle Li, do you know that bone shaving is all about efficiency and aesthetics? If you're fast enough, you can even see the prey's muscles spasm and twitch due to the nerve reflexes that haven't dissipated yet, and the bone under the knife will seem to dance. If you're too slow, it might get stuck in the gaps between the bones, making a creaking sound, which would greatly damage the completion and efficiency of the work. Li Ziqing narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh? He glanced at the rearview mirror, and the young man in the mirror seemed to know he was being watched. His gaze pierced through the mirror and met his eyes. Those dark eyes were exactly like someone's from 20 years ago, filled with pure evil. Uncle Li, have you ever experienced this? Chapter 11 Unexpected rear-end collision. Sizzle, bang, the car made a sharp sound as its tires screeched against the ground. then crashed into the rear of the car in front, throwing the two people inside forward at the same time. Thump Chow. He didn't expect Li Ziqing to react this way. He slammed his nose into the seat in front of him and almost burst into tears. Li Ziqing also twisted his neck and looked like he was in pain. "Are you alright?" Xiaoyi instantly snapped out of his previous mood, covered his nose, and replied in a muffled voice, "No, it's nothing." Damn it! He reasonably suspected that this guy was doing it on purpose. Li Ziqing turned to look at Xiaoyi, quickly concealing the murderous intent in his eyes, and replied while holding his neck, "Sorry, there was a sudden stop ahead, I didn't have time to react." It's alright." While the two were talking, the people in the car in front reacted more strongly than they expected. As soon as the car door opened, two bodyguards dressed in black followed a young man wearing a mask and a baseball cap. Damn, where did this stalker come from? They're absolutely amazing, they even tracked me all the way here. The young man cursed wildly as he pounded on the car window, his movements anything but gentle, as if he were about to smash Li Ziqing's window to pieces. Neither Li Ziqing nor Xiaoyi expected that the other party would be such a volatile person. Judging from this, he's actually a celebrity? Are they treating them like sightseeing fans? Li Ziqing's face darkened instantly. He rolled down the car window and stared coldly at him. "You were the ones who slammed on the brakes first. And who are you? You start cursing right away? We don't even know you. Oh, you've been following us all this way, and now you're pretending not to know us?" The masked man sneered and went straight for the driver's side door, yelling, "You son of a bitch, get out of here. I'm going to make you famous all over the country today, what you do." Li Ziqing locked the car doors and shouted sternly, while Xiaoyi in the back seat had already dialed the traffic police and the police. Just then, another middle-aged man got out of the car in front. He was wearing a gray suit and looked quite respectable. Xiaoyi guessed that he was probably this guy's manager. Sure enough, the agent went straight to the masked man and grabbed him, saying, "I've already called an ambulance. You go back to the ambulance first, I'll handle things here." "Damn it, Brother Chang, I can't stand this." "Shut up. Don't talk nonsense." The agent was clearly calmer than the masked man. After shouting, he glared fiercely at Li Ziqing and roared in an icy tone, "What's your name? Do you know who you hit? Let me tell you, this isn't over yet, just you wait." Li Ziqing sneered, "What do you mean? Do you think celebrities can just label people like that? You were the ones who were in the wrong first, so why are you blaming us?" Li Ziqing had a very loud voice, and since this place was near a film and television base, and there were other pedestrians passing by on the roadside, they all came over to join in the fun after noticing the commotion. "What's wrong? What's wrong? Was there a car accident? Who was in a car accident? Isn't that Chung Hongwon? Who is it? Ran Yunrui's agent. Ha? It's Ran Ji's manager? Could it be that something happened to Ran Ji? Look, isn't that Brother Ran over there?" As the voices around him grew louder, Chung Hongwon's expression grew increasingly grim. He quickly gave a signal to the bodyguards around him, and then told Ran Yunrui to immediately return to the van and not to show herself again. But just as Ran Yunrui was about to leave, Li Ziqing grabbed him again. "Hey, don't run away. We haven't sorted this out yet. Let go." Ran Yunrui looked arrogant, but he was actually a weakling. He was pulled by Li Ziqing and almost got dragged away. The other bodyguards immediately stepped forward to stop him, and the two sides immediately fell into chaos. At this moment, Xiaoyi was secretly recording the video. To be precise, Xiaoyi started recording video immediately after the rear-end collision to preserve evidence. This GoPro was lent to him by his roommate. He originally intended to record some footage from the film studio for his roommate, but he got so busy that he forgot about it. However, it's not too late to start recording the good life now. However, the two sides did not entangle for long before the traffic police arrived, and Xiaoyi immediately handed over the situation he had filmed. An investigation revealed that Ran Yunrui wasn't lying. They had indeed been followed by a stalker recently, and the car was the same model as Li Ziqing's. This angered Ran Yunrui and his group, who wanted to teach the stalker in the car a lesson. To everyone's surprise, the people in the car were indeed innocent, and not the illegitimate children they thought they were. However, Li Ziqing's car did not have a dashcam, so there is currently no clear evidence as to whether the rear-end collision was caused by the car in front maliciously braking, and Ran Yunrui and his group naturally do not admit it. Li Ziqing was furious and demanded a thorough investigation. However, Ran Yunrue's agent, Chung Hongwon, was quick-witted. After realizing that everything was just a misunderstanding, he promptly apologized to Li Zicheng and provided full compensation and hush money. Even Xiao He received hush money. We were in the wrong in this matter, and we hope that you too will not pursue the matter further. Faced with Cheng Hongwen's smiling face and the compensation, Li Zicheng's words stuck in his throat. He looked down at the envelope in his hand and hesitated. Actually, this car didn't belong to Li Zicheng. It was a company car provided by the film crew, but now that this has happened, he naturally keeps the money for himself. Then don't do this again next time. Li Zicheng immediately changed his attitude and put away the thick envelope. Following Li Zicheng's words, Chung Hongwen looked at Xiao He again. Hey, you in sunglasses, what do you think? Xiao He shrugged, I'm fine with either. So everyone reached an agreement and the matter was successfully resolved. By the time Xiao He came out of the traffic management brigade, it was already dark. The streetlights along the roadside had begun to illuminate the road. Xiao He let out a long sigh of relief and looked in the direction of the streetlights. To his surprise, he discovered that the police station for this jurisdiction was located on the other side of the road. Xiao He glanced at Li Zicheng, who was still talking to Chung Hongwen, and rubbed his chin with some hesitation. This is a perfect opportunity. The murderer is already here, just across the street. Although various tests have basically confirmed Xiao He's guess that Li Zicheng is the fugitive Zhu Laosan and the prototype of killing life, Xiao He has not yet caught Li Zicheng in any way. It's unclear whether Li Zicheng has had plastic surgery, as his face doesn't resemble the wanted poster from back then. No wonder the police were completely unaware of it all these years ago. Moreover, Xiao He had just secretly observed that when the traffic police routinely check Li Zicheng's ID card and driver's license, they did not find any problems with Li Zicheng's identity, meaning that Li Zicheng may have been impersonating someone else for many years, and no one even noticed. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Perhaps Li Zicheng has committed other murders over the years, but Li Zicheng is really strange. He actually came to the film set to watch the crimes he committed in the past. This act of going all the way to his death is really absurd. Just as Xiao He was lost in his own thoughts, the person who had just passed by him suddenly turned back and stopped beside him. Xiao He? Xiao He quickly looked up to see who it was and realized it was the rookie police officer, Xiao Li, whom he had encountered during the erroneous call to the police on the previous film set. Officer Li? Officer Li looked at Xiao He, then at the police station across the street, and asked with some complicated feelings, Xiao, what are you doing here? Standing at the entrance of the police station, still looking hesitant and conflicted. This inexplicably reminded Officer Li of the man who came to the police station to turn himself in last week after murdering and dismembering his wife. Could this guy also be a surrendered official? Chapter 12 Changing Targets. Xiao He was completely unaware that Officer Li had inexplicably developed a thug bias towards him because of the previous incident. Upon seeing Officer Li, he was pleasantly surprised. I ran into a bit of trouble, just finished dealing with it. Officer Li, are you heading back to the police station? However, the misunderstanding continued, and Officer Li automatically interpreted Xiao He's words as something more complete. Something happened, I committed a crime and got arrested, just finished dealing with it, just released. Sigh. The fact that they were able to get out means the matter isn't serious. Officer Li sighed regretfully, patted Xiao He on the shoulder, and said earnestly, what's done is done. Learn from this experience, be more careful in the future, focus on your acting, and live a good life. I'm leaving now. I hope we won't meet again next time. Xiao He? Okay. Wait a minute. Something feels off. However, Officer Li had already left in a hurry. Just as Xiao He was about to call Officer Li back to explain, Li Zicheng had finished talking and came out. As he watched the figure in the blue uniform disappear into the distance, Li Zicheng's eyes darkened slightly, revealing a hint of resentment and wariness. Do you know any police officers? He looked at Xiao He, his expression revealing a shock that seemed to say, you have betrayed everyone. Xiao He, who betrayed us? Who's on your side? I'm a good man of iron will. I never do anything bad. Wait, how did Li Zicheng get matched? Does he really think I'm the same kind? Xiao He was shocked, but also found it quite reasonable. He himself had such a strong criminal aura that even the police couldn't help but suspect him, so it was normal for Li Zicheng to suspect that he was the same kind of person. So, could this guy think that he also had his eye on Li Hanyue? Xiao He felt ashamed. He had absolutely no desire to be like this guy. Never mind, I'll secretly report this guy when he gets back. Shouty believed that once the police received the information, they would definitely investigate it thoroughly. He refused to believe that this person truly had no flaws whatsoever. That guy is my good brother, Xiao, he said deliberately. We're very close. He heard I had some minor problems, so he came to check on me. Although he had only met Officer Li twice so far, and Xiaohui didn't even know the other's name, but that didn't stop Xiaohui from fooling Li Ziqing. Sure enough, Li Ziqing's expression became more serious, and the way he looked at Xiaohui gradually changed. Xiaohui didn't explain, but said, "Then I'll be going now. Goodbye, Uncle Li. Shall I walk you a little further?" Li Ziqing said tentatively. No. Xiaohui hailed a taxi at lightning speed and returned to school. Li Ziqing stared at Xiaohui's departing figure, his fingers tracing patterns on the ground, his eyes revealing a deep killing intent. I originally wanted to choose that bitch, the man muttered to himself in a hoarse voice, but what could be more challenging than I killing another me? After taking a taxi back to his dorm, Xiaohui first packed his things. He lives in a 4-person dormitory with bunk beds, desks underneath, and an ensuite bathroom, which is considered one of the better accommodations among public universities, and everyone is quite satisfied with their living conditions. However, since all the seniors are out doing internships, Xiaohui is currently the only one living in the dormitory. Xiaohui first took some time to do a quick cleaning, then ordered takeout and sat back down to eat before finally turning on his computer. Surprisingly, the celebrity named Ran Yunrui is quite famous online, and his car accident has caused quite a stir online. Thinking of that guy who used profanity as punctuation, Xiaohui's curiosity was piqued, and he followed the trending topic. To check it out, Ran Yunrui has starred in 2 popular idol dramas, and recently it has been reported that he is involved in the production of a major IP idol drama at a film and television base, and will play the male lead. Many of his fans are full of expectations. Now that the car accident has happened, fans are in an uproar, and videos from the scene are circulating everywhere. Marketing accounts are also seizing this opportunity to stir up trouble online, making the matter even more intense. Xiaohui clicked on the video to view it and found that there were 2 main videos circulating online. One was a video of car debris left at the scene after the 2 cars collided, but it did not capture the condition of the vehicles, leaving people with endless imagination. The other was a video of Ran Yunrui lying on a stretcher and being pushed into an ambulance. The most amazing thing is that there's a bunch of chat logs that I don't know where they came from. One of the chat logs, supposedly from an insider, how insider, of course, couldn't be said, supposedly revealed that the driver who rear-ended Ran Yunrui was hired by a stalker who had been chasing him for days. Ran Yunrui had tried to shoo him away several times before, but to no avail. This time, in an attempt to escape the stalker's pursuit, the 2 cars accidentally collided. Ran Yunrui is currently in the hospital, and his condition is unknown. He's really unlucky. Great. These are absolutely authoritative chat screenshots. It seems we have no choice but to believe them. My brother must have suffered a tremendous injustice. Upon seeing these chat logs, the fans believed them immediately without any hesitation. My goodness, are stalker fans really this brazen now? Are they turning into a Fast and Furious movie? Is it really impossible to be a rational fan? This is absolutely terrifying. Boycott seeing fans. Wah, I hope nothing bad happens to Yunrui. Ugh, what does this stalker look like? Did anyone take pictures? I'm so angry. If I run into it in person, I'll definitely kill it. I wish I could trade 10 years of my life for a successful surgery for Yunrui, please. Sob. Xiaohui was dumbfounded. Big socks, is this still Chinese? No wonder they offered money to keep quiet back then. It's likely that the agent named Chung Hongwen had already planned this public opinion campaign when he was still with the Traffic Management Brigade. This would allow them to maximize their profits from this incident, while also using this opportunity to solidify their fanbase and eliminate seeing fans, obsessive fans. Xiaohui was willing to guarantee that much of the information in this story was spread by Ran Yunrui's company itself. Even those seemingly brainless and misleading statements below are mostly made by paid trolls hired by the company. The power of public opinion manipulation is just too strong. If he hadn't witnessed it all today, he probably would have thought that Ran Yunrui was on the verge of death and lying in the hospital undergoing emergency treatment. Xiaohui shook his head helplessly. This is why many people are prejudiced against traffic stars. They stir up public opinion, fabricate conflicts, and despite not showing any professional ability, their fans are crazy about them. I wonder what these girls' attitudes would be if they knew Ran Yunrui used profanity as punctuation. Xiaohui browsed the internet again, And only after confirming that no videos or photos of him had been circulated online did he breathe a slight sigh of relief. It seems that Chung Hongwon and his group managed to keep things within limits. Although they were talking nonsense, they didn't drag ordinary people into the fray or let their fans cyberbully them. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind letting Ran Yunrue's cursing video be broadcast all over the internet. Chapter 13 The Belated Email, Revised. After witnessing the farce of Ran Yunrue and his fans, Xiaohe began to seriously investigate Li Zicheng. As expected, Li Zicheng had very little online presence before, including nearly 3 years of complete internet disconnection. We live in the internet age now. Are there really people who don't use the internet at all? Just as Xiaohe finished organizing Li Zicheng's relevant information and was preparing to find relevant channels to report Li Zicheng, his phone suddenly lit up. Xiaohe glanced at it and saw that it was a text message from Li Hanyue. Li Hanyue, brother Xiao, are you free now? Let's get together. Xiaohe was somewhat surprised, and his gaze subconsciously swept over the time on his phone. 11:50 p.m. Although this time might be just the beginning of a young person's nightlife, what about him and Li Hanyue? That's so strange, especially since they only parted ways this afternoon. Xiaohe originally wanted to refuse directly, but suddenly frowned and stared at the message in deep thought for a long time. Xiaohe, are we the only ones? Li Hanyue, yes, there are some things I'd like to discuss with you privately. Okay, case solved. This person is definitely not Li Hanyue. After spending this time together, Xiaohe understood Li Hanyue quite well. She wasn't the type to be so presumptuous. Even if she wanted to invite him out for dinner, she would definitely invite Lu Zheong as well. And most importantly, they are all college students, and they all have access restrictions. Li Hanyue, being a college student herself, couldn't possibly be unaware of this. Given her personality, she would definitely have discussed it with Xiaohe beforehand, rather than at this awkward time. Having figured all this out, Xiaohe decisively turned on his computer to trace the login IP of this account and directly hacked into the surveillance footage in the vicinity. It was a bar, crowded and bustling with people. The dance floor was filled with dancing bodies, and young men and women sat in their booths, drinking and enjoying themselves. Their faces were illuminated by colorful ambient lights, creating a scene of decadent glamour. In such a dimly lit environment, it is clearly unrealistic to accurately locate a person. Moreover, it cannot be ruled out that the other party had already made preparations to avoid surveillance. There was definitely a problem, according to Li Hanyue. She is also preparing to return to the Shanghai Opera House today to handle some recent academic matters at the school. But now, the location of this bar is nowhere near that of the Shanghai Opera House. Without even thinking, Xiaohe immediately guessed who the other party was. Li Zicheng. He has been watching Li Hanyue for a long time, and it is very likely that he will find a way to steal Li Hanyue's account. I just didn't expect that this guy would actually turn his attention to him. After pondering for a moment, Xiaohe cautiously put down his phone without replying. At the same time, Xiaohe had already found the email address that the police had published back then. By following the remaining information on the official website on the internet, looking at the email address that had been quietly there for over 20 years, Xiaohe hesitated. Perhaps he should have sent it directly to the email address that the police now frequently use, instead of this one. After all these years, this email address has probably been abandoned long ago, and no one would see any emails he sent. However, thinking about the plot of Killing Life and the police officer in Killing Life who insisted on finding the truth, Xiaohe still checked the email address and sent anonymous emails to several different official accounts. Let's consider this an explanation to those who persistently pursued the truth more than 10 years ago, even though many years have passed, even though no one is investigating anymore, even though it has been forgotten by them. At the same time, a man was sharpening a knife under the dim light of the overhead lamp. The excited music and boisterous footsteps from the bar upstairs could still be faintly heard from the ceiling. But the man just kept his head down and kept rubbing the butcher knife in his hand. The silvery white blade was faintly visible under the light. Buzz, buzz. Not far behind the man, his phone kept vibrating with incoming calls, but he remained unmoved, his eyes filled with fervor and devotion, his entire attention focused on the knife. Finally, the phone went silent, and the man finished sharpening his knife. He looked up at his masterpiece, watching the blade gleam, and a hint of madness gradually appeared on his originally somewhat honest face. Just you wait. Zhu Laosan, well, one day, the butcher's knife slammed hard onto the chopping board with a dull thud. The light bulb overhead seemed to be startled, flickering weakly a few times before going out completely. The entire space was suddenly plunged into darkness. Chengdu, Province C. Tonight, Wu Jiangwo felt like he had something on his mind, and he tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Dad is probably asleep, don't disturb him. But this email address is very important. My dad said before that if I see it, I must tell him. It's too late today, it's the same if we talk about it tomorrow morning. The couple were whispering to each other at the door when the door suddenly opened. Old Master Wu looked at his son and daughter-in-law with a puzzled expression. What is it? Dad, so you're still awake. Wu Juanxiang breathed a sigh of relief. Dad, that special email address you mentioned earlier suddenly went off. I heard it when I was shutting down the computer. Do you want to take a look? Wu Jiangwo was taken aback. Email? It's that email account that automatically logs into your computer every day, Dad. Before Wu Juanxiang could finish speaking, he saw his father rushing into the study with great speed. The couple were so frightened that they quickly followed, afraid that the old man might panic and cause a problem in the study. When the old man saw the mailbox, which had been dormant for more than 10 years, flashing a red dot again, his hands trembled. If any members of the film crew were here, they would definitely recognize that this Mr. Wu Jiangwo was the real-life inspiration for the male lead in Killing Life, the head of the special task force responsible for investigating the case back then. More than 20 years have passed, and the criminal police officer who was in his prime back then has now started to have a full head of white hair. Even though he solved countless cases and won countless honors and praises in the first half of his life, he inevitably has countless regrets in his heart. Among them, the case of the 3 Zhu brothers at Ronto slaughterhouse was one of his deepest concerns. Back then, in order to gather more intelligence and track down fugitives, the police established numerous reporting channels. They even created a special email address, clinging to a sliver of hope, to publicly collect evidence and clues about the Zhu brothers' crimes, especially regarding the whereabouts of the youngest brother, Zhu. Unfortunately, so many years have passed, and the email address has received very few messages. Later, when Wu Jiangwo retired, he still held onto that obsession, so he applied for that email address from the bureau, logged into his computer, and would check it from time to time. But so many years have passed, and I've even changed computers several times, but that email account has remained silent, and I haven't received any new emails since. Even Wu Jiangwo himself has given up hope. Unexpectedly, Wu Jiangwo closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down and not have too much hope. We've been disappointed so many times already, haven't we? Finally, Wu Jiangwo composed himself and, with trembling hands, clicked into his email system. There were no spam messages in the email account set up by the police. When Wu Jiangwo clicked on it, the inbox was clean. Apart from a few emails received more than 10 years ago, there was only one email at the very top, which was from not long ago. But he put on his reading glasses and carefully examined the document, after which a mixture of astonishment and complex emotions gradually rose on his face. Upon seeing the attached photo and surveillance video, Wu Jiangwo's heart pounded, and his eyes widened like saucers as he intently observed the person's appearance and movements. The couple next to him, Wu Juanxiang and his wife, were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe. As so many years have passed, and the people from back then have long since changed their appearance. Even their voices and figures have undergone tremendous changes due to their growth. But Wu Jiangwo still recognized them at a glance. Even if they've had plastic surgery on their faces and their bodies have changed, they rarely notice one thing: their ears. The shape of the ear is basically fixed after adulthood, and the shape, size, outline, and earlobe shape of the ear vary from person to person. These people are unlikely to have their ears fixed during cosmetic surgery. Thus, the ears also became one of the unique pieces of information about a person. As an experienced veteran criminal investigator, Wu Jiangwo's eyesight remained impeccable even when he needed reading glasses. Moreover, he had never forgotten the person's situation over the years, and had even imagined what the person looked like in his dreams. This man is Xu Laosan. Chapter 14: The victim's case replicated? Revised. Xiaohe had no idea how much of a stir his emails had caused. At this moment, Xiaohe, who should have been asleep, was squatting at the entrance of the dark underground parking garage of the bar, dozing off with his head propped up. As his head gradually slid down until it completely fell, Xiaohe shook his head heavily, his vision clearing somewhat. How much longer? Haven't you seen the email yet? Xiaohe muttered to himself and then switched to squatting on the other leg. Xiaohe had originally planned to go to sleep and be done with it, but since he hadn't seen Li Zicheng arrested, he was still a little uneasy. In addition, Li Zicheng had inexplicably taken the initiative to contact him, and Xiaohe was worried that if he didn't respond, Li Zicheng would turn his attention back to Li Haneyue. After thinking it over, Xiaohe felt that he should come to the scene to see for himself, at least to personally see Li Zicheng get into the car. Xiaohe had been squatting there for quite a while, but still hadn't seen anyone. He was about to stand up and shake his numb legs when he suddenly heard a person's hurried footsteps coming from the exit. Upon hearing the voice, Xiaohe knew it wasn't the police. He quickly held his breath and moved into a corner. Then, he watched as a man, just like him, walked in from behind the light, his clothes completely covered, and sneaked into the depths of the underground parking lot. The parking lot in this area is usually used, but the infrastructure is poor. Many light bulbs are off, and there is trash scattered around. Because Xiaobi was crouching in the corner of the exit, completely blending into the darkness, he didn't notice that there was someone hiding in the corner. Xiaobi sniffed and inexplicably caught a whiff of blood. At this time, in this place, at this critical juncture, who could it be? Xiaobi had a bad feeling. He hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and decided to quietly follow. Having been in the dark for quite some time, Xiaobi's vision was exceptionally clear. He precisely avoided the trash on the road and followed the person slowly into the depths of the parking lot. A minute later, he heard a low, hoarse voice from not far away. Why did you change your target? Why didn't you answer my calls? What's it to you? Get lost. Xiaohi's ears perked up instantly. Don't be ungrateful. Perhaps the darkness amplified one's senses, for Xiaohi could even clearly hear the sound of something piercing flesh and bursting open. Then came the sound of someone staggering and falling. Holy crap! Xiaohi quickly pressed himself against the wall pillar, listening intently to the sounds coming from the other side. He just happened to stumble upon a crime scene. Who died? Was it Li Ziqing, or the person who just came in? What's going on with them? Is it infighting among their own group? Xiaohi's mind raced, and he quietly pressed the button for his pre-prepared backup plan. What? The bar upstairs, which was originally playing upbeat music, suddenly transformed into an emergency alarm scene. The sounds were like a dozen police cars rushing into the bar. The shrill, noisy noise stunned everyone inside. Wow! What's that sound? Which idiot is doing this abstract animation? Turn it off right now. Huh? What's going on? Why can't I turn it off? As people upstairs gasped in alarm, the sharp sirens quickly traveled through the ceiling to the basement. That elusive feeling has a powerful deterrent effect on all those who feel guilty. Almost as soon as the sound rang out, Xiaohi heard the sound of hurried, fleeing footsteps. Once the footsteps had faded into the distance, Xiaohi quickly followed the sound to where Li Ziqing and the others were. Surprisingly, the person lying on the ground was Li Ziqing. Xiaohi turned on his phone and, by the dim light of the screen, vaguely saw that Li Ziqing's chest had been pierced by some sharp weapon, and blood was gushing out continuously. Li Ziqing collapsed to the ground, his pupils gradually dilating. Looking at the only light in front of him, he struggled to move his hand, trying to call for help. Help me. Xiaohi pursed his lips, surprisingly feeling little emotion. Having seriously played the role of Zhu Laosan, he truly couldn't feel any pity for this despicable fellow. Zhu Laosan, he drew out his words, slowly squatted down, and looked down at the people on the ground. His face, covered by a mask, revealed only his cold and indifferent eyes. Wasn't Wu Xiaohua begging you in the same way back then? Begging you to save her, but you raped her again, dragged her back to the slaughterhouse, and dismembered her with your brothers, even throwing her into the pigsty to destroy the evidence. Li Ziqing trembled all over, whether from Xiaohi's words or from the fear of impending death, he didn't know. He clenched his fists and said in a trembling voice, I admit it, it's all my fault. Please save me. Xiaohi simply shook his head, his gaze filled with disdain and mockery. You don't know you're wrong, you're just about to die. As he finished speaking, Xiaohi suddenly heard a barely perceptible footstep behind him. Danger signals travel through the nerves to the brain, and a chilling sense of death washes over you. Without giving Xiaohi any time to think, the moment that penetrating chill ran down his spine, Xiaohi caught a glimpse of the butcher knife on the chopping board beside him. At the same time, his body unleashed unprecedented potential. Xiaohi rolled away on the spot, dodging the opponent's sneak attack, and firmly gripped the knife. With a backhand wrist twist and a horizontal slash of the blade, Xiaohi unleashed his innate skills. His movements were fluid and without hesitation, and he used almost all his strength in the swing of his blade. With a muffled cry of pain, Xiaohi felt some liquid splash onto his body, but he didn't have time to look down. Instead, he continued to twist his wrist, the blade upright, his gaze coldly fixed on the person who had returned. The pig slaughtering knife that Li Ziqing had carefully sharpened was now emitting a chilling silver light in the darkness. The man in the darkness gasped for breath and suppressed pain, clearly having been seriously injured in the counterattack. He stared intently at Xiaohi through the pitch-black space, while Xiaohi remained silent, raising his knife to express his stance. With sirens blaring overhead, the two men fell into a silent standoff. In the end, the person opposite did not dare to test the power of Xiaohi's butcher knife again and turned to flee. Xiaohi, however, did not feel joy because of this. His brain was working at lightning speed. He just seems to have accidentally slashed that guy. No, if he doesn't fight back, he'll Be the one lying on the ground. What should we do? Given the current situation, don't assume he did it, okay? Xiaoyi looked down and checked himself. The hand holding the knife was wearing a medical glove left over from filming, and he was wearing a very thin protective suit. In order not to make any noise when moving, he had specially tightened it with safety pins to ensure it fit snugly, and he was also wearing it under an ordinary sports jacket. Well, Xiaoyi admitted that he was indeed very suspicious right now. In all honesty, he really just didn't want to be associated with the police, so he deliberately dressed very conservatively. Well, it's very dark here, and he's fully armed. The other side didn't see his face, and there weren't many traces of him left at the scene, except for footprints and... Damn it, Li Zicheng! Xiaoyi turned on his phone again and shone it on Li Zicheng. The wicked man was lying quietly on the ground, his eyes wide open, his expression contorted in pain, and he had already stopped breathing. Xiaoyi clicked his tongue lightly out. It's too good for him to die like that. A guy like that should take his own trial bullet in prison. Xiaoyi felt a little regretful, but he didn't dare to linger any longer. As for the mysterious accomplice, he could only leave it to the police to investigate. He believed that the bloodstains left behind by that guy would provide the police with some clues. After making this decision, Xiaoyi continued to send instructions to the bar upstairs, using the pretext of a mysterious event to lure many people in the bar to the basement. Most of the people in the bar were young, curious, and had been drinking. With so many people around, they were bold and actually went downstairs to check out the mysterious activity. Immediately afterwards, someone discovered the crime scene, and was so shocked that they sobered up instantly and screamed, "Ah!" Accompanied by screams, police cars with flashing lights arrived at the scene. Unfortunately, the crime scene had been completely destroyed by the group of drunken young people. The dusty ground was covered with various footprints from their panic. Xiaoyi, who was hiding in the crowd, quickly left the place under the cover of night. All that remained at the scene was a mess and a gradually cooling corpse. The next day, Xiaoyi was awakened by the constant vibrations of his phone messages. Lu Ziyang, oh my god, brother Xiao, wake up. Something terrible has happened. Xiaoyi rubbed his eyes, having roughly guessed what Lu Ziyang had said, but still picked up his phone to ask, Xiaoyi, what's wrong? Lu Ziyang, there's so much information, I don't even know where to begin. Lu Ziyang, Uncle Li, you remember him, right? The Uncle Li who always gave us water on set. He's dead. He was stabbed to death in a bar last night. By the time the police got there, his body was already cold. Xiaoyi? Lu Ziyang, and it's said that he's the real-life inspiration for the case from back then, Zhu Laosan. The police have already started investigating this matter. Our director was taken away by the police for questioning early this morning, and I was also questioned. Brother Xiao, you should also be notified to give a statement soon, so be prepared. I never imagined that the real-life inspiration for the case we're filming is lurking right among us. It's truly terrifying to think about. Xiaoyi, are the director and the others all right? Lu Ziyang, it's nothing serious, just basic questioning. They now suspect that Li Zicheng has actually been lurking near the victims' families for over 20 years. Didn't our screenwriter go to Province C for a while to communicate with the victims' families? It's highly likely that our crew was targeted by Li Zicheng around that time. Xiaoyi, why are you targeting our film crew? Even now, Xiaoyi doesn't quite understand this question. He didn't understand why Li Zicheng would target Li Haney Yui. It can't be that they're related by blood just because they both have the surname Li, right? Lu Ziyang, ahem, Director Ho heard about this from his brother-in-law, who's a bureau chief. Don't spread it around, okay? Apparently, Li Zicheng is trying to replicate the murder case. Xiaoyi? A replica of a murder case? Sure enough, he couldn't understand the twisted ideas. Lu Ziyang, he has set his sights on Li Hanyue. He plans to kidnap her. Simply because Li Hanyue played the role from back then, which holds a fatal attraction for him. He wants to replicate everything he did to Wu Xiaohua back then onto Li Hanyue. To prove his criminal prowess and to provoke the police once again. Xiaoyi's expression instantly turned cold. That was such an easy death. Xiaoyi, how is Li Hanyue doing now? Lu Ziyang, she was frightened and is currently receiving psychological counseling. Xiaoyi sighed. As the actress who played Wu Xiaohua, Li Hanyue knows best the hurt and pain that Wu Xiaohua suffered back then, and that was just a hair's breadth away from becoming reality. How could this not evoke fear and lingering dread? Considering that he was playing the role of Zhu Laosan, Li Hanyue probably didn't want to hear his voice for the time being, so Xiaoyi only sent Li Hanyue a text message of condolence. However, Li Hanyue quickly replied to the message, which was a voice message with a nasal tone from crying brother Xiao, thank you. Now that I think back on what happened before, I realize that every time Li Ziqing appeared around me, you and brother Lu would show up and interrupt our conversation. Although you may have just meant it, I am really, really grateful to you for making my memories feel safe. At least in her memories, she had two companions who faced it together, preventing her memories from becoming a nightmare. Thinking of Li Ziqing, who was already dead, Li Hanyue felt that there was nothing to be afraid of. Xiao He didn't expect that Li Hanyue would only realize this now, but he was also happy that his help could reduce Li Hanyue's psychological trauma. After comforting Li Hanyue, Xiao He was also asked to go to the police station to give a statement. In fact, his presence in this whole case was very low. The only suspicious thing was that he took the same car back to the city center with Li Ziqing yesterday. However, Xiao He wasn't too flustered. He had already cleaned up his tracks yesterday and had no motive to kill anyone, so the police couldn't possibly suspect him. However, the old man Wu, who was listening in, asked Xiao He several computer-related questions in a row, leaving Xiao He's back soaked with sweat. However, the thing that terrified Xiao He did not happen. In old Master Wu's eyes was emotion, relief, and the carefree feeling of having resolved his inner conflict. I'm getting old, getting old. This case has been on my mind all these years. Now that I've seen that email, everything has finally come to a conclusion. I'm not that curious anymore. Xiao He glanced at old Master Wu one last time, pursed his lips, said nothing, and quietly left. Afterwards, Xiao He kept a close eye on the development of the case. Li Ziqing is dead, and his unsolved case can finally come to an end. But the investigation into his murder has only just begun. After investigating the bloodstains left at the scene, police discovered something surprising. Besides Zhu Laosan's DNA, another fugitive's DNA was also found at the scene. The fugitive's name is Shi Wei. Years ago, he brutally murdered his lover and parents, and after accumulating 3 lives, he fled with money. The police have been searching for him for 7 years. No one expected him to appear here, or even get involved with Li Ziqing. However, it is said that both of them are from Province C, and it is very likely that they met each other during their escape. Based on the situation at the scene, it appears that Shi Wei had a conflict with Li Ziqing, which resulted in both of them injuring each other, ultimately leading to 1 death and 1 injury. Unfortunately, after this appearance, he disappeared without a trace again, and the police lost track of him once more, unable to arrest him. However, the case of Zhu Laosan has finally come to an end after more than 20 years. The victim's family members personally came to Shanghai to thank the police and the film crew. They said that if the film crew hadn't brought Li Ziqing to their door, they might never have received a satisfying answer before they died. Although Li Ziqing was not brought to justice, they were relieved to know that he had not had a good life over the years and was even murdered by others in the end. Director Ho Rongxuan was beaming with joy, never expecting such good fortune to happen to their crew. He quickly called Xiao He back to reshoot the scenes, determined to bring the case to a complete conclusion. Chapter 15 joins the team. Fourth, the thief catcher. A few days later, Xiao He, having finished reshooting Killing Life, officially joined the crew of the thief catcher. The thief catcher was recommended to Xiao He by the veteran writer Zhuo Jianhua. The director and screenwriter were the same person. Xiao He met the person once when he received the script. He was a young man who looked about the same age as him, named Lin Yiping. Lin Yiping just graduated from Dongxi Theater Company last year and currently has no notable works to show for it, and is virtually unknown in the industry. But if it were a normal actor, there's a high probability they wouldn't take this role. After all, martial arts films are in decline now, with virtually no market. Even if they gritted their teeth and finished filming, they could only be released on online platforms. And a director like Lin Yiping is an absolute disaster. However, Xiao He is not a normal actor. For him, as long as he can kill, that's enough. When the two of them are together, neither of them should look down on the other. Moreover, from a reader's perspective, Xiao He's The Thief Catcher is indeed a fairly good work. The story takes place during the Xuanhai era of the Song dynasty. At that time, the emperor was obsessed with art and neglected state affairs. Corrupt officials ran rampant, the economy was on the verge of collapse due to war and corruption, taxes were heavy, and the people lived in dire straits. The protagonist is a Jianghu Budo Dasher, a kind of, during a manhunt, the protagonist is unwittingly drawn into a salt smuggling case and becomes the central figure in the pursuit of multiple forces. However, the protagonist himself has no clue about the situation and doesn't even know why he is being hunted by so many people. Thus, the protagonist can only constantly maneuver between these forces to escape, using his connections in the martial arts world to investigate and uncover the true mastermind behind the official salt smuggling case. The plot is rather old-fashioned, still telling the core story of the greatest heroes are those who serve their country and its people. However, the protagonist is not a traditional righteous hero, but rather a money-grubbing miser. Moreover, there are many plot twists later on, which is refreshing. If Xiaoyi hadn't been aware that he had no martial arts or action skills, he would have really wanted to shamelessly ask Lin Yiping to audition for the lead role of Jiang Rushui. Jiang Rushui is indeed a very charismatic character. He is highly skilled in martial arts, and his emotional and intellectual intelligence are both excellent. He manages to live a carefree life despite navigating multiple factions, truly embodying the meaning of leaving without a trace after accomplishing his task, concealing his merits and fame. Of course, Jiang Rushui killed a lot of people. Basically everyone who was chasing him in the story was killed by him. Xiaoyi could imagine how happy he would be if he could kill so many people. However, he was just a cook. After changing his clothes and makeup, Xiaoyi sighed and sat at the entrance of the dilapidated inn, watching Lin Yiping direct the staff to move things. Director Lin Yiping was a thin young man with pale skin, who looked somewhat frail, but when directing on set, he had a very commanding presence and could keep the rest of the crew in check. Based on their brief first conversation, Xiaoyi knew that Lin Yiping was a very principled person, and no one could easily change his mind. Oh well, a cook it is. Xiaoyi is currently playing the role of Shinju, a cook at Panglian, who is also a martial arts master who has lived in seclusion for many years. He was once famous throughout the martial arts world for his fearsome boning knife, but later chose to work as an ordinary cook at Panglian, doing odd jobs for the landlady and dealing with troublesome guests. Don't overthink it. Their inn doesn't make human flesh buns. It's just a place to grow flowers and trees and cultivate one's mind. Jiang Rushui was a good friend Shinju met while traveling in the martial arts world. Whenever Jiang Rushui passed by Shinju's place while chasing rankings, he would shamelessly come in to freeload and even borrow money from Shinju, the kind of money he never paid back. It's safe to say that Shinju didn't chop Jiang Rushui up to raise flowers because he truly considered him his best friend. In the storyline, Jiang Rushui is being hunted by multiple forces, and neither the legitimate nor the underworld dares to take him in. Only Shinju can provide Jiang Rushui with a hiding place, giving him a chance to catch his breath. Later, he even used a boning knife to fight his way out of the encirclement for Jiang Rushui, allowing Jiang Rushui to escape with important evidence. It can be said that Shinju does not appear many times, but he appears at key moments every time, making him one of the more important characters. Xiaoyi was very easily satisfied. "You must be Shinju." A voice came from beside him. Xiaoyi looked up and saw a young man dressed in a chivalrous outfit. The man had distinct facial features and sharp angles. Beneath his sword-like eyebrows were piercing eyes, and just by looking at him, one could sense the heroic spirit of a chivalrous person from the martial arts world. Pu Rong, the male lead in this play. According to Xiaoyi's online searches, this person seems to have been a child star before leaving the entertainment industry to attend school and gradually fading from public view. Based on paparazzi reports, Pu Rong's academic performance wasn't particularly outstanding. He later pursued a sports-related major, studying martial arts. Taking on this role now is likely an attempt to leverage his strengths to regain attention, return to the public eye, and rejoin the acting profession. Xiaoyi just couldn't understand how Lin Yiping had convinced Pu Rong to participate in his film. After all, Pu Rong was a former child star with high national recognition, so there was no need for him to join this brand new cast. "Hello, Teacher Pu. I'm Xiaoyi." Xiaoyi stood up and greeted her. "I've seen videos of you using a knife." Compared to Xiaoyi's restraint, Pu Rong appeared much more composed, even somewhat excited. "How did you do that? Do you really know the boning knife technique? How many years does it take to practice that? Who is your master? Do you take on apprentices? It looks amazing." "Xiaoyi, it's confirmed, this person who studies martial arts does indeed have some martial arts dreams." "That's an exaggeration. I was just playing around. I didn't find a master and didn't study for very long." "Thank you for your praise." Xiaoyi could only reply to them one by one. Pu Rong's enthusiasm did not wane. "Oh, is that so? Then could you teach me later? I can teach you martial arts, or do you know how to do wire work? I can teach you step by step later." Xiaoyi exclaimed in delight, "Great! There are many action scenes in The Thief Catcher. Although the character Shinju mainly shows off his knife skills and does not perform any wall running, he will definitely still have to use wires. Purong's help can greatly solve his later problems. With this topic in mind, the two chatted casually for a while, and Xiaobi realized that Purong was not as glorious as he had imagined. To sigh, what's so great about being a child star? I've lost my fame a long time ago. Purong waved his hand. Newcomers come and go in the industry so quickly these days, and there are so many handsome guys. What advantage do I have? At most, I can earn some nostalgia points when I go out, but there are still a lot of comments saying that I've grown up ugly. As a child, as long as one's features are well proportioned, one can look quite cute. But things change when one grows up. After Purong lost the baby fat on his cheeks, his facial features became more defined, and he gained a lot of tough guy vibes. He is completely different from the well-behaved child he was as a child. In addition, he is not the kind of outstandingly handsome man, which has led many people to have a disillusioned impression of him. It is even more difficult for him to break back into the entertainment industry than for ordinary people. Don't laugh at me, but I've already had several flops. Luckily, not many people watch my shows now, and very few people know about them. Purong gave a wry smile. This is the last male lead role I could get. If it still doesn't work out, I'll probably have to retire from the entertainment industry and go back to opening a martial arts school. Xiaobi listened and offered words of comfort, while also feeling quite moved. People's circumstances are really different. Some people work hard for most of their lives and still can't go far, while others can easily stir up trouble and have a smooth journey. The entertainment industry is really an interesting place. Shinju, Jiang Rushuai, they're here. Lin Yiping was calling out the two characters' names over there. Xiao He and Purong quickly went over. Because the production crew was very basic, most of the funds were spent on props and locations, so Lin Yiping didn't hold a grand opening ceremony. A few core crew members stood in the rented-in lobby, bowed to the portrait of Guan Yu hanging in the center of the lobby, and that was it. Then they began preparing for the first scene after filming started. Chapter 16, the first scene of the martial arts filming. Shinju is a ruthless and taciturn character. Xiao He only needs to stand in front of the chopping board, pick up the boning knife, and the coldness and arrogance in his eyes perfectly reflect Shinju's personality. Lin Yiping was very satisfied, while Purong was somewhat surprised. Purong had only seen videos of Xiao He using a boning knife before, but he didn't expect that the other party's acting skills were also very good. This made Purong even more excited for the upcoming filming. Thump, thump, thump. A few faint knocking sounds came from the dimly lit kitchen. The ordinary-looking young cook put down his knife, looked expressionlessly at the window, and said in a cold tone, "Come in." The next moment, a carefree swordsman dressed in black, a smile on his face, nimbly vaulted in through the window. "Brother Shin, long time no see." As he spoke, the young swordsman acted as if he were at home, casually picking up some fruit from the side and putting it in his mouth. He also deftly hooked a jar of strong liquor on the ground with his toe and put it in his arms. He lazily leaned over Shinju and lay down on the wooden table next to him like an old man. The whole sequence of movements was fluid and graceful. Before Shinju could even answer the Nitaran's question, he had already lay down and was eating and drinking for free, as if he were the master of the place. Shinju had a lot to say, but he didn't kick the person out. He simply picked up the boning knife on the cutting board again and silently began cutting the ingredients. "I've heard about what's been going on with you lately. People from both the martial arts world and the imperial court are after you. You'd better be aware of your actions and not cause me any trouble." Jiang Rushuai chuckled and downed a mouthful of wine. "That's too late. Who in the martial world doesn't know about our relationship? I'm afraid those people have already caught up with us." Shinju lowered his eyes. "Then we'll have no choice but to throw you out." Jiang Rushuai rolled his eyes, then said with a wronged expression, "But your inn hasn't been open for several days either, right? When people come, they'll stay at the inn, and the landlady's flowers will be saved." Shinju remained silent, simply picking the person up and throwing them outside. "Tell the boss lady yourself." Jiang Rushuai was thrown out of the window by Shinju, then landed lightly, tossed the wine jar back onto the windowsill, and said with a grin, "I understand, I won't thank you for your kindness." Shinju rolled his eyes and slammed the window shut. With this, the first scene between Xiao He and Purong officially came to an end. One take. Lin Yiping reviewed the footage and then highly praised the two performers' abilities. Purong removed the harness from his body, smiled kindly at Xiao He, and looked more relaxed. "You cooperated very well. Xiaoyi also gave him a thumbs up. It's because teacher Pu was so skilled. Pu Rong performed the actions of vaulting through the window with one hand and hooking the wine jar with his foot in one continuous shot. The movements were very smooth and without any mistakes. Pu Rong also cooperated with Xiaoyi in throwing Xiaoyi away. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to appear so relaxed. Thinking about it this way, Xiaoyi really felt it was a pity. With Pu Rong's skills, he should have shone brightly in martial arts films. With the successful completion of the first scene, the morale of the crew gradually rose, and the filming at the end went unexpectedly smoothly. A busy day is spent shooting like this. The crew members were all staying at a small hotel next to the film and television base. After returning to his room and washing up, Xiaoyi prepared to lie down and rest, but just then, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, and Xiaoyi didn't recognize it much. However, he had been in contact with many people during this period, including several agents, so Xiaoyi still chose to answer the call. "Hello, is this Brother Xiao?" A somewhat familiar voice came from the other side. Xiaoyi thought for a moment, then asked, "Is it Brother Song from The Burning Heart?" The role in The Burning Heart marked his official transition from playing minor roles to playing villains, something Xiaoyi would never forget. Yes, it's me. I didn't expect you to remember me, Brother Xiao." Xiao Song said happily from the other side. "Of course." Xiaoyi said, somewhat puzzled. "Did something go wrong during filming? Is there some scene that needs to be res hot with him?" No, it's because our web series is going to be released next week, and we hope you can help promote it." "So fast?" Xiaoyi was surprised. It has only been 2 months since he finished filming, and he has already completed the remaining filming, editing, submission for review and other processes. This speed is beyond Xiaoyi's expectations. Xiao Song was used to it. It's a low-budget web series, this is normal. And we were lucky this time. The platform we were working with had some problems with the original series, which opened up a slot, so we just filled in. Although it was rushed, it's currently the off-season, and there are no other popular dramas airing at the same time, so these small production teams can take advantage of this gap to make a living. So everyone in the production team is very satisfied with the result. As for the rest, we can only wait and see after the broadcast. "Okay, I understand," Xiaoyi replied. "But I'm also a new account, so I might not be able to help you with much publicity." "It's okay, Brother Xiao. Just send me the account information later, and we'll tag you when we promote it." "Okay, I understand." After hanging up with Xiao Song, Xiaoyi immediately created a new account for himself on his phone and sent it to Xiao Song. Taking advantage of the fact that he was already there, Xiaoyi also went to check on the situation of Ran Yunrui, the popular celebrity involved in the previous rear-end collision. After a series of manipulative actions, Ran Yunrui was finally out of danger and discharged from the hospital, and began to work dedicatedly. The farce finally came to an end, and the hype gradually subsided. The most liked comment was made by a major fan of Ran Yunrui, reaching for the clouds for love. Rangu actually lowered the level of attention this time to avoid large-scale cyberbullying and taking up too much public resources. He is truly a very, very good person. I hope everyone can view this matter rationally, resist the existence of obsessive fans, stop looking for the driver who caused the rear-end collision, and stop making widespread comments. Let's not cause trouble for Rangu. Thank you for your cooperation, Yunbao. The comments section below this post also included many other supportive comments from Ran Yunrui's fans. It's clear that Ran Yunrui's management company, or rather, his agent, is quite shrewd. They know when to stop, maximizing their profits while leaving a good impression on others. They've truly gotten away with it all. Xiaoyi shook his head with a rather complicated expression. They had no idea that it was all orchestrated by their brother. It's a pity that these girls' sincere feelings were wasted. Chapter 17, The Heart of Burning Ashes, premieres in the days that followed. Xiaoyi spent all his time on the film set. The film crew had a heavy shooting schedule, and the inn was just their first stop. In addition, the budget was very tight, so the filming schedule was very tight. Even though they were pressed for time, Lin Yipun was very strict and insisted on making the filming the best it could be. Even though Xiaoyi's boning knife skills were already very proficient, he still developed tenosynovitis under Lin Yiping's abnormal demands. Pu Rong, on the other hand, had an even worse time. He had the most complex action scenes, and he basically had to be suspended by wires, so he was like a flying acrobat on set every day. Xiaoyi was speechless just looking at it. Before they knew it, the premiere of The Burning Heart arrived. At noon, Xiaoyi sent out the cruise posters and promotional slogans as Xiao Song had instructed, and unsurprisingly, he received 0 likes and 0 comments. Looking at his few fans, which could be counted on both hands, Xiaoyi shrugged indifferently. All I can say is that he has done his best. Whether the show is a hit or a flop is not really his concern. After receiving a thank you message from Xiao Song on his phone, Xiaoyi refreshed his account again and successfully received a like from the official account of Burning Heart. It wasn't too awkward. At 8 p.m. that evening, The Burning Heart officially premiered on Tencent Video. Xiaoyi opened the app and took a look, and was surprised to find that there were still quite a few viewers watching the show. Judging from the comments, it seemed that the male lead, Zhao Shuyu, had a bit of a following, and his fans were there specifically to support him. However, after watching only the first episode, Xiaoyi lost much of his interest. The plot is fairly standard, conforming to the current trend of romance in every profession. It's a very straightforward crime romance drama. The female lead is a rookie police officer, and the male lead is a seasoned detective captain. They get to know each other while solving cases, develop feelings for one another, and eventually get together. The suspense logic is basically straightforward, with no real suspense and predictable plot points. The two actors are decent looking and their acting isn't terrible, but it's just good enough for them to deliver their lines with emotion, making it easy for the audience to stay engaged. Xiaoyi felt it was a fairly standard web series, neither good nor bad, with no major highlights. If the subsequent plot didn't offer anything special, it would only have limited popularity, and the outcome would be predictable. However, this doesn't matter much to him anymore. The director, producers, and the two lead actors are more concerned about these things. As a minor supporting actor, he basically has no need to care. Xiaoyi believed his guess was pretty accurate. After turning off the show, he never paid attention to its aftermath again, instead focusing all his attention on the filming of The Thief Catcher. Little did he know that halfway through the series, an edited video quietly appeared on Bilibili and spread at an alarming rate, quickly becoming one of Bilibili's most popular videos. Xiao Zhao Lubulu is a content creator in the Bilibili video editing section. She's been having a lot of headaches lately. The industry is getting more and more competitive. She spends all her time finding materials and making videos, but she still can't compete with those studios. Recently, the popularity of her videos has been declining, making her so anxious that she can't sleep at all. Popular TV dramas can't compete with their rivals, classic old dramas can't beat their predecessors, and niche and unpopular dramas are doomed to fail. Xiao Zhao looks at those data every day, and his hair is falling out in clumps because he's so anxious. But the more anxious he is, the worse the data gets that day. As usual, she opened her private messages to check fan submissions and search for footage for her next edit. One fan submission caught her eye: The Burning Heart? A serial killer? What show is this? I've never heard of it, Xiao Zhao muttered to himself, then clicked on a screenshot of a video taken by a fan. The young man, dressed in blood, stood upright and composed in the pool of blood. Even with a few drops of blood on his gold-rimmed glasses, he could not conceal the indifference and coldness in his eyes. He also carried a chainsaw in one hand, which contrasted sharply with his elegant and refined appearance. Xiao Zhao swallowed hard. Is this a role that can exist in the Chinese entertainment industry? This face and this aura perfectly match her conception of a refined scoundrel. Why is Hannibal Lecter so popular? Even though many people haven't even watched the original series, they can still immediately name the character. This is partly due to the unique personality traits of the characters as portrayed in the original work, and partly due to the actor's own performance in shaping the characters. Some people, with their looks and temperament, are naturally very suitable for the role. Otherwise, people in the Chinese entertainment industry wouldn't often say things like XX is the chosen young general, XX is the chosen male lead of a certain book, or XX is the chosen white moonlight. Sometimes you really have to admit that some people just have that kind of face, and they don't even need to act to be a killer. Xiao Zhao hadn't even looked into the character's detailed story yet, but her mind was already bursting with inspiration, automatically matching various popular music tracks to her next editing direction. With excitement in his heart, Xiao Zhao quickly ran to Tencent Video to find the web series The Burning Heart and searched for the character in it. This serial killer doesn't appear often, but almost every appearance is an exquisitely elegant yet bloody artistic spectacle. The chainsaw in his hand is his paintbrush, which he recklessly squanders innocent lives. Due to the length limitations of the web series, the plot did not explain in detail the motives behind this serial killer. He was simply a pure evil who suddenly appeared, constantly creating desperate situations and bringing death to those in need. In the end, like a blood-stained ephemera, he lost his life to the male protagonist's gun, ending his insane life. but leaving the female protagonist with eternal psychological trauma. Xiao Zhao stared intently at the man's increasingly empty yet still somewhat menacing eyes, and suddenly shivered. Now I understand why some people like villainous characters. Xiao Zhao felt that the killer was indeed very evil, but she couldn't help but feel both fear and love for the character. She couldn't help but watch these clips repeatedly, and finally decided to edit the next video about this killer. So at 9 p.m. that night, a video featuring Xiaoyi, playing a serial killer, standing in the woods with a chainsaw and the words "refined scoundrel" written in blood-red calligraphy behind him was posted on Bilibili by Xiao Zhaolubulu. It quickly topped the charts overnight in an extremely exaggerated manner and became a nightmare that kept many people awake that night. Xiaoyi, without his knowledge, became a sensation on Bilibili, becoming a representative actor of the refined scoundrel psychopathic killer. Chapter 18? Suddenly rich overnight. In the morning, Xiaoyi went to work as usual, but just as he was putting on makeup, Xiao Song called again. Xiaoyi found it somewhat strange. Hello? What's wrong? Xiao, brother Xiao. You're famous. You're famous, ah? Xiaoyi put his phone away and looked at it again to make sure he hadn't answered the wrong call. What's wrong? Why am I angry? Could it be that Ran Yunrui exposed his face and wanted to cyberbully him? It can't be that serious. He wasn't driving the car, they just had a minor altercation. Xiao Song, brother Xiao, your portrayal of Musée has become a hit. You can see it on Bilibili now. Xiaoyi was stunned for a few seconds before realizing that the Musée Xiao Song mentioned was the murderer he was playing. He then asked in surprise, huh? Really? He quickly borrowed the makeup artist's phone to open Bilibili, and sure enough, as soon as he logged in, he saw the cover video of the serial killer, leaving my mark with fire tongs. Read once a day, goodbye to sleep. Kill. 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 That's the pure thrill of being a villain. After watching it yesterday, I dreamt I was being chased by a serial killer, which scared me so much I immediately woke up and gave it a like, comment, and share. They've gone berserk. They've gone berserk. It's time to give the Chinese entertainment industry a little shock. Is this really a newcomer in the Chinese entertainment industry? I thought it was an actor from some neighboring country. Does anyone know his name? Isn't his name Kazawa? The screen was filled with comments, almost all of which were discussing the murderer played by Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi hadn't expected everyone to be so enthusiastic. He watched all the edited content with the help of the comments and was quite moved. This video is actually a compilation of all his scenes from The Burning Heart, edited together according to the music rhythm and movement trends. Thanks to Xiao Zhao's years of experience on Bilibili, he was well aware of the nature of the censorship. The level of gore in the video was delicately balanced during the black and white transition, not only keeping it within the censorship limits but also adding a lot of excitement to the overall editing rhythm. Once you start watching, you can't stop, and your eyes are involuntarily drawn to the killer's rhythm as he saws away, making your scalp tingle, especially at the very end. Xiao Zhao cleverly pieced together fragmented scenes to create a completely different ending from the original story. The serial killer whom the protagonist shot and killed reappeared in the woods, carrying a chainsaw and humming a song elegantly, as if everything that had happened before was just the serial killer's game. Tired of his old life, he broke free from all his shackles and returned to his artistic creation. Finally, he turned to look at the camera, his deep eyes filled with greed and obsession, as if he had already locked onto the person in front of the screen, and you would be his next target. At that moment, every viewer who met his gaze at the end of the video couldn't help but shudder, a sense of fear rising from the bottom of their hearts. Did he really not exist? He doesn't actually exist. Why am I still feeling fear and dread? So, driven by their fear, viewers who had seen it shared and recommended it, determined to bring others in as well. This is another reason why this video suddenly went viral. All I can say is that everyone here is a good person. Smile. Xiaoyi couldn't help but click the like, comment, and share button as well, but then realized he wasn't using his own phone. He quickly cancelled the button and returned it to the makeup artist. Sorry, I accidentally used your account to click the like, comment, and share button. It's alright. The makeup artist waved her hand casually. Teacher Xiao, was that you in the video just now? The editing was really good. Teacher Xiao looked very handsome in it too. Thank you. Xiaoyi felt a little embarrassed and continued talking to Xiao Song on the other end of his phone. I've seen it. It seems to be a fan's enthusiastic recommendation. I wonder if it has affected the broadcast of the show. Xiao Song had been waiting for Xiaoyi's reply. Upon hearing Xiaohe's words, he quickly said, "Since last night, our show's viewership has skyrocketed, and even user engagement data has increased significantly. Our show is really benefiting from your support, Brother Xiao." "Xiaohe, don't say that, you were just lucky. Luck is also part of ability," Xiao Song said with a grin. "By the way, Brother Xiao, a lot of drama fans have been asking about you, so I tagged your account under the official account. A lot of fans should go and follow you. You can go and take a look, and then manage your own account too." "Okay, thank you, I understand. Oh, right, there's one more thing our director specifically asked me to tell you, you say. Brother Xiao, you've been doing quite well lately. You might consider finding a management company, it would be better for your future development. But you must be careful and avoid any pitfalls. If you need any help in the future, feel free to contact us." Xiaohe, "Okay, I understand. Thank you so much. It's really a lucky thing to have encountered a good production team right at the beginning. Then I won't bother you any longer, Brother Xiao." After hanging up the phone, Xiaohe quickly logged into his account. Sure enough, it was stuck for a while before he saw the dense red dots in his message bar, and the number of fans that was originally less than 3 digits is now trending towards exceeding 10,000. Wrong. Xiaohe refreshed the backend. "Okay, we've broken 10,000. However, this wasn't the only good thing. His cheat system also popped up at just the right time. Automatic updates have been completed. Current points, 369. Xiaohe, oh? The system can even upgrade, these points are over 300, 369? Xiaohe blinked in disbelief as the score jumped to 373 right in front of him. Xiaohe, get rich overnight? Xiaohe quickly checked the system panel and then found an update notification from early this morning in the update manual. "It must be because my points suddenly surged last night, causing the system to update." But why? Xiaohe thought of that Billy video, and then of the system's previous point-based scoring rules. Suddenly, Xiaohe's eyes widened. So that's how it is, criminal influence. He had only focused on the points generated by the crime itself, but almost forgot about the point factor of influence. In other words, it's about the sophistication of committing crimes. He previously interpreted this prestige simply as the difficulty and severity of the crime, but now it seems to refer to whether the criminal can garner more fear or attention. Previously, he only played minor roles and never showed his face, so his murder act naturally didn't attract much attention. However, his portrayal of a murderer this time has undoubtedly garnered a lot of attention. Although not all of these concerns are fear and apprehension, it seems that as long as there is emotion, it can be converted into his points. At this moment, Xiaohe couldn't wait for the movie Killing Life to be released immediately. He's sure to make a fortune playing the role of Zhu Laosan. Chapter 19. Taking photos for business. After finishing his makeup and arriving on set, Xiaohe received congratulations from the rest of the crew. "Teacher Xiao is amazing. We might need your help for future publicity," Lin Yiping said with a smile. Xiaohe asked helplessly, "You saw it too?" "Of course." Pu Rong reached out and hooked his arm around Xiaohe's neck. "You're quite famous now, so don't forget me when you become rich and powerful." "What kind of fame is this?" "It won't last long," Xiaohe said, shrugging. He has neither a company nor a marketing firm, so many people probably still think his name is Mu Zaid. "You should also check out a talent agency," Lin Yiping offered a very pertinent suggestion. Pu Rong nodded in agreement. "Yes, we should take advantage of this wave of popularity to go around and see the world, so that we can maximize our profits when the hype returns." Although Xiaohe is currently enjoying a surge in popularity, this popularity is fleeting. Without a strong management company to support him, it will be difficult for him to continue developing his career in the future. But Xiaohe also wanted to find a talent agency, but his problem now is that he's hard to find. The very fact that he can only play roles that involve killing people certainly clashes with the money-making philosophy of many talent agencies. Therefore, Xiaohe felt that he might as well maintain the status quo. At least he would be free. After all, his life is more important than being a big star. "We'll see," Xiaohe replied casually. "All right." Pu Rong patted Xiaohe on the shoulder. "Anyway, you must keep your eyes open. If you're unsure about anything, you can ask me. I'll help you inquire within the industry." Lin Yiping pondered for a moment, then said, "I can also help ask among the elders." Xiaohe was deeply moved. "Okay, thank you. Good brothers. No need to thank me, come stand still, I'll take a few more photos of you for business." Lin Yiping raised the DSLR camera in her hand. Take advantage of this buzz, quickly get your own account running and also help promote our production team. Why not take advantage of this buzz? It might even save on advertising costs. Lin Yiping was determined to spend money wisely. Xiao He did not refuse. He was now more eager for someone to see the character he was playing, so he cooperated by letting Lin Yiping take a few photos. It can only be said that he is a man who combines directing, screenwriting, filming and post-production. After Lin Yiping quickly took several photos of Xiao he imported them into the computer and quickly produced a set of stills full of chivalrous style. The young man in the photo was wearing a simple black cloth shirt, leaning lazily against an old stove. His clothes even have several patches on them, and his long black hair is casually tied behind his head with a chopstick, with only a few strands of hair fluttering on both sides of his face. Beneath his tousled hair lay a handsome and refined face, his eyes like deep, cold pools, carrying a detached and chilling aura, adding a touch of intrigue to his simple and casual attire. Even in such an environment where pots and pans are casually placed, no one would think he was just an ordinary cook. After reading it, Xiao He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Director Lin, that was amazing. Basic operation, don't overdo it. Lin Yiping smiled and then urged Xiao He to publish the photos. Xiao He readily complied and posted a status update after creating his new account. Xiao He, thank you everyone for your support. I'm currently filming The Thief Catcher, and I hope my new project will be released soon. Thank you for your support. 9-grid image, wow, is this Xiao Ji's first post? That's great. I'll definitely support him. Boss, you finally remembered you registered an account? I thought you got arrested for acting too convincingly. Brother Xiao, your Muzei is so handsome. I'm a huge fan of your looks. When will you be able to play a refined villain again? I can't get enough of him. Is Musawa really dead? Surely not. Can't we get a side story? I'm so sad. Is nobody paying attention to the still Xiaogo posted? They look like a martial arts setting. I'm already starting to look forward to it. He seems like a cold-blooded killer, right? It's such a waste that my brother Xiao has that face. He should be playing a psychopath or an assassin. Brother Xiao, please stay firmly in your comfort zone. There's really no actor in the Chinese entertainment industry who can match your caliber. As soon as the post was published, a large number of comments flooded in. Most of these people had followed the video after watching the clips on Bilibili. Most of them were still talking about the murderer Muzei, but some people also noticed Xiao's new drama and expressed their anticipation and interest. To be honest, this is the first time so many strangers have expressed their love and appreciation for him. Xiao was somewhat flattered. Those cold, hard numbers of fans seemed to materialize at that moment. After browsing through the fans' comments, Xiao carefully replied to a few before putting his phone away. Okay, let's get to work. Lin Yiping was also waiting for him. After he finished dealing with the online issues, he called the others to get ready, as the busy filming was about to begin again. Unbeknownst to Xiao, another old acquaintance also saw Xiao's video. A Haohan Entertainment Company. Chung Hongwen looked down at his phone, his eyes slightly narrowed. This newcomer's acting skills are very good. Currently, the total number of views for his related videos on Bilibili has exceeded 5 million, and new videos are constantly being added. The number of views for The Burning Heart, in which he starred, has also been steadily increasing recently, becoming a minor hit drama. Judging from the later episode viewing data, he basically single-handedly drove the popularity and promotion of the entire drama. Among the newly emerging newcomers recently, he is one of the most promising. Chung Hongwen's assistant was giving a serious report from the side. Haohan Entertainment Company is a well-known star-making factory in the industry, boasting countless celebrities and internet influencers under its wing, making it one of the top companies in the entertainment circle. As its ace agent, Chung Hongwen naturally manages more than just Ran Yunrui, a popular star. He also oversees a rising star actress, both of whom have promising futures. Even so, they will periodically collect information on emerging newcomers in the industry, conduct ability analysis and assessment, and then recruit some of the more cost-effective newcomers. Chang Hongwen had no idea that he would see an acquaintance this time. Thinking about the previous rear-end collision, Chung Hongwen's expression became very strange. Since Xiao was basically wearing sunglasses and a mask and didn't speak at the time, Chung Hongwen didn't have much of an impression of this guy. He just felt that the guy's aura was a bit intimidating and he looked fierce. He didn't associate the guy with the actor at all, however. Since they are valuable newcomers, we should still try to win them over. After a moment's thought, Chung Hongwon made the final decision. Then you should go and make contact first. Although there had been some unpleasantness in the past, Chung Hongwon believed that Shouty would not refuse this opportunity. After all, Haohan Entertainment is a major player in the industry, so who wouldn't want to work for them? Okay, brother Chang. Chapter 20 was stood up. The next day. Haohan Entertainment wants to sign me? Yes, the assistant said on the other end. Would it be possible to discuss this in person? Shouty held up his phone, quite surprised. If I remember correctly, this Haohan Entertainment is the agency of that star Ran Yunrui, right? That's one of the biggest names in the entertainment industry. I never expected they would actually reach out to him. Shouty naturally had no liking for this company, which mainly operated by manipulating public opinion and controlling traffic. However, this is also a chance to get up close and personal, to see the contracts and terms of these large companies. And to broaden one's horizons, sure. The two agreed on a time on the phone and then ended the call. Lin Yipin walked over from the side and reminded Xiao He, Haohan Entertainment is quite controversial in the industry. You'd better think it over carefully and not make a decision too early. Yes, I know. Xiao He nodded and explained, it's nothing, I'll just go take a look. So the next day, Xiao He, who had asked Lin Yiping for leave in advance, arrived at the coffee shop first. This is a coffee shop near the film and television base. Xiao He and Pu Rong have been here a few times and are fairly familiar with the owner. As soon as he entered, he greeted the shop owner. Good afternoon, Sister Zhou. Xiao, good afternoon. The shop owner was a plump middle-aged woman, dressed very stylishly, with a natural smile in her eyes that made her very approachable. Isn't Xiao Pu with you today? I have an appointment with someone today to discuss work, Xiao He replied with a smile. Oh, okay. Then I'll find you a quiet spot. Okay, thank you, Sister Zhou. Sister Zhou found Xiao He a quiet and secluded corner so that the two could talk, but about 20 minutes had passed, and Xiao He had drunk more than half of the coffee that had been delivered, but the person he was waiting for still hadn't arrived. Xiao he picked up his phone and checked it again. I'm sure I remembered correctly. Are all big companies so unpunctual? Or is it that they simply don't care about his existence at all? Xiao He twitched the corner of his mouth, unusually annoyed, and decisively picked up his phone to call back the assistant who had called earlier. On the other side, the assistant, carrying some things, jogged to catch up with Chung Hongwon, looking somewhat anxious. Brother Chang, my phone rang. It should be from Xiao He. Let him reschedule for another time. Chang Hongwon said nonchalantly. We need to pick up Yu right away. It would be terrible if she got mobbed at the hotel. Good. The assistant struggled to free one hand to answer Xiao He's call, but was immediately urged impatiently by Chung Hongwon. Hurry up. Hasn't the driver brought the car over yet? I'll call him right away. The assistant could only hang up on Xiao He temporarily and call the driver instead. Hearing the busy tone of the call being disconnected, Xiao He was so angry he laughed. What does this mean now? Has he been stood up? Is this how big companies operate? Are you making a fool of him? Just then, a notification popped up in the notification bar at the top of the phone. Breaking news. National film queen Su Yu spotted meeting boyfriend. Suspected secret relationship exposed. Xiao He narrowed his eyes. Su Yu? Best actress? He clicked on it instinctively. Early this morning, Su Yu was spotted with her secret boyfriend at a hotel in the Shanghai film and television base. In the footage, Su Yu and the man were seen behaving intimately, holding hands. The account that broke the news looked very familiar to paparazzi, and the content of the news was about the love life of Su Yu, the recently crowned Best Actress. The cover features a beautiful woman with a pure and innocent appearance and a gentle, sweet smile. Xiao He keenly noticed that this Su Yu was an artist from Haohan Entertainment. Could it be that the person on the other end isn't answering the phone because of this relationship gossip? But no matter what, you shouldn't stand him up. You should at least call or message him back. To put it bluntly, it's just that they're not valued. Xiao He found it rather ironic, so he leaned back and began to slowly scroll through the comments. Spreading rumors is illegal. Haohan Entertainment has issued a statement demanding that you immediately delete the video and apologize. Before I clicked in, I was wondering which actress was in the Best Actress category. Turns out it's the newly crowned Water Queen, a term for someone who doesn't deserve a good award. Oh well, she's unworthy of the title. Her career will collapse sooner or later. Watch out, upstairs. We'll all run if they shoot from over there. This is a debunking announcement only visible to fans. The leaked photos showed them mouth to mouth. Don't tell me they were exchanging bad breath. Don't worry about it, you can't wake someone who's fast asleep even if it's true, I don't care. Yu relies on her talent, and actors aren't forbidden from dating, bullshit. She's just starting her career, dating is a huge waste of time. Please, Yu, wake up. The comments section was full of all sorts of comments, and one trending topic after another appeared. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this was the most explosive relationship scandal of the second half of the year. Shouty didn't know much about Su Yu before, but after the comments section explained the situation, he realized what was going on. Su Yu is a newcomer promoted by Haohan Entertainment in recent years. She has a good appearance and acting skills. Last year, with the help of the company, she successfully won the Best Actress award at the Baming Awards because Su Yu has always followed the pure and innocent image, and the movies she starred in were mostly about school beauties or the ideal woman. Coupled with Haohan Entertainment's frequent marketing of her as a weak and kind persona, her fans have developed a strong possessiveness and desire for control. They feel that everyone will bully their Yu, giving them a sense of a mother raising her daughter. This led to a particularly strong backlash when Su Yu's relationship was revealed, with many of her fans unable to accept the fact that their beloved Zayabayakai, a nickname for Su Yu, was taken by a pig, a derogatory term for someone who was unattractive. Shouty shook his head with a sigh. So this is the price of absorbing traffic. If you want it, be prepared to suffer the consequences. Shouty finished the last sip of his coffee, not taking the matter to heart. He put away his phone and prepared to leave, already thinking about how to deal with the agent who stood him up when he got back. The wind chimes at the entrance of the coffee shop rang, and a girl wearing a hat and mask walked into the coffee shop from outside, brushed past Shouty, and hurriedly walked towards the back door of the coffee shop. Shouty kept his eyes straight ahead, said something to Sister Joe at the counter, opened the shop door, and prepared to leave. A man wearing a hat and mask slipped through the crack in the door Shouty had opened, then brushed past Shouty and headed towards the back door. Shouty paused, his hand still holding the door open. He turned his head and only saw the man's figure flash past the back door. Shouty narrowed his eyes. That was the scent of one's own kind. Something's not right, that guy is really weird. Thinking of the girl who had just hurried past, Shouty withdrew his hand and turned to follow her toward the back door. The back door of the coffee shop leads to a small alley. The surrounding area is relatively closed off, mostly with tall buildings, and items from the shops on the street in front are randomly placed on the ground, making it look messy and narrow. Shouty carefully avoided those things and quietly approached forward, finally seeing the figures of the two people from before. Please stop following me. Isn't being exposed once enough? Directly in front, the girl wearing a mask finally couldn't hold back anymore, turned around and screamed at the man behind her. Chapter 21. Shouty got into trouble again. What else do you want? Su Yu broke down and screamed. She did indeed have a boyfriend behind her fans' backs, but she was very careful and kept the relationship a secret for more than half a year. However, she didn't expect to be caught by paparazzi this time, and was even almost blocked in her hotel by crazy fans. To avoid further damaging the case, Su Yu had no choice but to separate from her boyfriend and leave the hotel, trying to escape the pursuit of fans and paparazzi. But to everyone's surprise, Su Yu hadn't gone far when she encountered someone who looked like a paparazzi. Su Yu is now anxious and devastated, and she really doesn't understand why she has been targeted by such a person. Yu, don't cry. I'm not a paparazzi, I'm a fan who loves you, the man spoke in a hoarse voice, his gaze fixed leisurely on the person in front of him. Su Yu was so frightened that she almost held back the tears that were about to fall. You're not a paparazzi? Yes, I'm your fan. I've attended every one of your events, and you even shook my hand last time. The man's face was flushed with excitement, his hand trembling slightly as he clutched the camera to his chest. Look, I have so many photos of you in this camera. I haven't even washed that hand since I got back. Yu. It still smells like you. At this moment, Su Yu's face lost all color and turned deathly pale. They're not paparazzi, they're stalkers. As her initial anger dissipated, Su Yu subconsciously took a step back, looking fearfully at the man in front of her who was so agitated that he seemed almost abnormal. I'm sorry, I have to go. Don't go. The man reached out and grabbed Su Yu's wrist tightly, causing her to scream in terror. Ah! What are you doing? Let go. The man pulled her closer to him, his eyes filled with indignation. You, what exactly is your relationship with that man? Are you really dating? Have you slept together? Didn't you say you wouldn't date and wanted to focus on your career? Su Yu was terrified. The man had even taken off his mask and was about to sniff her. She felt disgusted and scared. She tried to break free from his hand, but it felt like she was being clamped in iron clamps and couldn't break free at all. Just then, something grabbed the man's neck, and he was jerked backward. Bang! He was completely unprepared, and his head slammed into the wall behind him. Ouch! The man cried out in pain. Xiaoyi didn't stop. He let go of the man's camera strap and punched him in the face. Blood gushed from his nose. The man saw stars from the blow and clutched his face in pain. Damn it, who is it? Who I am is none of your business. As he spoke, Xiaoyi kicked the man in the stomach, sending him sprawling like a shrimp on the ground. Are you alright? Xiaoyi looked up and asked Su Yu. Su Yu screamed, watch out, he has a knife. Xiaoyi felt as if a flash of silver light had passed by in his peripheral vision. He quickly pulled back his neck and head, leaned his upper body back, and luckily dodged the opponent's deadly attack. You also want to take her away from me? The man roared hysterically, then continued brandishing the small knife in his hand. Die, 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 die. Su Yu took several steps back, trembling all over, clearly terrified. However, Xiaoyi remained calm and composed, his eyes fixed on the other man's knife-wielding movements. He retreated slowly, maintaining a relatively safe distance from the man's knife, while simultaneously taking out a fork from his pocket. It's the kind of fork you use when eating dessert. Xiaoyi just grabbed this from Sister Zhou's shop. The next moment, Xiaoyi seized the opportunity, and the fork in his hand seemed to transform into a sharp blade, slicing towards the man's wrist, holding the knife with an extremely tricky technique. If Pu Rong or Lin Yipun were here, they would definitely recognize that Xiaoyi was still using the boning knife technique, but the knife in his hand had now turned into an ordinary fork. So what difference would that make? The fork's tines were extremely sharp, instantly leaving dozens of fine, bloody scratches on the man's wrist. Xiaoyi then flipped the fork over and flicked it upwards, leaving the man's wrist a bloody mess, with blood gushing out. The man's scream and Su Yu's exclamation rang out at the same time. The knife fell to the ground at that moment. Xiaoyi kicked the knife away, his gaze turning icy as he looked at the man screaming on the ground. His tone was impatient. Don't move again. Wait for the police to arrive. The man gripped his wrist, and when he looked up at Xiaoyi, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. He immediately dared not move again. Su Yu glanced at Xiaoyi, who was even more ruthless than a stalker, then at the man who instantly cowered in fear. She swallowed hard and quickly pulled out her phone. Thank you. I'll call the police now. Oh my god, they both look dangerous. Officer, please help me. So when the police arrived, they saw Xiaoyi with blood on his hands, his illegitimate child lying on the ground, and Su Yu curled up in another corner. Police, wait a minute, wasn't there only one suspect? How come there's another one now? What's more, coincidentally, the people who came this time were old acquaintances, Officer Zhang and his apprentice Shelley, who had made the false alarm call last time. Looking at the bloodstains at the scene, and then at Xiaoyi's hands covered in blood, Officer Li's eyes were filled with sorrow and regret. Look at you. How come you've gotten into trouble again so soon after you got out? Xiaoyi, I didn't explain it clearly last time, and this time it feels even harder to explain. Fortunately, Su Yu explained the situation to Xiaoyi in time. So the illegitimate child was taken to the hospital, and they got into a police car and went to the police station. On the way, Officer Zhang looked at Xiaoyi suspiciously again, then asked, Xiao, how did you manage to cut someone like that? You almost severed their tendons. Where did you learn that? Xiaoyi, it was necessary for filming, so I just learned some things online, Officer Zhang said meaningfully. You learned it online? You're very quick to grasp things. Xiaoyi chuckled awkwardly and forced a reply. Yeah. As he finished speaking, the car fell into a deathly silence. Officer Li kept glancing at Xiaoyi in the rearview mirror while driving, while Officer Zhang, who was sitting to Xiaoyi's left, remained silent. Su Yu, sitting on Xiaoyi's other side, looked down at her phone, seemingly lost in thought. Each person returned to the police station with their own thoughts, awaiting the results. Before long, Cheng Hongwen also arrived in a hurry. Yu, are you alright? When Cheng Hongwen received the message, his heart was pounding. He only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming Su Yu's condition. I'm fine, Su Yu said timidly, but her eyes unconsciously looked outside. Cheng Hongwen snapped irritably, what are you still looking at? You can't exactly call your boyfriend over at this hour, can you? That would really ruin things between you two. Chung Hongwon only just found out that the person Su Yuyu is dating is also in the entertainment industry, and a top idol at that. If this gets out, both of them will be finished. The fans there alone could tear Su Yuyu to shreds. Feeling guilty after Chung Hongwon's words, Su Yuyu shrank back and carefully made way for the people behind her. This time, I owe a lot to Mr. Xiao. If it weren't for him, I might be dead. Only then did Chung Hongwon see Xiao He, and his face showed surprise. It's you? Xiao He had just seen Chung Hongwon, but he didn't really want to talk to this guy. What a tragic fate. You two know each other? Su Yuyu was very surprised. Ahem, it's just some work-related stuff. Chung Hongwon coughed lightly. Xiao He expressionlessly pulled out his phone, holding up his missed call log. So, this is why you stood me up and completely ignored me? Chapter 22, Romance Scandal Goes Viral. My boyfriend is actually me? I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. The assistant kept apologizing to Xiao He. I didn't mean to stand you up. Xiao Tan, you really did something wrong. No matter how urgent the situation is, you still need to arrange the follow-up work properly. You can't do this again next time. Chung Hongwon chimed in from the side. Xiao He, this is blatant attempt to shift blame. Do they really think he's so easy to fool? Xiao He, I know these last few meetings haven't been pleasant, but it's all a misunderstanding. There's no need to take it to heart. Seeing that Xiao He remained silent, Chung Hongwon pretended nothing had happened and asked about Xiao He's willingness to sign a contract. I think you have good abilities. How about you come to Haohan Entertainment? You should know the strength of Haohan Entertainment. As long as you join us, you will definitely become a big star in the future. No need. You and the Haohan Entertainment behind you are incompatible, Xiao He said expressionlessly, and nothing good happened, just a lot of bad luck. Don't be so definitive. You can consider it. Chung Hongwon glanced at Su Yuyu. You saved Yuyu again this time, so I can help you improve your contract terms. Then you no need, Xiao He continued to refuse. Saving people was just my personal choice, and I don't need your repayment. Su Yuyu, who was standing to the side, couldn't get a word in edgewise. She watched as Chung Hongwon tried to win over Xiao He, pursed her lips, lowered her head, and seemed to be lost in some kind of emotion. Mr. Xiao, just then, Officer Zhang and Xiao Li walked in, interrupting the conversation. We have investigated the situation thoroughly. The camera on the suspect's chest was recording video the whole time. Officer Zhang looked at Xiao He. Xiao, thank you for arriving in time this time, but next time you encounter this situation, you should stop. The illegitimate child has already had his wound bandaged at the hospital and is on his way to the police station. Along the way, he kept shouting that Xiao He had intentionally injured someone and that the police should deal with Xiao He. However, this time the evidence is clear and unambiguous, and Xiao He was acting in self-defense. The police will not actually grant his wish. Hearing Officer Zhang's words, Xiao He felt ashamed. I understand. Upon seeing Officer Zhang arrive, Chung Hongwon, who had been concerned about Xiao He's contract, immediately shifted his attention and aggressively inquired about the current situation of the stalker, adding that the lawyer was already on their way and they would definitely make that stalker pay this time. Officer Zhang was bombarded with questions, while Officer Li, somewhat embarrassed, came over to apologize to Xiao He. I'm sorry, Xiao, I've misunderstood you these past few times. How embarrassing. Last time he thought Xiao He had turned himself in, and this time he thought Xiao He had committed a crime. He never imagined that he was such a person who judges people by their appearance. Officer Li was filled with shame. Xiao He was already used to it. He touched his nose and said casually, It's okay, but Officer Li, is this the first time that stalker has done something like this? He always felt that the illegitimate child carried a bloody scent that only his kin could detect. If it were just an attempted murder, he might not have immediately realized something was wrong and followed the perpetrator. So unless this illegitimate child has other cases. Officer Li's expression hardened. Did you find anything else, Xiao? So far, we haven't found any prior criminal record on Kunping. Kunping is the name of that illegitimate child. In general, when such a thing happens, the police will definitely verify the person's identity information and check their past criminal records and basic social activities. Based on the information that can be investigated so far, Kunping has no problems. At the time, he was unusually agitated about Ms. Su's relationship, and when he committed the crime, he used the word also, which sounded as if Ms. Su's relationship had reminded him of someone else. I am worried that there may be other victims among them. What? Officer Lee immediately took it seriously. We will re-examine those videos. Because the camera hanging on Kumping was shaking and making a lot of noise, they only confirmed Xiaoyi's actions and the situation at the time. They did not perform technical noise reduction and restoration on the sound from the camera. Now that Xiaoyi has raised this question, their subsequent investigation will focus on this point. Of course, the situation of the people around Kumping will also be investigated in detail. Officer Lee thanked Xiaoyi sincerely. Thank you for reminding us. We will investigate thoroughly. Okay, thank you for your help, Officer Lee. After Officer Lee went to attend to his own business, Xiaoyi was about to leave the police station, but before he had taken a few steps, he received a call from Pu Rong. Hello? Bro, look at the trending topics. Are you the one trending alongside Su Yuyu, huh? Xiaoyi's mind went blank for a moment, then he quickly checked the trending topics. Su Yuyu's mysterious boyfriend appears. The two get into a police car together. Breaking news! Su Yuyu's mysterious boyfriend is actually him. In the photo, Su Yuyu's eyes are red and she is talking to a young man wearing sunglasses and a mask. The young man was dressed in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, carrying a black backpack. He was tall and had long legs, with a somewhat gloomy demeanor. It would have been better if he hadn't dressed like Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi couldn't even be sure, so he looked down and glanced at his clothes again. White t-shirt. My mom bought it. The quality is good. I've worn it for 2 years. I really like it. Jeans. I bought them on Taobao a while ago. They were a style recommended by Pu Rong. Backpack. For carrying a laptop. After acquiring hacking skills, carrying a laptop when going out gives him a strange sense of security. Xiaoyi, so the boyfriend of Su Yuyu that was exposed was actually myself. Who is this? Lie, those marketing accounts and paparazzi have gone mad. Why drag nobody like him into this mess? Was that you? Pu Rong asked on the phone. Those clothes, pants, and bag, I saw you wearing that same outfit when you left this morning. It's me, but it has nothing to do with me. Xiaoyi pulled his mask up over his face and suddenly felt as if everyone around him was watching him. He nervously huddled into a corner. He can only be thankful that, in order to conceal his gaze and aura, he always wears a mask and sunglasses when he goes out, so the paparazzi did not capture his face during the shooting process. Otherwise, he would really be trending on social media because of Su Yuyu. Xiaoyi has only just become a minor celebrity on Bilibili, and his career is starting to take off. If he gets involved in Su Yuyu's love scandal, he'll really be in deep trouble. So what's going on? Do you need help? Where are you now? You'd better hide well and don't let anyone find out your identity, otherwise, whether you're Su Yuyu's current boyfriend or not, you'll definitely be torn to shreds by her fans. Pu Rong anxiously instructed, while Lin Yiping's voice came from the background. I'll find some elders in my family and ask them to help you suppress this trending topic. You go and contact Su Yuyu's side quickly. I understand, I'll handle it, thank you. Xiaoyi hurriedly hung up the phone and went to find Cheng Hongwen with a sullen face. On the other side of the corridor, Cheng Hongwen also received the news. Looking at the current situation online, Cheng Hongwen frowned for a moment, then quickly relaxed. Fortunately, the paparazzi misunderstood and thought that Xiaoyi, whom they photographed, was Su Yuyu's boyfriend. Su Yuyu's relationship is definitely out in the open now, and he must minimize its impact. The good news is that the man is being very cautious. Even the paparazzi don't know that Su Yuyu's boyfriend is actually the popular idol Su Xingxi. Otherwise, if Su Xingxi's female fans came over, both Su Yuyu and Su Xingxi would face the destruction of their careers. The only solution at present seems to be to admit that Xiaoyi is Su Yuyu's boyfriend. Chapter 23, Let Xiaoyi become the scapegoat? Yuyu, listen to me, you must admit your relationship with Xiaoyi. Cheng Hongwen pulled Su Yuyu aside, his tone serious. Su Yuyu was startled, then quickly shook her head. How can this be? My boyfriend is clearly Su Yuyu. Do you want to destroy everyone? Cheng Hongwen gave a sharp shout, his eyes filled with coldness, which frightened Su Yuyu so much that she shrank back, tears welling up in her eyes. Your relationship will never be accepted by the public. You're both just starting out in your careers. Cheng Hongwen took a deep breath. If you don't think about yourself, think about your boyfriend. If Su Yuyu is only dating Xiaoyi, a newcomer, then most people will scold Su Yuyu for being out of her mind and Xiaoyi for being a pretty boy, but if it were to be in a relationship with Su Xingxi, both of them would be guilty of a capital offense. Just then, Su Yuyu's phone rang. Seeing the number, her eyes lit up, and she quickly answered, Axie. It's me, Yu. Listen to me. The young man's voice across from her was gentle and soothing, carrying the power to calm one's anxiety and allowing Su Yu to quell her panic. The purpose of the phone call was to get Su Yu to admit her relationship with Xiao He and shift public attention to Xiao He. Yu, we have no way out. I really love you, and I don't want to see your relationship with someone else trending on social media, but Yu, we have to think about our future. Su Yu's eyes were brimming with tears, her beautiful yet fragile face filled with confusion and helplessness. Cheng Hongwen snatched the phone away. I'll handle this. You just need to stay hidden for now. He then hung up the phone and coldly looked at the indecisive girl in front of him. You don't need to get involved in this matter. I will handle everything for you. Just wait quietly for the public opinion to pass. As for Xiao He, he saved me. Su Yu murmured. He should thank us for making it to the trending topics this time. If it weren't for you, would he be so famous? Cheng Hongwen said matter-of-factly. He benefited from this incident. With your status as Su Yu's boyfriend, he'll have a better chance of making it in the industry in the future. Yu, in these relationship scandals, the man is the least hurt. As long as it doesn't cross the legal line, these things are just a romantic affair for male celebrities, but it's different for you female celebrities. After this, it will be 100 times harder for you to climb the ladder than before. Your image is already that of an innocent, naive girl. If you then act all love-struck, Xiao He won't look like a good person, and everyone will think you were deceived by him. You can then play the victim, and I'll help you transform your image, taking the route of a clear-headed, strong female lead. Don't they say that female celebrities mature after experiencing heartbreak? Then everyone will change their opinion of you. Clap, clap, clap. Behind Cheng Hongwen, the sound of Xiao He clapping came from behind. Both of them were startled and turned to look. Xiao He leaned against the corner, staring at the two of them expressionlessly, a hint of coldness in his eyes. That's great. I haven't even arrived yet, and you've already made all the arrangements for me. Cheng Hongwen was caught red-handed by another party involved and was immediately embarrassed. But after the embarrassment, he immediately began to persuade Xiao He, this is also a chance for you to become a hit. Think about it, if you honestly become an actor, how long will it take for the public to see you? With the identity of Su Yu's boyfriend, whatever you do in the future will have a basic audience base. You make it sound so noble, but isn't it all for your own benefit? You can't exactly say that the traffic refers to the haters who keep attacking me, can you? Xiao He sneered, exposing Cheng Hongwen's facade. Cheng Hongwen, I can sign you to Haohan Entertainment and give you an A-level contract. I also guarantee that as long as you can help Yu get through this difficult time, I can give you a leading role in a major IP film, and even many more. I'll say it again, I don't want to. Xiao He stared at them intently. Ms. Su, is that your opinion as well? Su Yu looked at the person in front of her, her heart filled with conflicting emotions. She doesn't really care about being criticized, but what about Ashi? He's still transitioning into a new career, and he said he'd give her a perfect wedding in the future. But Mr. Xiao is clearly innocent. Su Yu opened her mouth, but before she could utter a sound, Cheng Hongwen had already forcefully pressed down on her shoulder. Su Yu. Shut up. Su Yu trembled slightly, as if she had completely lost all her strength. Xiao He watched coldly, feeling both ironic and sorrowful. Regardless of whether Su Yu is truly timid and cowardly, as some people online say, she is a delicate little white flower. Having worn certain labels for so long, perhaps she has already forgotten what she was originally like. If you can't stand on your own 2 feet, how can you expect your life to get better and better? As Xiao He spoke, he turned to leave. Cheng Hongwen hadn't expected Xiao He to be so resolute. He threatened coldly, we're just informing you. You're just an ordinary person with no company and no background. Do you think you can stand up to us? Xiao He said nothing, only gave a disdainful chuckle. You can try. He then left without looking back. Cheng Hongwen wanted to persuade him to stay, but after taking a step, he gritted his teeth and pulled back, starting to make phone calls to hire online trolls. That damn stubborn bastard, I'll show him how ridiculous he is. Su Yu clenched her fists, but ultimately lowered her eyes. On the other end, Su Xingxi hung up the phone, and his manager walked in from outside. How's the situation online? They've all been drawn to that kid who suddenly appeared. Nobody guessed it was you. The smartly dressed female manager pushed up her glasses, her expression extremely serious. Didn't I already warn you before that idols can't date? Sister Lu, we're human too, we have desires too. A shadow crossed Su Xingxi's eyes, but his handsome face was full of grievance. Being in love is better than being a ladybug, right? When he was in the group, Su Xingxi was known for his gentle prince persona. After the group disbanded, he joined Jiaxing Entertainment and attracted most of the group's fans with his handsome face. Although he is still an idol, he is also developing in the direction of acting and singing. Now is a critical period for his transformation, however. When faced with this handsome face that fans called a miracle, Lu Rulan remained calm and unmoved. If there is a next time, I really won't care about you anymore. No way, Sister Lu, I know you're the best, you're my ace agent. Su Xingxi said with a grin. Lu Rulan lowered her eyes, concealing her impatience. Before becoming Su Xingxi's agent, Lu Rulan had already managed many award-winning actors and actresses. She was one of the most senior and experienced top agents at Jiaxing Entertainment, and a well-known celebrity agent in the industry. She originally thought that managing such a popular idol would be very simple, but after all this trouble, Lu Rulan really wanted to curse this Su Xingxi. He's really good at nothing. If you can't do it, fine, but you also lack ambition and can't control your lower body. If she could, Lu Rulan really wanted to ignite public opinion, blow Su Xingxi out of the picture, and then resign gracefully and leave. However, the reality is that she has to continue cleaning up this guy's messes. Chapter 24, Taking the Blame? Igniting public opinion, Xiaoyi didn't go too far. He returned to Sister Zhou's coffee shop, finding a quiet corner to sit down. Xiaoyi took out his laptop from his bag. If he didn't want to cause trouble before, now that trouble has come knocking on his door, Xiaoyi naturally won't back down anymore. The internet is already buzzing with discussion about the mystery boyfriend's appearance. Is this someone in the industry? Paparazzi, are you even doing your job? Can't you at least get a full face shot? If you just rush over and rip someone's mask off, you'll be the one who succeeds today. Just a casual observer, but based on my years of experience judging handsome men, this guy has a great physique, so he must be handsome too. Su Yuyu is really eating well. Ha, how did you know he's handsome? You'd be hideous without the mask. Yuyu, mommy won't allow you to date. Not at all. Even if it's a boy, it's not allowed. Despite having prepared himself mentally, Xiaoyi felt that he wasn't mentally prepared enough after seeing those comments of this generation of netizens. Well, as expected, there are always more people who enjoy the gossip than the fans of the celebrities themselves. Without hesitation, Xiaoyi first traced the IP address and placed Cheng Hongwen's online troll accounts, including those related to Haohan Entertainment, under house arrest. Although these accounts can still post related comments and updates, they will be subject to traffic throttling by Xiaoyi's technology. When others view these accounts, they will experience network lag, thus reducing their exposure. Next, Xiaoyi opened the photos of Su Yuyu's mysterious boyfriend that had been exposed by paparazzi and started typing code to search the entire internet. According to Cheng Hongwen, this guy should also be an insider, and quite famous. If he's exposed, it will cause a huge sensation. Got it. Xiaoyi quickly locked onto his target. Su Xingxi is an artist under Jiaxing Entertainment, a top idol with hundreds of millions of fans across the internet, and one of the most sought-after idols at present. This Su Xingxi is very similar in both identity and appearance. Moreover, he is currently in Shanghai, and Xiaoyi found his assistant's check-in record at the hotel. That's basically solid evidence. Xiaoyi immediately started writing the article and then sent it to the marketing accounts of Haohan Entertainment and Jiaxing Entertainment's rivals. With his hacking skills, he can pinpoint these accounts with unerring accuracy. And these marketing accounts will do anything for traffic. Once they've got their target, even a top influencer, they can tear you apart. These marketing accounts had been quietly following the gossip about Su Yuyu's relationship, and they quickly saw Xiaoyi's anonymous revelation. Some people were a little afraid of Su Xingxi and chose to wait and see, but more marketing accounts flocked to the scene and made the rumor of Su Xingxi and Su Yuyu's relationship the #1 trending topic. Breaking news. Su Yuyu and Su Xingxi's relationship has been officially exposed. National film queen Su Yuyu and top idol Su Xingxi are in a relationship. Su Yuyu's mysterious boyfriend has surfaced. It's actually him? So, before either party could have anticipated it, their true story had already spread like wildfire. Before clicking, how is this possible? After clicking, holy crap! My house is on fire too. The difference in detail is too obvious. I, a 7-year fan, almost didn't notice. A 5-year longtime fan, I felt this sitting posture looked familiar back then, but I didn't dare say anything. Holy crap! So it really is Su Xingxi? As far as I know, Su Xingxi has indeed been filming in Shanghai recently, but I can't say more than that, but that's not right. The masked man who was previously exposed is clearly taller than Su Xingxi. I compared the heights. Su Yuyu was around 1.6 meters tall, and the person she was kissing was only about half a head taller than her when sitting down, which would make him around 1.78 meters tall. The masked guy, on the other hand, was a head taller than Su Yuyu even standing, making him around 1.83 meters tall. They are clearly not the same person. And as everyone knows, Su Xingxi's official height is 1.8 meters, but his actual height is 1.78 meters. So who is Su Yuyu's real boyfriend? Hee, it's so hard to guess, I get it. So the masked guy who came out later was actually an innocent bystander dragged into this mess. Poor guy. 666, you guys are truly amazing. Without you, I almost wouldn't have known the real story. I'd love to be your online friend again in my next life. What's going on? Chung Hongwen stared angrily at the computer in front of him, his eyes bloodshot. How could those marketing accounts have acted so quickly? When did their efficiency become so outrageous? How did they manage to uncover Su Xingxi's secrets? Quickly clarify, then send in an online army to stir up trouble. Chung Hongwen anxiously instructed his assistant, but the assistant, looking at the chat interface on his phone, also had beads of sweat on his forehead. No, this is bad. I don't know why, but the messages from the online trolls can't be sent out. Their network is constantly busy. Ha! Are you kidding me? Cheng Hongwen almost laughed out of anger. Everyone else's internet is fine, why is theirs the only one that's bad? And if I remember correctly, their office building is right next to the China Mobile building, right? Don't underestimate this group of online trolls. They have a legitimate studio and even own an office space on a floor in a central office building, and are neighbors with China Mobile, the largest telecommunications operator in China in terms of user base. So you're saying the internet is bad? You're kidding. It must be Yuyu's rival trying to take advantage of her misfortune. Chung Hongwen gritted his teeth. This was the only reason he could think of, and Xiaodi had long been forgotten by him. Rehire a new online army and contact the relevant platforms to remove the trending topic. Good. The assistant quickly nodded and quietly left before Chung Hongwen could continue his outburst. There was also chaos on Su Xingxi's side, and Lu Rulan quickly had Jiaxing Entertainment issue a clarification notice, deciding to deny it to the death since the paparazzi didn't get a clear picture of her face, and the information online is all speculation. As long as they stubbornly deny it, there's always room for things to turn around. Nevertheless, this speculation still caused a huge uproar. Online. Su Yuyu became an instant sensation upon her debut, achieving immense popularity with her first film. Many people recognized her. Su Xingxi, needless to say, debuted from a talent show that swept the nation, and his fans have followed him almost all the way since then. They are incredibly loyal and are known as the #1 mad dog in the Chinese entertainment industry by some fans. Putting these two names together now is nothing short of a major explosion. As for Xiaohe, no one cared anymore, since the real culprit has already given himself away. No one else will care about the identity of a scapegoat. So, apart from a few gluttonous girls still asking who this guy is, the rest of the onlookers have already moved on to check out the comments section of the other two. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiaohe, who ignited this war of the century, simply deleted all the photos of himself and waved goodbye without leaving a trace. This is a huge scandal, everyone can enjoy it, but he's not going to join in. After packing his things, Xiaohe borrowed a thin plaid jacket from Sister Zhou, covered his clothes in black backpack, and left the coffee shop discreetly. Chapter 25. Hound's instinct. The online uproar continued the following day, despite Su Xingxi's solemn statement that he is currently single, and Su Yuyu's denial of her relationship with Su Xingxi. Many people assumed that they broke up due to pressure. After all, the power of netizens is unimaginable. Just by having a suspicious target, they can verify the truth from various angles and in various ways. Even if no real intimate photos of Su Xingxi and Su Yuyu's faces were ever released, most netizens already had a clue. Only the die-hard fans of both sides were still struggling and trying to numb themselves. However, none of this has anything to do with Xiaohe or his The Thief Catcher production team. As soon as Xiaohe arrived at the film set, he was surrounded by people. Upon hearing Xiaoyi recount how he saved Su Yuyu, Pu Rong was startled and quickly pulled Xiaoyi up and down to look him over. Are you alright? Xiaoyi shrugged. It's nothing, it's just that the illegitimate child got a little injured. That's good. Pu Rong breathed a sigh of relief. That paparazzi is so unethical, daring to release such fake news. They're really desperate for clicks, Lin Yiping said. Xiaoyi sighed. There's nothing we can do. It caused quite a stir back then, and Su Yuyu was standing right next to me, so it's normal for those guys to deliberately distort the facts. You should sue him, Pu Rong said indignantly. Let's forget about it. Xiaoyi shook his head helplessly. That paparazzi who took the picture probably doesn't even know who I am. The news he broke didn't reveal my face or any relevant identity information. If we really have to investigate, there's nothing we can do to him. All he did was compile the person's past criminal records and social information, and report the person to the police station and relevant departments. But this was done by a kind-hearted person on the internet. What does it have to do with Xiaoyi? Pu Rong, unaware of the situation, sighed. That's true, that guy really got off easy. Damn it! Xiao shouldn't get involved in this matter again. If she gets dragged into it, she might be accused of trying to gain attention, Lin Yiping calmly analyzed. Xiaoyi looked at their director Lin with a teasing expression. Director Lin, this is generating a lot of buzz. Aren't you going to take this opportunity to promote your movie? Lin Yiping, I'd like to, but to avoid you getting slammed, I'd better not. Xiaoyi laughed. Don't even mention it. If he dared to claim that masked guy and, while he was at it, promote the thief catcher crew, I'm afraid within an hour, or even 10 minutes, the entire crew would be vilified. Forget it, let's not do it this way. It's better for both the dog and the people. So no one brought it up again, and Xiaoyi continued filming his current scenes with the crew. They have now successfully finished the end scene and moved on to the outdoor fight scene. The original plot was set in the water towns of Jiangnan, but the crew was too poor, and it would be too expensive for the whole crew to go to Jiangnan. However, Lin Yiping was not satisfied with using an indoor green screen, so in the end they found a lake park as the actual filming location for the final fight scene. In this part of the story, Zhang Rushuai, who has already investigated and found out who was the real mastermind behind the salt smuggling case, successfully obtained the evidence, but was intercepted by several other skilled thieves, and a fierce confrontation ensued between the two sides. At this critical moment, Zhang Rushuai's friend Shinju arrived and successfully stopped the experts, allowing Zhang Rushuai to escape. The fight scene was divided into two parts. One was Zhang Rushuai's part, and the other was Shinju's part. Zhang Rushuai possesses exceptional lightness skills, moving gracefully and swiftly across different small boats, while Shinju has a stable lower body and expansive, powerful movements, primarily engaging in combat with various masters on the boat. These two parts are also the most important fight scenes in the whole play, and everyone takes them very seriously. Xiaoyi gripped his boning knife tightly with both hands, feeling a little uneasy, and turned to look at Pu Rong beside him. Pu Rong plays Zhang Rushuai, a master swordsman. He holds an ornately decorated longsword and gracefully twirls it at Xiaoyi. What's wrong? Are you nervous? Xiaoyi, a little. Their production crew was so poor that they didn't even have a martial arts instructor. They relied entirely on Pu Rong, a professional, to carry the team. Even the master supporting actors who acted with them were real masters that Pu Rong found from his family's martial arts school. They were the kind of people who had won awards for swordsmanship and martial arts. Xiaoyi was the only layman among this group of experts. How could Xiaoyi not be nervous? It's alright, just fight freely. My senior uncles are all very skilled, and they can coordinate with your moves. Pu Rong smiled and comforted Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi sighed, I'll try my best. Pu Rong's words made him even more nervous. Thinking of this, Xiaoyi activated his cheat system. Since the video of the murderer went viral, his points have been slowly increasing. He has now successfully accumulated more than 600 points, enough for Xiaoyi to draw 6 times in the low-level pool. However, Xiaoyi had been saving it up and hadn't drawn it yet. Thinking about the filming that was about to take place, Xiaoyi was getting a little itchy to get started. He is most satisfied with his bone-crushing technique and basic hacking skills. The former helped him find acting roles, while the latter gave him greater autonomy online and allowed him to escape cyberbullying multiple times. Xiaoyi now hopes that he can extract a skill similar to lightness skill from it. That would be the best. However, since it was a criminal cheat code, Xiaoyi was really not sure if there were any strange things inside. Forget it, I'll just try my luck. What if I find a skill that I might need later? Xiaoyi finally couldn't resist and reached out his wicked hand towards the lottery button. Congratulations on receiving lifespan plus 30 days, automatically redeemed. Congratulations on receiving lifespan plus 7 days, automatically redeemed. Congratulations on receiving lifespan plus 60 days, automatically redeemed. Congratulations on acquiring Hound Intuition. It has been learned automatically. Details of Hound Intuition. Natural criminals are always able to detect plainclothes hunters in the vicinity immediately. From this moment on, you can keenly sense the hunters hiding around you. Perhaps the first 2 skills had exhausted Xiaoyi's luck, because this time, all 6 attacks only increased his lifespan. Only one was special, similar to his original, similar sense of smell, which was like a passive skill. The hunting dogs the system mentioned naturally refer to the police. Xiaoyi was speechless and choked with emotion. Okay, now it's complete. One passively and automatically identifies criminals in the vicinity, and another passively and automatically identifies police officers in the vicinity. How did it become a human body recognition machine? This is really, completely useless. Originally, Xiaoyi wanted to draw some skills to boost his confidence, but after the draw, he felt so unlucky he was almost out of breath. Meanwhile, Lin Yiping was already calling him. Shinju, come over here quickly. The weather is nice now, let's start filming soon. As Xiaoyi approached, Lin Yiping pulled him aside and whispered, many of the props this time are disposable, so try to use them sparingly. If you can get it right in one take, then do it in one take. Xiaoyi's vision went black again. Director Lin, are you treating me like I'm nothing special? Chapter 26 Bone Crusher, Shinju. On the lake, only 3 dilapidated boats floated silently. The boat is about 3 meters long and has an extremely simple and rustic design. A few wisps of reeds are still swaying on the awning, and the whole boat is swaying slightly in the wind, looking as if it might fall apart at any moment. Looking at the boat, Xiaoyi felt that he could stand on it at any time and sing the boatman's love, then row the boat around in the middle of the lake. It's hard to imagine that the 6 of them would then be spread out across these 3 small boats, and then engage in a fierce battle. Xiaoyi is now worried that the ship will crack as soon as they step on it. Before they even start filming, immediately afterwards, he heard Director Lin earnestly instructing the staff working on the cable car next to him, this canopy can't withstand any force. When the actors step on it, you must tighten your grip. Don't let anyone trample on the canopy, or we'll have to return it. The staff member nodded earnestly. Okay, Director Lin. Xiaoyi, just as I expected, looking at this simple and makeshift troupe, he sometimes felt a pang of emotion. This film crew was truly the least like a film crew of all the film crews he had ever worked with. Director Lin Yiping is truly a remarkable person. It's really a wonder that Prime Minister Chai thinks so highly of me, actually bringing you guys along. Jiang Rushui leaned lazily against the gunwale, casually watching the small boat drifting towards him. On the small boat, bandits dressed in various styles and carrying different weapons emerged from the awning, looking at Jiang Rushui with an imposing air. Jiang Rushui, if you don't want to die, hand over what you have on you, otherwise don't blame us for disregarding past relationships. You used to offer rewards for catching thieves for the sake of peace in the martial world and for upholding the principles of justice. But now you know exactly what I'm taking, yet you still try to stop me. Don't talk about any nonsense about face. You beasts driven by profit, do you even deserve the word face? As Jiang Rushui spoke, the sword in his hand was drawn from its sheath, its sharp edge unstoppable. If you want war, then let's fight. Stop pretending. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-clad swordsman lightly touched the ground with his toes and leaped forward. His sword flashed like a sharp, cold light, piercing towards the burly man with the hammer in the middle. Zhang, the burly man, swung his hammer backward, forcefully deflecting the attack of the black-clad swordsman. At the same time, the warrior with his hair in a topknot beside him drew his sword and slashed horizontally, shouting loudly, Jiang Rushui. Don't talk so high and mighty. Who in the martial world doesn't know that you're willing to risk your life for money? In this fight, we are all just pawns. You're nothing more than a dog under the powerful. You're no better than us. Jiang Rushui's eyes grew even colder, but he didn't say anything. He just continued to make his moves, and the two began to fight fiercely. There were 4 thief catchers, all of whom were renowned experts. Some of them were even as famous as Jiang Rushui. Even Jiang Rushuai, who was well prepared, felt the strain after several fierce battles, but at that moment, another small boat quietly arrived beside the two ships. A dark figure, carrying the scent of blood, silently entered the battlefield. Of the samurai, wielding a sword, dodged the mysterious man's attack, but suddenly felt a chill on his wrist. The expressionless, cold-blooded killer twisted his wrists without blinking, blood and pieces of clothing flying everywhere. Accompanied by the samurai's scream as he clutched his arm, everyone looked over, only to see the samurai's bare white bones. His right arm, which had been holding a sword, had been transformed into that grotesque sight in the blink of an eye. The older black-clad constable gasped, recognizing the handiwork at a glance. It's Shinju, the bone crusher. How could he be here? Hasn't Shinju retired from the martial world years ago? Why? The rumors circulating in the martial arts world startled everyone. But before they could say anything more, the ruthless assassin had already spun the hilt of his knife and sliced off the flesh from the neck of the screaming warrior. In the blink of an eye, only the stark white bones supporting the head and body remained. A living person can be transformed into a bloody, half-human, half-skeletal form in the blink of an eye. This dazzling shock was enough to terrify others. Jiang Rushuai laughed heartily, his tone carefree and relaxed. I knew you'd come. It's all thanks to you. Shinju waved the boning knife in his hand, letting the blood on the knife splatter onto the water beside him. His eyes were calm as he looked at the thieves, as if they were livestock on a chopping board, and his voice was completely flat. The two then switched places. Shinju leaped into the center of the bandits' encirclement, causing the small boat to rock violently and splash up a lot of water. Jiang Rushuai, however, lightly touched the water droplets with his toes and landed gracefully on the small boat that Shinju had come from, and in the blink of an eye, it drifted a few miles away. Don't leave, the older constable tried to give chase, but Shinju blocked his path the next moment. Your opponent is me now. Shinju brandished his boning knife, displaying an unyielding and invincible stance, and left the remaining 3 men on the ship. Watching Jiang Rushuai's figure gradually disappear into the distance with the small boat, the older bandit hunter gritted his teeth and said to the other two, kill Shinju first, or none of us will leave. The three exchanged a glance, then decisively unleashed their killing blows at Shinju. Shinju, however, showed no fear. His boning knife, true to its name, cleaved through flesh and blood with each strike. The once steady boat began to rock violently, large ripples spreading across the water, gradually mixing with crimson blood, which spread further and further with the ripples. After a short while, the lake returned to tranquility. The young cook, covered in blood, emerged from the boat's awning, leaped to the bow, sat cross-legged, put down his blood-stained boning knife, closed his eyes to rest, and let the small boat continue to drift with the current. Following the direction the small boat had drifted from, several stark white skeletons flashed across the water's surface before slowly sinking to the bottom of the lake, never to be seen again. After filming wrapped, the small boat swayed gently as it approached the shore. Suspended by wires, Xiaoyi lightly leaped from the boat until his feet firmly touched the shore, at which point his tense nerves slowly relaxed. Call it's finally over. Xiaoyi didn't get seasick before, but his experience of being a flying man on the ship these past few days has once again shown him what extreme torture truly means. Yes, you've worked hard these past few days. Lin Yiping raised her hand and patted Xiaoyi's shoulder, looking very relaxed. Once we got through this scene, everyone's work became much easier. Xiaoyi sighed. I don't think I'll want to take a boat trip for a long time. Lin Yiping shrugged. Don't worry, I hope we can work together again in the future. Xiaoyi paused for a moment, then chuckled, not taking Lin Yiping's words to heart, and simply said, okay, I'll wait. Chapter 27. Could he be a martial arts prodigy? After confirming that the filming was over, Xiaoyi and Pu Rong walked and chatted as they returned to the dressing room that their crew had temporarily rented. Pu Rong. A strong male voice called out to Pu Rong. Pu Rong was startled and turned his head to look. Sure enough, he saw his granduncle. Grandmaster Uncle, you've worked hard today too. Pu Rong immediately put on a fawning smile. Hello, Senior Ma. Xiaoyi also greeted them. An elderly man arrived, with gray hair, looking to be about 70 years old. He was wearing a very ordinary t-shirt and exercise pants, looking much like an old man taking a stroll in the park, except that he was in very good spirits and showed no signs of old age. Ma Hangwu, who played the elderly thief catcher in the previous scene, is actually not an actor, but a real martial arts master who owns his own martial arts school in China. By seniority, he should be Pu Rong's granduncle. Xiaoyi had previously heard Pu Rong say that this senior Ma was quite famous in martial arts. He had served as a member of the Chinese Sports Federation and the chairman of the Chinese Martial Arts Association. He had taught in many places, and his students were spread across more than 20 provinces and cities. He was also very famous internationally and was a respected senior in the industry. About 10 years ago, the old man gradually retired. He usually only managed the martial arts school he ran and rarely participated in martial arts related competitions and activities. Even Pu Rong himself rarely had contact with this old man, but for some reason, the old man suddenly asked to come to their small film crew and play a cannon fodder role. When they learned about this, not only were the crew members shocked, but even the other members of Pu Rong's sect were shocked. That's a national martial arts treasure. How could someone be so foolish as to play a supporting role to a junior? It's practically a ghost story, but it did happen, and it happened right before everyone's eyes. Pu Rong didn't know what his grandmaster was thinking, but he didn't dare to ask. Every time he saw Ma Hongwu, he would greet him cautiously, afraid that Ma Hongwu might be dissatisfied and tell his master later. Then Pu Rong is doomed. However, no matter what Pu Rong did, Ma Hongwu seemed dissatisfied. This time, he glared at Pu Rong with a look of utter disappointment, which made the bewildered Pu Rong shrink back and ask, "Master, Grandmaster, Uncle? What did he do to offend this person?" Ma Hongwu snorted coldly, then looked at Xiaoyi. "Young friend, Zhao's boning knife technique is truly excellent. Is it really inconvenient for you to tell me about your master?" Xiaoyi sighed helplessly. "I'm sorry, Senior Ma, I really can't say. With his instant mastery, where are you going to find a mentor for him? This old man has been pestering him every day lately, which is really giving him a headache." Fortunately, the old man finished filming today and is leaving soon, so we won't have to see each other again. Uncle, please don't make things difficult for Xiaoyi. Pu Rong also explained on Xiaoyi's behalf, "Isn't it normal to ask to conceal one's lineage for such a rare sword technique? Uncle doesn't really want to learn it, so why pry into it?" Ma Hongwu, he glanced at the young man sideways and snorted coldly. The younger generation of martial arts practitioners these days is truly getting worse with each generation. You can't even see through this deadly sword technique? You've wasted all those years of studying. What Xiaoyi and Pu Rong didn't know was that Ma Hongwu's visit to the film crew this time was indeed because of Xiaoyi. When Pu Rong returned to the martial arts school to recruit actors, Ma Hongwu happened to be there and inadvertently saw Xiaoyi's swift and skillful bone-scraping knife technique, which greatly shocked him. As a master in the martial arts world, his judgment was naturally accurate. This boning knife technique was not just for show, it was a truly deadly knife technique. It basically required practice to master. Based on Xiaoyi's current strength, he definitely couldn't have mastered this swordsmanship without killing dozens of people. So Xiaoyi, I'm afraid he has a big problem, thinking that this is now a new society, yet such scoundrels have emerged in their martial arts. Ma Hongwu couldn't sit still for a moment. He immediately called Pu Rong to come to the small film crew to play cannon fodder supporting roles. However, after observing Xiaoyi for so long, Ma Hongwu did not find any problems with him. On the contrary, he heard that Xiaoyi had recently done a heroic deed, saving a little girl, and the police were even going to award him a certificate. This left the previously confident Mr. Ma somewhat bewildered. How did this guy manage to do that? Could he really be a martial arts prodigy who can learn it just by watching someone practice in the air? Ma Hongwu suddenly fell into a long silence again, seeing that the old man was staring at him without saying a word. Xiaoyi looked at Pu Rong with some confusion. Pu Rong winked at Xiaoyi. "You go first." "Xiaoyi, isn't that a bad idea?" "It's okay." Just then, Xiaoyi received a call from Officer Li. It turned out that his certificate for bravery had been approved, and Officer Li asked Xiaoyi to pick it up. Putting down his phone, Xiaoyi finally had a legitimate reason. "Sorry, I'll be leaving now. I'm going to the police station to get my certificate." "You should go quickly," Pu Rong hurriedly replied. After Xiaoyi left, Pu Rong continued to persuade the old man. "Grandmaster Uncle, I really don't understand why you kept asking Xiaoyi about his master. Xiaoyi had already agreed to teach you, but you still care about his master." Ma Hongwu angrily punched Pu Rong on the head. "Don't call me Grandmaster Uncle. I can't bear to lose face like that." "Pu Rong, since the filming location has been changed and is quite far from the police station near the film studio, Xiaoyi didn't intend to treat himself badly and took a taxi there directly. It's around 4 p.m. now, not quite rush hour yet, but the road to the film studio is still very congested." Xiaoyi leaned out of the car window, looked at the stopped traffic ahead, and clicked his tongue slightly. Why is this road so congested? The driver in front seemed quite familiar with the situation, clearly already aware of it. It seems that several celebrities have been filming at this film and television base recently, so all their fans have flocked here. This is too exaggerated. Xiao he exclaimed. Well, who can argue with that? The driver, clearly harboring resentment towards these fans for some time, took the opportunity to complain. That's why we don't really like taking fares here. The pay is low, and it's a hassle. You were lucky today. I usually don't drive here. Seeing that the topic was gradually verging towards the hardships faced by their driver, Xiaoyi wisely chose to keep quiet. The only sound inside the car was the driver muttering to himself. 20 minutes passed, and the vehicle did not move an inch. The driver was really angry this time, and he picked up his phone to ask about the road conditions ahead. Sports car drivers have their own messaging groups, and road conditions spread extremely quickly, so the driver quickly received the latest information. What? The fans up ahead started fighting, and the whole road is blocked and paralyzed? The driver asked incredulously. Xiao couldn't help but listen intently. Whose fans are these? They're so crazy. Without needing the driver to confirm the situation further, they heard the sound of police cars from afar. Then, Xiaoyi saw several police motorcycles rush past them, heading towards the film and television base. Xiaoyi blinked. Young man, you heard it too. It looks like we can't go any further. The driver turned his head, looking troubled. How about you, walk a few steps? Xiaoyi, alright then, forget it, let's go get some gossip and see what's going on. Chapter 28. Holy crap, my phone disappeared while I was eating melon seeds. However, when it comes to this matter, it turns out that everyone has misunderstood that the incident wasn't caused by fans, but by a thief. Zhao Jun, a thief recently released from prison, is determined to start afresh and rebuild his business. After a long period of observation, Zhao Jun set his sights on the fan groups near the film and television base. The area is crowded, and people's attention is easily drawn to the celebrities coming and going, causing them to lower their guard about their surroundings. Furthermore, most fans who manage to come here are relatively wealthy and usually carry many electronic devices, such as spare phones, cameras, tablets, and headphones. Zhao Jun can usually spot these items at a glance and then easily retrieve them. With the film and television base having a particularly large number of fans recently, Zhao Jun seized this opportunity to make a fortune and thrived. However, due to Zhao Jun's arrogant behavior, there have been many more plainclothes police officers staking out the film and television base recently. Fans who come to the film and television base have also received the news and are keeping their bags and valuables safe to prevent strangers from getting close. But who is Zhao Jun? Will he be stumped by these people's ridiculous tricks? Of course not. It's just a matter of a razor blade. So when Zhao Jun easily obtained another cell phone, he glanced at the plainclothes police officers disguised as ordinary people in the crowd and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Ah, what a clumsy disguise, Zhao Jun thought mockingly. Back then, Zhao Jun managed to commit a crime despite being watched by more than a dozen police officers. In fact, to provoke the police, he even stole one of the officers' wallets and Nokia phones. If he hadn't been reported by a colleague, Zhao Jun would probably still be at large and unknown to the police. When he re-emerged, Nokia had already gone bankrupt, and smartphones had replaced cash payments. Zhao Jun's target had shifted from cash to mobile phones. However, this did not affect his skills. Even with several plainclothes officers patrolling the area, Zhao Jun continued to steal without hesitation. He even set his sights on one of the slightly younger officers. That officer's phone was actually quite easy to get, so easy that Zhao Jun began to suspect that the other party was stinging him. However, Zhao Jun hadn't taken more than a few steps when the girl whose phone he had just stolen noticed something was wrong and pointed to another girl behind her with clear logic. My phone was stolen. Did you do it? The girl behind her looked completely bewildered. Wait, what does this have to do with me? Are you crazy? You were the one who kept bumping into me. And you and your crickets kept chirping all the way here. I heard it all. It turns out that the two girls had a conflict before, and now that a problem has arisen, the girl whose phone was stolen naturally and instinctively pointed the finger at the other girl. The girl who was unjustly accused naturally refused to accept it and also became angry, demanding that the other party apologize and not slander people without cause. Then things started to turn magical. Someone saw Zhao Jun reach out to steal the phone, but because of the angle, she subconsciously mistook the hand for the girl's hand. So she took the initiative to help identify the girl. And since the two fans' idols happened to be rivals, this act of taking sides inexplicably escalated into a battle for the honor and disgrace of their respective idols. I'm telling you, your Sue bitch is Sue bitch. She hasn't improved at all over the years. She even stole someone else's Best Actress award. You're just like your idol. She stole the Best Actress award, and you stole a phone. You're both shameless. Damn it. I told you I didn't steal your phone. What gives you the right to talk about our Yu like that? Do you really think that without Yu, your plastic surgery-faced girl could have become an actress? You're just like your real parent, always daydreaming and fantasizing about someone stealing your things. Ugh. Damn it, you bitch, what do you mean? Get out. Watch your mouth. Enraged by the theft of her phone, the girl grabbed the thief's hair, and the thief retaliated by pulling at her clothes. The others from both sides rushed to help. What started as a small incident escalated into a large-scale conflict, and due to the chaotic scene, many fans were caught up in the chaos before they even understood what was happening. Everyone calm down. Spread out. Don't get involved. Scatter. The fan groups originally each occupied their own area and kept to themselves, but now the situation has become a mess, with rumors spreading from one person to another. Although some organized fan groups are shouting in front, it has actually become a chaotic mess, and no one can tell who is who anymore. So, unsurprisingly, the police arrived and separated the chaotic group of people. When Shouty arrived at the edge of the crowd, the chaos had ended. The police were evacuating the fans from various groups. Everyone was groaning, but they were very cooperative with the police and gradually dispersed. I'm really fed up. The other families usually get along fine, but ever since those few came here, the whole atmosphere has turned sour. Several girls left together, making a fuss about the fans of those other groups. Shouty listened intently and roughly understood. This is still a follow-up to the previous rumors about Su Yuyu and Su Xingxi's relationship. Although many people know that the two of them definitely talked, neither of them has admitted it, so the matter is not true. However, fans discovered that the two had recently been at the same film and television base, so the fans who were in an uproar online moved offline to monitor their every move, and the most crucial thing is yet to come. The filming crew here also includes popular young actor Ran Yunrui and rising star Yimino. Incidentally, Yiminur and Su Yuyu are rivals. They were the ones who argued the most fiercely over the Best Actress award, but in the end, Su Yuyu won. Ran Yunrui and Su Yuyu are from the same agency and have the same manager. Previously, Su Yuyu, an experienced agent, promoted Ran Yunrui using her resources, which led to Su Yuyu's fans disliking Ran Yunrui. There are too many complex relationships and long-standing facts involved to explain in detail. Therefore, when the fans of these groups gathered together, it was truly a case of enemies meeting with intense hatred. Just hearing about that scene made Shouty break out in a cold sweat. Who was the brilliant strategist who brought all these people together in one place? Fortunately, they weren't on the same film set, otherwise he felt the film studio would be razed to the ground by crazy fans sooner or later. TSK, someone bumped into Shouty, instantly snapping him out of his reverie. His keen intuition made him instinctively reach into his pocket. Holy crap! I was just eating some melon seeds and my phone disappeared. Isn't this an utter disgrace? Shouty immediately turned his head, but only saw the flowing crowd. The person who hit him had long since disappeared into the vast crowd. However, the next moment, Shouty's gaze was precisely locked onto a woman to his side. The woman wore a black chiffon dress, a wide-brimmed sun hat, and brown sunglasses, obscuring her face. Only a few strands of slightly curled hair peeked out from under the hat brim. Her steps were relaxed and elegant, moving on hurriedly with the flow of people. Compared to the girls beside her, every move she made exuded a unique charm and sensuality that no one who sees her would associate her with a thief. But Shouty walked straight up to the woman, grabbed her wrist, and said firmly and seriously, "Give me my phone." Chapter 29: Catching a Thief. Give me back my things. As Shouty made his movements and voice, the crowd that had been gradually dispersing around them stopped again. "What are you doing?" the woman in the black dress exclaimed, quite startled by Shouty's actions. She twisted her wrist slightly, her voice filled with fear. "Are you trying to be a pervert?" Shouty showed no mercy, firmly holding her wrist and opening his palm to her. "My phone. You stole my phone the moment you bumped into me." Hilarious. He wouldn't care if you're a woman or not. What if you let her escape or she hurts someone else? I don't know where your phone is. The woman in the black dress tremblingly raised her other hand, revealing her phone. "Look. I don't have a backpack, all I have on me is my phone. How could I possibly steal yours? Please let me go." Shouty was taken aback for a moment, then began to carefully examine the woman from head to toe. The woman indeed didn't carry a bag, her dress didn't even have pockets, so there seemed to be nowhere to hide anything, but there was no doubt about it. Among the people around him, he only sensed a kindred spirit in this person. The absence of blood suggests that he hasn't killed anyone, which fits the situation he's looking for. Xiao He didn't believe that the guy could run several miles away in the blink of an eye after just touching his phone. This guy is the most suspicious. Help! While Xiao He was still in a daze, the woman was already asking others for help. The people around looked at each other, unsure of what was going on. Xiao He didn't offer much explanation, but instead asked the girls next to him, "Could you please call some of the police officers over there? I suspect this guy is a habitual thief." The girls who had been gossiping next to Xiao He just moments before exchanged glances and decisively went to find the police. Seeing that the young man was unmoved by reason and was convinced that he was the thief, the woman in the black dress finally became anxious. A razor blade slipped out from the cuff of her black silk sleeve, and she twisted her wrist, intending to cut Xiao He's hand to break free from his restraints. However, Xiao He was more agile than him. After realizing his intention, he released his grip in advance and used his palm as a blade to strike the woman's wrist hard. That spot was right where a person's nerve endings were located. The woman in the black dress felt as if her hand had been chopped off, and she couldn't exert any strength at all. The blade in her palm also slipped out. A sharp-eyed passerby spotted the razor blade and exclaimed, "She really is carrying a knife." Immediately, everyone retreated and called for the police. In the distance, Xiao He, being closer, heard the woman's muffled groan. His brows furrowed instantly, and he stared intently at the woman in the black dress. "Are you a man?" Despite the noise around him, Xiao He was absolutely certain that he hadn't misheard. The woman had subconsciously made a man's voice just now. That damned little brat. The woman in the black dress, realizing her disguise had been exposed, gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at Xiao He. "You just wait." He then lifted his hat and threw it at Xiao He's face before turning and running away. The large sun hat was actually attached to a wig, and when it was tossed around, it formed a huge blob, which did briefly obstruct Xiao He's vision. However, Xiao He was no longer in a hurry. Instead, he shouted to the crowd, "Grab him!" The woman in the black dress hadn't run far before she was caught red-handed by a plainclothes police officer who pounced out from the side. Seeing this, many people who were unaware of the situation were stunned, but Xiao He breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder he noticed several plainclothes police officers in the crowd earlier. They were anti-pickpocket plainclothes officers specifically tasked with catching this guy. "Behave yourself." Officer Liu, who was in the lead, spoke sternly and decisively handcuffed the person, then made him stand up straight. The woman in the black dress, still wearing a hairnet, stood listlessly in front of the police officers. "It's Lao Lu." Officer Zhang, who had been called over by the girls, went up to greet Xiao He and looked at him with surprise. "Xiao He, we meet again." "Xiao He, it's Officer Zhang and Officer Li." Officer Li tilted his head. "It's really such a coincidence. What a unique fate. You two know each other?" Officer Liu looked at Xiao He, his gaze subtly scrutinizing the young man, a suspicion rising in his heart, the same one Officer Zhang had felt when he first met Xiao He. "This young man is quite something." They were able to spot the pickpocket in the crowd at a glance, while the others had been staking out the place for 3 or 4 days without success. The contrast was simply. Thinking this, Officer Liu glared at the man in the black dress next to her with annoyance. "You've given us quite a search. Who would have thought that the person they had been staking out for so long was actually a man who could dress up as a woman and even imitate a voice? But to be honest, their attire and appearance are truly androgynous, which is quite an eye-opener." Officer Liu grabbed the man by the collar without any politeness, glanced at him, and then pulled him toward the police car. "Come on, take everything out of your chest. It would be best to do another body search. I suspect he's hiding a lot more things on him," Officer Zhang added. "At least 10 people came to me to report the crime earlier. This can be hidden?" Some onlookers whispered complaints. Xiao He's eyes twitched, his gaze falling on the other woman's full breasts and perky buttocks, and he had a bad feeling. His phone seems dirty. Ugh, his phone is dirty, there's no going back. It's completely unclean now. Xiao He's face fell instantly. This is no longer something that can be solved by simply changing a phone case and screen protector. What he needs to do now is disinfect his phone and then get a new one. Hey, speaking of changing phones, sorry, just trying to make the best of a bad situation. Soon, this person demonstrated his extraordinary skills to everyone. 16 mobile phones, 3 tablets, several pairs of headphones, and even 5 power banks in a game console. There were also some other miscellaneous electronic devices, which Xiao He didn't recognize, but he was still deeply shocked. What a master thief. How many things are hidden under this person's skirt? You've stolen so much in just a few hours? Officer Liu was so angry he laughed. Zhao Jun glanced at Officer Liu and whispered in his defense, "Just a little bit, only a little bit." Officer Liu turned to Xiao He and said, "Young man, take a look and see which one is your phone." Xiao He pointed to the one on the far right. Okay. After confirming that Xiao He was the owner, Officer Liu's expression remained serious as he stared at Xiao He and asked, "May I ask how you found him?" "Xiao He, here it comes, here it comes." That familiar feeling of interrogation. As Officer Liu asked the question, Zhao Jun also looked up anxiously, his face full of resentment. "Yeah. How did you find out?" "I consider myself to be one of the best at disguise among my colleagues. I could just wander around in front of these cops before and not be detected." "How come you insist that I'm a thief right away?" This issue was extremely important to him. The last time Zhao Jun was imprisoned, it was because he was betrayed by a colleague, not because he lacked skill. But this time, Zhao Jun was exposed and arrested on the spot, which made him doubt his own disguise skills. Faced with the doubts of the police and the suspect, Xiao He couldn't explain why, and could only smile and say, "Maybe, it's just a gut feeling, huh?" Zhao Jun heard the sound of his Dao heart shattering. Chapter 30. It seems like you can get on the trending topics list whenever you want. In the end, Xiao He insisted that it was his intuition. Officer Liu asked him for a long time but couldn't find out the reason, so he could only attribute this feeling to talent. However, after Officer Zhang, Officer Liu's expression towards Xiao He also became more complicated. He raised his hand and patted Xiao He, saying earnestly, "Thank you so much for your help this time. We will help you apply for the certificate later." Without Xiao He, they would probably have had to spend much more time this time. Xiao He could only smile and say, "Okay, thank you, Officer Liu." Officer Liu didn't linger and quickly left the scene with the criminal and the stolen goods. Xiao He got into Officer Zhang's and Officer Li's car. On the way, Xiao He casually inquired about the previous illegitimate child incident. That's the illegitimate child who stabbed Su Yuyu with a knife last time. Xiao He still remembers that the other person's name is Kunping. Officer Li, speaking of which, we really owe this to Zhao's reminder. After our investigation, we found that this guy had a favorite streamer who suddenly disappeared some time ago. Xiao He was taken aback for a moment, then immediately guessed what Officer Li had left unsaid. "She's dead?" "Yeah." Officer Li recalled the scene, a hint of disgust in his expression. "I was eaten by that guy." Xiao He, that's too tragic. Wait, something seems off. If I heard correctly, your tone sounds off, doesn't it? Are you sure you mean eating together, not dismembering? Xiao He's expression froze. Cough cough. Officer Zhang coughed lightly at the right moment, reminding Xiao Li, "The case has already gone to the court, so you should say as little as possible." Xiao Li immediately shrank his neck. "Okay." Xiao He quickly apologized, "I'm sorry, I just wanted to know what happened next. That guy will most likely face the death penalty, so don't worry, we will definitely bring him to justice," Officer Zhang replied, while looking at Xiao He. "Speaking of which, Xiao has already helped our police twice. We'll contact your school later and have them commend you as well." No, it's not necessary." Xiao He waved his hand awkwardly. He didn't want to be publicly commended, as that would be quite embarrassing. However, if we include Zhu Lasun's case, he has actually helped the police solve 3 cases. Moreover, it was always by chance that they encountered each other, and the criminals simply walked right into the line of fire. Xiao He never imagined that his cheat ability would have such an effect, but it's alright, it's his small contribution. The group arrived at the police station, and this time Xiao He finally obtained his Good Samaritan certificate. Looking at the bright red booklet symbolizing honor in his hand, Xiao He smiled and said, "Thank you." "It's nothing." Officer Li waved his hand, then invited Xiao He to take a photo together. After watching Xiao He leave, Officer Li said with some emotion, "Xiao is really a special person. I was so prejudiced against him before. I was so foolish." Upon hearing his words, Officer Zhang slowly blew on his teacup and said in a calm tone, "So you can't judge a person by appearances alone. You have to look at what they do and what they say. Only by truly getting to know them can you know what kind of person they are." Officer Li turned around, puzzled, "But master, didn't you suspect Xiao was suspicious from the beginning?" Cough cough cough. Officer Zhang let out a startling cough, which made Xiao Li quickly pat his back. "Master, be careful. Here, there's some paper." After wiping his mouth with a tissue, Officer Zhang glared at Officer Li and solemnly declared, "I have never doubted Xiao. The reason I asked you to pay special attention to him is to test you and see if you can distinguish between good and bad people. Now it seems Officer Zhang shook his head calmly, looking at Li with an expression that suggested he was hopeless. Comrade Li, you still need to practice. Officer Li scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. Oh, I see. I understand. He then looked at Officer Zhang with admiration. You truly are my mentor. Your ability to judge people is amazing. I will definitely continue to learn from you. Ahem, go contact Lao Lu and have them match the stolen goods they handed over with the lost items we reported here. Then you can contact the owners one by one. Alright, master. Returning to the film set in high spirits, Xiaoyi realized that he had accidentally made it to the trending topics again. Stand there, don't move. Pu Rong held up his phone, pointing it at Xiaoyi. His gaze darted quickly between the phone screen and Xiaoyi, and as he looked at the photo, where the person in front of him was dressed exactly the same, a complex emotion gradually spread across his face. This t-shirt, I remember you just bought it a few days ago, right? And these pants, you asked me for the link again. I can't even be bothered to comment on these shoes. The same sneakers were trending on social media last time. Okay, the only progress is that you're not carrying that lousy bag anymore. Well, Pu Rong put down his phone, looked at the person in front of him, his face full of vicissitudes. Brother Xiao, can you tell me why you always manage to make it to the top of the trending searches from such a unique angle? Xiao He, huh? He took out his phone and glanced at it, then didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A cross-dressing man appears at the scene of a fan fight. It turns out he is, fans fighting? A swift arrest ensues. What a catchy title. Similar to the last time, Xiaoyi was implicated in Su Yuyu's love affair and became one of the victims. This time, a fight between fans affected Xiaoyi, and a video clip of him catching a cross-dressing thief at the scene also made it to the top of the trending searches. Xiaoyi was speechless. Seriously, is it really that easy to get on the trending topics list these days? How can you just get on it like that? Most importantly, this is a real-time trending topic, and the comments section is very lively, with everyone laughing. This is hilarious. I didn't expect it to be so funny before I opened this trending topic. Am I the only one curious about what this cross-dressing man looks like? Did anyone take any photos of him? I'm really curious about what he looks like. Seeking photos of cross-dressing men. Payment offered. This thief doesn't have any. Can I use my own women's clothing? I was there, but I didn't take any photos. To be honest, that thief had an incredibly charismatic presence. He was the kind of person who would make me turn my head even when I was walking down the street. I can only say he was truly impressive, with a certain professionalism about him. Am I the only one who thinks this guy catching the thief looks familiar? That familiar outfit, that familiar hat and mask. Seeing the netizens who were slow to realize what was happening, Xiaoyi broke out in a cold sweat. He lowered his head, looking at the clothes and pants he had just changed after the last exposure, and then looked up with a touch of melancholy. Okay, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he's about to ruin another set of clothes. And oh, who understands? He just likes to wear the same few outfits interchangeably, a must-have for lazy people. Buying clothes doesn't require any thought. In the end, you sharp-eyed netizens ruined half of his wardrobe. He's so angry. Chapter 31, Casting for the new drama series, A Tumultuous Journey. Pu Rong, of course, had no idea what Xiaoyi was thinking at the moment, and was still curious about Xiaoyi catching the thief. So, Lao Xiao, you really caught a cross-dressing master at the scene? Xiaoyi, shouldn't the focus be on the thief? Pu Rong slapped Xiaoyi on the back. Hey, it's the same story. Tell me what happened back then. Xiaoyi could only briefly explain the key points to Pu Rong, who gave him a thumbs up. Brother, you're the one. In that situation, he himself probably wasn't even sure that the other person was the one who stole his phone. He didn't expect Xiaoyi to be so certain and insistent on his own idea. Just from this point of view, Pu Rong was ashamed of himself. It's just good luck. Xiaoyi shrugged. I think I heard someone at Versailles, Lin Yiping teased as she walked over. Xiaoyi blinked innocently. Huh? Who? I don't know. Lin Yiping rolled her eyes in annoyance. Alright, let's get down to business. I have some audition information for a big production crew. I think you'd be interested. You're wrapping up filming tomorrow, so you can go check it out while you're at it. Xiaoyi pointed to himself. Me? Lin Yiping nodded. Yes, Pu Rong isn't really suitable for that role. Pu Rong was speechless. Hey, I'm still here. why is it inappropriate? Lin Yiping glanced at him sideways. They want a sinister and cruel villain role, are you sure you can pull it off? Pu Rong, who has an upright appearance, then never mind. Xiao Yi's interest was piqued. What role? It's a spy drama. He's the captain of the Puppet Party's special agent team and one of the important villains in the whole series, Lin Yiping said. Although he can only be considered the fourth male lead according to the billing order, he has quite a lot of screen time in the drama. A spy movie, Xiao Yi pondered for a moment. That era must have been bloody, tragic, and brutal. Xiao Yi knew without asking that such a villainous character must have a lot of blood on his hands, but even if he goes, he might not be selected. Besides, it sounds like a big production team. Xiao Yi asked, somewhat puzzled, why didn't anyone else come to eat this big pancake? The competition in the Chinese entertainment industry is naturally quite fierce. If Xiao Yi hadn't gotten lucky, he might not have been able to get into 3 different film crews. Of course, they were snapped up like crazy. Lin Yiping coughed lightly, a strange smile on his face, so the actors who were shortlisted earlier are all too eager to come. Xiao Yi, wait a minute, isn't this a bit too much information? Xiao Yi swallowed hard, suddenly feeling a little reluctant to get involved in this mess. Lin Yiping, however, had a mysterious confidence in Xiao Yi. Don't worry, after changing actors 5 times, the only requirement the production team has for this role now is that you have acting skills, fit the character's image, and don't cause trouble. I think you can definitely do it. Wait a minute? How many times do I have to say it? Xiao Yi, what kind of characters are they that they've changed 5 times and still haven't given up? Xiao Yi felt that sometimes it was okay to believe in superstition. If it hadn't worked out these 5 times, the role definitely wouldn't work out either. Aren't people in the entertainment industry supposed to be superstitious? Lin Yiping raised her finger and earnestly analyzed for Xiao Yi. Their first actor was sent by the investors. The director didn't really like him, but he still used him despite his reluctance. As a result, that guy cheated on his wife with 2 women, and the original wife of the investors exposed him. So the first actor was naturally kicked out of the crew. Xiao Yi, hiss. That's absolutely right. The second actor was already prepared, but because the first actor suspected that this actor was the one who exposed his affair, the actor was hit by a car when he went out and is currently in the hospital recovering from his leg injury. Xiao Yi, don't worry about that. The first actor has already been arrested and can't threaten you. Xiao Yi, later, because so much time had passed, the director's original choice for the third reserve actor had already joined another production team and couldn't free up his schedule, so the third actor was no longer available. Xiao Yi, isn't the production team going to find a master to take a look? Lin Yiping clapped his hands. That's what the producer thought too. So they found a master to calculate the fortune of the fourth actor. It turned out that the fourth actor was not lucky and was not made to be a star. He also clashed with their crew and brought bad luck to their finances, so the fourth actor was also passed over. Xiao Yi, ahem, here comes the final twist. Seeing Xiao Yi's complicated expression, Lin Yiping revealed the last thing he had learned. The fifth actor they found later, although his acting skills weren't very good, the master said his fortune was a perfect match for the crew. So, they had already been filming for a while when the producer discovered that the master they had found was colluding with this fifth actor and deliberately suppressing the fourth actor. Later, that master even took the opportunity to swindle the producer out of a sum of money, which angered the producer so much that he called the police to arrest the master and also kick the fifth actor out. Xiao Yi, what a simple and unpretentious competitive tactic. Other businesses use boiling water to water their money trees, while here they directly bribe a fortune teller to supposedly bring bad luck to their wealth. Who can withstand that? It's bad for your luck. Xiao Yi thought this was indeed quite sarcastic. What about number 4 from before? Number 4 thinks the master was right, so he has retired from the entertainment industry and gone back to inherit the family business. Xiao Yi, 6, the young master has descended to the mortal realm to experience life. But then again, Xiao Yi looked Lin Yiping up and down suspiciously. How do you know so much? This must be inside information from the production crew, right? It shouldn't have leaked out. How did Lin Yiping find out? Lin Yiping simply crossed her arms, tilting her head back arrogantly. Guess? Xiao Yi, I won't guess. Anyway, back when Senior Zhuojianhua recommended the script to him, he had already guessed that this kid's identity was not simple. But it didn't matter. If the other party was unwilling to say, he was happy to play dumb with him. This is really boring, Lin Yiping said, pouting. However, there's one more thing I need to remind you of. Explain. This is the film crew that Su Xingxi is currently in. Su Xingxi? Su Yuyu's boyfriend, Xiaoyi asked sincerely. I've been doing pretty well lately, haven't I? Do you really want me dead? If netizens find out his identity, wouldn't it be that Su Yuyu's real and fake boyfriends are in the same production crew? He couldn't even imagine how dramatic this could be. Lin Yiping, so what? You're completely innocent in Su Yuyu's matter. You can't just not go because you're afraid of being criticized by netizens, right? This is a really good opportunity. Are you sure you don't want to go? I don't, that's a real shame. This character is incredibly evil, he killed many people. Most actors couldn't handle that role. Of course I'm going. Xiaoyi stood up, his gaze resolute and solemn. I don't mean anything else. I just hope that more people can learn about that past and help more people remember history. Chapter 32 Audition for the TV series Hidden Stars. Shine. Lin Yiping made the contact very quickly. Xiaoyi went to the audition in the morning and returned to the film set in the afternoon to shoot the last scene. Since the production crew was already in the filming stage, Xiaoyi went directly to the film and television base to audition at the filming location. This area is decorated in the style of that era, with a unique blend of Chinese and Western characteristics. It has been used by many film crews as a filming location for period dramas and spy dramas. According to Xiaoyi's understanding, this location has recently been booked by the wealthy crew of Shining Stars, and this Shining Stars is the drama series that Xiaoyi is currently auditioning for. This story takes place in a time of war and chaos, when the puppet regime, with the support of the enemy, ruled and manipulated the people in the occupied territories. In this past filled with humiliation and suffering, there was still a group of people who moved forward in the darkness, fighting for their ideals and beliefs, and even sacrificing their lives. They are like shining stars, their brilliance shining even in the darkness, and they are great heroes that future generations should remember. Xiaoyi is currently auditioning for the villain Meng Zetian, who is naturally the one who acts as an accomplice to evil. As the captain of the special agent team, he is responsible for capturing the protagonist and other undercover intelligence agents. His role mainly revolves around his mutual probing, suspicion and scheming with the protagonist and the others. Overall, it's a fairly important role. When Xiaoyi arrived at the audition location, he discovered that there were an unusually large number of people auditioning that day. The production team didn't find them a separate place, but instead set the audition location directly in this stage theater. The interior decoration and layout were almost a one-to-one replica of the style of that era, looking antique and giving people a sense of time travel. There were many people standing in the corridor at this moment, mostly in their 20s or 30s, and most of them were dressed quite formally. It was clear that they took this audition very seriously. Xiaoyi even saw someone wearing a military uniform to enhance their image. However, looking around, Xiaoyi didn't see anyone familiar. Almost everyone was a stranger. It seemed that most of the people auditioning were minor celebrities, either third or fourth tier. This actually made Xiaoyi relax a bit. He may not be as famous as those big names, but he is confident in his performance on stage, and at least he can play himself. It doesn't seem like a big problem, right? Suddenly, a commotion arose from the other side of the corridor. Xiaoyi saw a young man wearing sunglasses arrive with two other people. When someone sat down in the empty chair, the previously noisy corridor fell silent for a moment. Holy crap! Why is he here too? Someone lowered their voice and complained quietly. Xiaoyi narrowed his eyes and secretly sized up the other person. Oops. Damn it, they're not among the people he's recently met. Xiaoyi could only quickly prick up his ears, trying to find out the guy's name from the people around him. Why would Chen Yulin come here? Doesn't he have enough resources? Why is he trying to steal roles from us? Shu, keep your voice down. Don't offend these guys instead of getting the audition. We're doomed. With him here, do we even have a chance? It's okay. According to inside information, the director will only choose the best actor this time. I think we can still try harder and salvage the situation. So your name is Chen Yulin. Xiaoyi understood and quickly took out his phone to search for information. Chen Yulin is also an artist under Haoan Entertainment. He is less famous than Ran Yunrui and does not yet have a famous work. However, he has become a familiar face in several popular TV dramas and has one or two roles that people can recognize. He is currently in a rising phase with the potential to become a breakout star. Many people thought he would go on to star in a drama as the male lead, but unexpectedly, he turned around and came here again, auditioning for the role of the fourth male lead. On the surface, it seems like things are going backwards. Of course, the Shining Stars production team is indeed one of the biggest projects this year, firmly occupying S+ resources. Even if he is only the fourth male lead, he will definitely be able to gain a lot of exposure and popularity from this perspective. It's definitely better for Chen Yulin to compete for this role than to directly take on the male lead role in other dramas. Moreover, this guy is also very lucky. When he auditioned for this role, he was filming in another production and didn't have time to participate. Unexpectedly, the casting for this role was so unfortunate that it was delayed until his previous drama finished filming. So Chen Yulin naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity again. He did some research online and gained a general understanding of Chen Yulin. Chen Yulin is indeed a formidable opponent. Xiaoyi's face was grim as he looked at the script in his hand and took a deep breath. It's okay. He's been learning and improving all this time. When it comes to acting skills going head to head, he's not afraid of this guy. After Chen Yulin, several other actors with names arrived, but their status was much lower than Chen Yulin's. While waiting, everyone whispered among themselves and did not notice Xiaoyi in the corner. After a while, the audition officially began. Xiaoyi was unlucky and drew a number that was relatively late in the draw. Meanwhile, several other popular competitors were quite lucky and ranked high in the standings. Xiaoyi, he was starting to suspect there was something fishy going on. Could it be that this is just a formality, and the decision has already been made? However, Xiaoyi quickly dismissed this guess. If it had been decided in advance, given Lin Yiping's excellent information network, he would definitely have told him. After spending this time together, Xiaoyi still trusts Lin Yiping quite a bit, and so began a long wait. Number 21. Finally, Xiaoyi heard his number. He stood up, took off his mask, hat, and sunglasses, and followed the staff into the venue. After Xiaoyi went inside, an actor next to him muttered, "Holy shit. What's wrong?" Someone asked in a low voice. That was Musawa. The actor said in a low voice. "Ha? Mia's? Really? I didn't even notice. He was wearing a mask and hat the whole time, so I didn't recognize him. I didn't expect him to come too." Xiaoyi underestimated the impact of his sudden rise to fame on Bilibili. Despite having only one character in his works so far, he has unexpectedly become popular on Bilibili, garnering various perverted sawing memes and appearing in various compilations by content creators. There's even a dedicated super topic for Musée on Weibo, which remains updated even after so much time has passed, with a level of fan art and derivative works exceeding many people's expectations. So Xiaoyi is actually quite well known now. However, of course, many people still believe that his name is Muse. Chapter 33 Audition Results. The audition venue was on the stage. Following the staff's instructions, Xiaoyi walked onto the stage and immediately saw the four people sitting in the first row of the audience below. The four people are director Wen Hongyuan, screenwriter Tan Yuan, producer Ma Qianyu, and the male lead of their drama, Zhang Yimou. Director Wen Hongyuan and screenwriter Tan Yuan are a well-known husband and wife team in the industry. One is responsible for writing the script and the other for directing. They are a model of mutual support and cooperation. Their works are very famous in the industry. In fact, one of their early palace intrigue dramas became a classic for a generation. The script for Shining Stars was written by Tan Yuan over 2 years. As for the producer Ma Qianyu, he's quite a laughingstock. Most of the gossip Lin Yiping mentioned earlier was related to him. He was initially pressured by the investors to give the production a male supporting role that was merely decorative, which aroused strong dissatisfaction from director Wen Hongyuan. However, when the original wife of the investors came looking for him, Ma Qianyu realized that this decorative vase was actually someone who had used his body to gain power. Taking advantage of the fact that the investors were preoccupied with their own problems, he reluctantly kicked the man out of the production. Then he consulted a master to predict the crew's fortune, but unexpectedly, he encountered an actor who was his nemesis. Ma Qianyu quickly chased the actor away and asked the master to come to his house to check the feng shui and help him find a way to make money. In the end, the two new actors he found disappeared, and he was also swindled out of more than 100,000 yuan. After learning about these past events, Xiaoyi even felt that Ma Qianyu was the biggest calamity for their film crew. "Hello everyone, my name is Xiaoyi." Facing the four people, Xiaoyi bowed and introduced himself with a calm expression. Meeting Xiaoyi's eyes, Tan Yuan's eyes lit up first, and she nudged Wen Hongyuan next to her with her elbow. "It's Musée." Wen Hongyuan was also somewhat surprised. Is it the young man you mentioned before? Yes, that's right. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Tan Yuan nodded, then seemed to be thinking, so his name is Xiao He. Wen Hongyuan complained irritably, so after watching for so long, you still can't remember the actors' names. Tan Yuan gave him a reproachful look. I didn't think that much about it at the time. Despite being a highly renowned screenwriter in the industry, having written many original and excellent scripts, Tan Yuan herself is actually a big fan of watching TV dramas. For example, the character Muse is the one that left the deepest impression on Tan Yuan among all the dramas she has been watching recently. However, they had already found an actor, so Tan Yuan never thought of letting Muse play the villain role in their drama. Now that we see them in person, I must say, their temperaments are indeed very similar, but Tan Yuan was a little worried about this Muse. No, it should be Xiaohe. She was worried that Xiaohe would overact when playing Meng Zetian, because Muse and Meng Zetian are different. Muse is a bit neurotic and morbid, while Meng Zetian is a clear-headed yet ruthless and vicious person. One is an artist who is immersed in his own art, unable to distinguish between good and evil, and only cares about doing what he thinks is right. The other is a traitor who clearly knows good and evil, but still chooses to help the wicked. The different connotations here completely distinguish between two different types of people. Tan Yuan was both looking forward to it and feeling very disappointed. This Xiaohe is still too young. I'm afraid his acting skills aren't good enough. When Hongyuan glanced at Tan Yuan, whose thoughts were written all over his face, shook his head helplessly in his heart, and then pulled out a script excerpt and handed it to the assistant next to him. Let him act in this. The assistant took the script and quickly handed it to Xiaohe, perhaps because he had seen some of Xiaohe's performance as Muse. When Hongyuan deliberately avoided Meng Zetian's strong and aggressive scenes when choosing the clips. Instead, he chose the scene where Meng Zetian made a self-redemptive repentance in front of the second male lead before his death, which was arguably the most difficult scene to perform in the entire story. In this storyline, Meng Zetian and the second male lead by Mingchuan are locked in a standoff, with Meng Zetian already at a disadvantage and about to be executed by Mingchuan as a traitor. In order to survive and to lull Mingchuan into a false sense of security, Meng Zetian began to play the victim in front of Mingchuan, even kneeling down to apologize and recounting his helplessness and pain, and even making up all sorts of high-sounding excuses for himself. He almost fooled Mingchuan, but fortunately, the male protagonist Li Shua arrived in time and shot and killed Meng Zetian. Otherwise, Mingchuan might have been killed in retaliation. This scene not only needs to portray Meng Zetian's fear of death and his anxiety to survive, but also his hypocrisy and cunning. It needs to show that he is acting, and that his timid and pleading eyes reveal the mockery and murderous intent that his evil plan is about to succeed. This is undoubtedly a huge test for the actors. Xiaohe watched the scene and gave a bitter smile to himself. Oh no, this really puts my acting skills to the test. Are you ready? About 5 minutes later, when Hongyuan asked from the stage. Ready. Xiaohe could only bite the bullet and answer, then closed his eyes. Okay, let's begin. As when Hongyuan finished speaking, when the young man on the stage opened his eyes again, he had already become Meng Zetian, who was pretending to be afraid, but whose eyes still harbored deep resentment. Just by meeting those eyes, when Hongyuan sat up straight, his eyes filled with amusement. This kid, he's got some skills. On the other side, Chen Yulin, who had already finished his audition, got into the van to go back to the company. Feeling full of confidence, he glanced at his agent beside him, his smile still lingering, and casually asked, "Is that all the people who came this time?" Those people were secretly watching Chen Yulin, but actually Chen Yulin was also secretly watching the auditionees. However, after confirming that these were all minor, unknown individuals, he completely lowered his guard. In terms of acting skills, he believes he is not bad at all. In terms of popularity, he is the most popular among the auditionees today. He believes that as long as the director is not blind, he will definitely choose him. The agent nodded in agreement. This audition was rather rushed. Only a few people were able to make it through the deadline, and none of them have the same advantage as us. Chen Yulin sneered inwardly and lazily yawned. Then go back and pack your things to get ready to join the crew. Agent, okay? Just as they were starting to plan their schedule and filming process, their agent received a call from producer Ma Chen-yu. Hey, producer Ma. The agent was overjoyed, thinking the matter was settled so quickly, but instead received devastating news. Huh? It's already decided? You weren't selected? The agent's out-of-control voice caused Chen Yulin's smiling expression to suddenly turn somber. May I ask who it is? Huh? Xiao He? Who's that? Okay, thank you, Producer Ma. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yulin immediately asked, who is this Xiao He? The agent shook his head with a somber face. I'm not sure, it seems to be a relatively unknown newcomer. Damn it, Chen Yulin cursed under his breath. The assistant who had been silent until now raised his hand tremblingly. I think I know him. Their eyes immediately focused on the assistant. He seems to be the actor who played Muze. The assistant withdrew her hand and carefully observed the expressions of the two people. He's the serial killer who was really popular on Bilibili a while ago. Ha! What cats and dogs? Chen Yulin laughed in exasperation. Fine, I'll remember him, Xiao He. Chapter 34, The Thief Catcher. The young man was hit by a bullet fired from another direction and staggered to the ground. Cough cough, he clutched his chest, which had been pierced by a bullet, and gasped for breath on the ground even as he faced death. His expression remained filled with resentment and unwillingness, as if he were about to transform into a vengeful ghost, staring intently at the person on the other side. You won't succeed. Idealists who see no hope in the darkness will sooner or later be swept away by the tide of the times, and the efforts of countless people will ultimately fail, but all he wanted was to survive in this era. We will win, we will succeed, and not only that, we will sow the seeds of hope all over the land of China, so that countless people can live a happy and prosperous life in the future. The male protagonist, Li Shua, was not affected by the young man's last words at all. His voice was firm and strong, as if he had already seen that bright future. He looked down at the people on the ground with a disdainful expression. And you don't deserve to see this, coughed. The young man's eyes widened, seemingly deeply shocked by his words, his body still trembling slightly from the fear of death, but he didn't say another word. Instead, he glared at Li Shua with hatred, his eyes gradually losing their light, and his hands fell limply to the ground. The only sound in the space was his suppressed and irregular breathing, but it soon subsided into silence. The face was still handsome, but the gloomy and distorted expression greatly ruined that feeling, making it even more terrifying that he didn't close his eyes until his death, as if that would refute what Li Shua said. A tragic and hateful character born in this era has quietly come to an end. However, no one will feel sorry about this. Even the few audience members below the stage just nodded silently. Director Wen Hongyuan and screenwriter Tan Yuan exchanged a glance and instantly understood each other's meaning. Clearly, they were very satisfied with Xiao He's performance, although their acting was still a bit raw. The rich changes in their eyes and their unique charisma still earned them high marks for the performance. It's no exaggeration to say that this is the best performance among the actors they've recently selected. Many people only portray Meng Zetian's ruthlessness on the surface, while Xiao He hides that ruthlessness, concealing his murderous intent beneath his restraint. This even gave Tan Yuan new inspiration. Zheng Yimou, who was acting alongside Xiao He, also stepped off the stage and nodded slightly to Wen Hongyuan and Tan Yuan, although Zheng Yimou, as the male lead of this play, didn't have much choice, at least based on his performance just now. He had a very good impression of Xiao He. Seeing this, Wen Hongyuan had already reached a general conclusion in his mind. So, as soon as Xiao He returned to the Catch the Thief crew, he received news that he had passed the audition for Shining Star. He was notified to sign the contract tomorrow, and then go directly to the film crew to read the complete script while filming. Unfortunately, the character of Meng Zetian has been delayed for too long. While other projects are progressing rapidly, this storyline is stuck and hasn't moved at all, which is making the production team very anxious. The seamless transition to a new production is truly exhausting. Xiao He also checked the approximate schedule and found that he would probably be spending New Year's Eve with the crew of Shining Stars. The character Meng Zetian has a relatively large number of scenes, and it's unclear whether filming will be completed before the Spring Festival. This moment, Lin Yiping was the first to receive the news and came to Xiao He to congratulate him. Congratulations, Xiao He, Director Lin, your information is a bit too well informed. To this day, we still don't know what kind of network of connections Director Lin Yiping has. Harmful. Lin Yiping waved his hand dismissively, instead urging Xiao He, hurry up, pack up, and come film the last scene, then quickly wrap up filming and get out of here. Okay. Xiao He agreed and sat down to let the makeup artist do his makeup. Next, Xiao He will be filming his last scene in The Thief Catcher, which will also be the final scene of the film. At this point, Jiang Rushuai had successfully used the evidence in his hands to make the various factions suspicious of each other, fight each other to the death, and suffer heavy losses on both sides. No one paid any attention to a pawn moving between their factions anymore. Even at the last moment, they all thought Jiang Rushuai was a member of the opposing faction. In order to avoid giving the opposing faction any leverage to expose more things, the wanted poster for Jiang Rushuai disappeared quietly. Everything seemed to have returned to how it was before. The people of several regions, who had long suffered from the problem of high-priced smuggled salt, can finally eat salt at normal prices again. Although many people know that this is not a long-term solution, the officials above have never cared about their lives, and those salt smugglers will make a comeback sooner or later. But this period of respite allowed more people to survive and brought smiles back to many faces. For them, as long as they are alive, life can go on. A life goes on. As the sun set, Jiang Rushuai rode his horse, casually playing with the copper coin in his hand, then tossed it gently, letting it fall back into his palm. Shinju glanced at him, then looked up at Jiang Rushuai's copper coin, calmly shifting his gaze. Is this really worth it? Jiang Rushuai deftly flipped his fingers, holding the copper coin between them, and waved it with a rather smug air. Why wouldn't it be worth it? As a bandit hunter, I, Jiang Rushuai, believe in taking the money as soon as the notice is posted, and getting the goods and money on the spot. Everyone was guessing which powerful faction had hired Jiang Rushuai to work for them. But none of them would have imagined that Jiang Rushuai, who was known for his greed, had personally entered the game, using himself as a tool to stir up trouble and as bait to escape death several times, causing chaos among multiple factions, all for a single copper coin. It was just a child's helpless plea. Shinju and Jiang Rushuai had been friends for many years, and although he was very familiar with him, he always felt that he still couldn't see through this guy at times like this. I don't understand. How can you not understand? This is all the child has, her most valuable possession. Jiang Rushuai said, tossing a coin again. It's like Brother Shin, you have so many good wines, but you're only willing to open a jar of the newest peach blossom wine for me. Different things are valued differently, so naturally they have different values. Just say you want to drink. Shinju remained silent, spurred his horse, and began to gallop forward at a slow pace. No need to go into those roundabout ways. Jiang Rushuai laughed heartily. Of course, if Brother Shin is willing to take out that jar of Chongqing wine that you have treasured for many years, I can also consider selling my life to you. I'll let you drink it when you pay me back. Really? However, Shinju had already run far away. Jiang Rushuai's eyes lit up as he strung the copper coin around his waist. There, dozens of identical copper coins had already been strung, flashing with dazzling light as the setting sun shone through. Wait for me. Jiang Rushuai spurred his horse in pursuit, and the two gradually disappeared at the end of the overgrown road. Thus concludes the final scene of The Thief Catcher. Chapter 35. My roommate gets scammed. Xiaohe's role in The Thief Catcher has officially ended. Pu Rong looked at Xiaohe, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Old Xiao, if you leave, who will stand with me and take Director Lin's scolding? Xiaohe, I don't usually get scolded by Director Lin. What are you saying? You're such an unromantic guy. Pu Rong pretended to wipe away non-existent tears from the corner of his eye. Anyway, don't forget us when you become successful. From now on, when you come to our martial arts school, I'll give you a 10% discount. Xiaohe was both amused and exasperated. If it's a real fracture, let's pretend it's a fracture. After getting to know them better, he realized that Pu Rong and Jiang Rushuai were really very similar, especially their seemingly upright and reliable but actually very unreliable personalities. Pu Rong is a perfect match for Jiang Rushuai. Ahem, that reminds me of a rule that Pu Rong's martial arts school does have. As long as you successfully challenge the schoolmaster, you can use the school's facilities for free indefinitely. Lin Yiping chimed in at this moment. Xiaohe, so just say you want to kill me. Everyone burst into laughter. Although the production team was poor, the atmosphere was always great. Everyone was young and worked together towards the same goal, putting their heart into polishing their work. It can be very enjoyable to move forward with a group of like-minded partners. After reluctantly bidding farewell to everyone at The Thief Catcher, Xiaohe returned to his school. To Xiaohe's surprise, there were still people in their dormitory this time. How? Xiaohe looked at the people sitting in the dormitory and exclaimed in surprise. Hey, isn't this our big star? He Juanhao strode forward and punched Xiaohe hard on the shoulder. So you actually knew to come back? Xiaohe winced and clutched his shoulder. Who's the big star? Look at me walking around, who would recognize me? Don't exaggerate. He Juanhao's eyes widened. It's been so long, have you already cultivated to this level of Versailles? Xiaohe, he looked speechless, put down his backpack and luggage, and then asked, how dare you say that to me? You haven't been back to your dorm for ages, have you? How come you finally decided to come back this time? He Juanhao, the guy who dragged Xiaohe to do extra work and lent Xiaohe his GoPro, is currently a lifestyle and food blogger on Bilibili with just over 900,000 followers. He was also one of the first to move out of the dormitory. As a food blogger, He Juanhao often cooks or buys food, and brands also send him snacks from time to time. So, over the past 3 years of university, his roommates have been fed by him quite a bit, and they have a very good relationship. Xiaohe had a gut feeling that something was wrong. Why did He Juanhao suddenly go back to live in the dormitory? His gaze swept over the instant noodles placed next to the trash can, and he estimated in his mind that the other person had been back and staying for quite some time. But it's worth noting that He Juanhao usually spends a lot of money to rent a semi-open, high-end kitchen for filming videos, just to give his fans the best viewing experience during filming. But now, He Juanhao has gone back to his dorm, so what will happen to his videos? Xiaohe frowned as he looked at He Juanhao, who had suddenly fallen silent. Because he often cooks delicious food and doesn't like to exercise, He Juanhao is actually a little chubby. However, fortunately, his facial features are well proportioned, so even though he is a little chubby, he doesn't look greasy. Instead, he looks refreshing and very likable. But when Xiaohe saw him this time, he realized that the guy had lost a lot of weight. Although his face is indeed handsome and refined, his condition is not good at all. He looks very haggard. What happened? Xiaohe asked seriously. What, brother Xiao, what? The person in front of him suddenly burst into tears, and the roaring sobs really startled Xiaohe. What's wrong? Xiaohe hurriedly pulled out a tissue from his desk and handed it to He Juanhao. Brother Xiao, my account is gone. He Juanhao finished speaking through sobs, and then started crying again. It's clear that He Juanhao has been feeling very depressed lately. He hadn't revealed anything about it in the group chat, but now that someone he knows has asked him, all his grief and grievances have suddenly burst forth. What? How could it be gone? Xiaohe pulled the person down to sit, his expression more solemn than ever before. As He Juanhao spoke haltingly and tearfully, Xiaohe roughly pieced together the situation. It turns out that He Juanhao had been stuck at 900,000 followers for some time, and he had been trying to work harder to break the million mark this year. In his haste, he inadvertently gave some people an opportunity to take advantage of him. An MCN agency claiming to be exceptionally powerful approached He Juanhao, hoping to sign him and promising to help with promotion, traffic management, and finding more business opportunities to further advance his career. At first, He Juanhao certainly didn't believe it, but the organization persisted, so He Juanhao went to ask around in the industry and found that the organization did exist and had indeed incubated many big content creators with millions of followers. Platforms such as Info and Xiaoshu also have many streamers and bloggers with tens of millions of followers in the organization. He Juanhao even went to the agency's company for an on-site investigation and studied it carefully for more than half a week before deciding to sign a contract with the agency. Unexpectedly, I still fell into the pit. This organization did initially help He Juanhao with promotion and support, but soon He Juanhao discovered that a large number of his past videos were being technically flooded, which is now little known as malicious flooding. Through online trolls or bots, controlled device accounts, scripts, viewership and interaction were maliciously inflated, causing abnormal fluctuations in video traffic in a short period of time, exceeding the platform's hidden rules. The platform's detection mechanism caught it and judged it as data fraud. As a result, all of He Juanhao's videos have started to have their ranking reduced, meaning their traffic and exposure have decreased. In fact, He Juanhao's Bilibili account is currently in a state of soft ban. If you don't actively search for him, he won't even be seen by other viewers anymore, let alone appear on the homepage. All his future videos will be ignored. In other words, He Juanhao's account has been partially blocked. Meanwhile, the MCN agency immediately changed its tune, demanding that He Juanhao pay compensation for breach of contract, citing issues with He Juanhao's past videos that affected their current streaming cooperation. It was only then that He Juanhao realized that this organization was actually a subsidiary of that large company. To put it bluntly, it was just a front to deceive them. On the surface, the contract seemed to be without any problems. As long as He Juanhao honestly made videos, improved their quality, reached 1 million followers, and accepted commercial orders, everything would be fine. However, upon closer inspection, it was discovered that the agency had already laid such a trap. just waiting for He Junhao to fall into it. To put it more seriously, with this contract in place, if the platform wants to pursue the responsibility for data fraud, He Junhao will definitely be the primary person responsible. That might mean he'll have to go in jail for a while. Thus, He Junhao was completely welded into the trap. Having figured everything out, He Junhao was so angry he was about to vomit blood. He immediately confronted the MCN agency, collected evidence, and hired a lawyer to file a lawsuit. But He Junhao wasn't the only one who fell into such a trap. Their organization is very experienced and they're not afraid of you at all. In the end, He Junhao not only lost the account he had cultivated for many years, but he is also facing a major lawsuit and may go bankrupt. Chapter 36 Xiao He makes a move. After hearing He Junhao's story, Xiao He fell silent for once. This child is really in a bad situation. He didn't even know how to comfort her. So what are you going to do next? Xiao He asked. Well, at this point, He Junhao couldn't help but sigh, but his mood was much better than before. Let's restart it. It just so happens that Infu's momentum is getting better and better recently, and my new account can be posted on both Infu and Bilibili. Xiao He thought about it and agreed that it was a pretty good idea. Need any help? He asked, offering his assistance. I might not be able to help you much, but I can at least show my face. Sure. Of course. He Junhao grabbed Xiao He's arm, sobbing and crying. Why, you really are my good brother. You have no idea how popular you are on Bilibili. If I can get this traffic, you'll be my godfather. But won't this affect you? Xiao He was speechless. All right, I don't have a company to keep me in line right now, and I can't handle this much traffic, so you can share some with me. Moreover, he was indeed too busy, constantly working on new projects. Even if he wanted to take photos from time to time to promote his fanbase, he basically had no opportunity. In fact, those few 9-grid photos were all handled by Lin Yiping, just to promote their show The Thief Catcher. So in a sense, this is Xiao He's first official appearance on Bilibili after he became famous. Of course, he had appeared before, even in He Junhao's videos, but at that time his mind wasn't on those things at all, so He Junhao restrained himself and reduced his screen time. So far, no one has realized that Xiao He and He Junhao are actually roommates. That's wonderful. He Junhao was extremely grateful and could only thank him repeatedly. Thank you so much, Brother Xiao. I really don't know how to express my gratitude. Thank you so much. He Junhao has really experienced ups and downs during this period. Before, he was still fantasizing about breaking 1 million fans and receiving more commercial orders and money. But in the end, he became a complete newcomer and had to start all over again. He didn't tell anyone about these hardships and bitterness, not even his family, for fear of worrying them. Fortunately, his family members weren't big fans of Bilibili, and his friends were busy with their own things, otherwise He Junhao really wouldn't know how to explain things to them. But Brother Xiao, I might not be able to do it right now, I need to wait a while. He Junhao then looked troubled. I need to change my accommodation, but I'm still looking for a place, so I can't film videos for the time being. Xiao He pondered for a moment and said, It's okay, no rush. I'm joining the film crew tomorrow and will probably be at the film studio for a long time. Let me know in advance when you've settled things here, and I'll come find you then. Okay. After discussing the plan, He Junhao regained his energy and began preparing for the next video project with great enthusiasm. Xiao He finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to open his computer. The computer lit up with the power on symbol, but the young man's cold eyes were reflected in the dark screen. What was that organization called again? Star Creation? Ha! Watch me create you to death, a building in Shanghai. What? How could this happen? Manager Yu slammed his fist on the table angrily. Did I hire you here just to tell me about the computer virus? Those below looked at each other, their expressions filled with helplessness. Manager Yu, this matter is indeed too sudden, and we don't know what happened. One programmer said helplessly, this virus is completely different from any other one currently on the market. I suspect that it was hackers from abroad who attacked us. He had never heard of such a virus, at least not in China. Ha? Then call the police. I don't believe it. If you can't handle this, the police can't. The assistant awkwardly interrupted Manager Yu. Manager, I'm afraid that won't work. Why not again? This won't work, that won't work. Do you know that every little delay costs money? Manager Yu roared, Call. Call me right now. One of the programmers quietly rolled his eyes. I'm speechless, assistant, manager, why don't you take a look first? Manager Yu stormed to the computer, but his expression changed instantly after he read the text on it. The document above contained their organization's financial statements and tax returns for the past 5 years, and even recent bank transaction details. This is practically tearing their company bare and exposing their nakedness to everyone. Looking at the constantly flashing death data on the screen, Manager Yu sternly asked his assistant, Are all the computers in the company like this? The assistant looked at the constantly scrolling data tables and pouted, Yes, Manager Yu. Then hurry up and make them cut off the power. Manager Yu reprimanded him sternly, cold sweat already beading on his forehead. This is something you absolutely mustn't share. If it gets out, they're finished. No, that won't work. The programmer just said that if the power is cut off, all the infected computers will be unusable, the assistant said innocently. Didn't the manager just tell us not to cut off the power? All the company's computers were infected with a virus, including the routers and some servers in their server room. If they were to forcibly cut off the power or shut down the computers, all of these things would be rendered unusable, and the losses would be incalculable. Manager Yu hesitated, not daring to take responsibility. In the end, he could only angrily urge the programmers, then hurry up and figure out a way to crack it. These are all losses for the company, can you afford to compensate for them? Following Manager Yu's words, the lead programmer sneered, crossed his arms, and said indifferently, We can't save you. I suggest you call the police. We're just tools for coding. We can't solve these problems, and we can't take the blame. Don't try to threaten us with these words. Manager Yu was speechless with anger. All the blame lies with the company's excessive overtime and exploitation. Many people in the office are still there. Seeing the data and information generously displayed in front of them, some young people have already taken out their phones to record the video, cursing the unscrupulous company along the way. They then turn around and dial the whistleblower number, determined to shut down such an organization. By the time the relevant personnel arrived at the company, the virus had already disappeared without a trace. Only video footage on the company staff's phones proved that it had ever existed, but none of that matters anymore. This subsidiary, named Xuanxing, had been evading taxes for years and had been involved in numerous cases of dual contracts and data fabrication. With conclusive evidence, it was shut down by the authorities on the same day, and several leaders, including Manager Yu, were all invited for questioning. Based on this situation, the chances of them getting out are very slim. They will most likely end up in jail. Chapter 37, officially joining the cast of Shining Stars in the morning, Xiaodi was packing his things to leave when he heard He Juanhao's excited scream, That's great! It's karma! Brother Xiao, that company that cheated me has been investigated. That Manager Yu who tricked me into signing the contract was even handcuffed and taken away. Ha, that's so damn awesome! Xiaoi stopped carrying his bag, turned to look at He Juanhao, who was beaming with joy, and smiled slightly. That's really great. This is so gratifying. Let him do bad things, let him exploit his employees. As He Juanhao spoke, he cursed Manager Yu, as if everyone thought that this incident was caused by one of the programmers working for Manager Yu. This shows how despicable this company is. He, who orchestrated all of this, simply smiled and made no attempt to claim credit. He echoed He Juanhao's words for a few moments before bidding farewell to the others. After getting into the car, Xiaoyi arrived at the film crew of Shining Stars. Shining Stars is a joint production of multiple companies including Fruit Video, Jiaxing Entertainment, and Taidong Entertainment, with an investment of up to 140 million yuan and a top-tier cast. It is directed by Wenhong Yuan, written by Tan Yuan, and stars Zhang Mo from Taidong Entertainment as the male lead and Su Xingxi from Jiaxing Entertainment as the second male lead. The plot mainly revolves around the storylines of the characters played by these two actors. These days, it's almost become standard practice for many dramas to pair veteran actors with newcomers, or for established actors to mentor popular stars. This drama is a classic example of such a setup. The male lead, Zhang Mo, is 42 years old and has already won the Best Actor award at the Michelle Reese Awards. He is currently recognized in the industry as a talented actor with considerable skill. The second male lead, Su Xingxi, is a popular idol who has transitioned into acting and singing. He has a large following and countless fans, but so far he has no notable works and is in an awkward transitional period. He urgently needs this spy drama to prove himself. As for the female lead, it is Ye Man-er, who is in the same company as Zhang Mo. She and Su Xingxi play a couple in the drama, but here comes the most dramatic part. According to what Xiao He knew before, Ye Man-er and Su Yuyu were rivals, and Su Yuyu and Su Xingxi were secretly dating. But now Ye Man-er is going to play Su Xingxi's girlfriend in the drama, Xiao He said. See this pot of porridge? Hurry up and drink it while the chaos is at hand. He admitted that after learning about the situation, he did have his let's watch the show mentality. There's nothing we can do about it, humans just have this natural inclination to gossip. After Xiao He found producer Ma, signed the contract, and then went to the dressing room to fix his look, he came out to encounter a scene from the underworld. Su Xingxi and Ye Man-er sat on opposite sides of the farthest corner of the set, their expressions indifferent as they studied their scripts. The activities of the other people on set were also clearly separated, and their movements could even be described as cautious. Only director Wen Hongyuan was still explaining the scene to Zhang Mo, looking like he was working seriously. Xiao He looked around and couldn't help but rub his arms. Ouch, it's so cold, it's no wonder winter is almost here, the air is chilly. Xiao He, you've arrived? Come, let me introduce you to everyone. At this moment, Director Wen called out to Xiao He and gestured for him to come over. Xiao He obediently stepped forward. Ahem, everyone, let me introduce you. This is our new actor, Xiao He, who will be playing Meng Zetian. As the director spoke, the people on set applauded very respectfully. Xiao He looked around and didn't recognize anyone, so he could only nod and smile politely. Su Xingxi didn't take Xiao He, a minor actor, seriously. He clapped along in a friendly manner, but quickly left under the pretext of making a phone call. Lu Rulan, who was beside him, carefully looked at Xiao He and showed a thoughtful expression. The actors from Taidong Entertainment were particularly friendly to Xiao He. I've heard Lu Ziyang mention you before. Contrary to Xiao He's expectations, Iman was not as aloof as she had appeared. She even took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. However, upon hearing Iman's words, Xiao He immediately understood. I first met Lu Ziyang from the movie Killing Life, who works for Taidong Entertainment. Although he had already gone to another film crew, Xiao He still kept in touch with a few people he knew from the Killing Life crew, and even joined a small group. Just yesterday, Xiao He heard from Lu Ziyang that the filming of Killing Life had been completed and was now in the post-production stage. However, since the real-life inspiration for Killing Life has been found dead, the police have reopened the case and seem to be investigating something. So the case is in a very delicate state. The director is very worried that their project will be cut short before it is completed. He is now working overtime to catch up on the schedule and is determined to make the movie and release it before the higher-ups stop it. When Xiao He heard this, his heart sank. He's been living off his past success with the role of Mu Zhe, but he's been eagerly awaiting the official debut of Zhu Laosan. If he were to die suddenly halfway through, all those 2 months of his hard work would have been for nothing. Lu Ziyang clearly shared this concern, but everyone encouraged each other and hoped that the new movie would be released smoothly. During the conversation, Xiao He casually mentioned that he was going to rejoin the crew, and to his surprise, Lu Ziyang remembered it and gave him a heads-up in advance. Xiao He was somewhat touched and planned to thank Lu Ziyang properly later. At the same time, he politely replied to Ye Man-er, yes, thank you. I'm new here and still have a lot to learn from Teacher Yi. I'm sorry to have troubled you during this time. Oh, it's okay, just call me Sister Yi, no need to be so polite. Unlike Su Yuyu's innocent and delicate style, Ye Man-er has a bright and flamboyant appearance with very deep features. Paired with her arched willow leaf eyebrows and the wavy hair unique to that era, along with this stylish Western-style dress, she looks intellectual and elegant. Xiao He couldn't help but think of the comments Iman's fans made about her. It was a stunning red rose, a timeless classic, bright and beautiful. It has to be said that the fans' comments are not just based on fan bias. Iman is indeed the female celebrity with the best temperament and appearance that he has seen recently. During their conversation, Iman introduced Xiao He to the other members of the crew. With Iman acting as an intermediary, the crew members looked at Xiao He with much more seriousness and no longer treated him as a newcomer without a company or background. Xiao He laughed while inwardly clicking his tongue in amazement. Previously, he could handle his own affairs even without an agent or assistant when working on film sets. Moreover, in previous film sets, the big-name actors were very low-key. Veteran actors like Zhuo Jianhua and Bao Wei almost always did things on their own. Apart from Lu Ziyang, who had a small assistant, washed-up child stars like Pu Rong had long been working independently. Therefore, Xiaoyi had never seen such a large-scale operation before. And this large production crew, almost all the actors, regardless of their status or fame, brought their own entourage. Those with less fame only bring one assistant, while those with more fame, like Su Xingxi and Yimaner, bring an entire team of more than 10 people, almost all of whom have corresponding job titles and work entirely for their employer. In comparison, Xiaoyi, a newcomer without an agency, really seems out of place here. However, since he was already there, he might as well make the best of it. Xiaoyi was there to film a movie, so there was no need for him to build good relationships with everyone here. After following Imana around for a while, Xiaoyi politely declined her invitation and found a small corner to sit down quietly. Chapter 38. The agent's invitation. On the other side, Lu Rulan walked up to Su Xingxi and said, "Go and say hello to Xiaoyi later." Su Xingxi looked up and smiled helplessly. "Sister Lu, I'm about to film another scene, I really don't have time, I'm sorry." Lu Rulan glanced at him, but ultimately did not expose his clumsy lie. Oh well, it doesn't matter anymore. Thinking about her next plans, Lu Rulan lost her previous patience. "Then do as you please. I'm leaving now. Keep a low profile during this time. There are eyes watching you everywhere." "Okay, Sister Lu." Su Xingxi obediently agreed. Su Xingxi's expression softened only after Lu Rulan left. What a troublesome old woman, always making a fuss over nothing. He put the script aside, leaned back on the soft sofa, and started playing on his phone. "Hello, Mr. Xiao." A strange woman suddenly stood in front of Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi raised his head, looking at the woman with some confusion. The other person was probably in his 30s, with neat short hair, wearing a black women's suit, and had a serious and stern expression, with a touch of the authority of a school homeroom teacher, which made Xiaoyi subconsciously sit up straight. "My name is Lu Rulan, and I am currently Jiaxing's agent." As she spoke, Lu Rulan handed Xiaoyi a business card. "I have high hopes for your future development. If possible, I hope you will consider me as your future manager." Xiaoyi, he took Lu Rulan's business card, but before he could even adjust his expression to a social state, she continued, "You can take a good look at my resume first and think about it carefully for a few days. I won't bother you any longer. I hope you can give me an answer when we meet next time. Goodbye." The woman then strode away in her high heels. Xiaoyi hadn't even had a chance to say a word before he disappeared. This person is indeed very efficient, not uttering a single unnecessary word. However, this is indeed the type of agent he prefers, simple and easy to communicate with. Xiaoyi flipped the business card over with his fingers, but was slightly surprised after seeing the words on it. This is not a business card with Jiaxing Entertainment's background, it is a business card that only introduces Lu Rulan herself. In other words, the invitation was extended to him by Lu Rulan herself, not on behalf of Jiaxing Entertainment. Recalling Lu Rulan's deliberate emphasis on currently, Xiaoyi vaguely guessed what was going on. This agent, Lu, seems to want to go solo. That's pretty good. After a moment's thought, Xiaoyi put the business card into his bag. On set. You were the only one who made that call yesterday, and as a result, Li Shuo's mission failed, and all the undercover agents and informants we planted disappeared. Isn't that a coincidence? Meng Zetian suddenly closed the distance between them, his cold eyes containing both mockery and a subtle probing. The young man he was pulling was thin and refined, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His eyes flickered slightly behind the glasses, and he clenched his fists inwardly. "I don't understand what you mean, Captain Meng. If you have any doubts, you can just report it and have me arrested." Meng Zetian narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the person in front of him. After a long silence, a smile suddenly broke out on his face, and he patted the other person's shoulder. "Ha, reporter Bai is still so timid. This won't do. If a war breaks out in the future, you won't even be qualified to be a war correspondent." Bai Mingchuan pushed up his glasses, forced a smile, and replied, "I don't need to worry about that. After all, this is Shanghai. If there's any fighting here, it shouldn't be my turn." "Ha, that's true." Meng Zetian laughed heartily, and the two exchanged a glance, but the smiles between them did not reach their eyes. Click, when Hong Yuan called out, his serious expression finally turning into a gentle one. "Okay, this one is approved." Suddenly, the once quiet office became lively again. Staff members stepped forward and began to tidy up the things on the desk, preparing for the next scene. Xiaoyi released Su Xingxi's hand, nodded slightly to him, and then turned to get some water. Su Xingxi stared at Xiaoyi's departing figure, his expression extremely solemn. Little Su, when Hong Yuan called out to him. Su Xingxi immediately put on a smile and walked up to Wen Hong Yuan. Look at this. When Hong Yuan started talking non-stop about the play to Su Xingxi again, Xiaobi walked to the side, and Iman offered him a bottle of mineral water. Thank you, Sister E. Xiaobi accepted the gift and thanked him. Iman's face showed a hint of worry. You've really offended Su Xingxi these past few days. Xiao He, huh? Did I offend Su Xingxi? As Xiaoyi drank water, he recalled, it seems, no, it was just normal rehearsals, right? Could it be that he took the character's emotions to heart and started hating me too? During this period, he did have more scenes with Su Xingxi. Meng Zetian, played by him, was full of suspicion towards Bai Mingchuan, played by Su Xingxi. He relentlessly pursued Bai Mingchuan's suspicions and even set traps for Bai Mingchuan, causing the inexperienced Bai Mingchuan a lot of trouble and requiring the male lead, Li Shua, to save the day on several occasions. If Bai Mingchuan's emotions are taken into account, then it's normal for Su Xingxi to hate him. Of course not. His acting is superficial. How could he possibly empathize with the character? Iman shrugged. On the contrary, since you joined the crew, he has often had to do NG scenes with you. You've made him lose face. Xiao He's eyes widened, huh? But when he acted with teacher Zhang, he had even more takes. Those are senior actors, how can you compare to them? Imaner said bluntly. Su Xingxi is the biggest star in this drama, and he has capital backing him. Apart from those senior actors, the other actors deliberately give way to him. It's practically become an unspoken rule, huh? Xiaobi had not expected this situation to arise. He's a complete newbie, he really doesn't know anything about this. So you really didn't know anything about this? Iman looked at Xiao He with pity. That's right, you don't have an agent, and I imagine you haven't encountered this situation on previous film sets, so no one reminded you. Iman is currently in Group B, where she is being filmed by the assistant director. She is unaware of the filming situation in Group A and only learned about it from the makeup artist when she was getting her makeup done earlier. Xiaobi was speechless. Whatever, he can't just kick me out, can he? To be honest, Xiaobi is not afraid of Su Xingxi at all now. After all, he was the one who exposed Su Xingxi and Su Yuyu's relationship. Why would he be afraid of a spineless man who has no responsibility? Iman hadn't expected Xiaobi to be so confident. She looked him up and down, wondering where he got his confidence from. Then you'd better be careful yourself. Having said all she could say, she had done her utmost. In the days that followed, Xiaobi did not notice anything particularly amiss. Their filming schedule was very tight, and the workload was higher than usual. Xiaobi was on guard for a few days, but he didn't find out that Su Xingxi was trying to mess with him. On the contrary, Su Xingxi left as soon as he finished filming recently, as if he was busy with other things. Xiaobi was somewhat puzzled, but he did not let his guard down. Instead, after a certain performance, he took the initiative to open his cheat code panel. The long tail effect of Muse still exists. After accumulating for this period of time, Xiaobi has 5 more chances to draw a prize. Thinking about how his lifespan had been reduced recently due to the lack of swords, Xiaobi felt a pang of regret for a moment, but still went all in. Don't expect any new criminal skills, he really has little interest in crime. If possible, give him more lifespan points. O God of the system who controls destiny, look upon the child. Chapter 39 New Year's Eve Dinner Vlog 1. Congratulations on receiving lifespan plus 60 days, automatically redeemed. Congratulations on obtaining Memory Rewind Capsule *1, which has been automatically stored. Congratulations on achieving excellent climbing. It has been automatically learned. Memory Recall Capsule details a memorable first crime scene, remembered no matter how much time has passed. It can even help you recall the details of the crime, allowing you to craft more perfect lies and testimonies. Excellent climbing details, the perfect choice for a flawless escape from a crime scene, the best partner for murder and arson. You can infiltrate the scene more covertly or escape more quickly. Xiao He was very lucky this time. He gained a total of 100 days of lifespan and also found an item and a skill. To be honest, Xiao He was quite surprised when he saw that there were props in the prize pool. The lottery pool was more complicated than he had imagined, but these prizes, well, they're really hard to describe. This memory recovery capsule can help you recall subtle details from your past memories. For example, after taking it, you can immediately recall the order in which your shoes were arranged on the shoe rack when you left the house on a certain day, or even which hand you used to wipe your bottom when you went to the toilet that day. Of course, we usually use toilet paper anyway. If a student gets this capsule, they'll treat it like a treasure, waiting to use it during the college entrance exam. But this was of little use to Xiaohe. He has always had a good memory, and now he's used to memorizing scripts every day. He doesn't need to recall anything in detail anymore. Xiaohe doesn't need this kind of disposable item right now, and he prefers to hoard it, and this excellent climbing technique should be quite useful when filming, right? Next time I could try a crime action movie. If my resume says can free climb, the director might be quite interested. Xiaohe rested his chin on his hand, seriously considering the feasibility of this matter. Before we knew it, the year was drawing to a close. On the 31st, the crew gave everyone a half day off, allowing them to enjoy New Year's Eve. Just then, Xiaohe's roommate He Juanhao moved to a new place and invited Xiaohe to have New Year's Eve dinner together. So Xiaohe declined the New Year's Eve invitations from the rest of the crew and prepared to go find He Juanhao. After informing the director in advance, Xiaohe quietly left the film crew. Not far from the Republican-era film set rented by the production crew, Xiaohe encountered someone who was somewhat unexpected, Su Yuyu. Although they had been filming at the same film and television base, Xiaohe had not seen this person since that incident, perhaps because the previous incident involving stalkers was too frightening. Su Yuyu was accompanied by two burly men in black this time, who looked like bodyguards. Because Xiaohe was wearing sunglasses and a mask, Su Yuyu didn't notice him. Instead, a bodyguard in black standing next to her warily met Xiaohe's gaze. Xiaohe was surprised and quickly looked away, walking past as if nothing had happened. It's the scent of our kind. This bodyguard is probably not entirely clean. A black Bentley slowly drove up from the front, past Xiaohe, and stopped in front of Su Yuyu. The car window slowly rolled down, and Su Yuyu saw the person inside. She forced a smile and whispered something to the person in the car. Then Xiaohe saw a hand reach out from the car window, straighten Su Yuyu's hat, and tuck a stray hair behind her ear. Su Yuyu's smile froze for a moment, but she didn't avoid the other person's hand. Instead, she opened the car door and got in immediately afterwards. The two bodyguards got into the car, and the car slowly drove away. Xiaohe hissed softly, seemingly lost in thought. Is the person in the car Su Xingxi? It doesn't seem like it, but it doesn't look like Su Yuyu's own car. That's really strange, Brother Xiao. At this moment, He Juanhao, who was standing at the intersection ahead, waved excitedly to Xiaohe. Xiaohe withdrew his gaze, looked up at He Juanhao, who was jogging over with a camera in hand, and asked in surprise, "Why did you come straight here?" He Juanhao replied with a grin, "Perfect, I'll record some material in advance." Xiaohe glanced at his camera, recording? Does Brother Xiao mind? No, not at all. Xiaohe is now used to the camera and even greeted He Juanhao's camera proactively. "Hi everyone, I'm actor Xiaohe. He's also my good buddy, my college roommate for 3 years." He Juanhao smiled and put his arm around Xiaohe's shoulder, introducing him with great pride. Xiaohe was embarrassed. "Who shared a bed with you?" "At most, we were feet to feet." "Don't say such disgusting things." He Juanhao said righteously. "Then let me ask you, did we use the same ladder to get in and out of bed? When you move on the bed, can't I feel it?" Xiaohe, ? Did some wheel run over it? Get out now, don't ruin my image." He Juanhao clutched his chest. "Wah, Brother Xiao, you've changed. You've become such a cold and heartless person." Xiaohe casually stroked his chin, saying, "Since you brought it up so far, shouldn't I have to settle my appearance fee with you?" "No, Godfather." He Juanhao immediately changed his tune. "How could mere money shake our father-son bond? I hope Godfather will reconsider and not let money corrupt our relationship." Xiaohe snorted coldly. "We'll see how you do." "I'm hungry, hurry up, I want to eat." All right, Godfather, this way please." He Juanhao fawned over Xiaohe, leading the way like a lowly eunuch on duty. Since it was a video shoot, Xiaohe tried his best to match He Juanhao's words and jokes the whole way. Fortunately, the two had great chemistry, and the atmosphere of the chat never got awkward. They chatted and rode in the car until they arrived at the neighborhood where He Juanhao currently lives. The apartment He Juanhao rented this time was a relatively new apartment complex, close to the subway but far from the business district. Most of the residents were ordinary middle-class families who went to work during the day and came back to sleep at night. He Juanhao was attracted by the semi-open kitchen of this apartment and the fact that the filming environment was not too noisy. Moreover, the entrances to this residential complex and apartment building are equipped with access control systems to strictly manage the entry and exit of personnel, ensuring safety and privacy. The only drawback is that delivery drivers are not allowed to enter or exit, they need to go to the entrance of the complex to pick up their food deliveries. Please, make yourself at home. He Juanhao opened the door and gestured for Xiaohe to find a place to sit. Xiaohe then took off his hat and mask and began to carefully examine the room's layout. This is a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment, plus a very large semi-open kitchen. The overall layout is quite simple, except for the pile of cardboard boxes in the entryway, which adds a touch of messiness to the simplicity. On the small table in the living room, the ingredients for the hot pot have already been set out. Basically, all you need to do is turn on the fire and cook it, and then you can start eating. Before that, He Juanhao brought out a perfectly preserved skull and placed it on the table. This time I not only made hot pot, but also this. Xiaohe was startled. What is this thing? I came to visit, and you served me a dish? Chapter 40 New Year's Eve Dinner Vlog 2. I sculpted this from Maltos. See how lifelike it is? He Juanhao proudly spun the plate in his hand back and forth, pointing the empty skull eye sockets at Xiaohe. Xiaohe stared at the skull across from him, then took a step back, speechless. What came up with this? I really want to call the police and have you arrested. What kind person would make something like this? He was truly speechless. He Juanhao puffed out his chest and said earnestly, Brother Xiao, this is the inspiration I got after watching you play that serial killer. Xiaohe, just imagine, after a day of aesthetic creation, the serial killer sits down at the table and elegantly enjoys the food in front of him. As He Juanhao spoke vividly, he placed the items on the table, then pressed Xiaohe down to sit at the table, his face full of anticipation. Then he licked his own work, revealing a perverted and sinister smile to the person behind the camera. Xiaohe, you're really something. You can be the director. I even prepared this specifically. He Juanhao took out a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and forced Xiaohe to put them on. He then stared at Xiaohe, looking him up and down, his expression very satisfied. Not bad, it goes perfectly with your outfit today. Xiaohe glanced down at the black shirt he had chosen today, his eyes deadpan. No wonder someone told me to wear a black shirt yesterday. So this is a direct replica of Kazawa. Hey! We're already here, so let's give it a try. He Juanhao's smile was sinister, making Xiaohe uneasy. He crossed his arms and looked at He Juanhao warily. This is the limit. Don't even think about pushing your luck. Brother Xiao no means no. Alright. Seeing Xiaohe's resolute expression, He Juanhao wisely decided to stop while he was ahead, pulled Xiaohe to sit at the table, prepared the dipping sauce, and began to prepare to film the video. Hi everyone. Welcome back to He Xiaoshui's food channel. Today I'm bringing you a mysterious old friend, Tada. Welcome to Xiaohe, who plays Muze. Hello everyone. For some reason, it was quite noisy outside today. He Juanhao's apartment is on the 12th floor, which is not too low, but when they were filming, they could still faintly hear the noise downstairs. He Juanhao glanced at the time and realized it was only around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. That shouldn't be the case. Even though it's rush hour, there usually isn't much noise at this time of day. How is it? Can we use the footage? Xiaohe naturally heard the sound as well, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he was more concerned about the footage in He Juanhao's camera. It can be used. He Juanhao nodded, then picked up the DSLR camera on the other side and said to Xiaohe, perfect timing, you eat some cake first, I'll record a video and take some photos. Good. Xiaohe picked up the skull in front of him, examined it carefully, and then sincerely praised it. The skeleton of this skull is remarkably well restored. Did you study it carefully? I borrowed a real skull from a big shot at the medical school next door to study it, He Juanhao said embarrassedly. Xiaohe, no wonder. I must say, He Juanhao is truly a professional. For an outsider to be able to reconstruct a human skull to this extent is already quite remarkable. Besides, this guy is using Maltos. So, shall I really start? Xiaohe asked again, uncertainly. This is so vivid and lifelike that he was actually a little reluctant to part with it. Don't worry, Brother Xiao, eat whatever you want. With He Juanhao's words in mind, Xiaohe took a deep breath and first reached out to pry off the skull's forehead. Surprisingly, after breaking the bone open, there was a layer of red filling inside. Seeing that the filling was about to spill onto the table, Xiaohe quickly slurped it up, only to find that it was strawberry jam. Xiaohe, seeing the red slime that had dripped onto his hand, Xiaohi was greatly shocked this time. He really wanted to crack open He Juanhao's skull to see what kind of torture-inducing things this brain was researching every day. Meanwhile, He Juanhao, who never misses a good spectacle, was still excitedly directing. Hey! Not bad, quickly lift your eyes. That's the feeling of bloodstains on the lips and a sinister look in the eyes. Wow! That's fucking perverted, perfect. Xiaohi, never mind, whatever makes you happy. Upholding his professional ethics as an actor, Xiaohi naturally performed a pose recreated from the drama. He slowly savored a bite of the red jam on the web of his right hand, then slightly raised his eyes. His dark, deep eyes were like an ancient, deep well, calm yet harboring murderous intent, as if he were about to devour the person in front of the camera at any moment. He Juanhao hadn't expected Xiaohi to be so cooperative, but he had gone too far. For the first time, he felt like he was being watched by something terrifying. Instantly, the hairs on his body stood on end, and he couldn't help but shiver. At this moment, He Juanhao realized that the person in front of him was different from the one before. This Xiaoge was so unfamiliar, completely different from the Xiaohi he had known for 4 years. It was a strange sense of unfamiliarity that arose beneath a familiar mask. He Juanhao immediately put down his camera. As the camera moved away, Xiaohi returned to his previous calm state. Off camera, he was still the same friend He Juanhao had known for many years. The chill he felt just now seemed to be merely He Juanhao's illusion, but when He Juanhao went to review the footage he had just filmed, he fell into an eerie silence. What just happened was not an illusion. The person in the shot was not Xiaohi, but Mu Zhe. Even though he only exists in Bilibili edited short videos, Muse is still considered by many to be the epitome of a refined scoundrel killer. Brother Xiao, you're going to be a huge hit. He Juanhao spoke with unprecedented seriousness. Xiaohi was surprised that He Juanhao would suddenly say that, and found it somewhat amusing. Well, I appreciate your kind words. At first, he really just wanted to save his life, but after meeting all sorts of people in the entertainment industry, Xiaohi changed his mind. Since we're already here, and those people can become stars and idols, why can't he? He at least has some skill as a knife man. After taking these photos, Xiaohi went to the bathroom to wash his hands, while He Juanhao noticed that the noise downstairs was getting louder and louder. Somewhat puzzled, he walked to the balcony, opened the window, and looked down. A large crowd had gathered downstairs, forming a dense circle, all craning their necks and looking in their direction. Huh? He Juanhao asked, somewhat puzzled, what are they looking at? He Juanhao instinctively felt that they weren't looking at his position, so he subconsciously looked up and saw that thick smoke was billowing out from a certain floor upstairs. Holy crap! He Juanhao exclaimed in surprise and quickly took out his phone, only to realize that the owners group he had joined earlier was already in an uproar. He and Xiaohi were filming a video, and their phones were on silent, so he didn't notice anything. He Juanhao immediately checked the situation in the group chat. Many people were sending messages in the group, mostly videos and photos taken downstairs. He Juanhao randomly clicked on the latest video and then his eyes widened suddenly. In the video, a little girl is still hanging outside the balcony of the room that caught fire. Chapter 41 Holy crap, Spider-Man! What's wrong? Xiaohi flicked the water off his fingers and stepped out when he heard He Juanhao's exclamation. Brother Xiao, there's a fire upstairs. There's a child trapped up there. What? Xiaohi frowned, strode to the balcony, and leaned half his body out to look up. It was probably on the 16th or 17th floor, where thick smoke was billowing out. Below the smoke, a little girl in pajamas was helplessly hanging on the edge of the balcony, looking down at the people below. The little girl looked to be only 7 or 8 years old. The only thing she could do was to climb over the balcony railing on her own. Facing the rising temperature and the approaching fire, she didn't cry or make a fuss. She just obediently held onto the railing in front of her and stood there quietly. Oh my God, where are the fire trucks? Why haven't they arrived yet? He Juanhao was extremely anxious and leaned against the railing, peering into the distance. Meanwhile, some residents upstairs were trying to help, but unfortunately, the residents downstairs were not home, and the 2 neighboring households were too far away to reach her. The 12th floor, where Xiaohi and his group were, was too far away to help. Seeing the little girl's red eyes, Xiaohi was also very anxious and asked He Juanhao, where are the firefighters? He Juanhao looked at his phone and exclaimed, holy crap, again. Holy crap, brother Xiao. Their fire truck is being stopped outside the residential area. My God, are the security guards at the gate out of their minds? What are they thinking? Is this some kind of murder plot? Xiaohui was also shocked. Is there really such a crazy tactic? Damn, that kind of person deserves to die. As He Juwenhao spoke, the people downstairs suddenly gasped in surprise. He Juwenhao's brow twitched, and he looked out again. He saw that the little girl was now hanging outside the building, with only her hands clinging tightly to a pillar below the railing. She was swaying in the air, looking as if she was about to fall at any moment. Oh my God! Brother Xiao, what do we do? I don't know if there's anything we can do to help. However, he received no response. He Juwenhao turned his head and saw that Xiaohui was already squatting on the railing at the edge of the balcony, looking up at it with a determined gaze. Holy crap, Brother Xiao! He Juwenhao screamed, but before he could stop Xiaohui, the young man in front of him had already leaped up like a nimble cheetah and climbed onto the edge of the building. He Juwenhao was dumbfounded and couldn't help but rub his eyes, even doubting whether he was dreaming. Xiaohui, however, had no time to care about He Juwenhao's thoughts behind him. All he could hear was the rustling wind and the gasps of people downstairs, but when he saw the little girl's helpless, swaying figure, only one thing occupied Xiaohui's mind: help. It's unclear whether the system did it on purpose or not, but the skills it gave him always seemed to be predicted. His new skill just happened to be excellent climbing, which allowed him to climb to any place he wanted to go as long as there was a protruding edge of a wall, the edge of the upstairs balcony, the recesses of the window frame, the gaps between the building bricks. The moment Xiaohui leaped out, his mind had already automatically planned all the routes, so Xiaohui's movements were very smooth and without any pause. Those who witnessed the scene below couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and subconsciously held their breath. Fortunately, despite the youth's bold and dangerous actions, he was able to accurately land on his target position with each movement. The height of 5 floors would take a normal person 40 to 60 seconds to run, but Xiaohui's series of nimble climbing movements only took about 15 seconds. Using the railing of the balcony downstairs, Xiaohui leaped up and hung from the edge of the balcony with one hand. Just then, the little girl, exhausted, let go of her hands. Xiaohui grabbed her waist the instant she fell, and pulled her under his arms. Then, using his waist strength, he brought both of them back to the balcony of the burning floor. The railing was already scorching hot. Xiaohui almost pulled away from the heat when he touched it, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. He craned his neck to look inside, then looked down and asked the little girl, "Do you still have anyone at home?" The little girl stared blankly at the older brother who had suddenly appeared, and shook her head somewhat sluggishly. Her eyes seemed too tired to keep open, but she still raised her hand, which was scalded and bleeding, and gestured with difficulty toward Xiaohui. Xiaohui fell silent immediately. No wonder the child hadn't been crying or making a fuss. It turns out he couldn't speak. I see. Then, carrying the little girl on his back, Xiaohui did not return the way he came, but moved to the side, stepping on the edge of the windowsill, and came to the window of a neighbor next door. The neighbors had been waiting for a long time. The male homeowner reached out to pull the little girl, while Xiaohui lifted her up from below, letting her step on his shoulders and move her inside with the help of the male homeowner. Once the little girl was safely inside the room, Xiaohui lightly leaped and landed gracefully on the edge of the window before landing elegantly. Once the two had safely entered the adjacent room, thunderous applause erupted from downstairs. "Brother, you're awesome!" Someone shouted from below. Some viewers were thrilled. "Holy crap! I've actually seen a real Spider-Man. Spider-Man is nowhere near as awesome as him. This guy climbed up with his bare hands. That's incredibly cool. Did someone record this? I want the video. I want to show it off online. It's even more exciting than a movie." The woman of the house held the little girl and gently comforted her, while taking out a first aid kit to treat the little girl's hand. The man of the house gave Xiaohui a thumbs up. "Brother, you're one of those guys. I rarely admire anyone in my life, but you're one now." Xiaohui scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. "It's nothing, I just did something within my ability." The hostess looked up at Xiaohui, then exclaimed in surprise, "Musée?" Xiaohui, because he was in such a hurry to leave, Xiaohui didn't wear a mask or hat to disguise himself this time. In fact, he was still wearing the glasses that He Juwenhao had given him. With what she's wearing today, she's definitely easy to recognize. "Are you Musée?" The hostess's expression was both excited and strange. She stared at Xiaohui without blinking, as if she wanted to bore a hole through him. Xiaohui could only reply, "It's me. I'm the actor who plays Musée. My real name is Xiaohui." "Ah, sorry. So your name is Xiaohui. I absolutely loved your portrayal of Musée. I never expected to meet you in person. The lady of the house was probably only in her late 20s. At this moment, she saw Xiao He like a little fangirl seeing her idol. Although Xiao He himself didn't seem very approachable, he had just bravely saved a life in front of everyone. Ah, I'm so excited. The hostess was so excited that she didn't know what to do, and even wanted Xiao He's autograph and a photo. Seeing the rather chaotic situation, Xiao He changed the subject. Can I use your sink for a moment? I want to wash my hands. Of course. Here. Here. Ouch. Your hand is bleeding. Only then did the lady of the house notice the bloodstains on Xiao He's hands. Xiao He glanced down and waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, just some scratches. Chapter 42 The Farce of Rescuing People. 1. After Xiao He used the family's sink to treat the wound on his finger, he could hear the sound of fire trucks approaching from downstairs. With the firefighters' tireless efforts, the fire that had gripped the hearts of many finally came to an end. The ambulance arrived quickly, and the little girl's parents rushed to the scene. Xiao Xian. My Xiao Xian. Yu Mingjin squeezed through the crowd, and when she saw her daughter standing there unharmed, her voice choked with emotion. She quickly strode forward and hugged the little girl tightly. The usually strong little girl, upon seeing her family, finally broke her composure, curling up in her mother's arms and sobbing silently, her body trembling slightly. It's okay, mommy's here, don't be afraid, Yu Mingjin gently stroked her daughter's back, but even though she was comforting her daughter, her own tears started flowing uncontrollably, and her voice became hoarse and trembling. Yu Mingjin returned to her neighborhood after get off work as usual, only to hear that her house was on fire. She was so frightened that her legs went weak, and she quickly dropped what she was holding and ran over as fast as she could, worried that she might see something irreparable. Thankfully, her precious baby is still alive. Everything turned out all right. That's wonderful. Hello, are you the owner of this house? The firefighters, who had just finished fighting the fire, came over and asked. Yu Mingjin quickly wiped away her tears, then looked up at the firefighters and earnestly thanked them. Thank you for saving my daughter, thank you so much. The firefighter blushed slightly and said somewhat embarrassedly, Ma'am, it wasn't us who rescued her this time, it was a young man from your building. He climbed up the building from the outside with his bare hands, 4 or 5 stories high in one go. He's really amazing, Yu Mingjin was momentarily stunned for a moment. She even doubted her own hearing. A young man climbed 4 or 5 stories from the outside to rescue someone. If it weren't for the firefighter's upright demeanor, Yu Mingjin would have suspected he was joking. The person is over there, the firefighter pointed to 2 young men standing not far away. At this moment, He Juanhao was still immersed in the shock of what he had just witnessed. He circled around Xiao He, his expression a mixture of complexity and disbelief. Damn, brother Xiao, where did you study for this? Xiao He shrugged and said seriously, me? Actually, I have a cheat code, so I can learn it in no time. He Juanhao didn't believe it at all, thinking Xiao He was joking. He punched Xiao He with his fist, as expected of my brother Xiao. You really deserve to be the one to put on this act. Xiao He, the world is going to the dogs, these days, nobody believes you when you tell the truth. At this moment, Yu Mingjin walked over from the other side, bowed to Xiao He, and thanked him. Thank you so much for what you did just now. If it weren't for you, as she spoke, her eyes filled with tears again. Xiao Xian was her life, her everything. She couldn't even imagine what her life would be like if Xiao Xian died because of this. Oh, it's nothing, just a small favor. Xiao He waved his hand, about to say a few words of modesty, when another person rushed in, crying and shouting. A woman in her 50s or 60s ran over, glanced at the charred house, then screamed and rushed forward to hit the child in Yu Mingjin's arms. You good for nothing, you slut, you can't even stay at home properly, you actually set the house on fire, I'll beat you to death, Hey! What's going on? A firefighter nearby shouted and stopped the woman from moving, but she just sat down and started wailing. Why is my life so miserable? This wretched woman gave birth to a mute little wretch, and now she's burned down the house my son worked so hard to build. My God! Please open your eyes and look. I can't live like this anymore. Yu Mingjin hugged the little girl tightly, her expression grim. Mom. Is this a time for house issues? Xiao Xian almost died. He deserves to die. He deserves to die. How come this good-for-nothing didn't die? Which bastard saved him? He must be out of his mind. Shouty at this moment, Shouty was like a dog watching a show on the side of the road, who was suddenly kicked by this person. Hey, what do you mean by that? Are we wrong to save people? He Juanhao immediately questioned him. The older woman thought He Juanhao had rescued the person, but upon seeing He Juanhao's appearance, she knew he was a college student and easy to bully. She immediately put her hands on her hips and started yelling, "Yeah! How did you rescue the person? Did you just rush into our house? Did you steal our things in the chaos? And that door, you kicked it, didn't you? That won't do, you have to pay for that door." He Juanhao laughed in exasperation. Huh? Auntie, are you kidding me? It's wrong for people to put out a fire? We should have just burned your house down. Several firefighters nearby were also displeased. We kicked the door down, so what? It's one thing for an adult to leave a child at home, but we've repeatedly told you not to bring electric bike batteries home to charge. And what did you do? Not only did you bring them home to charge, but you even locked the door from the inside. The child couldn't get out and almost died. And now you're going around blaming others? As the firefighter spoke, Yuminjin's face suddenly turned very pale. Mom, didn't I tell you not to bring the batteries back? It's a huge safety hazard. And you're usually home at this time, aren't you? Where were you today? Xiaoxian needs someone to take care of her, and in this situation, she couldn't even call for help. You almost killed Xiaoxian. When questioned by Yuminjin, the aunt's eyes darted around for a moment before she retorted defiantly, What? Does that mean I, an old woman, have to be your slave every day? Can't I have my own time to rest? What business is it of yours whether I'm home or not? That little brat is so stupid, she doesn't even know how to put out a fire in this situation, she's a complete waste. No wonder she was born with such a useless mother. Then the aunt began to list Yuminjin's crimes in detail, and her choice of words and her demeanor made the people around her feel uncomfortable. After listening for a while, He Juanhao rolled his eyes and said, So you're just sexist, wanting a grandson so you torture your granddaughter to death. I don't think you're even human. The woman instantly flew into a rage, pointing her finger at He Juanhao's nose and launching into a tirade. What are you saying, you bastard? You motherless wretch! The most direct greetings and the purest attacks make one's blood pressure rise uncontrollably, gradually turning red. How could this person's mouth be so filthy? He Juanhao was so angry he was about to vomit blood, but he prided himself on being a well-mannered college student. He couldn't bring himself to retaliate with blunt words, but if he used sarcastic language, the other party probably wouldn't understand. It felt like punching a pile of shit and getting splattered with it all over himself. Just as He Juanhao was about to say something, Xiaoyi suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. He Juanhao turned his head. Brother Xiao? Xiaoyi stared at the middle-aged woman expressionlessly, his tone cool. I was going to confirm this earlier, but it seems I don't need to now. Then he immediately took out his phone and dialed the police. Hello, police officer, I suspect someone is abusing children here, please come quickly. Chapter 43 The Farce of Rescuing People, 2, Huh? Everyone was taken aback. Huh? Child abuse? He Juanhao stared in disbelief. Who? Xiaoyi put away his phone, slowly raised his eyes to look at the middle-aged woman in front of him, pushed up his glasses, and said calmly, Of course it's her. Everyone's attention turned to the middle-aged woman. The woman's expression twisted into a ferocious grimace for a moment, as she lunged at Xiaoyi, yelling, What are you saying? You bastard! Because the woman moved too quickly, the firefighters next to her didn't have time to stop her. But Xiaoyi simply turned his body nimbly and subtly hooked the woman's foot. The next moment, the woman fell heavily to the ground. Ouch! The woman fell to the ground, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Ouch, you did it on purpose. Xiaoyi looked completely innocent. Was I wrong to dodge? Xiaoyi's actions just now were flawless. To those around him, it looked like the woman was trying to pounce on Xiaoyi and scratch his face, but she accidentally pounced too hard and fell flat on her face. I'm going to call the police to arrest you. Ouch! That hurts. The old woman cried out in despair, but Xiaoyi simply shrugged. Falsify me however you want. Everyone has sharp eyes. They all saw what happened just now and can testify for me. Sure enough, everyone else nodded in agreement. He Juanhao seized the opportunity to say sarcastically, "It's really funny. They were trying to extort money from us just now, but now they're not even pretending anymore and are just trying to scam us. It's outrageous." Yu Mingjin was trembling with anger. "Mom, what exactly do you want to do? Do you really want to harm Xiaoxian?" Faced with this situation, her mother-in-law showed no concern for the child, only shirking responsibility and unjustly blaming their benefactor. Yu Mingjin was now both embarrassed and angry, and the thought that had arisen earlier resurfaced in her mind: perhaps she really should get a divorce. Although my husband is usually a good person, marriage is not just a matter between two people. Blindly persisting will only make life a mess. The police car arrived quickly because they were in different jurisdictions. Xiaoyi didn't recognize any of the officers who came this time. However, this does not have any impact. Xiaoyi got straight to the point, saying to one of the police officers, "Hello, I'm the one who called the police." Upon seeing Xiaoyi, Officer Yan, who was in charge, frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed his brow. "We've already received the relevant calls. You're the young man they were talking about who saved people, right?" They had already learned some of the details on their way here, especially about the young man who rescued the person. Everyone said that the young man climbed 5 floors from outside the apartment building to rescue the person, so the officers had long been curious about this legendary figure. Looking at him now, he is indeed a very special young man. "It's me." Xiaoyi nodded. "It's like this, officer. After I rescued this child, she vomited due to a violent cough. We then found undigested white pills in her vomit. Considering the child's current lethargic state, I suspect that she may have been given sleeping pills or something similar before." "What? You're talking nonsense." Yu Mingjin and the aunt spoke at the same time. Why Yu Mingjin looked in astonishment at the child who had been curled up listlessly in her arms after crying, then looked at the aunt and asked anxiously, "Xiaoxian hasn't been sick recently, so why are there pills in her stomach? Didn't you say you bought those sleeping pills to treat your insomnia? You usually give my daughter sleeping pills?" The woman immediately changed the subject. I didn't. This young man is just making things up. Those are vitamins. How did it turn into sleeping pills? This young man is talking complete nonsense." Yu Mingjin sneered. "Didn't you secretly take those vitamins yourself before? Why would you be so kind as to feed them to my daughter?" She had indeed bought some vitamins before, but the old woman ate them all herself. When Yu Mingjin tried to reason with her, the old woman said that it was a waste for Xiaoxian to eat those things, that she was being wasteful, and that children in the past didn't need to take many vitamins and still grew up. So Yu Mingjin stopped buying those things after that. Now, things have gotten even worse. This old woman has actually put on an act. Officer Yen observed the expressions of the older woman and Yu Mingjin, and came to a general conclusion. He then said to Xiaoyi, "You've observed quite carefully." Xiaoyi just smiled and said, "I'm not very familiar with pills either. It just so happens that the lady next door is a nurse, so she's more sensitive to these kinds of drugs." When Xiaoyi was rescuing the child, he felt something was off. The child seemed slow to react, listless, and in a dazed state. He thought the child had some mental issues, until the neighbor discovered the pills in the vomit. Xiaoyi then realized that the child wasn't stupid, but that the medication was still taking effect, making him somewhat dazed. Xiaoyi hadn't thought much of it at first. It might be normal for adults to give children pills. But after seeing the woman's behavior and attitude, Xiaoyi became suspicious again. As the saying goes, a bad person's cunning is no match for a fool's quick thinking. Xiaoyi even had reason to suspect that the woman was doing it on purpose, taking the battery back to commit murder. She wanted to kill the child at home. However, judging from the aunt's distressed attitude towards the house, it probably isn't that bad. This reminded Xiaoyi of a news story he had seen before. In a certain place, nannies would deliberately feed children sedative and sleep-inducing pills such as vitamin B1 and melatonin to make childcare easier, keeping the children in a drowsy and well-behaved state all day long. This way, they could even save money on lunch. Children don't understand things, and parents wouldn't notice it in a short time, but this is someone's own granddaughter. This is truly heartless. Xiaoyi's words were reasonable and well-founded, and the aunt's reaction didn't seem fake either. The police immediately became more vigilant, and Yu Mingjin was also determined to find out the truth. However, since Xiaoxian couldn't speak, and the only sign language she could use was inconvenient due to her previous burns, the police could only let Yu Mingjin take good care of Xiaoxian in the hospital. They collected the contents of Xiaoshuan's vomit and conducted an investigation in the room where the fire started. Xiaohe heard what happened next from Yi Juanhao, because the security guards of their community blocked the ambulance, delaying the rescue. The property management company compensated them afterwards. However, the community residents were very angry and their attitude was firm. In the end, they successfully changed to a new property management company, and He Juanhao was finally able to have food delivery drivers bring food to his doorstep. The investigation revealed that the woman did not intend to harm Xiaoxian, but the abuse was essentially confirmed. She not only secretly starved Xiaoxian by not giving her lunch, but also regularly gave her sleeping pills that she used herself. Then she would sneak out to play cards with her friends. Taking the batteries back to recharge was just plain stupid. As a result, she never expected that such a thing would happen. Not only did she lose her home, but she also almost killed her granddaughter. After learning the whole truth, Ms. Yu decisively filed for divorce from her husband. After failing to persuade him to stay, her husband had no choice but to agree to the divorce. Xiaoxian will be raised by Mingjin from now on. As for this woman, she will face criminal charges of abuse and arson, with multiple offenses combined, and will face 1 to 3 years of criminal liability. Upon hearing this result, Xiaohe could only say, "Serves you right." Chapter 44 is trending again. Let's go back to the present. As the situation gradually became clearer, Xiaohe gestured to He Juanhao, and the two quietly left the scene. Back at He Juanhao's apartment, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Today was so exciting. He Juanhao patted his chest, looking quite emotional. That old woman was really infuriating. If it weren't for you stopping me, Brother Xiao, I really would have punched her and sent her back to kindergarten. Xiaohe blushed with embarrassment. It's not that bad, it's not that bad. Oh no, my hot pot. Seeing that his hot pot had almost burned dry, He Juanhao hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. I was in such a rush that I forgot to turn off the stove. Luckily I came back in time, otherwise I would have had to call the fire department to fix it. Xiaohe quickly went to the kitchen to fetch a kettle and help add water. The two tidied up the table, boiled the hot pot again, and prepared to continue filming. Meanwhile, the story of Xiaohe saving people had only just begun to stir up a wave of discussion online. It all started with a video of a musical note used to save a life going viral online, attracting a large number of netizens to watch. The video is taken from the bottom of the apartment building. It can be clearly seen that an apartment on the 16th or 17th floor is on fire, with white smoke billowing out of the balcony. A little girl in floral pajamas stood helplessly on the edge of the balcony, clinging to the railing and looking down at the people below. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a pang of anxiety, just like the person filming the video, worried about the little girl's safety. But then something worrying happened. The little girl slowly squatted down, seemingly exhausted. The next moment, she slipped and half of her body fell outside, with only her hands still tightly holding onto the railing of the balcony. Everyone held their breath. Oh my god, someone please save her. Amidst the gasps of surprise from the others in the video, a figure suddenly appeared. A young man dressed casually in a black shirt leaped from the balcony of a few floors below. With quick and agile movements, he climbed to the floor where the little girl was in one go, using only his hands and feet. He did so before the little girl was exhausted and successfully rescued her. When the young man in the video carried the little girl safely into the neighbor's room, netizens who witnessed this thrilling rescue couldn't help but cheer, just like the others in the video. Holy crap! That's awesome! Mom, I think I saw Superman. Wow, dude, you're really that handsome? How did they do that? Are you sure it wasn't staged? My jaw dropped. It can't be staged. The official account next door has already posted about it. This isn't staged, it's a true story. They live in the apartment building next door to us, and the WeChat groups for residents of several nearby buildings are buzzing with his videos. Kudos to the young man who saved lives. Flowers, flowers, thumbs up for the heroes who acted bravely. Thumbs up, am I the only one who thinks this guy is really handsome? He looks kind of familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before. I think it resembles someone, but I'm not quite sure. It's Muse. Oh my god, is this really not Muse? His clothes and those gold-rimmed glasses, I almost thought I was dreaming. Who's Kizawa? Kizawa. The deranged serial killer, Kisawa. What? The person who saved them was a deranged serial killer? What the hell? Isn't this a discussion about heroes who saved lives? You guys are spreading rumors right off the bat, isn't that a bit ridiculous? It seems to be about a celebrity in the entertainment industry. It's really laughable. This is a social news story, please, some fans, don't project your idol's image onto this. No, this person is actually the actor who played Muse. You guys should go watch this video. She filmed the whole thing from her perspective, and the actor himself admitted it. What? As controversy arose over whether Xiaohe was actually Muse, more people flocked to the account Xiaoyu Didn't Sleep to watch the video. Xiaoyu Didn't Sleep refers to the female homeowner who was a neighbor at the scene. Her video recorded the entire process of Xiaohe saving people from another perspective, and it even included a photo of her and Xiaohe together in his autograph. Xiaoyu Didn't Sleep, family, I caught the real Muse. His real name is Xiaohe. He's super handsome, and he just saved a child. He's a really nice person, completely different from Muse. The photo shows a young woman and a young man. The young man wears gold-rimmed glasses, has a handsome face, a calm gaze, and a hint of the cold and sickly demeanor unique to Muse. The comments section exploded. Frog fun, this is really Muse himself. Should the blogger call the police for you? Oh no. The way you're taking these photos makes me feel like you're in danger. Help! Ha ha ha. It feels like after taking these photos, Muse is going to chase you down with a chainsaw. So it really was Kisawa who saved her? It feels so unreal. Please don't call him Muse so casually. He has a name, Xiaohe, and he's a very good actor. We encourage everyone to check out his upcoming work, The Thief Catcher. So his name is Xiaohe? I always thought his name was Muse. That's the character's name. Facepalm, because this incident combined the themes of positive energy, actor, and heroic act, it became a trending topic again when Xiaohe received the call. I'm trending again? Xiaohe slurped the meatballs out of his bowl and, at Pu Rong's prompting, opened the trending topics list. Sure enough, his name was now trending on social media, because Xiaohe's rescue was completely undisguised. His real name finally made it to the top of the trending searches, along with the name Muse. Xiaohe felt somewhat helpless. He clicked on a few of the videos, glanced at them, and then quickly exited. Wow, Xiaohe, you've been on set for so long, and you've been hiding your talents from me, haven't you? Pu Rong said indignantly on the other end of the phone, you're almost like Spider-Man. You're climbing up any wall you see? I never knew you had this reckless ability. Xiaohe said innocently, you didn't ask me before. Since no one asked, then I'll just deny it to the death. Pu Rong was speechless, then asked, by the way, it looks like your hand is injured in the video, are you alright? It's nothing. Xiaohe looked down at his fingers. Just some minor cuts and scrapes. They'll be fine in a few days. That's good. After chatting for a few more minutes, Pu Rong was about to hang up when he remembered something and reminded Xiaohe, by the way, the director asked you to find an opportunity to post an update and promote our film, The Thief Catcher, that it has wrapped up filming today. Xiaohe asked in surprise, have you finished filming? I heard that director Lin dragged you to do reshoots. Pu Rong chuckled, we just said we'd wrap up filming, didn't we? The director chose the date himself, didn't he? We might as well take this opportunity to ride your coattails. Xiaohe understood, okay, I'll send it right away. This trend is too good to pass up. Chapter 45 Hidden Vision, revised. After Pu Rong, Xiaohe received text messages from Lu Ziyang, Li Hanyue, and Yimaner, among others. What surprised Xiaohe the most was that there was also a text message from Lu Rulan. Unlike others, this agent, Lu, offered several suggestions in addition to greeting Xiaohe, helping him consider issues such as fan conversion and maintaining popularity. Each suggestion was very sincere and practical, and Xiaohe felt enlightened after reading them. Lu Rulan hadn't appeared on set during this time. Usually, Su Xingxi was only accompanied by an agent or assistant, and Xiaohe thought she had forgotten about him. But unexpectedly, she took the initiative to contact him this time and gave him advice from a professional perspective, which was quite surprising. Xiaohe, thank you. The other end replied quickly, as if they had been waiting for a message. Lu Rulan, if you're willing to let me be your manager, I'll handle this matter and everything afterward for you. Xiaohe blinked. Such a straightforward approach. I have to say, this actually makes them more likable. Xiaohe, are you planning to go solo? The other party did not give a direct answer. Lu Rulan, can we meet in person after the new year? Xiaoyi, okay, having made an appointment with someone, Xiaoyi put down his phone and picked up his bowl again to eat. He Juanhao was so excited he couldn't eat. Holy crap, brother Xiao, you're really famous this time. There are so many people. Xiaoyi, it's alright, but the beef is a bit tough today. Brother Xiao, how can you be so calm? I can't wait for you to start a live stream. It's all about the buzz and traffic. Hiss, this duck blood is so hot. Brother Xiao, tasty. He Juanhao gave up struggling. He rested his chin on his hand with a helpless expression, watching Xiaoyi happily eat hot pot. Brother Xiao, only you can remain so calm about something like this. Xiaoyi shrugged and said in a very Versailles-like manner, you'll get used to it. But then, the person who was showing off just a second ago was punished the next second. Looking at the phone number for mom on his phone, Xiaoyi swallowed hard. He Juanhao leaned over for a look, then his face was full of pity. Brother Xiao, don't blame your brother for being disloyal. Go bravely, I can't help you. Xiaoyi, the hot pot in front of me suddenly didn't smell so appetizing. Xiao's parents were a government employee and a high school Chinese teacher, respectively. Although they were not wealthy, they had a harmonious family atmosphere over the years, and the parents loved each other and respected Xiaoyi's opinions, supporting him in coming to Shanghai to study computer science. Xiaoyi has always been the kind of well-behaved child who makes his parents' lives much easier. If there is one thing he did that was rebelliously, it would probably be that he suddenly went to become an actor. This kid is a good student who has studied computer science for 4 years and is about to graduate. Suddenly he runs off to act in movies and become a star. Who could stand that? When Xiaoyi first learned about this from his mother, she almost took leave from work and flew over. It was only after Xiaoyi patiently explained and persuaded her that the two of them temporarily accepted the matter. However, Xiaoyi's act of saving people has caused such a big stir this time that his parents will probably nag him severely if they see it. Sure enough, as soon as Xiaoyi answered the phone, he was met with his mother's furious roar. Xiaoyi, you've got some nerve, you don't care about your life anymore? How high is that building? If you fall, you won't even be able to get back up, and you still dare to be a trapeze artist for me? Do you really think you're Spider-Man? Are you getting too comfortable with your life? Just you wait, I'll come and teach you a lesson, Mom, please. I was wrong. That was a human life. I promise I'll never do it again. Xiaoyi covered his phone and begged for mercy in a low voice. He Juanhao suppressed a laugh and ran to the kitchen to tidy up. Although Zhao's mother was a Chinese language teacher, she had a very fiery temper and usually played the role of the bad cop at home, while his father assisted her. Therefore, Xiaoyi was still very afraid of his mother. Even when his mother scolded him on the phone, he was obsequious and dared not talk back. Hilarious. He can still get some peace offline by sliding on his knees, but if he talks back now, Zhao's mother will definitely come to Shanghai to ensure a good New Year's Eve for both of them. Xiaoyi chose to avoid confrontation. Fortunately, after rambling on for 20 minutes, Zhao's mother finally stopped talking. Who are you spending New Year's Eve with today? Don't tell me the film crew isn't giving us a holiday? Zhao's mother asked curtly. Xiaoyi seized the opportunity to flatter her, saying, Mom, it's a holiday. I'm having dinner with He Juanhao. He then quickly gave He Juanhao a wink. He Juanhao gave an okay sign and picked up where Xiaoyi left off. Good evening, Auntie. Happy New Year in advance. Upon hearing He Juanhao's voice, Zhao's mother's tone softened considerably. Xiao, it's been so long. Happy New Year. Auntie, how have you been lately? Is everything alright? My brother Xiao was talking about you these past few days. He was planning to come back and visit you, but some things came up here, so he stayed to keep me company. I'm so sorry, please don't be angry with him. He Juanhao truly lives up to his reputation as a content creator. His words are incredibly eloquent, and he won over Zhao's mother in no time. Xiaoyi was amazed and silently gave him a thumbs up. Brother, I will remember your kindness. When Xiaoyi took the phone back, his mother's attitude improved significantly. How have you been lately? Has no one on set been bullying you? Don't keep sending money into our account. We have salaries now and pensions in the future. You should take care of yourself. Don't fall down somewhere while you're climbing around, or your father and I won't take care of you. Hearing his mother's awkward concern, Xiaoyi couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. He then chuckled and said, Don't worry, Mom, I'm doing pretty well now. I always have roles to play, and directors say I'm talented. I even ran into Bao Wei on my previous film set, and I got you an autographed photo. I see. Zhao's mother was silent for a moment, then raised her voice. Really? You brat, you can actually see Bao Wei? In Zhao's mother's memory, Bao Wei was someone who frequently appeared on TV and in movies, and his status must have been ridiculously high. How could Xiaoyi, such an unknown nobody, be able to talk to Bao Wei? Xiaoyi chuckled. I have a lot of photos on my phone. If you don't believe me, I'll video call him in a bit. Really? Zhao's mother exclaimed in surprise. No need for a video call. Just send me your autographed signature as soon as possible, and I'll put it on the table when I get back. Xiaoyi said helplessly, Okay, Mom. Thus, a sudden family crisis was silently resolved by a handwritten signature from Bao Wei. It was only then that Xiaoyi realized that his mother actually seemed to like Bao Wei quite a bit, a little more than just a casual fan. Thank you Teacher Bao for saving his life. With his online popularity continuing to rise, Xiaoyi really felt like he was becoming a household name across the country. However, due to the expanding reach of the video, someone in a rented room also saw Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi acted bravely and righteously, the man muttered to himself, his hand holding the mouse trembling slightly from the pain. His dominant right hand was now swollen and blistering, with a long, thick, and gruesome knife scar running from the back of his hand to his wrist. It was even oozing a mixture of red and yellow liquid, making it look extremely disgusting. Based on those wounds, it's not hard to tell what the scene was like at the time. A butcher's knife cleaved out horizontally, piercing through the tiger's mouth and reaching the tip of the ulnar styloid process of the wrist. It almost severed most of the hand, leaving only a bit of skin and flesh attached. He still can't forget that intense pain to this day, and all of this was caused by that damned Zhu Laosan. If he hadn't suddenly changed his mind about killing this kid, if he hadn't insisted on changing their killing plan, how could he have killed him in a fit of rage? It's all Zhu Laosan's fault, yes. And this kid too, it's all their fault. They forced me into this situation. Chapter 46. Signing an agent. After New Year's Day, Xiaoyi returned to work on the film set. Unsurprisingly, he once again attracted the attention of the rest of the crew. Iman was even more direct, pinching Xiaoyi's shoulder and looking him up and down with a puzzled expression. How did you do that? Xiaoyi is usually busy filming and has little time to exercise. Although he works out, he doesn't have exaggeratedly large muscles. Instead, he has a very well-proportioned physique and is the type who looks good in clothes. Imana really couldn't tell that this guy was a rock-climbing enthusiast. Xiaoyi shrugged. Perhaps saving someone unleashed his potential. Iman, you win. After this incident, the rest of the crew got along better with Xiaoyi, except for one person, that would naturally be Su Xingxi. Xiaoyi sometimes really felt that as an ordinary person, he couldn't understand the thought process of someone like Su Xingxi. It was just that he made someone do a few more takes. Was it really necessary to hold such a grudge? Seeing Su Xingxi's cold and hostile attitude towards him, Xiaoyi simply shrugged. I can't care about you anyway, your manager won't want you anymore. In the afternoon, Xiaoyi officially met with Lu Rulan at a coffee shop and discussed the upcoming signing of the contract. Just as Xiaoyi had guessed, Lu Rulan was indeed preparing to go it alone. Currently, our studio doesn't have any other artists. If you're willing to join, you'll be our first artist, and all our focus and resources will shift to you, Lu Rulan said earnestly. You don't need to worry about resources at all. I have my own network and resource channels in the entertainment industry over the years, and your future resources and treatment will definitely not be worse than those of artists from other companies. Lu Rulan spoke at length, and Xiaoyi listened very attentively. Having already made his decision, it has to be said that Lu Rulan is definitely his best choice at the moment. Xiaoyi had already investigated Lu Rulan's situation online. Before taking on Su Xingxi, Lu Rulan had always managed talented actors, and almost all of her protégés had won highly recognized awards in the industry. He naturally had no doubt about Lu Rulan's abilities, especially regarding Su Xingxi's relationship. Although the exposure of it had a significant impact on Su Xingxi, Xiaoyi now observes Su Xingxi's career and realizes that he was truly unaffected. If fans still adore him, Su Xingxi remains a top star, and he hasn't lost a single endorsement or appearance. Xiaoyi would never believe it without Lu Rulan's careful maneuvering behind the scenes. Only why did you choose me? Xiaoyi inquired. This was also what he couldn't understand the most. As a newcomer, Lu Rulan had shown him great enthusiasm from the very beginning, and even frequently extended olive branches to him. He was flattered but also a little confused. Before Lu Rulan, other large companies and agents had approached her, but they all made very strict demands on her because she was a newcomer without formal training. The contracts were basically split 20/80ths, she had no right to choose scripts, she was forced to obey the company's arrangements, and the contracts were for 10 years. The contract brought by Lou Rulan was a 40/60 split, with script selection prioritizing the artist's wishes, and a 3-year contract. It's obvious which is better or worse. Lou Rulan didn't hide anything and frankly said, signing you was indeed the best solution among all my options. As early as when Su Xingqi's relationship was exposed, Lou Rulan had noticed this newcomer. Although he wasn't formally trained, his acting skills were in no way inferior to other stars in the Chinese entertainment industry. At the same time, he was very low-key, working hard in various film crews, and not blindly pursuing popularity and fame. Lou Rulan used her connections to learn more about him and found that everyone's evaluation of Xiaohe was quite positive. A talented, ambitious newcomer who doesn't blindly pursue popularity, has decent character, has a solid foundation of work, a certain number of fans, hasn't been signed to a company, and has no contractual disputes. Lou Rulan really couldn't think of any better choice than Xiaohe. After listening to Lou Rulan's words, Xiaohe was silent for a second, and finally nodded. Okay, then I wish us a pleasant cooperation. After signing the contract, Lou Rulan immediately began her work, taking over all of Xiaohe's business matters, although Xiaohe has not yet accepted these business invitations. From now on, I'll call you Sister Lou? Xiaohe asked. Okay. Lou Rulan looked through Xiaohe's platform account and nodded. There's no major problem with your account for now. Remember to switch to your alternate account when you log into the platform in the future. Okay, Sister Lou. You didn't post anything you shouldn't have on your alternate account, did you? No. Have you ever been in a relationship? Are you single now? I've never been in a relationship, I've always been single. Have you ever been involved in prostitution, gambling, or drugs? Did you engage in bullying during your school years? Do you have any related criminal history or serious mistakes? Do you have any criminal record? What is your parents' family situation like? Are there any dishonest individuals in your family? Lou Rulan then bombarded Xiaohe with a barrage of questions, leaving him somewhat bewildered. However, considering the current high rate of scandals in the Chinese entertainment industry, he felt relieved and answered Lou Rulan's questions one by one with great seriousness and sincerity. After confirming Xiaohe's basic information, Lou Rulan nodded in satisfaction. Great, no more cleaning up other people's messes. Okay, I understand your situation. I hope you will take responsibility for what you just said, otherwise I may not be able to cover for you if something goes wrong. Lou Rulan put her hands together on the table and stared at Xiaohe. Now you can think back and see if there is anything else you haven't told me. Xiaohe actually thought about it carefully, and then remembered something else. Oh right, speaking of which, I've been on the trending topics a few times before, but I never showed my face. I know about Su Xingqi's matter, Lou Rulan said. You saved Su Yuyu back then, but the paparazzi took pictures of you and claimed that he was Su Yuyu's secret boyfriend. Don't worry, I will handle this for you. Yes. Xiaohe nodded. Another time was when Ran Yunrui was in a car accident. I was in the driver's car at the time. Although I didn't show my face, I was half an eyewitness and someone who knew about it. Chang Hongwen even gave me hush money. Another time was when there was a trending topic on the internet about a guy catching a cross-dressing thief. I was the person in that post. Then there was this incident, the one where Muse saved someone on New Year's Eve. Lou Rulan, no, are all the newcomers this good these days? Fortunately, Lou Rulan was a professional and quickly composed herself. I understand. You don't need to worry about these things. I will take care of everything for you. Okay, thank you, Sister Lou. After discussing the matter, Xiaohe returned to the film crew feeling refreshed. The next day, Lou Rulan arrived at the film set with a bunch of things and distributed them to the other crew members on behalf of Xiaohe within an hour. Everyone in the crew knew that Lou Rulan was now Xiaohe's manager. What's going on? Iman looked at Xiaohe in shock, seemingly not expecting him to have such abilities. You actually managed to poach Su Xingqi's agent? Xiaohe said innocently, it has nothing to do with me. It was Sister Lou who approached me. Thank you, Teacher Yi, for taking care of Xiaohe during this time. Lou Rulan greeted Manner with a smile. Xiaohe will also need to trouble Teacher Yi and everyone else in the future. Iman was somewhat flattered and accepted the coffee from Lou Rulan with both hands. No, it's all right. Don't underestimate Lu Rulan just because she's a small-time agent. Her reputation and status in the industry are very influential. Even someone as proud as Iman wouldn't dare to offend her. She took a sip of her coffee and then cautiously asked, Sister Lu, have you left Jiaxing Entertainment? Yes, I have some other plans, Lu Rulan explained casually. Iman understood. Coincidentally, not long after Lu Rulan arrived at the film set, Su Xingqi's new manager also arrived. Upon arriving, they headed straight for Lu Rulan in Shaohe. Chapter 47 Unexpected Fan Visit. Oh, I thought he was some kind of powerful figure who could make Sister Lu leave Jiaxing on her own. Turns out he's a great hero who saved people. The man looked to be in his 40s, dressed very smartly in a suit, but what he said made people feel strangely uncomfortable. Xiaohe raised an eyebrow slightly. Lu Rulan also suppressed her smile. I was wondering who would take over my job next. It turns out it was you. Tian Heng, one of Jiaxing Entertainment's top agents, is Lu Rulan's longtime rival, and their meetings are always full of tension. Tian Heng chuckled. You really are something, still so impatient after all these years, leaving without a word. There's no need to announce normal job changes so widely, is there? Lu Rulan sneered. But I have a piece of advice for some people, be careful you don't end up with a gold mine but a pile of shit. Xiaohe, Sister Lu is really good at being sarcastic. This kills two birds with one stone. Tian Heng wasn't angry. He just gave Xiaohe a meaningful look, and then said to Lu Rulan, then I hope you and your gold brick will have a prosperous future. Then he and his assistant, just like Lu Rulan, started distributing drinks and snacks to the crew. It seems they're going to go head-to-head with Lu Rulan. Xiaohe asked Lu Rulan, Sister Lu, are you alright? Is there anything I can do for you? Lu Rulan glanced at him. What could possibly happen to me? Jiaxing and I terminated our contract amicably. Tian Heng is just petty. You should just focus on filming your movie. Xiaohe, okay. Not long after Tian Heng left, producer Ma Qianyu came over to inform the two of them. Fans will be visiting the set this afternoon, so please be prepared. Xiaohe frowned. Fans visiting the set? He wasn't even notified beforehand. Lu Rulan raised her eyebrows and looked at Ma Qianyu. Fans visiting the set? When did this happen? We didn't receive any notification. Ma Qianyu was somewhat surprised. We sent someone to notify them yesterday. Lu Rulan looked at Xiaohe, who shook his head slightly, having made up her mind. Lu Rulan didn't say anything directly, but smiled and nodded to Ma Qianyu. Okay, we understand, thank you for the reminder, Producer Ma. Ma Qianyu glanced at the two men and guessed that someone was interfering. However, as long as it didn't involve the interests of their production team, Ma Qianyu wouldn't take the initiative to get involved. He simply pretended not to know anything and turned to leave. After Ma Qianyu left, Lu Rulan asked Xiaohe, are you sure no one informed you about this? Xiaohe took out his phone to check the group messages and shook his head. No one notified me, and there was no notification in the group. Lu Rulan snorted coldly, so all you can do is resort to such petty tricks. She turned around and picked up the script next to Xiaohe. What scenes are you filming this afternoon? Xiaohe thought for a moment and replied, it's the plot where Meng Zetian captures by Ming Chuan. Then the case is solved. Lu Rulan glanced through the script and said calmly, most of the fans are here to watch the scene. The script is full of kicking and hitting. If you perform well, you'll definitely be trending on social media. But if you don't perform well, you'll still be trending. Xiaohe stared in disbelief. Huh? You can do that? Lu Rulan looked at him as if it were the most natural thing in the world. This is the entertainment industry where even dedication is a selling point and a hot topic. If someone is willing to send you a few trending topics, they are doing you a favor. After all, they paid for it. Xiaohe, good. It's good that you're willing to put in the effort for me. Then ask the director to switch the afternoon's shooting scenes? That's definitely not going to work. These shooting schedules are all arranged in advance. If you dare to change them, they'll send you straight to the top of the trending topics. Xiaohe, is it true? Is it really that exaggerated? Xiaohe was puzzled and greatly shocked, and humbly asked, then what should we do? What can you do? Just act out your scene as usual, and leave everything else to me. The agent, Lu, gave a barely perceptible twitch at the corner of his mouth, his eyes even fiercer than Xiaohe's. These little tricks are things I've already mastered. Xiaohe silently looked away. I don't know why, but Sister Lu seems to be full of resentment. Cough, let's light a candle for those people over there. On the other side, just as Lu Rulan had guessed, Tian Hong walked back to Su Xingxi's side and earnestly instructed him, I've prepared everything for this afternoon. Just focus on your acting and don't do anything unnecessary. Su Xingxi nodded, I understand, but what about Sister Lu? Tian Hong snorted coldly, what? Still missing your old agent? How could that be? Su Xingxi sneered. I just wanted to tell you that she's no pushover. Since you're here to be my manager, you must be more capable than her. You won't get involved, right? That's natural. Tian Hong crossed his arms, a cold glint in his eyes. You know Tong Junhui, right? I played a part in his retirement from the entertainment industry back then. Tong Junhui? The movie star that Lu Rulan used to manage? Su Xingxi was taken aback, looking his new manager up and down. You did this? Thinking of what happened back then, Tian Hong pursed his lips. That's naturally beyond my ability, but, alright, let's not talk about that. What I mean is, don't worry. Lu Rulan is no match for me. Su Xingxi stared at Tian Hong, remained silent for a long time, and finally looked away. I understand. In the afternoon, fans began to visit the SET.ASA drama that brings together top idol Su Xingxi and popular actress Ye Man'er. This drama was destined to bring bloodshed from the moment it started filming. Most of the people who came to visit the set this time were fans of Su Xingxi and Ye Man'er. However, as the fourth male lead, Xiaoyi was also required to greet the fans, and he had already mentally prepared himself to be a supporting character. But to everyone's surprise, several of the people who came to visit the set were actually fans who had come specifically to see him. Xiaoyi was momentarily stunned when he saw fans approaching him for photos and autographs. Hello, Xiaoyi. We are all your fans. We love your musée. And your act of saving people on New Year's Day was super cool. One of the girls, dressed in a pretty floral dress, looked at Xiaoyi with bright eyes and an expectant expression. Can I take a picture with you? Of course, Xiaoyi stammered for a moment, then immediately got into character, bent down, and took a selfie with the little girl. 5 fans came specifically to see Xiaoyi this time, all of them very young girls, the oldest being 23 and the youngest 17. Xiaoyi was quite curious how they knew about the set visit, since he himself only found out about it this morning. After fulfilling all the 5 girls' requests, Xiaoyi asked curiously, how did you all find out about this set visit? Actually, the news came from Su Xingxi's fan group. One of the girls wearing a white fluffy hair clip said shyly, it just so happens that a few of us are in Shanghai and are all fans of yours, Brother Xiao, so we formed a small group and came here with Su Xingxi and his fans. Xiaoyi understood, then chuckled, and said earnestly, thank you so much for coming all this way to see me. I'm so happy. I didn't think anyone would come. No way. Brother Xiao. You're super popular right now. Lots of fans in the fan group want to come see you, a young girl exclaimed. But because the news about this said visit came so quickly, many people couldn't make time, so they asked us to represent them and come see Brother Xiao. Really? Xiaoyi was still a little incredulous, not expecting that he already had so many people who genuinely liked him. Don't you think I'm fierce, like a bad guy? Since he acquired Xiao Hei's aura, everyone's first impression of him wasn't very good. It was only after getting to know him that many people changed their opinions, and these fans, who have never seen him in person or spoken to him, why are they so willing to like a stranger so sincerely? Chapter 48 Fans visiting the set. Brother Xiao was very cooperative with our requests just now, not fierce at all, and he couldn't possibly be a bad person. Just for Brother Xiao taking the initiative to save people, we will always support you. The oldest girl said very seriously, acting and appearance cannot represent a person's inner self, but subconscious behavior at crucial moments can never lie. How bad can someone be who is willing to risk their life to save others in an emergency? Yeah, the other girls chimed in, peering curiously at Xiaoyi's fingers. We heard from people at the scene that you hurt your hand back then, Brother Xiao? Is it all right now? Xiaoyi curled his fingers to hide his inner emotion, then slowly showed them to the others. It's okay, they've already scabbed over. Fortunately, the character he was filming was always wearing leather gloves, so the injury did not affect the filming. However, being able to save a precious life and gain the recognition and affection of a group of strangers, Xiaoyi inexplicably felt that it was all worth it. Oh, then Brother Xiao, you must take good care of yourself and make sure you don't get any scars. A girl rummaged through her bag and then handed Xiao He a box of ointment. This was asked to me by a fan in the group to bring to you, Brother Xiao. She said it can remove scars. If you don't mind, you can give it a try. Xiao He took the ointment and solemnly put it into his pocket. Thank you, she went to so much trouble. No, it was all of our own free will. We are all very happy to be able to meet Brother Xiao in person on your behalf. Xiao He smiled, his eyes crinkling. Then you must convey my gratitude to them as well. It definitely will. The girls said in unison. Xiao He chatted with everyone for a while longer, and then Lu Rulan came over, carrying several bags in her hands. She walked up to the girls and handed them out one by one. These are drinks and snacks that Xiao He prepared for everyone. Please take a few with you. I am really grateful that you came to see Xiao He this time. This was something Lu Rulan specially prepared after observing the situation of Xiao He's fans. Wow, thank you. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Thank you, manager's sister. One of the fans glanced at Lu Rulan a few more times, then looked quite surprised. Your sister Lu? Aren't you Su Xingxi's manager? Lu Rulan has mentored several Best Actor and Best Actress winners, and later took over Su Xingxi's management job, often accompanying Su Xingxi to various events. Therefore, Lu Rulan is not particularly unfamiliar to people who are often involved in fan circles. Lu Rulan smiled and nodded. I will be in charge of Xiao He from now on. The fan looked puzzled, but in this situation, she couldn't press for an explanation, so she could only smile and happily accept the gift. Amidst the cheerful laughter of everyone, a man wearing a mask and hat, with his hands in his pockets, slowly raised his head. Those eyes, bloodshot and unblinking, were fixed on the young man surrounded by several girls, his gaze fixed on his face as if trying to discern something from it. Hey! Aren't you going to see Sister Manor? A fan stood next to the man. Puzzled, the man then looked away, turned and surged into the crowd on the other side, ignoring the fan's friendly reminder. The fan, this person is crazy. Eye in the crowd. Xiao He frowned, looked up at the crowd in the distance, and saw only another group of girls excitedly talking to Su Xingxi. The strange gaze I had just received has disappeared. That's really strange. Ahem, time to go. At this moment, someone came to inform everyone. After their brief meeting, they had to get ready to go to filming. Xiao He said goodbye to his fans one by one, then turned and followed Lu Rulan to the back hall. Meanwhile, Yimaner smiled and comforted her fans before leaving the scene to prepare for the afternoon's filming. Compared to the relaxed situation for Xiao He and Yimaner, Su Xingxi's situation was much more complicated. Fans surrounded Su Xingxi with reluctance, their words flowing freely and their excited screams echoing throughout the room. Su Xingxi was unable to break free from their embrace for a while. Finally, when Xiao He and Yimaner were ready, Su Xingxi arrived under the stern face of director Wen Hongyuan. I'm so sorry, Director Wen, the fans are just too enthusiastic. While apologizing to Wen Hongyuan, Tian Heng gestured for Su Xingxi to get his makeup done. In order to let the fans see Su Xingxi's best side up close, he did not wear the makeup he used when filming, but his original idol makeup. Now that he had met the fans, Su Xingxi had to go and redo his makeup. It was already late, and now it's taking even longer. Wen Hongyuan kept a somber face for a long time, but ultimately said nothing, only urging, hurry up. Yes, I'll urge them right away. Everyone's worked so hard, so everyone could only wait for Su Seungsuk. At the scene, Xiao He sat back down in his seat. He glanced at the empty small stools next to him, thought for a moment, and borrowed 5 empty small stools from the stage manager, asking Sister Lu to lend them to the few young fans waiting in front. The current situation is that they are waiting inside, while the fans are waiting outside. They were alright, as they were sitting down, but the fans outside were suffering. Fortunately, he doesn't have many fans today, so he can still manage to keep up with this number. Lu Rulan took the small stool, gave Xiao He an approving look, and returned to the outer area with her assistant Xiao Chun. Seeing Lu Rulan's actions, Tian Heng's eyes flickered, but he still gritted his teeth and lowered his head to instruct the assistant beside him, go and buy some water for those people outside, so they won't be too tired. The assistant nodded, okay, Brother Tian. So the people inside waited for about 40 minutes. Su Xingxi finally arrived late. After the director explained the blocking and camera angles and the actors did a simple rehearsal, the fans had been waiting outside for almost an hour and a half. Despite this, they waited without complaint, and even when they officially entered the viewing area at the back of the set, they couldn't help but let out excited shouts. Just like before, the voice was full of energy. Perhaps this is the power of love. Reporter by We Meet Again by Ming Chuan, who was carrying important intelligence. took a step back and looked warily at Meng Zetian, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. Meng Zetian stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with a sinister glint. What? Are you surprised to see me? Not long ago, Bai Mingchuan, an intelligence agent, obtained a secret intelligence from an important figure in the hospital under the guise of interviewing and filming. This intelligence is related to a batch of medical supplies on the front lines, which is the most important resource that their comrades need right now. Bai Mingchuan has decided that he will risk his life to get this intelligence out when, fortunately, before he could pass on his intelligence, it had already aroused Meng Zetian's suspicion. Faced with Meng Zetian's probing, Bai Mingchuan felt immense pressure. But thinking of the intelligence he had hidden, Bai Mingchuan suppressed his emotions. Captain Meng, is there something you need from me? I do have some matters on my side that require your cooperation in an investigation. Meng Zetian waved his hand, and his men surrounded Bai Mingchuan. This whole setup doesn't seem like you want me to cooperate with an investigation. Bai Mingchuan took a step back. Arresting someone so openly like this, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Ha. Meng Zetian walked slowly to Bai Mingchuan as if he had heard a joke, his gaze icy cold, as if it were poisoned. Reporter Bai, you haven't really been brainwashed by those whitewashing articles you wrote, have you? When we're arresting people, when have we ever cared about these things? Chapter 49. Tonight, I will make sure Xiao He is removed from the entertainment industry. Bang! With a dull thud, Meng Zetian punched Bai Mingchuan in the stomach. Bai Mingchuan clutched his stomach, his face contorted in pain, and slowly knelt down. Meng Zetian's subordinates rushed forward and firmly restrained Bai Mingchuan. I'll give you one chance. Hand over the information you have, and perhaps I can leave your father with a whole body. Meng Zetian said in a light tone. Bai Mingchuan looked up at him, his eyes still filled with grievance. It really wasn't me. I don't know anything. My father knows that person. If you arrest me without any evidence, Captain Meng won't be able to explain himself. Bai Mingchuan's father is currently the president of the largest newspaper in Shanghai, and also one of the most hated lackeys. He collaborates with the puppet regime to fabricate the atrocities committed by the Japanese invaders on this land, and to culturally brainwash and control ordinary people at the bottom of society. But even the worst bamboo produces the best shoots. Bai Mingchuan, a journalist who studied abroad in his early years and then joined the ranks of lackeys after returning, actually had completely different ideas and beliefs from his father. For the sake of his beliefs and for the sake of more lives, he knew he absolutely could not perish here. He had to stall for time as much as possible, at least until the other comrades arrived. Meng Zetian saw through his stalling tactics and gave a mocking smile. Don't try to intimidate me with your father. He's nothing but a dog. We can switch whenever we want. Do you think that man will come to avenge you? He then waved his hand, signaling his men to search Bai Mingchuan. Bai Mingchuan's eyes flickered, and he actually broke free from the restraints of the person behind him, lunging directly at Meng Zetian. You son of a bitch, Meng Zetian. You're just taking revenge. You targeted me last time, and you're targeting me again this time. You're doing it on purpose. Then Bai Mingchuan and Meng Zetian started fighting. In this scene, Meng Zetian naturally had the upper hand. Bai Mingchuan, that pretty boy, was no match for him at all. He easily knocked him to the ground and then angrily ordered his men to search him. But at this moment, Xiao He could clearly feel that Su Xingxi was deliberately increasing the force of his punches, almost hitting him in the face several times, seemingly intending to provoke him. However, Xiao He naturally didn't fall for his act. He took a small step back, grabbed the other man's hand with his palm, and then, just like in the story, threw Su Xingxi over his shoulder. This over-the-shoulder throw was obviously practiced beforehand and wouldn't actually hurt anyone. Also, there was a thick mat under Su Xingxi, so even if he fell, it wouldn't hurt much. Su Xingxi deliberately let out a loud scream. Xiao He raised an eyebrow, but instead of stopping filming, he started kicking people. His movements were very exaggerated, but he basically only touched Su Xingxi's clothes. To be precise, he kicked the other's clothes hard, but Su Xingxi, relying on the fact that the voice acting was done in post-production, started wailing and howling on set. Xiao He. Honestly, don't go too far, bro, I'm about to burst out laughing. Without a doubt, Xiao He knew that Su Xingxi wanted to use the anger of the fans at the scene to launch a large-scale cyberbullying campaign against him when he got back, but Xiao He remained completely calm. With Sister Lu backing him up in his hacking skills, he really wasn't afraid of the other party. Pick him up and search him. Meng Zetian coldly issued the order. However, after a thorough search of Bai Mingchuan's body, his men found no information hidden on him. Report, no. the subordinate answered tremblingly. What? Meng Zetian frowned, his expression finally shifting from confident to incredulous. Bai Mingchuan raised his head, revealing bloodied teeth, and forced a mocking smile. I've said it before, I have nothing to do with these things. You're framing me. You're just settling a personal score. Who doesn't know that I wrote that investigative report about you last time? But what's wrong with what I wrote? Bah! You're just a despicable scoundrel who framed his superior and climbed the ladder by any means necessary. Meng Zetian scrutinized his subordinates and personally examined Bai Mingchuan from head to toe, but like them, he found nothing. At this moment, the male protagonist, Li Shua, finally arrived. Looking at Bai Mingchuan, who had been detained in front of him, his eyes flashed with worry, but his face showed a surprised expression. Captain Meng, you finally caught him? Isn't this Bai Mingchuan? It's him. This is outrageous. He then strode up to Bai Mingchuan and demanded, Tell me, where did you hide all your intelligence? Faced with Li Shua's questioning, the people around him fell into a deathly silence. Bai Mingchuan sneered, It wasn't me. They clearly didn't find anything on me. There's no evidence to suggest I'm guilty. Meng Zetian is just using his position to settle personal scores. Ha! Li Shua looked at the others blankly, silently smoothed out Bai Mingchuan's collar, quietly retreated to Meng Zetian's side, and asked in a low voice, Really, you didn't find anything? Meng Zetian didn't say anything, but his face turned dark. Li Shua immediately understood the situation, and then deliberately said cautiously, Captain Meng, look at you, Sai. Xiao Bai's father, President Bai, is a big shot in the bureau now. If you don't have clear evidence, it's best not to make things too ugly. Meng Zetian was extremely embarrassed. Without saying a word, he turned around and left. The remaining men looked at each other in bewilderment and then followed suit, fleeing the scene. After confirming that they had left, Li Shua pulled Bai Mingchuan up, his face showing concern. Are you all right? Bai Mingchuan shook his head, and then, as he got up and moved closer to Li Shua, he whispered in Li Shua's ear, I put the thing on Meng Zetian. It turns out that in that critical moment, Bai Mingchuan had a sudden inspiration and took a risky move, slipping the information onto Meng Zetian while he was fighting with him. Li Shua was stunned by Bai Mingchuan's outrageous actions. Only Bai Mingchuan would dare to do something so audacious. But what can we do? The most important thing now is to get that intelligence back before Meng Zetian finds out. Go back first, Li Shua said thoughtfully. Go and make a scene with your father. I'll call Director Zhang over and have him take the lead in organizing a banquet tonight. We must steal the stuff back before Meng Zetian goes home. Bai Mingchuan nodded, his expression serious. I understand. This important plot point has come to an end. There are no more scenes for Su Xingxi. It will now be Xiao He and Zhang Mo's scenes together. When Su Xingxi left the field, he deliberately rubbed his stomach. As he made his move, the fans watching behind him let out another series of screams. Ah! Su Xingxi! Look here! Brother Su! Brother Su, you filmed so well. Your acting is amazing. Su, you've worked so hard. You must get some rest. Su Xingxi greeted everyone with a smile as he followed his manager, Tian Heng, to the back lounge. As soon as he sat down, Tian Heng began to contact his naval forces. Brother Tian, I'm leaving this matter to you, Su Xingxi said with a smile, rest assured. Tian Heng looked at the message from his subordinate and a smug smile appeared on his face. Tonight, I'll make sure Xiao He is removed from the entertainment industry. Chapter 50 Large-scale cyberbullying scene. It was already evening when Xiao He finished filming, and the fans who came to visit the set had long since left. As they left, the online sentiment quietly shifted. He really did cause trouble. Xiao He looked at the phone that Lu Rulan handed him with great surprise. As a recent major project, the production team has garnered a lot of attention in the Chinese entertainment industry. With fans returning and the production team deliberately promoting the project, news about the production team has gradually climbed to the top of trending topics. Among them, the topics at the top of the list are naturally those related to Su Xingxi. Su Xingxi's acting skills. Xiao He, how come I didn't see it? Su Xingxi is so dedicated. His face was deathly pale when he finished filming. Xiao He, is it possible that it was deliberately painted as battle damage? A dazzling array of stars shines in this amazing group portrait. Xiao He, that's a good idea, public opinion hasn't fully taken hold yet. Lu Rulan pointed to the topic related to dedication. Right now, everyone is just discussing how dedicated and hardworking Su Xingxi is. I guess later on, the trending topic about your crew bullying Su Xingxi will come up. Xiao He, question mark. Who? Me? They mean I bullied Su Xingxi in front of nearly 100 fans and hundreds of crew members? Xiao He painstakingly deduced the complete meaning, yes. Lu Rulan looked at him matter-of-factly. These are just their usual tricks, you have to learn to accept them. Xiao He, that was truly an eye-opening experience. Should we suppress their trending topics in advance? Lu Rulan looked at Xiao He with a strange smile on her face. Such a good opportunity, of course not. What a beautiful and caring older sister she is, but her smile is creepy right now. Xiao He had already started lighting candles for these people ahead of time. At 9:05 p.m. A trending topic suddenly appeared on the trending search list. Su Xingxi was bullied on set. Today is the weekend, a time when many people are relaxing online, and traffic is high at this time. This message directly attracted the public's attention. Huh? What happened? Didn't the fans just go to visit the set? What happened to Su Xingxi, huh? Who bullied him? He was perfectly fine today. The video screenshot shows Xiao He and Su Xingxi confronting each other. The leading marketing account and related accounts cut out the beginning and end, only showing the scene where Su Xingxi was beaten by Xiao He. So in other people's eyes, it became Xiao He hitting Su Xingxi in public. The fans couldn't hold back any longer. Is this a movie shoot? The fighting is too brutal. Su Ji is screaming so pitifully. Is it really not because they're jealous of our Su Ji that they're deliberately trying to kill him? Actually, I've been holding back my anger ever since I came back from visiting the set. When Su Ge finished filming, I saw him rubbing his stomach in obvious pain, but even so, he didn't say anything and still forced himself to greet us. He's so kind, I'm so heartbroken. So, on the surface it was just filming, but actually the actor was deliberately using lethal force, right? Who is this actor? Is he crazy? If he has conjunctivitis, he should go get treatment. Is it really okay to hit someone like that? Xiao He was quickly brought up and put on trial by the group of fans. He's just average looking, really a nobody. Is he desperate for fame? He, our Su Ji is that popular. Is this the actor who played Muze? Does this mean his appearance reflects his inner self? When he suddenly became popular, I thought he was quite strange. He made people feel uncomfortable, like he wasn't a good person. It was him, what an idiot. He really gives off a very uncomfortable feeling. Does he have a criminal record? Can we call the police to arrest him? It's really going too far. A police report has been filed. As more and more fans joined in, the matter escalated from a small-scale discussion into a large-scale cyberbullying attack. Xiao He's only account's comments section became a graveyard, and his private messages became a trash can. What many people didn't expect was that this cyberbullying was completely different from other small-scale internal cyberbullying in the entertainment industry. It directly expanded in scope and intensity, turning into a carnival in which everyone participated that night. If you opened your phone, whether on any social media platform, you would see Su Xingxi's fans cyberbullying Xiao He. In a hotel room in Shanghai, Xiao He hung up the reassuring phone call from the film crew and turned to look at Sister Lu in the living room. Lu Rulan had been monitoring the situation closely and kept making phone calls to adjust the narrative. Yes, invest all the remaining money and continue to hire online trolls to insult Xiao He. Find a few accounts to guide the fans. Pay close attention to the trend of insults, and don't involve Xiao He's family and friends. Continue to invest another 200,000. Xiao He stood by like a country bumpkin, watching as Lu Rulan threw in 500,000 without batting an eye in such a short time, and he even hired people to insult him. Xiao He was deeply shocked. Is this the power of the rich? Seeing Xiao He's dazed expression, Lu Rulan thought he had been scolded by fans and went crazy. She frowned and walked over, saying, "Don't look at things on the internet lately. They're all a mix of truth and falsehood, and they'll affect your mood. Most trending topics in the entertainment industry are bought with money. It's an unspoken rule within the industry. There's a lot of truth and falsehood involved, so there's no need to take it seriously." "Oh, I'm fine." Xiao He suppressed his surprise and then asked, "Sister Lu, aren't you afraid of losing so much money?" Lu Rulan was stunned for a moment, then covered her mouth and chuckled. Although Lu, the agent, is over 30, she is still very elegant and has a kind of boldness in her laughter that only female tycoons have, which is very similar to the difference in laughter between the poor and the rich that was described on the internet before. Don't worry, I won't lose money. Lou Rulan said after laughing, to cultivate a movie star with both popularity and acting skills, necessary investment is necessary. Besides, such a foolish enemy has been delivered right to her doorstep. If she doesn't take action to deal with him, she'll regret it for the rest of her life. Keep your family and friends calm and tell them to keep a low profile. I've already instructed the online trolls to control the scope of their online attacks and try to target only you and avoid your family and friends. If people in your circle call, try to say as little as possible and just pretend you don't know anything. Xiaohe nodded, okay. Of course, despite Lou Rulan's assurances, Xiaohe still wrote his own program to screen online. He blocked anything that involved people around him or anything that targeted him or his family, and marked it, waiting to return the favor after this incident. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tianhong was also constantly making phone calls. Hey, this is too much. You guys need to tone it down. Don't annoy passers-by. We didn't. The online trolls also felt wronged. We did everything according to your instructions. How did things turn out this way? This is out of control, bro. I see your fans are pretty fierce. Do you really need us to step in? Tianhong took a deep breath. Then you guys go and try to change the winds. Don't let the situation escalate further. If left unchecked, it will soon become a social issue. Looking at the fans who were shouting that they would call the police to arrest Xiaohe, Tianhong broke out in a cold sweat. Playing around is fine, but if the authorities get involved, everyone will be in deep trouble. Tianhong keenly sensed something was amiss. Looking at Xiaohe's account, which had remained completely unresponsive, an ominous premonition rose in Tianhong's heart. This is bad news. He sensed that something terrible was about to happen. This is not like that woman at all. Recalling the outrageous things that crazy woman Lou Rulan had done before, Tianhong shuddered violently. Chapter 51. No, who are you to start a group? Finally, the thing Tianhong feared most came to pass. A large number of fans flooded the official accounts of various police departments in Shanghai with reports, hoping that the police could intervene in the investigation and protect their brother. If a passerby who was unaware of the situation saw this, they would think that Xiaohe was some kind of living wanted criminal who had issued a death threat and was going to kill their brother. As their crazy behavior continued, the bystanders who had been watching the whole thing finally couldn't stand it anymore. They already had a negative impression of some celebrities and their fans in the Chinese entertainment industry, and this incident only made them feel more disgusted. I'm fed up. I really don't have time to argue with you guys. Can't you go argue in a different place? Don't disturb other people's internet connection. To be honest, can some of you ladies please not overanalyze this? I'm a black belt in judo, and I just checked the full video that a fan posted before. I can say with certainty that your idol is perfectly fine. And frankly, his coordination was laughably clumsy. That over-the-shoulder throw looked so fake on him, like he was afraid of hurting himself. Wait, weren't you praising your idol's professionalism this afternoon? How come you're suddenly cyberbullying his co-star? Who doesn't get injured while filming action scenes? If your idol is so sensitive, I suggest you go back to acting in idol dramas. This is hilarious. Your brother hasn't said anything, so why are you all singing and dancing here? I was one of the fans who visited the set today. To be honest, I didn't see what Xiaohe did to Su Gu. Their actions were all pre-arranged, and they even rehearsed it on set beforehand. They followed the actions during filming. I don't understand why there's so much criticism online. One more fan who visited the set. I was enjoying watching a group of handsome guys filming, but after seeing what happened online, my world collapsed. Honestly, this is the funniest thing I've seen all year. Your idol has so many fans and is the most famous and influential member of the cast, yet you insist that some nobody bullied him in front of fans and staff. I just can't believe it. As everyone knows, Su Xingxi is currently one of Jiaxing Entertainment's biggest cash cows. The last person who spread rumors about Su Xingxi is already in jail. If this were true, Jiaxing Entertainment would have already fought Xiaohe to the death. At Jiaxing Entertainment, aren't you going to say anything? Is something on your mind? Looking at the gradually shifting comments section, Tianhong finally understood Lou Rulan's intention. This crazy woman is actually using the tactic of praising someone to their detriment. It's wrong for fans to start cyberbullying each other, but she deliberately added fuel to the fire, causing the fire to burn back on themselves, regardless of the circumstances. This incident will definitely have a significant impact on Su Xingxi's reputation. Tian Hong shakily pulled out his phone, intending to have Su Xingxi clarify the matter online and stop this farce, but when you open your phone, an unexpected person has suddenly started a group buy online. Holy crap, guys, look. Isn't that Chen Yulin? He accidentally liked my comment. Tian Hong, who? Chen Yulin? What's he doing here? What's it to him? The comment that Chen Yulin liked is also quite intriguing. Does Xiaoyi have some kind of powerful backing? I thought he only played a minor role before. How did he suddenly become so popular? Could it be that some powerful entity is pushing him too hard? Chen Yulin liked your comment. Chen Yulin unliked the post. Holy crap, case solved. Su Xingxi only swallowed his anger because he was afraid to offend the other party. Even though he was beaten up, he didn't dare to say anything. Damn it. When is Xiaoyi going to get out of the entertainment industry? Is there any point in keeping someone like him around? At Shining Star's crew, say something. Replace him now. Rumor has it that Xiaoyi's current role was taken from Chen Yulin. No wonder. They're a real cancer in the industry. Tian Heng's vision went black. Holy crap, Chen Yulin, are you out of your mind? What's it to you? We haven't even said anything yet, and you've already started a group buy on our behalf? Idiot. Tian Hong cursed and quickly called Su Xing 11. Su Xingxi was smart enough to remain on the sidelines and didn't say anything. After Tian Hong explained the situation to him, although he was very unhappy, he reluctantly agreed to help Xiaoyi clarify the situation. I will have my assistant release a clarification. But would Lu Rulan let them off so easily? Of course not. Before Su Xingxi could officially respond to this matter online, Lu Rulan's account posted a message. Lu Rulan, thank you everyone for recognizing the acting skills of our actor Xiaoyi. He is always dedicated and serious when filming. All his actions are rehearsed in advance and executed meticulously. Video. I am very sorry for the misunderstanding and trouble caused. I hope everyone can continue to support Xiaoyi. I also welcome everyone to shift their attention to the crew of Shining Stars. The actors here are all very dedicated and respectful of history and their characters. Thank you. Lu Rulan, screenshot, screenshot, screenshot. Why are the fans who are cursing the most all from the same IP address? It's so hard to guess. At Jiaxing Entertainment Tian Hong, Mr. Tian, do you have any clues? Lu Rulan, my god, I had no idea Xiaoyi had powerful backers. I even hung him up and beat him up just now, but I couldn't get any information out of him. At Haohan Entertainment Chen Yulin, do you have any leads? Please don't keep anything to yourself. I'm counting on him to win big. The onlookers, parties involved, Tian Hong / Su Xingxi / Chen Yulin. Holy crap, Lu Rulan is out of the game. No, you're really starting a war. That's quite a sarcastic remark. Unaware passers-by and fans were initially bewildered when they discovered it was Lu Rulan, but were shocked after learning about her background. Huh? Sister Lu, are you starting a rebellion? Aren't you Su Xingxi's manager? Here's a little-known fact. Lu Rulan left Jiaxing last week and has since started her own studio. There was no time to react to the former manager's attack on the current manager. The official statement had already been released. Shanghai Public Security Bureau. Recently, with the help of outstanding citizen Mr. Xiao, our city successfully solved 2 special cases. Mr. Zhao's actions and character demonstrate positive social energy and are in line with the core socialist values. We hope that the general public will take Mr. Xiao as a role model, foster a good atmosphere of mutual help and assistance, and jointly build a harmonious and civilized city. Seeing this, many people widened their eyes, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. How could this be? Is the government officially supporting Xiaoyi? Immediately afterwards, a group of casual fans who had come from Bilibili also joined in and started speaking up for Xiaoyi. From Bilibili, Xiaoyi is a true man. No explanation needed. Please, officials, do something about this. These fans have gone mad. Why are they indiscriminately insulting an innocent person? Just for the fact that he saved someone, I wholeheartedly support him. Seriously, buddy, do you think we Muse fans are dead? Do you even know how valuable Muse is on Bilibili? Making jokes is one thing, but isn't it a bit stupid to generalize the character's behavior to the actor? What's going on? Where did these regular troops come from? I'm not a regular commenter, I just came here after watching a video posted by a blogger on Bilibili. I'm just a casual viewer, so I suggest you watch this video, link, before commenting. Chapter 52 Anti-fans want to kill Xiaohe? Revised, many people were curious about the reason for these people's resolute attitude and went to Bilibili to check the situation. It turns out that a content creator in the food section of Bilibili posted a video about spending New Year's Eve with Xiaohe and rescuing people from a fire. While the video's uploader was still worried about the child's condition, the camera panned to the young man next to him who had already climbed the railing without hesitation and leaped over it in an extremely crazy manner, scaling the outside of the building. It was at this moment that the barrage of insults was instantly filled with genuine screams from passers-by. If you're a normal person, seeing such a cool scene, comparable to Spider-Man clinging to the exterior wall of a building, you can't help but feel admiration and respect. Spider-Man has superpowers, actors have wires, but Xiaohe really climbed out with his bare hands. Unlike previous videos circulating online, this video by the uploader is a direct, close-up shot. You can even clearly see the ground far away next to you, to the point that looking at it for too long can make you feel dizzy. This scene immediately brought netizens, who had been swayed by public opinion, back to their senses. Is Xiaohe really such a despicable person that he would deliberately beat up a colleague out of jealousy during filming? To put it bluntly, given this guy's arm strength in climbing the stairs, if he really beat up Su Xingxi in the theater, Su Xingxi, with his small frame, would probably have to call an ambulance on the spot. Tell me, isn't this outrageous, seeing the brave rescuer facing such massive cyberbullying simply because of the malicious speculation of some fans? These netizens who have come to their senses are outraged and their rebellious spirit is stirred up. This has led to a war of words between passers-by and fans. I'll just say one thing, Su Xingxi, Chen Yulin, and that Tian Hang are all about who supports the building and who opposes it. Su Xingxi's 18 subduing dragon poems, Chen Yulin's 18 subduing dragon poems, Tian Hang's 18 subduing dragon poems. Before seeing the bullying trending topic, I thought it was some kind of bloody scene, but you're telling me it's from a film set? Go home, kid. If you don't use your brain, please give it to someone who needs it. Okay, Chen Yulin, what are you doing? What's it to you? Do you have to come here looking for a fight? There were ultimately more casual observers than fans, and now many fans themselves dared not speak up, thus instantly reversing the one-sided situation. Looking at the situation online, Lu Rulan finally put away her phone with satisfaction. That Bilibili content creator, is he your friend? She asked Xiaohe. Xiaohe nodded. Yes, he and I were college roommates. He Juanhao's account is still under development, and this post will definitely be attacked by Su Xingxi's fans, but he is still willing to take the risk to post it to help Xiaohe, which makes Xiaohe very touched. Of course, according to He Juanhao, being infamous is still being famous, so if he doesn't ride the wave now, when will he? Xiaohe was truly at a loss for words, both amused and exasperated. That person is not bad, Lu Rulan said. Don't forget to thank Officer Zhang and Officer Li for what happened this time. Xiaohe, that's natural. As early as when Su Xingxi's fans kept tagging several official accounts of the Shanghai municipal government, the relevant public relations personnel had already noticed the situation and immediately contacted the police station in the corresponding jurisdiction, that is, the jurisdiction where Officer Zhang and Officer Li were located. Since the two were not strangers to Xiaohe, they took charge of the matter directly. The two acted quickly, contacting the production crew directly to obtain the video footage and surveillance footage from that time, and also calling in their colleagues from the Internet Monitoring Department to investigate the cyberbullying incident. Meanwhile, in order to curb the increasingly rampant unhealthy trends online, after confirming that Xiaohe was innocent, Officer Zhang contacted Officer Yan, the head of the jurisdiction where Xiaohe rescued people from the fire, and together they released a statement endorsing Xiaohe. After all, Xiaohe had indeed received several certificates of bravery, and his actions of saving people and helping the police solve cases were beyond question. In this situation, the police would definitely have to make a statement. That's all for today. Lu Rulan picked up her suit jacket and said to Xiaohe, you should get some rest. There's a good show to watch on the set tomorrow. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Sister Lu. Fine. Lu Rulan opened the door and returned to the hotel corridor, because Lu Rulan joined the crew with Su Xingxi. Her room and Xiaohe's room are not on the same floor. Xiaohe is currently living on the 7th floor, while she is living on the 9th floor. She needs to take the elevator to go upstairs. Just as I reached the elevator, an elevator arrived at my current floor. A man wearing a mask and hat walked out of the elevator. Lu Rulan brushed past him, entered the elevator, and pressed the button for the 9th floor. What she didn't know was that the man wearing a mask and hat stopped directly in Xiaoyi's room. Knock knock. He knocked on Xiaoyi's door inside the room. Xiaoyi was about to take his pajamas to the bathroom to shower when he heard a knock on the door. He assumed that Lu Rulan had forgotten something and went to open the door without any suspicion. As soon as he opened the door, he was met with those gloomy eyes. It felt both strange and familiar. Those eyes were unfamiliar, but the smell of blood from our own kind was familiar. Xiaoyi's internal alarm bells rang, but he merely frowned and said, "Who are you?" "You've come to the wrong room." He was about to close the door when he said that. Bang, but the door was blocked by the other person raising their hand. It was a hand with hideous scars, still covered in tender flesh and oozing pus and blood. Xiaoyi, who possessed the skill of boning knife, instantly recognized the tool that had caused such a wound, a pig slaughtering knife. In that instant, Xiaoyi vaguely guessed the other party's identity. Xiaoyi was incredibly grateful for his superhuman strength and big heart, which prevented him from being too shocked and allowed him to maintain his calm expression. "Who are you? Are you a hater? Get out of here, or I'll call for backup." While spouting harsh words, Xiaoyi frantically tapped on the system interface. This guy looks hostile. He needs to quickly acquire some skills. See if he has anything that can save his life. Congratulations on receiving lifespan plus 30 days, automatically redeemed. Congratulations on receiving lifespan plus 7 days, automatically redeemed. Before he could even look at the lottery results popping up on the system panel, a small knife with a cold glint was thrust directly at Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi suddenly felt his body become lighter, and then he twisted his body and dodged the knife at an extremely tricky angle. However, since the two were still maintaining a dangerous distance of about an arm's length, Xiaoyi chose to take the initiative to fight back, raising his hand and slapping it towards the man's face. Bang! Xiaoyi's punch lacked any particular technique, but it was delivered with full force, causing the man to stagger backward. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoyi raised his leg and kicked the man hard in the chest. With a crisp sound of bones cracking, the man was kicked flying into the back corridor. The man hadn't expected Xiaoyi's attack to be so unpredictable. He leaned against the wall of the corridor behind him, clutching his chest and panting in pain. Chapter 53: The Vanished Criminal. Who exactly are you? Just as Xiaoyi asked the question, the door to the room diagonally opposite suddenly opened. Their production producer, Ma Qianyu, came out from inside. Upon seeing the masked man with a knife in the hallway and Xiaoyi standing warily at the door, the middle-aged man in a bathrobe, still looking sleepy, paused for a moment, then let out a scream even more piercing than a woman's agonizing cry. "Holy crap! Murder!" The scream was so loud it shook the entire corridor, but the hotel's soundproofing blocked it out. The other rooms were as quiet as chickens, no one came out to respond, and no hotel staff were around. In the corridor, there were still only Xiaoyi, the masked man, and Ma Qianyu staring at each other, and the atmosphere in the air was extremely awkward. The man, not wanting to attract attention, gave Xiaoyi a deep look, clutched his chest, and turned to run towards the other end of the corridor. "Stop!" Without hesitation, Xiaoyi gave chase, while Ma Qianyu felt a chill run down his spine and shouted from behind, "Don't chase! Don't chase! Protect yourself first! Watch out for his knife! I'm calling the police right away!" Just as he turned a corner in the corridor, the person who was just in front of him vanished into thin air. Xiaoyi stopped in his tracks. How could that be? His gaze swept over the elevator he had just passed, but he didn't see it move at all. It must have been that no one had used the elevator since Sister Lu went up, and it was still stuck on the 9th floor where Sister Lu was. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Ma Qianyu rushed over, panting heavily, and checked Xiaoyi's condition. "Are you alright?" This is the 6th actor they've replaced in their production. If something goes wrong again, Ma Qianyu really might want to find a temple to pray to. Xiaoyi, of course, was unaware of Ma Qianyu's complex inner thoughts. He rubbed his slightly aching hand joints and shook his head at Ma Qianyu. "I'm fine." "Did you call the police?" "They'll be here soon." "Good." So Xiaoyi stood guard in the corridor, observing the rooms on both sides of the corridor, waiting for the police to arrive. At the same time, Ma Qianyu made a phone call to contact the relevant person in charge of the hotel. The first to arrive were the hotel manager and Xiaoyi's agent, Lu Rulan. Lu Rulan hadn't expected such a terrible incident to happen while she was away, so she quickly pulled Xiaoyi up and down to look him over. After hearing Ma Qianyu's explanation, the manager turned pale and could only apologize to Xiaoyi repeatedly, asking about Xiaoyi's injuries. "Where are your surveillance cameras? Where did that person go? Is he still in the hotel? You need to give me an explanation for all of this. Lou Roulan said coldly. The manager suddenly remembered something, his face turned even paler, and he stammered, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Ma, Ms. Lou, our hotel's surveillance system suddenly malfunctioned today, and the relevant technicians are working urgently to fix it. We might not be able to provide the surveillance footage?" What? Ma Chen-yu raised his voice. You think you can just say no? How can it be such a coincidence? You wouldn't happen to be in cahoots with that hater, would you? Because of the online controversy surrounding Xiaoyi today, everyone believes that he was attacked by some extreme fan, and Xiaoyi has not refuted this misunderstanding. Faced with Ma Chen-yu's questioning, the manager was almost in tears, and said tremblingly, "It's true, just over an hour ago, our surveillance cameras started flashing with static, and we're repairing them." Everyone's expressions were very unpleasant. This shows that this incident was not an accident, but rather a carefully planned event. Soon, the police arrived at the scene, and it was Officer Zhang and Officer Li again. After hearing about the situation at the scene, Officer Zhang immediately inquired about the other party's appearance and general characteristics. The other person was about 1.78 meters tall, thin, wearing a black hat and mask, and had a long scar on his hand. Xiaoyi described the other party's basic characteristics in detail, and then pointed to the corridor beside him. I chased him here, but he disappeared around the corner. There were no signs of use in the elevator or the stairwell, so I suspect he hid in a room. Officer Zhang and Officer Li both became serious at the same time. Are you sure? If a criminal enters a room, the occupant of that room may still be in danger. Xiaoyi, I didn't see it with my own eyes, and I have no evidence to prove it, but based on the situation at the time, that's basically how it was. Are you monitoring us? Officer Zhang asked the hotel manager standing nearby. The hotel manager said with a bitter face, "Officer, our surveillance cameras just happened to be broken. But it really wasn't our fault. It happened just an hour ago. I suspect it was that guy who did it. Our hotel's surveillance cameras are always checked regularly, and there have never been any problems before." Are all the rooms on this floor occupied? Yes. This place is mainly inhabited by the crew of the First Light. We need to conduct a security check on every room on this floor immediately, Officer Zhang said, then looked at Xiaoyi, and we also ask Xiao to accompany us throughout the process to help identify the suspect. Okay. Xiaoyi nodded. Soon after, the police began to lead officers to knock on doors one by one. First, suspicion was placed on the two largest rooms, the two rooms closest to the corner. Based on the suspect's escape speed and time, these two rooms would be the easiest places for him to hide. Officer Zhang knocked for a while before someone finally opened the door. Surprisingly, the person inside was Ran Yunrui. Right, the hotel manager just mentioned that the people staying here are from the cast of the idol drama Qing Wang Ru Chu. If I remember correctly, Ran Yunrui did play the male lead in this drama. Xiao still vividly remembers his constant use of profanity. I'm so fed up. Look at the time. What the hell are you doing? Ran Yunrui, still half asleep and irritable, looked wary and bewildered when he saw the police officers and the group of people in front of him. What are you doing? Hello, we are police officers from the Haiban District Police Station. This is my identification. Officer Zhang flashed his badge while keenly scanning the room. Are you the only one in the room right now? Yeah, Ran Yunrui scratched his head. Did something happen? Would it be convenient for me to come in and check? This is a violation of personal privacy. Even if you are police officers, you can't do this, Ran Yunrui grumbled and complained, but ultimately dared not confront the police head-on, and stepped aside to let Officer Zhang enter the room to conduct an inspection. The hotel manager, with a forced smile, explained the situation to Ran Yunrui. Ran Yunrui's eyes widened. Holy crap. Is that even possible? Are you sure that guy hasn't escaped yet? Then hurry up and search. Send more people to search. This is terrifying. It could threaten our lives at any moment. Ran Yunrui, who had initially been indifferent, suddenly began to urge him actively, a stark contrast to his previous nonchalant attitude. He even started angrily accusing the hotel manager. This is outrageous. If it weren't for the fact that you're the best hotel around here, I wouldn't even want to stay here. What if something like this happens again? I have way more stalker fans than these nobodies. How are you going to protect my safety in the future? The hotel manager was covered in sweat and could only keep nodding and bowing in apology. Xiaoyi, just say what you want to say. Why are you trying to put people down? Who are you calling a washed-up celebrity? Chapter 54. What? Drug addiction. After checking this room, the group immediately went to knock on the door of the room opposite. This time, it took a long time to type. Finally, a crack appeared inside. Who's there? The hotel manager bowed and scraped. Miss Su, we've encountered a sudden situation here. Could you please open the door first? Upon seeing the person inside, Xiaobi raised an eyebrow slightly. The person behind the door was Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu was wearing a thin nightgown, her delicate, fair face unusually pale. She looked at the people outside through the crack in the door, her eyes trembling slightly. After a long silence, she said, "Sorry, it's not convenient. Is there anything I can help you with?" Officer Zhang narrowed his eyes, pressed down on the hotel manager's shoulder, and gestured for the manager to step back behind him. Then he walked to the crack in the door, took out his badge, and said, "There was just an attempted murder here. We suspect the suspect has fled into a room in this corridor. For the safety of others and for your own safety, please open the door so we can check." At the same time, he gestured to Officer Lee beside him to show Su Yuyu his phone. "Is there anyone else in your room?" "If so, blink twice." Su Yuyu looked at the words on her phone screen but remained unmoved, only smiling weakly. "Thank you for your concern, I am really safe, but it's not convenient right now, please leave." Officer Zhang frowned. "This is a dangerous individual carrying a knife. Please cooperate." However, Su Yuyu's attitude was firm. "Sorry, no." "Hey, you!" Officer Lee raised his eyebrows, about to reprimand him sternly, but was glared at by his master, and swallowed his words back. At this moment, Chung Hongwon, the agent shared by Ran Yunrui and Su Yuyu, rushed over upon hearing the news. "I'm sorry, officer. My female artist is a bit timid. I was probably frightened by your commotion. I'm so sorry." Chung Hongwon, adept at reading people's expressions, immediately apologized while trying to cover for Su Yuyu. "She's a female celebrity, so she might be more concerned about her image. Please wait a moment while I talk to her." However, just as Chung Hongwon was about to turn his head to look at Su Yuyu slammed the door shut. "Chung Hongwon, others," Officer Lee muttered under his breath. "What are we waiting for? The person is definitely inside." Officer Zhang glanced at him. "You can't just tell them outright and then force your way in, can you? The other side must be holding hostages. Their actions will only put the hostages in danger. The situation is getting complicated." Considering the safety of the hostages, Officer Zhang prepared to contact reinforcements. Xiaoyi pondered for a moment, then quietly withdrew from the crowd. Xiaoyi opened the window at the end of the corridor, stretched his body, and squatted down. Officer Zhang, with his sharp eyes, noticed Xiaoyi's actions and immediately recalled the boy's heroic act of saving people from a fire. He frowned and tried to stop him, but Xiaoyi ignored him and climbed out of the window. Seeing that he couldn't stop him in time, Officer Zhang could only grit his teeth and mutter under his breath, "That brat." It was already late at night, and the sky outside was dark. Xiaoyi's movements were not conspicuous in the darkness. He used the exposed decorations of the hotel and the edges of the balconies of different rooms to quickly climb toward the room where Su Yuyu and the others were. Soon, he landed silently on the balcony of Su Yuyu's room. Through the gap in the curtains, Xiaoyi could see the person inside. Sure enough, the person standing in front of Su Yuyu was the one Xiaoyi was looking for. "I've done as you said," Su Yuyu said in a trembling voice. "Please don't tell anyone about this. That depends on your performance going forward." The man threatened in a hoarse voice. Xiaoyi squatted down, somewhat puzzled. "What's going on? Did this person catch Su Yuyu doing something wrong?" No wonder Su Yuyu's attitude was so strange just now. She seemed to want the police to leave quickly rather than be afraid. But why? What could be more important than life itself? He held his breath and carefully pulled the balcony door open. Fortunately, the glass door to the balcony was already slightly ajar. Xiaoyi only needed to open the gap a little wider to squeeze himself into the room. The hotel room was very large, and the small living room was decorated in a high-end and simple style. The table next to it was covered with cosmetics used by female celebrities, and there were also a few clothes draped on the sofa next to it. Overall, it did not look messy, and the carpet on the floor also covered Xiaoyi's movements well. Xiaoyi cautiously approached and crouched behind the small sofa next to him, quietly waiting for his chance. Perhaps Officer Zhang outside had also estimated the time, because he knocked on the door again. The masked man lowered his voice and said to Su Yuyu, "Go open the door. You know what to do next, right?" Su Yu shuddered and nodded with teary eyes. I understand. She then lifted her foot and slowly walked towards the door, with the masked man following behind her a step behind. They had only taken a few steps when a cell phone rang behind them. It's Su Yu's phone. This action alerted all three people present, but the masked man quickly relaxed and gestured for Su Yu to answer the phone first. This call must have come from someone outside the door. Su Yu bit her lip, but finally nodded and walked towards the dining table next to the living room. Xiaohui watched helplessly as Su Yu stood in front of him with her back to him, but he quickly took a deep breath, lay down on the ground, and went around to the other side. What Xiaohui found strange was that the masked man didn't seem to be paying full attention to Su Yu. At this moment, he seemed particularly agitated, pacing around in circles while constantly scratching his neck, as if he was very uncomfortable, but Xiaohui didn't have time to observe what was going on. Taking advantage of the moment when the two separated, he decisively attacked and darted away with lightning speed. Thump! Xiaohui tackled the masked man to the ground, using him as a human cushion, and then straddled him, delivering several punches to his face. The masked man had no idea where Xiaohui had come from and was caught off guard by Xiaohui's attack. At the same time, Su Yu, who was answering the phone, let out a scream. Her voice came through the microphone to the outside of the room, and the hotel room door was immediately opened by the police with a master key brought by the hotel manager. Officer Zhang and Officer Li quickly rushed in with guns drawn. Don't move! Police! Don't move! Others also rushed in, and the scene became complete chaos. Officer Zhang shouted at Xiaohui and the masked man as he rushed to their side and kicked the knife out of the masked man's hand. The knife flew out and landed at the balcony door. Xiaohui stopped hitting the man in time, spread his arms to show that he was harmless, and moved aside to let Officer Zhang subdue the man. Are you alright? Officer Zhang questioned Xiaohui and swiftly handcuffed the masked man. I'm fine, Xiaohui replied. The masked man finally recovered from the righteous iron fists Xiaohui had thrown and began to struggle violently. His eyes were filled with a burning rage and resentment as he looked at Xiaohui. But Xiaohui just smiled at him and gave him a provocative middle finger. Behave yourself. Officer Zhang unceremoniously handcuffed the masked man's other hand and ripped off his mask. Looking at the man's excessively thin face, he suddenly frowned. Xiao, do you know him? In fact, Xiaohui had already guessed the other person's identity, but he couldn't very well say that he deduced it from the shape of the wound in the knife. That would be too strange for a college student, so he decisively shook his head. I don't know him. He came up and tried to stab me. I was completely stunned. Officer Zhang stared at the man, seemingly lost in thought. I see this guy looks familiar. He began to carefully examine the other person's pockets. In the end, all she found was a cell phone and an empty resealable bag. Officer Zhang looked at the resealable bag, carefully feeling for the remaining powder inside, his expression changing slightly. At the same time, the man on the ground suddenly began to convulse. Cough cough. His action startled everyone. Even Xiaohui took a few steps back, looking warily at the person on the ground. Hiss, hiss, it hurts, it hurts. Officer Zhang restrained the man's movements, pinched his face and examined him closely, then solemnly instructed Officer Li, call an ambulance. This man is most likely experiencing drug withdrawal. Upon hearing this, Cheng Hongwen, who had been talking to Su Yu, immediately fell silent. Lu Rulan, the hotel manager, Ma Qianyu, and others who had come to watch the commotion also dared not speak. You're kidding, that's drugs. If this gets involved, things could get really serious. Chapter 55. Is he really a hater? Revised. Xiaohui didn't know how things had suddenly turned out this way. What a miserable life he has. Being watched by the police and then killed by his colleagues. What? He can't survive either of them. Officer Zhang watched as the man's convulsions worsened, his brows furrowing deeply, and his voice grew tense. Xiaoli, tell him to hurry up. This guy's drug addiction isn't right. Rookie Officer Li had never seen anything like this before. While responding, he quickly called the hospital. Officer Zhang looked up at the crowd and coldly ordered, everyone, disperse. Everyone disperse. Those over there, open the windows to keep the room ventilated. Upon seeing this, no one dared to approach. A large area was cleared instantly, and everyone wished they could run 2 miles away to stay far away from this guy and never get near him. Xiaohui naturally retreated as well, but he frowned slightly as he looked at the man struggling in pain on the ground. To be honest, this was the first time Xiaohui had ever seen a drug addict having a withdrawal episode up close. No wonder his opponent was weaker than he had imagined. He, a complete novice with no fighting experience, managed to take him down with just a flurry of punches. So this guy's body had already been hollowed out by those things. At the same time, Shoei felt angry. Think about the history of that time, and think about the peaceful and prosperous world that countless anti-drug police officers have maintained. Drug addicts and drug dealers are despicable. That guy, he should have been beaten a few more times. He's so damn infuriating. After convulsing, the man began vomiting, and many people, unable to bear it, ran out of the room. Fortunately, the nearest hospital was nearby, and the ambulance took the man away immediately after arriving at the scene and rushed him to the emergency room for treatment. He and his group followed Officer Zhang to the police station to give statements. Unexpectedly, no sooner had they arrived than news came from the hospital. The suspect had suffered severe damage to his organs due to long-term drug use. Not long ago, he also mixed drugs, using different types of drugs, which exceeded his body's tolerance, resulting in severe poisoning. He died as soon as he arrived at the emergency room. Mixed drug use is inherently extremely dangerous. Even if the patient is taken to the hospital, doctors need time to determine which drug or combination of drugs caused the poisoning. Therefore, it is foreseeable that death may ultimately occur. All parties have done their part. But some people always seem to be courting death and don't value their own lives, so we can't blame them. Upon hearing this news, Shoei suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Very well, now that he's dead, there's no way to prove anything, so he'll just insist that he knew nothing about it. Shoei shifted his gaze and suddenly it landed on Su Yuyu across from him. Like Xiaohe, Su Yuyu also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, seemingly happy to hear the news of his death. This reminded Xiaohe of what the suspect had said to Su Yuyu when he threatened her. What secret does Su Yuyu have to keep? But then, Xiaohe shook his head indifferently. Anyway, he told the police to investigate, as he didn't want to get involved in anything else. Immediately afterwards, Xiaohe was taken aside to give a statement, and Officer Zhang also urged him to take a urine test. Xiaohe, Officer Zhang, I thought we were pretty close. So you don't doubt others, but you doubt me? That's outrageous. This is a questioning of his character. Officer Zhang glanced at Xiaohe sideways. You knew nothing when I took your statement, but now you're trying to get on my good side? Xiaohe looked innocent. I'm completely innocent. Officer Zhang chuckled, about to say something, when his phone rang out. He glanced at Xiaohe, signaling Xiaohe to stay put, and then went out to answer the phone. Xiaohe could only listlessly open his system interface. Congratulations on acquiring the art of lying, which has been automatically learned. Details on the art of lying. Lying is an art of language, one you've mastered. Even the most sophisticated lie detectors and truth serums can't make you reveal the truth. So does the truth really exist? Perhaps you don't know either. Congratulations on acquiring danger avoidance, which has been automatically learned. Danger evasion details. Danger strikes in an instant, and passive evasion is faster. A life-saving tool that can help you escape in critical moments. It can increase your evasion probability to 100%. These are the two special prizes that Xiaohe just drew. One is an active skill, and the other is a passive skill. He drew 7 times in one go, so the drop rate was pretty good. When Sherwei attacked him just now, it was this danger evasion passive skill that allowed Xiaohe to successfully dodge the attack. Looking at the things he had just pulled out, Xiaohe couldn't help but sigh. These skills, well, they are useful, but they are far from the dominating all he imagined. Compared to other people's amazing abilities, he is really quite pathetic right now. Xiaohe had originally imagined acquiring a skill similar to light-footed kung fu, martial arts, or combat, which would be very helpful in the future, whether facing the same kind or filming. Now, after half a year of busy work, all he has are scattered skills. They are useful, but, sigh. He was just too greedy. Xiaohe reflected on his actions, but at the same time, he couldn't help but glance at the second-tier lottery button in the lottery pool. 10,000 points per time. I wonder if the second tier of the lottery will offer even more amazing skills. Xiaohe calculated the steady increase in his Muse stock price and began to look forward to the release of Killing Life and Catching Thieves. Ahem. Although we're not real criminals, which hardcore gamer doesn't love raffles? Smoking. Smoking is all about the thrill. It's all about the feeling of being unproductive. It's about the feeling that I may not need it, but I can't live without it. About 20 minutes later, Officer Zhang walked in with a strange look on his face. That's none of your business, go back. Officer Zhang waved his hand. Xiaohe was bewildered. Huh? Officer Zhang, the investigation over there has just revealed that this guy's name is Sherwei. He is the murderer in several other cases and also your hater. Killing you was indeed an easy thing for him. You were just implicated. Xiao He, yo, officer, do you want to hear what you're saying? Seeing that Xiao He still looked bewildered, Officer Zhang kindly explained, our police just conducted a second search of the entire hotel and discovered another body. This body was Shi Wei's original target. Before this, he had already committed multiple murders and was a wanted fugitive. He's a paranoid and manic person. He once attacked and injured someone just because a passerby glanced at him. You're lucky you reacted quickly and escaped. If he had gotten away this time, there would probably have been even more murders. Xiao He let out an ah and fell into a brief silence. This person is clearly here for him. How come there's anyone else involved? How are you sure he was targeting someone else and that I was just an afterthought? Xiao He asked with difficulty. The murder case at the hotel is rather unusual. It's highly likely that Shi Wei is replicating his own murder from years ago, trying to provoke the police. The case has been transferred to another department, so it's not convenient to reveal too much to you. Officer Zhang stopped there, refusing to elaborate further. Xiao He suddenly understood Zhu Laosan had also been trying to replicate the murder case. These two guys are insane. I'm speechless. You should also pay attention to online public opinion and be wary of jealousy and harm from malicious people. This Shi Wei has actually been smearing you online for a long time. He even joined a group of haters and fabricates dirt on you every day. He has also repeatedly threatened to kill you sooner or later. You should tell your agent and agency about this and pay attention to and protect yourself from such situations. Officer Zhang gave a final reminder. Xiao He, okay, thank you. So he's really a hater, and he's just an afterthought. Oh no, he's become the clown? Chapter 56 Sister Lu, the trivial matter of fighting for resources. In any case, this matter is finally over. The group returned to the hotel as dawn was breaking. Su Yuyu was the last to come out. After being questioned by the police, she was in very poor condition. Her face was cold from beginning to end. When she passed Xiao He, she couldn't help but glare at him fiercely. She had completely lost her usual kind and innocent image. Xiao He shrugged and looked back with complete composure. So Su Yuyu returned to her newly booked room with a pale face. Lu Rulan stopped Cheng Hongwen, a smile on her face. Brother Chang, is your artist all right? Luckily, my Xiao Xiao risked her life to save her, otherwise this would have been so frightening. Cheng Hongwen was tense all night and was in a terrible state, but when he saw Lu Rulan and thought of the crazy woman's online battle with Tian Hang and Su Xingxi, Cheng Hongwen could only force a smile. This time we really owe a lot to Xiao He. Su Yuyu and I are very grateful to him. I heard that Xiao Xiao helped Yuyu when she was almost stabbed by a stalker last time? Lu Rulan asked casually. Cheng Hongwen's smile stiffened even more as he recalled what happened last time. Okay, it seems so. Oh, what a coincidence. Our Xiao Xiao is such a kind-hearted person, always willing to help others, even risking his life to save people. If this spirit could be passed on to his fans, no, sister. Cheng Hongwen immediately reacted and stopped Lu Rulan from speaking. His smile became more sincere. I think it's better to keep these things low-key. Xiao He has been quite high-profile on the internet lately. I don't think we need to announce everything. Although this was a great marketing opportunity, Su Yuyu was in a very bad state and repeatedly told Cheng Hongwen not to leak the matter online to avoid attracting more attention and discussion. Furthermore, if this were to be made public, and Xiao He were to keep using the lifesaver story to tie their Yuyu to him, wouldn't that be disgusting? At this moment, Cheng Hongwen completely forgot about the last time he wanted Xiao He to pretend to be Su Yuyu's boyfriend. Xiao He actually had no interest in associating himself with their artist. Lu Rulan stroked her slender fingers, her tone gentle. How can that be? Recently, Xiao Xiao's career has been greatly affected by the online rumors, so we want to take advantage of this to do some good marketing. Cheng Hongwen's mind worked quickly, and he immediately understood Lu Rulan's meaning. He cursed inwardly that this woman had no shame, but he smiled and said, Sister Lu, how about this? Our Haohan Entertainment has a project next year. If I remember correctly, Director Feng was supposed to start casting for a movie this June, right? Lu Rulan asked with a smile. Cheng Hongwen choked, damn it. Which damn idiot leaked this information? And this woman found out. Cheng Hongwen forced a smile. Sister Lu, you know about this spot? Our Xiao Ran is using this opportunity to change her career. Lu Rulan crossed her arms, completely unmoved by his words. It's not like I'm taking away your Ran Yunrui's spot, it's just adding a spot for your company. Cheng Hongwen, so what? What's the difference? So many people are vying for Director Feng's roles. If he takes one more, the other agents in the company will definitely tear him apart. But Chung Hongwen thought of Ran Yunrui's acting skills, which were only visible to his fans, and felt relieved. Okay, but this is just an audition opportunity. If your Xiao He doesn't live up to expectations, then don't blame me. Lu Rulan chuckled, don't worry, it will definitely have a better chance than yours. Chung Hongwen pursed his lips and didn't say anything. So, as soon as Xiao He returned to his room, he inexplicably received an extra audition opportunity. Xiao He, what happened? In the afternoon, Xiao He arrived at the film set, and the people around him looked at him with very complicated expressions. Xiao He thought that the online flame war last night had made these people have a different opinion of him, so he didn't care and simply found a seat and sat down. About 10 minutes later, Tian Hong and Su Xingxi arrived, completely different from his attitude last time. Tian Heng's face was full of smiles this time, and he went up to Xiao He and asked him about his well-being. Teacher Xiao, how are you feeling today? What did you have for breakfast this morning? Here, Xingxi specially brought you breakfast, Xiao He? Teacher Xiao, I'm not exaggerating, but you're definitely destined for stardom. Look at you, you have acting skills, you're good looking, and you have great character. Oh, and your character goes without saying, you're a hero who saved lives. If Sister Lu hadn't beaten me to it, I would definitely have signed you. Su Xingxi remained silent throughout, simply smiling as he looked at Xiao He, like a lifelike statue. Xiao He, no, don't do this, I'm scared. Xiao He felt a chill run down his spine, silently rubbing his arms, and said with a forced smile, thank you for your concern, Manager Tian, but I didn't get enough rest yesterday. Could you give me some more peace and quiet? Tian Hong was taken aback. Then I won't bother you any longer. Then Tian Hong, pulling Su Xingxi along, very tactfully left the place. Xiao He, tisk, he looked at Lu Rulan. Sister Lu, what's wrong with them? He couldn't see through their tricks and couldn't figure out what they were up to. Could it be some new method they were using to secretly set him up? Lu Rulan glanced casually at the two people who had left, and said in a nonchalant tone, they thought you were attacked by Su Xingxi's solo fans yesterday, so naturally they don't dare to offend you anymore. Xiao He was dumbfounded. Why would they have such a strange idea? The online criticism against you was so fierce, and then you encountered danger, even police cars and ambulances came. Do you think they weren't scared? Lu Rulan said. Producer Ma was there at the time, and he's a big mouth. He happened to be the only eyewitness at the time. After he came back, he started talking about it everywhere. As a result, the story spread throughout the crew, and it became that you were chased by Su Xingxi's fans and almost had to go to the hospital for emergency treatment. If this gets out, they'll really be in deep trouble. The incident of Xiao He's crew bullying Su Xingxi had already caused a great deal of ridicule online. After Xiao He's character was officially endorsed, Su Xingxi's fans were like clowns, with no advantage other than jumping around. Bystanders shook their heads when they mentioned it and chose to block and report them directly, reaching a new level of disgust towards Su Xingxi's fans. If now it turns out that Xiao He is being chased by Su Xingxi's fans, and it escalates to a criminal case. Lu Rulan feels that Su Xingxi is likely to become a thorn in the side of everyone in the Chinese entertainment industry. After all, despite the insults, who would actually want to have a one-on-one fight offline? Being a celebrity has become a dangerous profession these days. Should I spread the word for you online? Lu Rulan asked. I guarantee it'll just be hearsay, so they'll taste the backlash from public opinion. Xiao He shook his head, forget it, this was just a coincidence, there's no need to blame them. Rather than making a big fuss about it, Xiao He hoped that it could pass quickly and not attract too much attention. Lu Rulan understood Xiao He's meaning, shrugged, and wasn't too disappointed. Instead, she said, okay, but they were the ones who started this, so they should get the compensation they deserve. I'll go and get some resources for you. Su Xingxi is a real piece of meat. As his former agent, Lu Rulan knew all too well how many resources he had, which made negotiations even easier for her. Xiao He was embarrassed. Sister Lu, you truly live up to your reputation. She really is his only sister. Chapter 57, Hidden Stars Shine, is finished. The days that followed were peaceful and uneventful. The online rumors did not affect the actual filming. After clarifying the bullying rumors, Su Xingxi did not dare to provoke Xiao He again, and the two sides returned to a state of mutual non-interference. Xiao He was happy to have some peace and quiet and focused on filming with the crew. Until this day, he received a message from Yi Juanhao. Wow, bro, what are you planning to do with your graduation project? I'm about to go bald from worry. At that moment, Xiaoyi realized that he seemed to have forgotten something. Oh my god, my graduation thesis. I had come up with a topic before, but I was busy filming and forgot about it. Xiaoyi said, feeling very embarrassed. He Juanhao had a feeling that he had known all along. Oh no, we're doomed. What are you going to do? I forgot about it a while ago. My advisor just came to urge me. Xiaoyi felt a chill run down his spine. Of course we should do it right away. My advisor is the vice dean of our department. The tutor was assigned randomly, and he happened to be going through a really unlucky period at that time, drawing the most terrifying tutor in their department. At the time, his roommates presented him with white flowers in advance to mourn his impending graduation season. Xiaoyi cried out, I have to go check the news right now. He then hung up the phone and immediately went to his advisor's chat window. Sure enough, his last conversation with his mentor was from last year, and the latest message was his mentor's deathly smile emoji. Xiaoyi broke out in a cold sweat and quickly went to look at the paper topic and preliminary plan he had prepared. Looking at his previous thesis titles and research directions, Xiaoyi was completely bewildered. Sometimes people can't even empathize with their past selves. Looking back at his previous papers now, Xiaoyi feels no different from seeing shit. He suddenly became able to empathize with his thesis advisor, and this was indeed a rather bitter experience. So Xiaoyi dared not delay any longer and immediately took out his computer to revise his thesis title and direction, trying to gain his supervisor's forgiveness. For the next month, Xiaoyi shuttled back and forth between his graduation project and filming. Their filming progress has finally reached the point where Meng Zetian is offline, that is, the part that Xiaoyi played during his audition. That time it was a performance without props, with Zhang Yimou, who played Li Shua, temporarily playing by Ming Chuan and acting alongside Xiaoyi. This time, however, it is Xiaoyi who is officially acting in this scene with Su Xingxi. After this period of acting, Xiaoyi has gained a deeper understanding of the character and expressed more sincere emotions when playing the role. Moreover, Xiaoyi has now discovered the wonderful use of his newly acquired art of lying skill. This skill can make his delivery of lines more infectious, and his fit for the role will increase dramatically. This led some people present to become somewhat bewildered after hearing his various sophistry about his previous acts of treason, even feeling that Meng Zetian was not at fault. He was simply born in the wrong era. Without God's perspective, he chose the path he wanted to take. Perhaps in his eyes, Bai Ming Chuan and his ilk were the crazy ones, throwing themselves headlong into a cause from which there was no hope. But the next moment, Meng Zetian, who was lying on the ground, let out a mocking laugh. His eyes were full of ridicule and disdain. He showed no remorse whatsoever, only endless resentment and hatred. At this moment, the onlookers broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that they had almost begun to sympathize with a traitor. In order to survive, he even harmed his own compatriots. Where would a person who betrays his country have any conscience or morality? Everything that just happened was nothing more than a halo created for himself by a dying conman. He deserves to die. May they die 1,000 deaths, may their bones be crushed and their ashes scattered. Zhang Yimou, who was watching Xiaoyi's performance from the side, sighed and said with great emotion, his acting skills have improved again. When he performed this scene in the audition last time, his emotional expression was still very awkward, but now he can completely infect others with his emotions. He is really talented, said Iman, who was wearing a bright red cheongsam, while fanning herself. For an actor, charisma is extremely important, and sometimes you really have to admit that it's a talent-dependent thing. Systematic learning can sometimes backfire, making one lose charisma, while relying solely on intuition and immersion is very mentally taxing and also quite limiting. What surprised the two of them the most was that Xiaoyi, a newcomer without formal training, had not undergone systematic learning. He only consulted with seniors in the crew and studied books on his own. He could complete the filming entirely by relying on his intuition, and his acting skills were several times better than Su Xingxi's. Although Xiaoyi himself did not understand what this meant and felt that everything he had was due to his natural performance, Zhang Yimou, as a senior, had already seen Xiaoyi's infinite potential. Sigh, it seems I have to keep working hard. It would be really embarrassing if I were surpassed by the younger generation in the future, Zhang Yimou said, half jokingly and half reflectively. Yaman unfolded her fan and chuckled, then Teacher Zhang, you'd better do your best. I'm not in the same league as you guys, so I'll just take it easy. Yaman and Zhang Yimou both belong to Taidong Entertainment and have collaborated several times, so Zhang Yimou wasn't angry about such teasing. Instead, he encouraged her, you should also work hard and try to win back everything you've lost this year. Iman gave a wry smile and shook her head, let's talk about it later. It's too early to talk about these things now. It's a twist of fate, really. After Iman's film failed, she switched to television dramas, but unexpectedly, Su Yu also switched to television dramas. The two really went from the film industry to the television drama industry, and their fans are always in a state of irreconcilable conflict. Of course, this does have some advantages. At least when they fight, fans and casual viewers alike love to watch, which, to some extent, helps maintain their popularity. Zhang Yimou sighed and simply said, I heard from the rumors that director Feng is preparing a new movie this June. You could give it a try. Iman asked in surprise, is this the director Feng I'm thinking of? Wasn't that person supposed to have retired from the entertainment industry? Why is he making a comeback? Zhang Yimou shook his head, offering no guesses, and simply said, the competition will definitely be fierce then, so be prepared. Iman nodded, okay, thank you, teacher Zhang, fine. During their conversation, Xiaoyi's scenes were officially completed. Su Xingxi feigned concern and reached out to pull Xiaoyi, who was lying on the ground. Xiaoyi smiled and directly used his blood-stained hand to grasp Su Xingxi, using the other's strength to stand up. Su Xingxi's hand was covered in blood from Xiaoyi's hand, and his smile faltered, but he still managed to say, congratulations on finishing filming, teacher Xiao. Thanks. Xiaoyi replied with a forced smile. Lu Rulan walked over, handed Xiaoyi a wet wipe, and glanced at Su Xingxi. Thank you for your hard work these past few days, teacher Su. We'll be leaving now. Su Xingxi looked at his former manager and pursed his lips slightly. Yes, goodbye, Sister Lu. Let's go. The two turned and left. As Xiaoyi wiped the blood from his hands, he turned to look at Lu Rulan and asked curiously, Sister Lu, is it part of the reason you started working on your own because of this Su Xingxi? Lu Rulan seemed to avoid Su Xingxi at all costs, as if she disliked him very much. Lu Rulan glanced at him sideways, remained silent for a moment, and then said, when you work in the toilet, you may feel the stench, but you can grit your teeth and bear it. But if you accidentally get poop on your body, you won't care about anything else and will just want to quit and leave as soon as possible. That was my state of mind at the time, Xiaoyi. Okay, I understand. Chapter 58 Killing Life Preview. After filming wrapped on Shining Stars, Xiaoyi and Lu Rulan discussed it and decided to take a plane home first, since he spent the Spring Festival on set before. Xiaoyi didn't have time to go back, so he plans to go back this time to spend some quality time with his parents. After all, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Xiaoyi will be even busier in the days to come. Although they said they were disgusted, Zhao's parents were still overjoyed to see Xiao. They dragged him around the neighborhood, telling everyone they met about Xiaoyi's heroic rescue, and even took out their phones to show people the video of the incident. Xiaoyi felt somewhat helpless, but he still complied with their wishes and was taken out for walks every day. At home, Xiaoyi discovered that his parents would secretly watch the TV series The Burning Heart starring him, and he even accidentally saw his mother secretly checking in on his fan page once, seeing the comments from Zhao's mother defending him against the negative comments. Xiaoyi's eyes reddened, but he then casually looked away without bringing it up. In the following days, Xiaoyi took his mother to travel to several nearby cities, while Zhao's father, who had no holidays, could only continue working helplessly. After resting for about half a month, Xiaoyi bid farewell to his parents and returned to school to prepare for his final graduation defense and graduation ceremony. Xiaoyi changed his research direction midway through his thesis, from academic research to practical application. He spent several days creating an AI-related application to assist blind people in traveling. The application uses an intelligence system to help with road planning and direction of travel, helping blind people avoid road risks and improve their travel efficiency. In order not to attract attention, Xiaoyi did a rather rough job, and there was room for improvement in all aspects, but he managed to calm his mentor's anger. After securing his advisor's approval, Xiaoyi attended the acting class that Lu Rulan had enrolled him in while waiting for his graduation defense. However, during this period, Xiaoyi also received a notification from the production team of Killing Life. It turns out the production team was preparing to start promoting the film, competing with several other movies for box office revenue during this year's May Day holiday. This speed was indeed somewhat beyond Xiaoyi's expectations. He thought Killing Life would be released during the summer vacation, but he didn't expect it to be released so quickly. Lu Rulan also received the news and first called to inquire about Xiaoyi's defense arrangements. Unfortunately, Xiaoyi's defense was scheduled for the first batch, which was in early May. If all goes well, he will have to stay at school to defend his thesis during the roadshow. If all else fails, I'll ask my advisor to schedule my defense for the last batch, Xiaoyi suggested. The main thing is that your defense went well, right? Lu Rulan rarely showed concern for Xiaoyi's affairs outside of work. You absolutely mustn't fail to graduate, or I'll have to clean up your mess, which will be very difficult for me. Xiaohe, Sister Lu, you don't need to worry about that. What he's least worried about now is his thesis in defense, since the basic hacking skills given to him by his golden finger are enough to easily surpass what he learned in 4 years of university. Thinking about it this way, it feels quite bittersweet. Lu Rulan thought for a moment and then said, they will have a preview screening a week in advance. You can go with them then. For the official premiere, you should go back to defend your thesis and not go with the crew. Xiaohe was now somewhat puzzled. Sister Lu, are you that afraid I won't graduate? Lu Rulan, no, not at all. After all, I've even brought out the best actor from elementary school. Do you think I would worry about that? I heard that the character you played was really too beastly. I'm afraid you'll get beaten up on set. It's better not to associate that face with your current face, so that you won't have a hard time if the character becomes too attached to you. Xiaohe, thank you so much. After confirming the schedule with the production team, Xiaohe followed them to their first promotional stop, Province C. Chengdu. The production team chose the Pacific Cinema, the largest cinema in Chengdu, which is located in the city's commercial center and is a place with highly developed culture and entertainment. Those who participated in this preview screening were mostly well-known film critics and bloggers in Chengdu. He watched the audience gradually enter the theater. Xiaohe couldn't help but feel a chill for the movie. The fact that the film crew went straight to Province C, where the real-life case that inspired Killing Life was located, shows a lot of courage. After all, the incident back then was truly shocking, and one of the perpetrators, Zhu Laosan, had not yet been apprehended. Therefore, when many older generations scared children, they would say, "Don't run around. Be careful, or Zhu Laosan will pick you up and feed you to the pigs." Therefore, many people in Province C have heard of this case. Therefore, they are more likely to view the film Killing with a critical eye, and if there is any problem with Killing, they will immediately put the film on trial. If they didn't have immense confidence in the film, they probably wouldn't have chosen this location for the first film, Killing Life. Brother Xiao, aren't you nervous? Lu Zheong moved closer to Xiaohe, nervously rubbing his hands together. Success or failure hinges on this. Xiaohe, are you all right? Are you nervous? Lu Zheong smiled wryly, a little. Recently, Lu Zheong has been renegotiating his contract with his former agency, Taidong Entertainment. The success of this film is very important to Lu Zheong and will be a key factor in whether his next negotiations will be successful. Therefore, Lu Zheong was the most nervous of all the people. Xiaohe hadn't heard Lu Zheong mention his agency, but based on snippets of conversation, he could roughly guess what kind of place it was. So, Xiaohe could only helplessly pat Lu Zheong on the shoulder as a form of reassurance. Soon, the movie started. The familiar dragon logo swept across the big screen. The previously noisy cinema fell silent. Bao Wei, who plays Boss Zhu, is the first to appear. Tiger is a film and television review blogger known for his sharp tongue and witty remarks. His account, Tiger Film and Television Review, boasts 15 million followers across the internet, making him a relatively authoritative figure in the field. He is always at the forefront of many film previews or premieres, ensuring that his fans can always enjoy the freshest meal. This time, he heard that the crime drama film Killing Life, based on the Rongtou Butcher brothers, was about to have a preview screening in Chengdu. Director Ho Rongxuan's works have consistently received positive reviews and his performances have been quite stable. With veteran actors like Zhuo Jianhua and Bao Wei in the cast, this film is undoubtedly a very good production in terms of both cast and production value. As a native of Chengdu, Tiger had naturally heard of the case and even investigated it beforehand. The third brother of the three brothers is still at large. In contrast, Tiger led the charge against the previous TV series that failed to find the real culprit and deliberately arranged a terrible ending in order to pass censorship. He gave the entire creative team of that show a thorough dressing down. Tiger brother naturally wanted to check out this movie with its harmonious cast but a problematic script. Who knows? This might be the topic for tinnitus. Tu Chao, a Chinese internet slang term for roasting/criticizing. As soon as he entered the lobby, Tiger was drawn to the promotional posters on the side. The poster was taken at a slaughterhouse. The three brothers at the slaughterhouse are sitting or standing, staring coldly at the camera. Next to them are several police officers led by Zhuo Jianhua and the victims. Tiger carefully examined the characters with his camera, then suddenly focused his gaze on one of them. Holy crap, did they hire the actor himself to play the role? Chapter 59, Killing Life? Are you sure this isn't the real person? Tiger stared intently at Zhu Laosan, played by Xiaohe, his eyes wide open that he had read the information and related news before coming. so he still remembered this kind of face, but to everyone's surprise, the production team actually recreated it in such a realistic way. Could it be AI face swapping? Tiger glanced at the name next to him, then looked down and searched for Xiaohe, and found a photo of Xiaohe playing Mu Zedada. This actor is so different from Zhu Laosan. Tiger had already guessed what was going on, and shook his head with some regret. It seems that director Ho and his team did use AI face swapping. It's a pity, it will definitely look very disjointed on the big screen. AI technology is still not perfect, and filmmaking requires actors to express micro-expressions and blend themselves into the scene. Anyone watching a group of talented actors showcasing their skills, and then suddenly seeing a half-real, half-artificial AI face, would feel pulled out of the scene and feel abrupt. The previous one, which did the same thing, has already flopped completely. It seems director Ho is going to have a mishap this time. Sitting in his seat, Tiger had already begun brainstorming titles for his next video. Director Ho's new film features AI face swapping? It's a recipe for disaster. The biggest mistake made by the production team of Killing Life was actually this? As Tiger Brother fell into deep thought, the theater lights went out, and Killing Life officially began to play. You old bastard, you're always making a ruckus first thing in the morning. I'm going to slaughter you. As Zhu Laosan spoke in his dialect, he picked up the neighbor's rooster, threw it to the ground, and without hesitation, chopped off the rooster's neck with his butcher knife, letting the blood splatter everywhere. Old Zhu kicked him in the butt and roared, "Get the hell out of here! What if you scare the other guys with all that blood on your face?" Zhu Laosan pursed his lips, said nothing, but stood up, picked up the rooster by its two legs with one hand, and walked slowly back to the slaughterhouse as if he were carrying some kind of garbage. The film is 140 minutes long and begins by telling the story of the three Zhu brothers at their slaughterhouse. Then, the police discover clues during a crackdown on organized crime and begin investigating the three Zhu brothers. The truth has already been revealed to the audience in the early stages, without any twists or turns, confirming that the three Zhu brothers are the bad guys. However, the later parts are equally exciting. With an omniscient perspective, the audience watches as the police gradually turn their attention to the three Zhu brothers, and also watches as the three Zhu brothers struggle helplessly like trapped beasts. An invisible confrontation runs through the entire movie, constantly keeping the audience on the edge of their seats. Tiger Brother didn't take his eyes off the big screen the entire time, watching the whole plot very attentively. Killing living beings, killing people. The three Zhu brothers originally killed animals, but gradually they seemed to become animals themselves, starting to kill people with their knives to achieve their own goals. The hostility in their eyes also changed with this shift, making the whole process terrifying to watch. What impressed Tiger the most was the character of Zhu Laosan, played by Xiaohe. Perhaps because he hadn't held out much hope for the role from the start, Tiger Brother didn't have high expectations for it. But when Zhu Laosan appeared, he genuinely felt an urge to get goosebumps all over. It's so similar. It's not something that AI face swapping can achieve. Moreover, the actor's temperament and acting skills are also quite convincing. Those cold eyes that became even more sinister after the murder are still enough to send chills down Tiger's spine when he thinks about them now. If Xiaohe didn't look only in his early 20s, I would have suspected that he was the fugitive from back then. Tiger couldn't help but mutter, especially later. There is a scene where killing a chicken and killing a person echo each other. After Zhu Laosan caught Wu Xiaohua, who had escaped to the door, he first threw her to the ground and humiliated her. Then he took a knife and slashed her neck, letting the blood splatter everywhere, only to be washed away by the heavy rain. Afterward, he slowly dragged Wu Xiaohua back to the slaughterhouse by her legs, leaving only a faint pool of red blood. This scene echoes the earlier scene of killing the chicken, creating a stark contrast. In fact, recalling the action of carrying the chicken at this moment is no different from carrying a person. Evil spirits roam the earth, and heaven is blind. Tiger couldn't help but get angry when he thought about how Zhu Laosan still managed to escape into the deep mountains and disappear without a trace. That's it? Is that all? Is it really impossible to catch him? 20 years later, it remains an ironic tragedy that strikes right at the heart of the victims' families, leaving them not only angry but also with a touch of regret. As the screen gradually dimmed and the credits slowly rolled out with the music, Tiger rubbed his sore eyes and took a deep breath. Just as he was about to take out his phone to record his thoughts after watching the film, the screen in front of him lit up again. 20 years later, Tiger opened his eyes wide and quickly sat up straight. Wow, is the production team really that brave? They actually dared to rewrite the final ending? A body was found in the basement of a bar in Shanghai's Haibin district early yesterday morning. a figure with slightly graying hair but still upright posture appeared in the narrow corridor along with the sound of a news broadcast. Tiger recognized the figure as the task force leader played by Zhuo Jianhua, though more than 20 years had passed and he had gone from a strong middle-aged man to an old man. It is understood that the deceased was named Zhu Desan, 45 years old, from Lu City, Xi Province. According to police investigation, he was one of the fugitives who committed the Ronto slaughterhouse family annihilation case 27 years ago. Is it confirmed? The team leader asked, pulling the person next to him, his voice trembling slightly. 27 years have passed. Every time he thinks about this case, he can't sleep at night and constantly regrets his caution at the time for not arresting the 3 Zhu brothers sooner, which led to the disappearance of the 3rd Zhu brother. The case has thus become a regret in the hearts of many people. Upon hearing the whereabouts of Zhu Laosan, the team leader was extremely excited. "Teacher, please calm down." The police officer next to him quickly supported the team leader's arm. I'm fine," the team leader waved his hand, his steps steady and swift. He walked into the room and lifted the white sheet. Sure enough, it was him. The team leader took a deep breath and turned to the forensic doctor. "How has he been doing all these years?" The forensic doctor said, "He was in very poor condition. He must have been doing manual labor all his life, eating irregularly. He was physically strong on the outside but weak on the inside. There were obvious abrasions and calluses on his shoulders, fingers, and other areas. The condition of his organs was also extremely poor. I also found a tumor in his stomach." He paused, then continued, "It's malignant." The team leader listened to the forensic doctor's words in silence, remaining silent for a long time. Finally, the screen slowly dimmed, leaving only his weathered and heavy voice. "That beast deserved to die." Killing life, the screen was filled with large, blood-red characters. The lights around the theater came on, and the sudden brightness woke people who were immersed in the story. As if waking from a dream, everyone blinked and began to whisper among themselves. Only Tiger sat in his chair, his expression complicated. Originally, before this post-credit scene, Tiger gave the movie an 8.7 out of 10. With its suspenseful plot, intricately linked case details, smooth camera transitions, and outstanding performances from the actors, Tiger Brother cannot guarantee this film will be a box office hit due to its subject matter, but he can assure you that it will be one of the best crime films released in recent years. But the director insisted on adding a superfluous ending by forcibly introducing a death scene for Zhu Laosan, leaving the audience completely confused. This action can be said to have directly triggered Tiger's sensitive topic. "Director, come here, I have a question for you. Did you do this sudden dog poop? Look in my eyes." Chapter 60, Fiction? We filmed the truth. If he could, Tiger would really like to rush over, grab director Ho Rongxuan by the collar, and shake him wildly until he cuts out this unnecessary post-credits scene. Okay. We'll pretend we didn't see this. You should delete it right away." In the front row, the main creative team stood up one after another. Ho Rongxuan had no idea what Tiger was thinking. He picked up the microphone and followed the host onto the stage. Xiaohe rubbed his neck and followed behind Lu Zehang. To be honest, this was the first time Xiaohe had ever officially watched the movie he had directed. Perhaps it was because the special effects face was really different from his own. Xiaohe watched the whole movie from the audience's perspective. His evaluation of the movie was similar to Tiger's, around 8.7, which is considered one of the better reviews for a domestic film. What Xiaohe didn't expect was that the director actually included the scene of Li Ziqing's death as a bonus scene. It's clear that director Ho has been pulling a lot of strings with his brother-in-law. After all, Li Ziqing did not die of natural causes, and this matter involves other cases. The police are still investigating and have not released any information, but director Ho was quick-witted. He skipped the Zhu Laosan's murder case and simply filmed the circumstances of Zhu Laosan's death. Regardless of whether the person was killed or not, just ask if the person is dead or not. What? Where did you reveal details of the police case? I just hated Zhu Laosan and changed the ending to kill him off. Who knew it would overlap with reality? Anyway, it's always a gratifying thing that a heinous villain has died. On stage, Ho Rongxuan held a microphone and expressed his gratitude to the audience. He then began to introduce the main creators who came to participate in the preview screening. Li Hanyue was unable to attend the preview screening due to various circumstances. Zhuo Jianhua, as the lead actor, naturally stood closest to the director, followed by Bao Wei and Lu Zheong, while Xiaohe stood on the far side, not very noticeable, and was not even framed in many shots. But when Ho Rongxuan introduced Xiaohe, almost everyone's eyes and cameras fell on Xiaohe. The reason is simple. compared to the other three who had already gained recognition from the audience for their acting skills, this newcomer, who had almost no works to his name, undoubtedly exceeded the audience's expectations. Zhu Laosan is the most shameless and beastly of the three brothers, and Xiaoyi truly embodies that feeling with that face. Seeing the handsome man who looked nothing like Zhu Laosan, everyone became very interested in Xiaoyi. Sure enough, during the Q&A session, someone asked Xiaoyi first, "Mr. Xiaoyi, have you played Muse before?" "Xiaoyi, it's me. It seems the Muse label can't be removed." "Ah, it really is." The audience member who asked the question was a little excited. "Did you use AI face swapping for this movie? How come there's no trace of it? It looks just like the real criminal." Xiaoyi looked at Director Ho. "This is all thanks to Director Ho's filming and the makeup artist's skills. All of Zhu Laosan's appearances in the drama were performed by me personally. There was no AI face swapping involved." Director Ho then picked up the conversation. "Yes, we didn't use AI face swapping technology this time, but rather special effects makeup. We also want to express our sincere gratitude to Xiao Xiao for her persistence in filming all her scenes while wearing this makeup in the hottest summer." Director Ho then explained why he insisted on recreating the story of Zhu Laosan and recounted their communications with the victim's family. And to be honest, putting aside the quality of the film itself, these external factors are also one of the film's special selling points, such as the actor's special effects makeup insisted on recreating the fugitives, and the victims' families supported the filming and disseminated the arrest warrants. Director Ho spoke enthusiastically on stage, and the audience listened with great interest. Xiaoyi was somewhat moved, not expecting Director Ho to have such eloquence. However, the first controversial topic soon emerged. The person asking the question was none other than Tiger, who had been holding back for a long time and could no longer contain himself. "I want to ask the production team, is there any suspicion that the post-credits scene depicting Zhu Laosan's death was forced to pass censorship? You clearly claim to be helping the victims find the wanted criminal, but then you forcibly depicted a death for Zhu Laosan at the end. Isn't this contradictory? And doesn't this show disrespect for the victims and their families? Or is this a lie you've woven for the victims, giving the fugitive a reason to continue escaping?" Tiger's words were blunt and even deliberately exaggerated. The audience members who heard him changed their expressions, and some nodded in agreement. Clearly, Tiger wasn't the only one with dissatisfaction and doubts about this final surprise. Others did as well. However, Tiger's words did not alarm Director Ho. On the contrary, a smile appeared on Director Ho's face. Clearly, Director Ho was just waiting for someone to ask this question. "Our production team has always respected the real-life case and the victims and their families. We can guarantee that all the scenes in Killing were filmed based on the real case. Just in case people didn't understand," Director Ho added, "including the Easter eggs." Tiger's eyes widened immediately. "Huh? What does that mean? Could it be?" "Our production team cannot disclose any further details, but we welcome everyone to continue following the developments in this case." Director Ho's words were like a thunderclap from a clear sky, and the audience immediately began to whisper among themselves. "What? Is Zhu Laosan already dead? No way, isn't he still wanted? How do they know Zhu Laosan is dead? Does the production crew know more information? Is this just a publicity stunt? Are they saying this on purpose? No way, Director Ho isn't that kind of person. Besides, if he were to make things up, the police and the victim's family would definitely clarify things." Tiger had nothing to say and could only sit down again. However, he suddenly had a brilliant idea. He secretly opened his phone and searched for Zhu Laosan's wanted notice on the official website. Zhu Laosan has been on the run for over 20 years, and his image and wanted notices are still displayed on relevant official websites. This can be verified on the official websites of the Public Security Bureau and local government agencies. Since these are police websites, their authenticity is fully guaranteed, and it's impossible for them to be involved in deceiving people with the production team. To Tiger's shock, he searched several websites but couldn't find Zhu Laosan's wanted poster. Police typically withdraw arrest warrants in only 3 situations. First, the suspect was apprehended. Second, the suspect is dead. Third, the arrest warrant was revoked in accordance with the law, just in case the website didn't record wanted posters from over 20 years ago. Tiger Brothers specifically looked at other wanted posters and even found one that was 30 years old. Therefore, it can be confirmed that the arrest warrant for Zhu Laosan has indeed been withdrawn. Now, combined with director Ho's words, this matter becomes true of the real-life inspiration for this case. Zhu Laosan is indeed dead. Chapter 61, Killing Life, inflate box office numbers. The preview screening of Killing Life in Chengdu was quite successful. The audience gave it very high praise, and to avoid spoiling important plot points, they only offered one suggestion: you absolutely have to see the final Easter egg. There's a major plot twist in the Easter egg. Don't miss it. Even Tiger, known for his sharp tongue and harsh criticism, posted videos on his various platforms. The best crime film of the last 2 years, Killing. You absolutely must see it. You can't miss it. In the video, Tiger, wearing a tiger head mask with the character King on it, talks at length about his movie-watching experience, praising the film's plot and the actors' performances. Brothers, Killing is undoubtedly the most worthwhile movie to watch during this year's May Day holiday. Especially the post-credits scene, don't miss it, you'll see the crew's final sincerity. Tiger's concluding remarks were quite meaningful and successfully piqued the interest of many people. Tiger, you've changed. I thought I'd see you spewing nonsense everywhere again during the May Day holiday. Unfollowed. No, I'll at least wait until I've watched Killing Life before deciding whether to unfollow. To be fair, the preview screenings of Killing received very positive reviews. Brothers, I also spotted someone who looks familiar. It seems like Xiao He, who was cyberbullied by Su Xingqi's fans last time, is also involved in a role. Looks like I have no choice but to watch it. Not for any other reason than that this guy is really pitiful, and I want to show him my support. Haha, what's going on? I suddenly got hooked on this. I definitely have to support this guy. I just don't like Su Xingqi's fans. As the production team of Killing Life began to ramp up its promotional efforts, the online discussion surrounding the series has grown increasingly heated. Unsurprisingly, Xiao He's name has once again come into the public eye thanks to Su Xingqi's fans. Many people have become familiar with Xiao He. Although they may not know who Xiao He is or what works he has acted in, many of them know about the outrageous cyberbullying that almost got them kicked out of the human race. After confirming that the two Xiao He's are the same person, they subconsciously began to pity Xiao He. Of course, such pity might not necessarily lead them to go to the cinema to support Xiao He, but comments about Xiao He began to increase, and his popularity slowly returned. However, no one expected that things would take such a strange turn afterward. After the second preview screening, Killing began its pre-sale of tickets. But then a shocking scene unfolded. The pre-sale box office for Killing soared at an extremely rapid pace in a short period of time, breaking 1 million in just 1 hour, and continuing to rise steadily. After the first day of pre-sales ended, Killing had a single-day pre-sale box office of 18 million. This was something no one had expected at all. After all, the film Killing Life is limited by its subject matter and is not a type that is currently favored by the market. Among the main actors, only Lu Zheong has a relatively large fan base. The other veteran actors, although they have a wide audience, do not have the same box office appeal as the younger generation. They will basically rely on their accumulated experience to gradually show their reputation to the general public when the film is officially released. Therefore, people generally expect the pre-sale box office of Killing Life to be only around 10 million, or even as low as 8 million. But to their utter surprise, the first day alone broke their predicted total volume. This bizarre growth curve is truly baffling. It also stunned other films released during the same May Day holiday. The May Day holiday is a prime time for domestic films, and the box office competition is always fierce. For example, this year, a total of 10 films were released around May Day, covering genres such as action, romance, comedy, suspense, and animation. However, based on the current viewing intentions of the public, there are 4 strong contenders for the top spot at the box office: the comedy Gentleman's Rhapsody, the action film The Storm Rising, the romance film Missing You 365 Times, and the crime film Killing Life. However, before the first day of pre-sales, the public's ranking of these 4 films was that Killing Life and Thinking of You 365 Times took turns at the bottom, while Gentleman's Rhapsody and Wind Rises in Yungang competed for the number 1 spot. But now it seems, things are quite different. Looking at the data, the director of Missing You 365 Times couldn't help but curse Ho Rongxuan. Damn, is it really that bad? That guy Ho Rongxuan definitely rigged the votes, right? With neither top-tier celebrities nor the legendary big-budget production and IP, how did Killing Life suddenly achieve such a surge in pre-sale box office? Even the directors of the 2 dramas, Gentleman's Rhapsody and The Wind Rises in Yungang, who were confident of victory, huddled together with their respective producers and whispered, "Did they rip us off? It's the May Day holiday, surely not? Maybe we should rip them off too? What are you talking about? His box office figures are obviously fake. He'll definitely be exposed later. Just wait and see. Even Xiaohe, who had already returned to the academy, couldn't help but ask Lu Zheong in the group chat, "Brother Zheong, your fans are really going all out this time. They've really gone all out to support you." Lu Zheong quickly clarified, "They are not my fans. My fans are all quite laid back. I did not specifically urge them to pre-sell." Although box office revenue and the fan economy are now inextricably linked, those in the know understand their own situation. Lu Zheong estimates that his own fans account for at most 30% of the revenue, with the rest coming from casual viewers. But just as they had predicted, casual viewers who were interested in their film accounted for at most 30% of the pre-sale box office. This is all because their preview screenings received very good reviews, and various bloggers and reviewers recommended them as word-of-mouth recommendations. So here's the question: who carried the remaining 40% of the votes? Could it be that director Ho really betrayed himself by hiring someone to rig the votes? Even director Ho himself couldn't figure it out. Seeing his phone constantly bombarded with messages from his competitors, Ho Rongxuan, left with no other option, posted a new update on his WeChat moments. "Ho Rongxuan, I really didn't swipe. Competitor 1, nobody believes you, not even a ghost. Fellow traveler 2, hey, Lao Ho, when did you start selling yourself? You should really pay more attention to hygiene, or you'll be in trouble with your bodily functions in your old age. Competitor 3, who took the order? Let's make money together, I can help with the fake orders too." Seeing the sarcastic remarks from his colleagues, Ho Rongxuan sneered, "They're all just jealous of me." Sha, just because his box office numbers are good doesn't mean they're rigged. These scumbags have no idea how good his novel Killing Life is. However, Ho Rongxuan also felt a little uneasy. The box office should be fine, right? But soon, Ho Rongxuan breathed a sigh of relief, because the answer came to us on its own. Su Xingxi's fans strongly support Xiaohe's new movie. Su Xingxi's biggest fan claims responsibility. "We were in the wrong first, and we apologize to Mr. Xiaohe for this. Everyone to a film crew, Su Xingxi himself, my goodness. What are you guys doing? Why are they all Chinese characters? I can't understand them." Chapter 62: The Genius Moves of Su Xingxi's Fans. This story begins with the massive online harassment of Xiaohe by Su Xingxi's fans. Although there were indeed a lot of online trolls stirring up trouble that night, those who were cursing and insulting were basically real fans. It's no exaggeration to say that, given Su Xingxi's popularity and influence, it had reached the point where all his fans were attacking, leaving nothing but devastation. As a result, they became famous overnight and became a notorious fan group in the industry. To be precise, now any normal person on the internet has a special fear and disgust towards Su Xingxi's fans. After all, it was just a vague bullying video, yet they went to the police station demanding the arrest of a good person who sacrificed himself to save others, and even insulted Xiaohe from every corner of the internet. That was one of the most outrageous scenes in the Chinese entertainment industry. In the end, due to the extremely negative impact of the incident, the idol had to pay the price for the fans' actions. After Su Xingxi posted a video to clarify things for Xiaohe, the relevant accounts were immediately banned by the authorities. The super topic was suspended, a large number of leading fans were banned, a small number were summoned for questioning offline, and the remaining fans were trembling with fear, afraid that this incident would affect them, and even more afraid that it would affect their Su Xingxi brother. It has been more than 3 months since that incident, and the storm has long passed. Su Xingxi's account has been reinstated thanks to Tian Heng's connections, but there is no doubt that he is still affected. Coupled with the previous dating scandal, his reputation and public image have plummeted, and he has received far fewer endorsements and events. His fans are watching with concern. Just then, a big fan suddenly saw the news that Xiaohe's new movie was about to be released. Upon seeing this news, she felt a complex mix of emotions. After all, the incident had escalated to such an extent, causing Su Xingxi's reputation to plummet, while one of the parties involved had now landed a movie role and was thriving. Although she knew it was a misunderstanding, many fans still harbored ill will towards Xiaohe, so seeing him succeed naturally made her unhappy. However, looking at the comments section below the related videos, a brilliant idea suddenly popped into this big fan's mind. Perhaps this is an opportunity. This matter originated with Xiaohe, so the root of the solution should also lie with Xiaohe. As the fans' thoughts gradually became clearer, she decisively forwarded the topic to her own group and Disgusted with other fans. At first, the other fans thought this big fan was playing a prank or had lost their mind, and they were all indignant. But after hearing the big fan's explanation, everyone fell into deep thought. Indeed, after that incident, fans faced significant ostracism within the industry and were even unable to engage in normal online social interactions as fans of Su Xingxi, resulting in a significant drop in morale, although Su Xingxi's assistant comforted everyone in the group, saying that they were just being used by malicious rivals and marketing accounts and that Su didn't blame them. They were still very tormented and in pain, and longed to find a way to help Su solve his current predicament. So, as that big fan said, perhaps this really is an opportunity for them to, if you do something wrong, you should apologize properly. Regardless of whether Xiaohe or other passersby will accept it, you should still show your attitude. Shining Stars will be broadcast again later. Now that they have reached a reconciliation with Xiaohe, Suga will not always be inferior to Xiaohe in their future interactions. Moreover, it's best to make a big splash and do it in a grand manner, so that everyone can see their strength and sincerity, regardless of whether Xiaohe himself forgives her or not. It's enough that bystanders have already done so. They've poured real money into supporting Xiaohe's movie, so at least they have an excuse to save face once the matter gets out. If others continue to hurl insults, that would be going a bit too far. After all, they've already apologized, haven't they? Moreover, internet users are generally quite fickle, so this move will at least salvage half of their reputation. As for the remaining stubborn individuals, they can then retaliate. Thinking about it this way, everyone actually thought it was a pretty good idea. If it can help Brother Su, then it's not a problem if it can be solved with money. This big fan is also a woman of action. In addition, she is a wealthy woman herself and has a lot of influence among her fans. So she directly mobilized her fans and took the lead by setting an example by taking out a large sum of money to invite fans in the same city to watch Killing Life for free. Su Xingxi's fans have been feeling incredibly frustrated lately. As soon as they found an opening, they rushed forward headlong into it. Some fools, who couldn't see the situation clearly, started hurling insults at the bottom, but they were quickly kicked out by other Su Xingxi fans because the plan was very impromptu and the decision was made very suddenly. Su Xingxi's fans united and began to buy a large number of pre-sale tickets for Killing Life before Su Xingxi and his team knew about it, trying their best to contribute. And so, this is the scene you are seeing now. The pre-sale box office for Killing Life reached a staggering 18 million on its first day, and Su Xingxi's fans alone accounted for 40% of the box office. This is just the data gathered in a short period of time. If the remaining fans also join in, it truly lives up to the fan economy. It's amazing. After learning about what his fans had done, Su Xingxi almost vomited blood. Damn. Are they idiots? They're rushing to pat Xiaohe on the back. Agent Tian Han was much calmer. Watching the gradually shifting public opinion online, he comforted Su Xingxi. By doing this, they can at least help you clear your name recently. The fans will pay for their own actions, and you can just sit back and reap the benefits. Isn't that great? Look at the situation now. Many people online have already forgiven Xiaohe for their previous cyberbullying. If Xiaohe doesn't forgive him, then he's petty and greedy. Su Xingxi snorted coldly. I just can't stand Xiaohe. As a result, his fans apologized to Xiaohe, which was a slap in the face for him. Tian Han, you should be patient for now, at least until Shining Stars airs. Now that filming is finished, neither of them will come out on top if they go head-to-head with Xiaohe. Su Xingxi understood this as well, so he could only take a deep breath and suppress his anger. On the other side, Xiaohe, having figured out the whole story, couldn't help but chuckle. We really have to thank Su Xingxi for this wonderful gift from heaven. Lu Rulan wasn't particularly surprised. Having seen through the true nature of these fans' behavior, she simply shrugged and said, but you won't get a single penny of that money, and if you don't respond, they'll have a reason to turn the tables and say you're petty. To put it bluntly, Xiaohe is just an actor who gets paid. The investors are the ones who make the money. These fans are cunning. They used Xiaohe to clear Su Xingxi's name without letting Xiaohe gain anything in return. Xiaohe, my face fell instantly. No laughing. Xiaohe turned his head and, annoyed, lay back. Fine, so you can play like this. For a fleeting moment, Xiaohe even considered digging up some dirt on Su Xingxi and posting it online, but thinking about the upcoming film Shining Stars, he held back. If Su Songsuk's career collapses at this time, then their filming of Shining Star will also be affected. Xiaohe was still unwilling to let his hard work go to waste. However, Xiaohe quickly came up with a good idea. Chapter 63. The person who dragged his fans down is the first. It's 9 p.m. Looking at the likes he had given, Xiaohe couldn't help but reveal a sly smile. He then quickly unliked the post, used hacking techniques to clean up his intrusion traces, and quietly logged out of Su Xingxi's Weibo account. That's right. After thinking it over, Xiaoyi felt that he couldn't let Su Xingxi off so easily, nor could he let those girls follow someone who had been using them from beginning to end so devotedly. So Xiaoyi simply pulled a divine move. He gave Su Xingxi a thumbs up. Since you, Su Xingxi, hate me, Xiaoyi, so much, then stop pretending. I'll help you peel off the skin. So, on another evening when everyone was doing nothing, the news that Su Xingxi had accidentally liked and quickly unliked a post quickly climbed to the top of the trending searches. Many fans rushed over upon hearing the sound, and their blood pressure instantly spiked. That was a very intriguing comment. No way, are Su Xingxi's fans just bored and looking for trouble? Did you even ask Su Xingxi's opinion? Your idol probably hates Xiaoyi to death. He'll definitely be secretly cursing you for being idiots. Su Seungsuk liked your comment, so Seungsuk unliked the post. Everyone fan. At that moment, many fans who genuinely wanted to help Su Xingxi reverse public opinion and had spent real money felt their heads buzzing. They didn't even know what expression they should make, so they just stared blankly at their phones, feeling like the world had turned completely dark. They were clearly only doing this for Su Xingxi. So why should Su Xingxi think that way? Does he really think they're idiots? Initially, they were just worried that Su Xingxi would be bullied. Okay, so they confronted Xiaoyi, making a scene that everyone knew about, and even causing many of their girlfriends to be affected in real life. But Su Xingxi simply posted a photo afterwards, saying that he and Xiaoyi were good brothers, and asking fans not to misunderstand anymore. They were like clowns, ending up pleasing neither side. But thankfully, they listened and tried their best to make up for the losses they caused, even organizing themselves to help Su Xingxi's so-called good brother Xiaoyi boost box office sales. In the end, they became clowns again. I wonder which fan group could have such a delightful experience, becoming the clown twice and a laughingstock in the industry. At this moment, their unwavering love began to waver. A passerby asked a heartfelt question. No, Disha-chan, what are you doing? Your fans are working so hard to defend you, why are you jumping in and making a fuss? Can't Su Xingxi and Chen Yulin really form a pair of accidental onmyoji? They both accidentally slip up. How are they supposed to live like this? Even other fans of Chinese entertainment who came to join the fun were stunned. Frowny face. I truly feel sorry for Su Xingxi's fans now. They fight tooth and nail for their idol, but when trouble comes, they run away first, and then turn around and kick him while he's down, saying the fans misunderstood and it was a spontaneous act. These aren't fans, they're just here to wipe his ass. He's got shit on the outside and shit on the inside. To be honest, I don't sympathize with them at all. When Su Xingxi was going through his dating scandal, I advised them to run away and not waste money supporting his real girlfriend, but they wouldn't listen. It was the same with the online bullying of Xiaoyi later. Anyone with eyes could see that Su Xingxi's company hired trolls to stir up trouble and get fans to cyberbully Xiaoyi. Then, when things got out of hand, they immediately turned around and betrayed their fans, making them pay for their own actions. I really laughed. After all these incidents, how many of their brains are even slightly tainted by this? Soon enough, some prominent fans directly joined the fray and started attacking Frowny Face on Sleepless for She. Where is Su Xingxi? Is he just spying? Get out here and explain yourself. Don't tell me your account was hacked, the IP is the same. I spent real money to help you this time, and you're calling me an idiot. This is the first time I've seen a celebrity drag their fans down. I've truly seen something amazing. Come out and explain yourself. Coincidentally, this big fan named Bume Weishi is the main planner who helped Xiaoyi boost his box office, and is the same rich woman who previously spent a large sum of money to invite fans to watch the movie. She spent a lot of money and effort, and just when public opinion was turning very positive, she received Su Xingxi's idiot evaluation. Naturally, she wanted an explanation. With her taking the lead, this matter is destined to end badly. Xiaoyi watched the renewed public opinion on the internet with great interest, then lazily yawned, showing no remorse or guilt as the instigator. Based on his understanding of Su Xingxi was probably thinking exactly that. He had simply liked Su Xingxi's post and pointed out what Su Xingxi only dared to complain about in private. There was no need to thank him, he had just done a good deed. Lu Rulan called again. Have you seen the situation online right now? Xiaoyi feigned innocence. Is it Su Xingxi? Lu Rulan was silent for 2 seconds, then let out a pleasant chuckle from the other end of the phone. To be honest, this was the first time Xiaoyi had ever heard Sister Lu laugh so happily. It seemed that the pent-up resentment had finally dissipated a little. Xiaoyi, Sister Lu, you seem very happy. Lu Rulan immediately stopped laughing, then coughed lightly. It's like the feeling that a teammate who always drags you down has finally been discovered by everyone. Xiao He, that's really great. Although we don't know the details, this action was probably not done by Su Xingxi himself. Xiao He was startled. Had he made a mistake somewhere? Oh. How does Sister Lu know it wasn't him? Sometimes it's just a slip of the hand, isn't it? Su Xingxi is usually too lazy to manage his own account. All the operation of Weibo and private message replies are handled by his assistant. He uses a secondary account to gossip and surf the internet. Xiao He, you can do that. Wow, what a blunder. Who would have thought Su Xingxi would become this unprofessional? He doesn't even bother to look at his own account. Xiao He once again shed a tear for Su Xingxi's fans. His daily updates and promotional activities are all posted by his assistant, who even racks his brains to come up with the captions. The assistant also carefully reads the comments and replies to private messages. All Su Xingxi needs to do is provide handsome photos regularly. Come to think of it, wouldn't this be another form of fraud? Lu Rulan continued. Although this kind of situation is common in the industry, there are still times when the person in charge personally manages the account and doesn't completely entrust it to others. But he has to work hard for his assistant to post updates to fans in both official and unofficial ways, while he himself doesn't care at all. Previously, Xiao Chen had been doing this job, but later a scheming new assistant squeezed out Xiao Chen's job, so I'm afraid that guy is the one taking the blame for this incident. Xiao He, I'm certain this is a scam, so what exactly do his fans like about him? And why have they stuck with him for so long? Chapter 64. Those who are heartbroken choose to leave silently. Just as Lu Rulan had guessed, after remaining silent for about an hour, Su Xingxi and his company, Jiaxing Entertainment, simultaneously released a statement, claiming that the slip of the hand was done by Su Xingxi's assistant and had nothing to do with Su Xingxi himself. They also stated that they had dismissed the assistant in accordance with regulations and hoped that fans would discuss the matter rationally and not be swayed by malicious individuals. At the same time, they sincerely wished Xiaoyi's film Killing Life a huge success and said they would buy tickets internally to support it. No matter what, Killing Life is indeed the biggest winner today. It has given the film free and widespread publicity, and also brought in a large box office. Director Ho must be grinning from ear to ear. Seeing the final outcome, Xiao He was somewhat disappointed, but he also knew that this was how the matter would end, with the assistant taking the blame. But since he painstakingly squeezed Xiao Chen out of her job, he deserves to lose it because of this. After browsing the internet for a while, Xiao He received a call from director Ho Rongshuan. Xiao, I really have to thank you so much this time. Ho Rongshuan's cheerful voice couldn't be concealed even through the phone. Xiao He politely replied, I didn't do anything. Even without this incident, Killing Life would have been a hit. But it saved us a lot of advertising costs. Ho Rongshuan said with a smile, you're lucky, kid. I'll definitely come to you next time I have a notebook. Within this circle, many people still believe in metaphysics. Xiao He understood Ho Rongshuan's meaning and didn't say much. He just smiled and agreed, okay, then I'll wait. If it's some supervillain that I can have a go at acting, that would be the best. You little brat, you've really gone too far. Ho Rongshuan laughed and cursed. Then you just wait and see. Ready to be summoned by Director Ho at any time, while Xiao He and Ho Rongshuan were chatting, the situation online unexpectedly changed again. Inside the room, Bu Meiwei looked at Su Xingxi and his company's clarification and gave a sarcastic twitch at the corner of his mouth, a sense of weariness inexplicably welling up in his heart. She has been following Su Xingxi since the talent show era. Her presence was indispensable in enabling Su Xingxi to debut as the center, which also established Bu Meiwei's stable position among his fellow fans. But now, the boy who cried and thanked his fans back then has grown up. He has started to forget his original intentions, lie to his fans, betray his colleagues, and gradually abandon the fans who have always been by his side. I'm exhausted from not being able to sleep. She felt it was time for her to leave. However, just as Bu Mei was about to post an update announcing her retirement from the entertainment industry, she stared at Su Xingxi's account and suddenly frowned. Something feels off. As a die-hard fan of Su Xingxi, Bu Mei keeps up with every post and comment on Su Xingxi's Weibo account, so it's fair to say she knows Su Xingxi's Weibo inside and out. But this time, she noticed something odd about Su Xingxi's clarification post. It seemed like he had used a different device. Bu Meiwei, harboring that ridiculous guess, opened their clarification announcement, the account screenshots on her assistant's phone, and Su Xingxi's previous account activity. gradually confirming the possibility that was extremely ironic for the fans. Unsleepless for Sue, screenshot, X9, at Sushingshi, can you explain who has been interacting with fans on Weibo all these years? You said it was an accident when the assistant was managing Sushingshi's account, but how long was the assistant managing it? Why are all the recent posts from Sushingshi himself posted from the same account device, and the same device as this assistant's account? Also, you changed your device last year, but if I remember correctly, it was right after you fired your assistant Xiao Chen, so you've never logged into your own account, right? As a well-known wealthy female fan of Su Xingxi, Bumeiweixi herself has nearly 500,000 followers on Weibo. Her wealth and personal charm have attracted many other casual fans and followers. Some people even regard her as another kind of idol. Therefore, Bumeiweixi's activities have undoubtedly added fuel to the fire of tonight's battle. Netizens who had just finished reading the gossip got excited again. Holy crap, tonight was totally worth it. Immediately, all netizens transformed into master detectives, meticulously searching through Su Xingxi's Weibo for any suspicious details. By the time Xiaoyi hung up the phone, it was already confirmed online that Su Xingxi's account was not operated by him, but was entirely managed by his assistant Keypoint, completely handed over to the assistant. In other words, none of the statements and posts he made on Weibo over the past few years were handled by him personally, although everyone now assumes that these accounts are mostly managed by agents or assistants. You could at least post one message yourself, right? What's most amazing is that many of the comments in the comment section completely imitate Su Xingxi's own tone and manner of speaking, and fans basically assume that it is him replying. And now you're pulling this stunt, and there's no way to deny this, because if Su Xingxi denies that the account was operated by his assistant, then he's admitting that he accidentally liked a comment that insulted fans and Xiaoyi. But if they don't deny it, then it's practically solid evidence. Only longtime fans know how to deliver the most devastating blow. Bumeiweixi actually dug out an interview with Su Xingxi from 2 years ago from one of his treasured magazines. In the interview, Su Xingxi personally admitted that he often reads fans' private messages and comments, and that when he feels sad or frustrated, he also seeks strength from the concern of his fans. Looking back now, it's all so ironic. Unsleeping for Shi, I just want to ask on behalf of the fans who genuinely loved you in the past, Su Xingxi, how many of the words in your mouth are true? Where do you get your strength? Oh, it certainly isn't from us fans, it certainly isn't from the fans who voted you out vote by vote back then. Bumeiweishi's words were very hurtful, and they also showed a disheartened fan's final question to her idol. However, she did not expect Su Xingxi to answer. After posting this long essay of 800 words, Bumeiweishi disbanded the super topic and group chat she created. Bumeiweishi, unlike some people, I won't go back on my promises. I won't take back what I said before about buying tickets to support Killing Life, since I did join in criticizing Xiaoyi back then. So, I'll be booking out screenings at Pacific Cinemas in Chengdu, Shanghai, and Beijing. I'll have someone else post the details on the platform. Anyone interested can go and get tickets, regardless of their fandom, first come, first served. I'm deleting this account now. See you all again in the future. With this last post, Bumeiweixi never went online again. Everyone knows she will never log on again. Following the incident involving Su Xingxi, his accounts on various platforms have also experienced a significant loss of followers, with the scale of this loss far exceeding that of the previous relationship scandal. Compared to the outburst by Bumeiweixi, many more fans chose to leave quietly. Chapter 65, Killing Life, is officially released. Xiaoyi, who witnessed the whole thing, said, "Friend, I acknowledge your fighting prowess." They even promoted Killing Life at the end. I'm so moved. Thus, Su Xingxi sacrificed himself to heaven. On the day of its premiere on May 15, cinemas in many places were already packed. Killing Life had the highest number of screenings and the highest attendance rate among all the premiere films. Many viewers who witnessed the farce online couldn't help but develop a strong curiosity about the drama Killing Life. Zhou Bowen is one of them. "Baby, shall we watch Killing?" he tentatively asked his girlfriend. Lin Zhuan frowned. "A crime movie? We went on a date, and this is what you take me to see?" Zhou Bowen glanced at the movie poster for Missing You 365 times next to him and inwardly groaned. He really didn't want to watch this romantic drama. Just looking at the trailer, he could already smell that it was going to be a bad movie. But there was nothing he could do. His darling girlfriend just loved watching this type of film. However, Zhou Bowen looked at Lin Zhuan, who was dressed beautifully and made up with exquisite makeup today, and suddenly had a bright idea. "Baby, you have such beautiful makeup today. I'm worried that the post-production of Thinking of You 356 times will be too sentimental. It would be bad if you cried and ruined your makeup. Lin Juwan's expression froze. Indeed, she even put on a full face of makeup before going out today, and she's going to take pictures of herself eating and post them on her WeChat moments later. Then you really can't watch something that's too sentimental. Lin Juwan immediately shifted her gaze from the poster for Thinking of You 365 times to the comedy film Gentleman's Rhapsody next to it. No, these days comedies are all forced into being sentimental in post-production, and someone as easily moved to tears as her wouldn't be able to control it at all. As forth the wind rises in Yungang, let's watch Killing today. Lin Juwan decided to follow her boyfriend's advice today, reached out and took Joe Bowen's arm, and smiled. Joe Bowen breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Okay, I'll go buy the tickets right away. Just then, the latest performance of Killing Life was about to start ticket checking. Joe Bowen bought the last two relatively good seats and entered the theater with his girlfriend. After sitting down, the big screen hadn't officially started showing the movie yet. Instead, it was playing trailers for several movies released during the recent May Day holiday. Lin Juwan took the opportunity to watch the trailers and was surprised to find the movie quite good. It looks like the quality is alright, I hope it won't be too bad. Joe Bowen knew that his girlfriend had been busy with her thesis and might not have been paying attention to what was happening online, so he quietly explained it to Lin Juwan. Xiao He? Is that the actor who played Muzei? Lin Juwan's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, that's him. Joe Bowen nodded. That's definitely something worth taking a look at. Lin Juwan thought of the refined and elegant Muzei, and her heart began to fill with anticipation. After all, looking at handsome men is always a pleasing thing to the eye. As the movie began, the two ate popcorn while intently watching the plot. The film opens with a scene of Zhu Laoda, played by Bao Wei, standing in front of a chopping board, butchering pork. The dim light, the crisp sound of chopping meat, the man's soft breathing. The very first scene evokes a strong sense of unease. Thump thump, the camera shook slightly, and Lin Juwan suddenly gripped Joe Bowen's arm tightly. Eye in the corner of the picture, a broken mirror leans against the wall, but the reflection of the table is unclear. Looking at it vaguely, it seems that what's lying on it isn't a pig, but rather, people. As they left the screening room, Lin Juwan praised Joe Bowen for his good taste in choosing a great movie, and they enthusiastically discussed the plot. But when they reached the movie theater entrance, Lin Juwan suddenly remembered something. Hey? Did you see Xiao He? I don't think I saw him appear. Joe Bowen, huh? He thought it over carefully and suddenly realized, that's right. I didn't see him. The two exchanged a glance, both looking confused. But the actor who played Zhu Laosan was a real beast. I was so angry watching him that my fists were clenched. Lin Juwan clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Luckily, the director added a post-credit scene, otherwise I would have been furious just thinking about such a scumbag getting away. Joe Bowen nodded in agreement. Indeed, and the actor playing the third brother is quite good. I just don't know who played him. His face must have been covered in special effects makeup, right? He looks really ugly. The eldest brother is played by Bao Wei, who is quite good-looking. Lu Zheong, as a new generation of talented actors, may not be the most handsome in the Chinese entertainment industry, but he is still very decent looking. The only one is the third brother, whose face is covered in acne. Just looking at his face up close makes you feel like you're about to suffocate. Whether it was intentional on the part of the director or not, he gave this face close-up shots in many places, especially when the other party was raping the victim. That ugly and crazy face made men like Joe Bowen feel extremely uncomfortable, let alone Lin Juwan. So after watching the whole movie, the two of them had the worst impression of the third brother, and they also felt that the third brother was the worst and most despicable of the three brothers. But I'm still very curious about who Xiao He is playing, and why I haven't seen him. Lin Juwan was still confused. She had seen The Burning Heart before and was not unfamiliar with Xiao He's face, but after watching the whole movie, she had no impression of him at all. I don't know either, I'll go check the poster. Joe Bowen was also puzzled. There was a lot of noise online about Xiao He, Killing Life, and Su Xingxi. He had been following the gossip but hadn't really looked into the character played by Xiao He. It would be quite awkward if Xiao He ended up not showing much of his face in Killing Life. If Su Xingxi hadn't actually lost a lot of fans and fallen from his top position, Joe Bowen might have suspected that it was all a marketing ploy by the production team. Let's go for a walk. With questions in mind, Lin Juan pulled Zhou Bowen to the poster to examine it closely. Suddenly, Lin Juan's gaze lingered on Zhu Laosan's face, her eyes glazed over. Zhou Bowen, having also seen the actor's introduction, couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap! Ha! Xiao He is Zhu Laosan." As he spoke, the other audience members who had come out with the crowd stopped in their tracks. The people who came to see the movie were a diverse group. Not everyone knew the full story of the film, nor did everyone recognize Xiao He, but Zhou Bowen's words still caused a small wave of shock. Ha! Zhu Laosan is really played by Xiao He? Yes, I just told you, but you didn't believe me. Frog fun, mainly because Zhu Laosan is a real beast. I simply can't put Musei's face on Zhu Laosan. Zhou Bowen and Lin Juan were not the only people shocked that day. As a large number of viewers flocked to cinemas on the premiere day, similar topics quickly became trending topics on social media. Xiao He did not participate in killing life. Xiao He, this is how you play an animal. Xiao He and Zhu Laosan. Many netizens who were unaware of the situation were quite puzzled when they saw these topics. Huh? What is this? Why is someone criticizing Xiao He again? Is Xiao He being cyberbullied again? Even Xiao He himself was completely baffled. Why are they all so surprised? Doesn't it say so on the poster? Why does it sound like he's scamming someone?